Chapter 1. Is this a black market vehicle? Hello, everyone. I am journalist Liu Ruyan. I am about to undertake a perilous endeavor, investigating the recent surge in abduction and disappearance cases. Dressed as a youthful college student, the vibrant Liu Ruyan faced the camera with a serious expression, her words resonating with tens of thousands in a live stream. Oh dear, my sister Ruyan has played a villain, and now she finally gets to be a righteous journalist. Is that for real? It can't be scripted, can it? Being abducted personally? That's far too dangerous. Indeed, how could there be a signal in the remote mountains? It cannot possibly be a script. Did you not see the national logo? It's clearly sanctioned by the state. Oh no, little Liu is playing with fire. I hope she doesn't get burned. It's hard to escape from the mountains. Just thinking about how Liu will soon become a breeding machine for the rugged men of the village. Her tragic fate as a captive makes me want to weep. Liu Ruyan glanced at the barrage of comments, took a deep breath, and managed to force a smile on her delicate face. She was acutely aware of the danger that lay ahead. However, certain matters must be addressed. As a journalist, she was determined to stand on the front lines, to bravely confront and expose these hidden dark realities. This undertaking had been proposed by her superiors at the national broadcaster, as the abduction syndicates had become increasingly rampant. Moreover, they specifically targeted college students, selling both young men and women. Many daughters of local landlords in rural areas, unable to marry, awaited their fate of bearing heirs. Thank you all for your concern. Please rest assured, my superiors and the special police are monitoring this situation closely. If I successfully infiltrate, they will rescue me at the first opportunity. Though she said this, Liu Ruyan understood that the situation remained unpredictable. What if the perpetrators, in a fit of rage, decided to silence her? The special police could only recover her remains and seek vengeance. Liu Ruyan took another deep breath, her gaze resolute as she looked into the lens. I want to say, some things must be done. This statement moved countless viewers in the live stream. This is what contemporary journalists ought to do. Oh my, how touching. Ruyan reminds me of the reporter who exposed the DGY scandal. It is because of such journalists that many dark corners are illuminated. Indeed, do not mock those who are braver than you, for the light they strive for shines upon you. I resonate deeply with this. I'm a female student, and recently a fellow student from our university was abducted. I am terrified. Don't just say that you are scared. I, as a man, am frightened too. Now, whenever I see a van, I instinctively hide. Liu Ruyan secured a miniature camera, no thicker than a strand of hair, around her neck, appearing merely as a small birthmark from the outside. There are no flaws to be detected. From here on, the live stream will proceed from a first-person perspective, and I will not interact with everyone. With that, Liu Ruyan stepped out of the university district. It was currently winter break, and many people were around. She quickly noticed a van, its license plate seemingly obscured, adorned with an arrow symbol. It resembled a black market vehicle. Meanwhile, the command center at the national broadcaster, where the police were monitoring the situation, observed this scene intently. Should we apprehend them? No, this is merely a small faction of criminals. Our objective is to ascertain the routes and locations of their trafficking operations in order to rescue more victims. Moreover, some recent transnational cases seem to be linked to a specific location where this criminal group operates, a police inspector stated gravely. The others nodded in understanding. They turned their gazes toward the camera, admiring the bravery of the female reporter. If a special forces soldier were to undertake this task, the chances of survival would be minimal, yet here was a woman daring to act as bait, penetrating the lion's den. In front of the lens, Liu Ruyan took a deep breath and walked towards a remote area with sparse human presence. At the moment Liu Ruyan moved, a van followed suit. Upon reaching the secluded spot, the van abruptly halted behind Liu Ruyan. She spun around suddenly, confronting the dilapidated Wuling vehicle. The doors of the Wuling swung open violently, revealing four menacing figures inside, each with a clear role. One observed. One covered Liu Ruyan's mouth, while the other two restrained her, swiftly hoisting her into the vehicle. Bang! The door slammed shut. The entire sequence unfolded in less than 3 seconds. The viewers in the live stream were left astounded. Goodness, is it really this easy to abduct someone? Just a few seconds? Faster than I can react. Once again, let me reiterate, vehicles involved in abductions come in two types: sports cars and Wuling vans. The former may require some negotiation, but the latter executes the deed in 3 seconds flat. This is utterly audacious, right in broad daylight. They abducted someone so brazenly. It seems we must avoid desolate places in the future. I'm terrified I will never dare to walk alone at night again. I need to hold my boyfriend's hand. He's tall and strong and will protect me, strong man. Hey, don't diss me. Don't say I'm tall in reality. Even a horse would be subdued in 3 seconds. Let's stick together in a crowd. That I apologize. Although this is a serious moment, I genuinely find this amusing. Inside the Wuling van, boss, this girl is quite a catch. We could fetch a handsome price for her. Wang Ming, adorned with a dragon tattoo on his arm, leered at Liu Ruyan, his gaze appraising her with unsettling intent. His eyes, visible through the camera, sent chills down the spines of countless viewers. Goodness, the male gaze. Forget about the women. Even I, as a man, feel frightened by that look. It feels as though an alien is scrutinizing my soul. Woe is me. The bald man in the passenger seat, Liu Xian, glanced back. Shut up, we can't harm this girl. If we do, they will inspect her, and the price would drop by half. Keep an eye on your second brother. Hee hee, Wang Ming chuckled. I was merely jesting. Beside him, Li Go, brandishing a knife menacingly at Liu Ruyan, glared at her with a dark expression. You better behave, otherwise, you might end up with some scars on that pretty face. Before he could finish his threat, the boss in the passenger seat hurled a water bottle at Li Go's head. Watch it. If you mar her face, I'll make you pay dearly. Li Go scratched his head, a look of grievance upon his face as he sheathed his knife. Boss, I was merely jesting. Seated beside Liu Ruyan, the fourth member, Wang Shui, chuckled. Chief, where shall we head next? Are we departing directly? No, we still require a mail in transit. The leader in the passenger seat had yet to finish his sentence when, with a creak, the rear door of the Wuling was abruptly pulled open. A youthful lad, radiant and handsome, seemingly no older than 17 or 18, appeared, gazing at the 5 astonished individuals inside. Lin Xian beamed with a bright smile. Is this a black taxi? Ming Xian, are you coming or not? I can cover up to 50 yuan for the fare. Chapter 2. Driving into the mountains. Inside the vehicle, the 5 were taken aback, never having anticipated someone would dare to open the door uninvited. As they absorbed the boy's words, they stood dumbfounded, staring at Lin Xian. What the hell? What is a black taxi? Did they truly resemble a black taxi? Liu Ruyan was at a loss for words. Why were today's university students so naive, unable to discern the situation in the vehicle? Black taxi? How did that thought even cross your mind? After all, they were involved in the trafficking of women and minors. Could they not show a little respect? Lin Xian gazed at the 5 before him in astonishment, struggling to comprehend their bewildered expressions. Wasn't it commonplace to take a black taxi? During his first school journey, he too rode one of these. Aside from a need to wait for others, it had no drawbacks. The fares were economical, making it ideal for a student like him. Thus, upon seeing the vehicle marked with an arrow, he had approached without hesitation. Viewers in the live stream, witnessing Lin Xian's innocent and naive demeanor, flooded the screen with queries. He actually dared to approach? Goodness, how did he think this was a black taxi? To be fair, many black taxis do look like this. Is this the relaxed demeanor of university students? Let's not kid ourselves, he might soon cease to be a university student. Let's hope that if he is abducted, it won't be to serve older men. That nonchalance shouldn't shift to his posterior. In the command center, the police officers observing this scene exchanged incredulous glances, their mouths twitching in disbelief. How could someone just walk right into danger? And for 50? Surviving to 50 after being abducted would be fortunate. Are today's university students so oblivious to anti-trafficking measures, so lacking in safety awareness? Only the police chief regarded Lin Xian with a grave expression. You all keep watch here, I'm stepping out, Zhao Guoan stated, exiting the command center and heading to the section dedicated to handling international cases. The central screen displayed a photo of the youthful Lin Xian, his innocent visage starkly contrasting with the alarming criminal records beneath. War crimes, arms trafficking, treason, international drug trafficking, smuggling of cultural relics. A litany of titles that would likely make even seasoned international thieves exclaim, "What a formidable individual! How could he have achieved this at such a young age?" Zhao Guoan was profoundly astonished, yet soon the truth would be unveiled. This time, it was not merely about apprehending this individual. Moreover, it is imperative to eradicate the criminal forces lurking behind him. Liu Ruyan fell silent, desperately winking at Lin Xian. Had she not feared for Lin Xian's safety, she would have already cried out. Lin Xian stared at Liu Ruyan in bewilderment. This woman was quite attractive, yet was she perhaps deranged? Why was she casting him flirtatious glances so fervently? Surely, she must be infatuated. He resolved to keep his distance from her. Are we leaving at 50? If not, I shall take the next vehicle, Lin Xian said, blinking his eyes, which sparkled with a naive clarity characteristic of university students, while he waved a 50 yuan note in his hand. After 18 years in this world, he had finally encountered his own stroke of luck, destined to bring fame to Lin Xian village and reap rewards for his burgeoning reputation. He needed to hasten back and delve into this matter further. The leader, seated in the front passenger seat, was the first to react. Let's go, let's go. Lin Xian smiled and handed the 50 yuan note to the leader. You sit beside her, by the window. The leader indicated Liu Ruyan, ensuring that both Lin Xian and Liu Ruyan had no chance to escape, as only one person was needed to block their exit. Lin Xian hesitated and shook his head. I don't want to sit next to her. She keeps throwing flirtatious glances my way. I suspect she harbors inappropriate intentions towards me. Logically, such a statement was rather impolite to voice directly. However, who had ever encountered someone who began casting flirtatious glances the moment they laid eyes on him? When Lin Xian spoke, this sister had not ceased her alluring gazes. Just as his words fell, she finally reined in her behavior. Oofed! Wang Shui could not help but laugh, finding this university student utterly amusing. Liu Ruyan, upon hearing this, felt a surge of exasperation. How could this fool be so dim as to think she was flirting? When she was in university, her peers had not been nearly this foolish. What had happened to the intellect of the younger generation? The viewers in the live stream were equally astounded by Lin Xian's remark. How abstract is that? Indeed, no matter how hard I strive to be abstract, I cannot compete with the flashes of brilliance displayed by these naturally gifted individuals. Flirting? How on earth did he interpret it as flirting? This person being sold is truly no injustice, I swear. How did he even manage to get into university? Surely he isn't a vocational student? Thanks, but even we vocational students aren't that dim. Honestly, I can't decipher others' gazes either. I graduated from a 985 university. Me too. I graduated from a 211. 211? May I ask which institution? Perhaps I know you. No. I scored 211 points. 6. If it were me, I would think this person is quite unhinged. Looks like I should be more cautious in the future. I scored 659 in the college entrance exam. Liu Ruyan smiled, realizing that university students were indeed easier to deceive nowadays. Even primary school students exhibited far greater vigilance than university students. It's all right, just sit beside her. This student told me her eyes tend to dry out, Liu Ruyan remarked. Lin Xian then experienced a moment of clarity. I see now. My apologies, I misunderstood you. The apology, coupled with the dialogue between the two, nearly left Liu Ruyan breathless. Goodness, what nonsense about dry eyes. What a polite way to express a misunderstanding. The viewers in the live stream were quick to comment. If the timing were right, I would have laughed. Is this how the younger generation behaves? It's truly over for Huaxia. Ligo vacated his seat for Lin Xian, who settled by the window as the Wuling vehicle slowly started its engine. Liu Ruyan felt an urgency in her heart. If she were to be abducted herself, that would be one thing, but to drag along this seemingly foolish university student. She simply could not bear to witness this lad being sold into captivity. However, now that the Wuling had begun to move, it was too late for her to rescue Lin Xian. A sense of helplessness washed over her. The current generation of university students exhibited alarmingly low awareness of danger. How could one willingly walk into such peril? The Wuling sped along, exiting the city every half hour as it ventured towards the mountains. A wave of despair suddenly enveloped Liu Ruyan. Was there even any signal in the mountains? The rugged terrain filled her with dread. By the time the special police arrived to rescue her, she might already be dead. Regret began to gnaw at her thoughts. No, I cannot simply sit and wait for my fate. Liu Ruyan clenched her teeth resolutely. Could you please open the window? I'm feeling carsick and might throw up soon, Lin Xian said with a frown, looking quite miserable. The driver, seated in the passenger seat, glanced at Lin Xian. Under normal circumstances, he would have refused anyone else's request, but this boy was simply too naive. He figured that opening the window wouldn't cause much harm. With a lad like this, he imagined he would still be counting money even if sold. Go ahead, just don't vomit in my car. The driver waved dismissively, thinking how fortunate it would be if all abducted university students were as simple-minded as this one. Lin Xian gradually rolled down the window, and fresh air flooded into the wooling. He took a deep breath, feeling considerably better. Witnessing this, Liu Ruyan immediately thought, this is my chance. Chapter 3. Lin Dahua. As the window of the wooling vehicle rolled down, the scenery outside was splendid, suggesting they were on the verge of entering the vast mountainous region. Liu Ruyan gazed at the road disappearing into the forest in the distance, realizing that once they ventured deep into the mountains, the signal would likely be lost, and the live stream would be cut off. At that point, she would find herself in peril. Observing the robbers in front, she noted that the four seemed to be in high spirits, each one humming a tune, completely oblivious to her presence. In a hurried motion, she rummaged through her pocket, retrieving some tissue paper, which she crumpled into tiny fragments and discreetly discarded from the vehicle when the robbers were not paying attention. This act naturally sparked confusion among the viewers in the live stream. Why is Sister Ruyan throwing trash? One viewer wondered. Perhaps she is leaving clues? I've seen something similar in movies. Another chimed in. Isn't their GPS? Why go through all this trouble? Congratulations on noticing the subtlety. Lin Xian, who was admiring the view outside, suddenly noticed a ball of paper fluttering past him. Initially indifferent, the continuous stream of paper balls soon irked him. Damn it! Who lacks manners to litter inside the car like this? How did they even pass their driving test? He turned sharply, only to see Liu Ruyan preparing to toss out more paper. As their eyes met, Liu Ruyan frantically gestured for him to be quiet. Can you refrain from throwing your tissue out the window? It's quite uncouth. Lin Xian couldn't help but exclaim. Liu Ruyan was nearly infuriated to the point of fainting. What nonsense was he spouting? The leader seated in the front passenger seat turned around, casting a disapproving glance at both Lin Xian and Liu Ruyan. You two, behave yourselves. Don't cause any trouble in the car. Right, throwing trash in someone else's vehicle? You're the one who get points deducted. Lin Xian rolled his eyes in exasperation. The growing tension made Liu Ruyan even more irate, but with the leader's warning and the attention of the robbers in the back, she dared not make any further moves. She quickly realized that they were no longer in a remote wilderness. Most areas still had signal reception, alleviating her concerns about whether the SWAT team could locate her. The vehicle navigated along the winding roads and soon entered the mountains, turning onto smaller paths until they arrived in a quaint village. At the village entrance, Lin Dahua, scarred and rugged, observed the approaching van with a hint of delight blossoming on his face. He turned to his rotund daughter beside him, exclaiming, "My dear daughter, your future husband is arriving. I've heard he is a university student." His daughter wore an expression of blissful foolishness, drool almost escaping her lips as she murmured, "University student, husband, marriage." Seeing his daughter in such a dazed state, Lin Dahua wore a look of resignation, if it weren't for her being somewhat simple-minded and unattractive. Unable to find a suitor even in her 30s, he would not have resorted to such desperate measures, resorting to a human trafficker to procure a man as a son-in-law for her. Suddenly, Lin Dahua spotted a group of individuals emerging from the village. A look of bewilderment spread across his face as he pondered what they were doing. In principle, at this time, the villagers of Lin Xian village should be busily preparing for the New Year festivities. However, the rituals of welcoming the deities and inviting the ancestors seemed to have yet to commence. "Grandfather, why are you out here?" Lin Dahu inquired, glancing at the village head. The village head, leaning on his cane and followed by a group of people, chuckled. "Ah, Dahu, the ancestral spirit has indicated his return. Considering the time, he should be arriving soon. Yet, I must ask, why are you not assisting at the village shrine? Why are you here with your daughter?" Grandfather Lin scrutinized Lin Dahu. A cold sweat broke out on Lin Dahu's back as he suddenly remembered. The ancestral spirit was indeed due for his winter holiday return. If this matter reached the ancestral spirit's ears, he would surely be in for a world of trouble. It is well known that the ancestral spirit harbors a profound disdain for any unlawful conduct. "Ah, it's nothing, grandfather. I'm merely here to fetch someone." Lin Dahu hastily replied, his gaze fixed on the approaching van in the distance. "Ah, they're here. I'll go greet them quickly. We must ensure they leave promptly. It wouldn't do for the ancestral spirit to return to find a vehicle obstructing the way." Grandfather nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom of this reasoning. After all, everyone was preparing to welcome the ancestral spirit. It was indeed inappropriate to have a car parked in front, then go on, Be swift in your return. The ancestral spirit should be arriving shortly. Grandfather waved him off. Linda, who nodded fervently and sprinted towards the van. Boss. That must be the one up ahead, the driver said, observing the figure rushing toward them. Let me see, the boss replied, glancing down at his phone before looking up. Indeed, that's the one. Prepare the goods. When he disembarks, keep an eye on him. Let us ensure he doesn't escape. It's a matter of exchanging payment for goods. Rest assured, he won't get away. Liu chuckled, eyeing Lin Xian with amusement. I've never seen such a naive university student. Is it really so easy to get into university nowadays? Meanwhile, Liu Ruyan, watching the approaching dark-faced man, felt a wave of despair wash over her. If she were to fall into the hands of this brute, her existence would surely become a living nightmare. The viewers in the live stream also took notice of the man. Wow, he looks terrifying. Sister Ruyan wouldn't be sold to this person, would she? If she ends up in his hands, it's over for her. Wah. Just thinking of Sister Ruyan becoming this rough man's tool for reproduction makes me want to cry. But it might not even be Sister Ruyan. It could be that man, right? What? Does such a peculiar taste exist, even in a small mountain village? I thought only those in Panda City were like this. The proud citizens of Panda City hung their heads in shame. If it were that man who was sold, wouldn't that be even worse? Suddenly, the van screeched to a halt. The boss exited from the passenger side and stepped out. Lin Xian, glancing at the nearby Lin Xian village and the welcoming crowd, couldn't help but smile. However, he was taken aback to see Linda who so exuberantly rushing to greet him, just as he was about to disembark from the van. A voice commanded, "Stay still. Don't move recklessly." Liu cast a fierce glare at Lin Xian. "Well, I've arrived, and I've given you the money. So let me go," Lin Xian said, bewildered as he looked at Liu. "We've reached the destination, but why am I not allowed to disembark?" Liu Ruyan felt a sense of helplessness, realizing too late that something was amiss. Outside lay the vast expanse of mountains, making escape nearly impossible. "Indeed, we have arrived. But you cannot leave just yet," Liu chuckled ominously. This lad was destined to be sold off as a son-in-law, rumored to be wed to a rather foolish and plump girl. How amusing it would be to see this pretty boy subjected to who knows what fate. Why? Lin Xian still could not grasp the situation, his gaze fixed on Liu. "Do you see? The payment has yet to be made." Liu gestured towards Linda who nearby. "Payment? I have already given you the money. Are you imposing a last-minute surcharge?" Lin Xian furrowed his brow, vexed by the dishonesty of these unprincipled drivers. Meanwhile, Linda who looked at the man before him. "Where is he? Where's the person in the back of the vehicle?" The boss pointed a thumb behind him. "Let me see." Linda who spoke impatiently. His daughter was nearing 40, and time was running out for her to conceive. "All right. Let us proceed. Payment for delivery," the boss agreed. Linda who nodded, finding the man to be quite reliable. The two approached the van. "Open the back door." "Let us take a look," the boss commanded, raising his chin. Linda who nodded and suddenly yanked open the door, revealing two men and a woman inside. The sight of the young and handsome man rendered Linda who utterly speechless. Old. Chapter 4. The Ancestor? Linda stammered, his gaze fixed on the man inside the vehicle. With a sudden movement, he slammed the car door shut, his face a canvas of disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the individual within was none other than the esteemed elder of their Lin family village. "Elder? What are you talking about? Are you mistaken?" The leader furrowed his brow, his tone incredulous. "Don't play games with me. I've abducted a legitimate university student, once so painfully naive." With that, he yanked the car door open. Lin Xian finally grasped the situation. They were indeed human traffickers. Look, a genuine university student, tender and innocent. The leader pointed at Lin Xian as he opened the door. Lin Dahu quickly gestured for him to stop, desperation etched on his face. "Please, don't say another word." He felt as though he might perish from the embarrassment. He had intended to bring home a prized son-in-law, not this ancient ancestor. "Why are you waving your hands? I've already brought him here. Now pay up," the leader said, his brow knitted in annoyance. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan gasped in shock. This rough man intended to purchase this young man. She could almost envision the grim fate that awaited him. The situation was dire indeed. All she could hope for was that the authorities had marked this location and would rescue him in time. In the live stream, viewers were taken aback upon realizing that the brutish buyer was indeed targeting this young man. "No way, it's really him? What kind of rough masculinity is this? I can't even find a male student, and this brute has managed to acquire one." They were astonished, concerned for the young man's fate. Surely the police will come to his aid, right? Otherwise, it would be catastrophic. Not just any catastrophe. In the monitoring room, a group of officers stared at the screen, their expressions a mix of bewilderment and disbelief. They turned to the commanding officer, Zhao Guan, who shook his head. No need to intervene. This university student is not as simple as he appears. For this man, human trafficking is merely trivial. Inside the van, Lin Xian wore a sardonic smile as he regarded Lin Dahe. Look at you, grandson. You've really gained some audacity, resorting to such dealings. The moment those words escaped his lips, everyone, except Lin Dahe, cast him strange looks. Had he lost his senses? Liu Ruyan stared at Lin Xian, dumbfounded. She had not anticipated that he would not only remain unafraid, but would also utter such words, even addressing the man as grandson. Was he provoking the buyer? This could lead to a severe beating. The viewers in the live stream found themselves amused by Lin Xian's words. Has he gone mad? Is he in shock? This is absurd. Originally, a brutish man purchasing a delicate university student was already a tragic scenario, and now he insults him, calling him grandson. Just wait until he realizes the consequences. Others are already suffering enough. Let us refrain from such jests. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, the leader could not help but chuckle, observing this male college student. It was evident that he was utterly petrified. One might say his wits had been thoroughly startled, though it was not our doing. Nonetheless, fear not, for the intellect of a university student remains intact. Should you take him home to bear children, he is bound to produce a clever offspring. The leader smiled as he addressed Lin Dahe. Lin Dahe was consumed by despair. Being caught purchasing a son-in-law by the ancestral spirit was already a misfortune. To make matters worse, the son-in-law he acquired was, in fact, the ancestral spirit himself. There was no way to conceal his culpability, even in death. What to do? What to do? Lin Dahe's mind raced. That was the ancestral spirit, the protector of Lin family village. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he summoned all his strength and bellowed, "Come, seize the human traffickers. It is never too late to mend the fold." Lin Dahe still remembered this wisdom. His thunderous shout left everyone momentarily stunned. The villagers, who had been awaiting the ancestral spirit, turned their gazes in his direction. Isn't that Lin Dahe? It certainly appears to be him. Human traffickers? Is that van a vehicle of traffickers? It seems so. There appears to be a beautiful woman inside, along with a handsome young man. That young man, doesn't he resemble our ancestral spirit? It was not merely a resemblance. It was indeed him. A young man with keen eyesight widened his eyes in astonishment. Goodness, their village's ancestral spirit had been captured by traffickers. Human traffickers, already loathed by all, were now audacious enough to abduct their ancestral spirit. A horde of villagers surged toward the van in righteous fury. Liu Ruyan was bewildered. Was this man a buyer? Why was he suddenly shouting to capture traffickers? The viewers in the live stream were equally perplexed. What was happening? This man was clearly a buyer. Why was he calling for the capture of traffickers? Could it be he no longer wanted the deal? Was this a case of black eating black? Who could say? However, with so many villagers present, it seemed the traffickers were truly in peril. The leader's complexion swiftly turned a deep shade of red as he regarded Lin Dahe. "Ah, you rascal, are you playing tricks on me?" He glanced at the approaching villagers, realizing that a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. "Damn it, remember this grudge. I, Liu Ruyan, shall not forget." With that, the leader flung open the car door, intent on fleeing. Yet, Lin Dahe seized him with a firm grip. "Traffickers, do you dare attempt to escape?" Lin Dahe glared fiercely at Liu Ruyan, his robust physique granting him a significant advantage in strength. Inside the vehicle, Lin Xian kicked Li Go, who was seated by the door, out of the car. He then followed suit and leapt out. Liu Ruyan, at a loss, could only exit the vehicle as well. What was meant to be a strategy to capture a big fish had devolved into this chaotic situation. As she pondered, the villagers were already rushing over. The driver seated in the front seat of the vehicle, witnessing the scene, immediately pressed the accelerator and sped away, fully aware that remaining there would inevitably lead to being apprehended by the enraged villagers. In such a remote village, should one fall into the hands of these ignorant villagers, they truly possessed the audacity to inflict mortal harm. "Damn it, you two scoundrels fled." Liu Ruyan gazed, astonished, at the departing van. Just as he contemplated making a move, he was restrained by the villagers rushing from behind. All right. Human traffickers have the audacity to operate right at our village's doorstep," Lin Xian exclaimed angrily, glaring at the traffickers before him. Observing the unfolding scene, Liu Ruyan realized that the plan to apprehend the traffickers was likely doomed to fail. She looked at the kindly old man before her and felt a sense of gratitude towards the villagers. "Thank you, esteemed elder." Liu Ruyan promptly expressed her appreciation. After all, he had come to their aid and was an elder. It was only proper to show respect. Lin Xian, noticing the beautiful young girl, thought to himself, could she be the old ancestor's granddaughter? Is everything all right? He inquired of Lin Xian. Liu Ruyan, noticing Lin Xian's intense glare directed at Lin Dehu, quickly nudged him, saying, the old gentleman is asking a question. How can you be so rude? At least say something. The viewers in the live stream also perceived Lin Xian's lack of manners. Is he stunned into silence? Still staring at that buyer? One commented, haha, it seems so, otherwise he wouldn't be so silent. This is quite impolite. The quality of today's university students is appalling. Realizing his faux pas, Lin Xian turned to the beaming Lin Xian and smiled. Oh, it's nothing. Although Liu Ruyan found Lin Xian's response somewhat lacking, she was at least relieved to receive a reply, assuming he had merely been startled. However, Lin Xian's subsequent remark left both Liu Ruyan and countless viewers in the live stream utterly speechless. Old man, why don't you bow your head and pay your respects? Chapter 5, Impolite. Lin Xian gazed with a smile at the elderly Lin Xian before him. It had been nearly a year since he last encountered this little old man. What are you talking about? Liu Ruyan exclaimed in disbelief, her astonishment apparent. This was far beyond mere rudeness. It was utterly excessive to directly address someone as little old man. The viewers in the live stream erupted in outrage. Wow, I thought he was just being impolite. But it seems he is truly lacking in humanity. After all, this person saved him, yet he dares to call him little old man? Indeed. Is this how today's university students behave? Not only do they lack gratitude, but they also speak of others in such a manner. TSK. This reminds me of the infamous Fudan 18 donkeys. It's a miracle he didn't get bitten back. Such a lack of civility. Which university does this student belong to? Some individuals recorded the live stream and shared it online. Is this the standard of today's university students? They possess no sense of respect for the elderly and the young, nor do they understand the concept of gratitude. The video garnered an overwhelming amount of likes. Some parents forwarded the video to their family groups. Royal relatives, look at the state of our children today. They have been raised to be like this. They show no respect for the elderly whatsoever. We are a loving family. During this festive season, let us educate our children properly so they do not grow up to be disrespectful individuals. No matter how much they study, such people are bound to be failures. Liu Ruyan glared at Lin Xian in anger. What is wrong with you? This person saved you. Why would you make him bow? Lin Xian looked at Liu Ruyan with a puzzled expression. Isn't this the norm? We are from the same village. Liu Ruyan was taken aback, staring at Lin Xian. From the same village? What a coincidence. No wonder the buyer had changed his mind upon seeing Lin Xian and shouted about human trafficking. From the same village? What a strange twist of fate. Wow, no wonder he immediately yelled about human traffickers. Turns out they're from the same village. Incredible. Such coincidences exist. But still, being from the same village doesn't justify such a lack of manners. Liu Liang, the leader, stared at Lin Xian in shock. What the hell, from the same village? No wonder everything changed so abruptly. Damn it, this time I've been wronged. Liu Liang gritted his teeth. Never having imagined things would turn out this way. He had abducted a university student, only to discover the buyer was from the same village. Damn, after all this trouble, I've returned the kid home. Initially a human trafficker, now I'm a good Samaritan. And they even labeled me a black market driver. Being from the same village is still no excuse for such disrespect. Liu Ruyan snapped back to reality, her expression darkening as she addressed Lin Xian. Little girl. It's all right. No need to say more, I'll kneel. Lin Xian, observing the old ancestor's intention to argue, quickly interjected. As he spoke, he promptly knelt down. Grandfather. Lin Xian quivered as he called out. Liu Ruyan watched in disbelief as this man truly knelt before the elderly, an elderly individual, perhaps in their 70s or 80s, kneeling before a youth of 18 or 19. This scene utterly shattered Liu Ruyan's worldview. What could possibly be the reason? She gazed at Lin Xian, questioning whether he was a local tyrant or perhaps affiliated with the underworld. The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. Is he truly kneeling? What is going on? Is this person that formidable? What is his background? Could he be part of the mafia? It certainly seems so. It must be that he is a local bully, otherwise, he wouldn't be so audacious. The discourse among the crowd intensified, as Lin Xian's actions and the villagers' reactions almost confirmed his identity as a local tyrant. What are you all waiting for? Kneel down together. Lin Xian gestured. It was the new year, and with everyone bowing, it would facilitate his distribution of monetary gifts later on. Isn't this just absurd? Liu Ruyan observed the villagers, a considerable number of whom appeared to be over 50. How could they allow an 18-year-old to act with such arrogance? Yet, in the blink of an eye, everyone uniformly dropped to their knees. "Grandfather, we bow to you," the villagers exclaimed in unison. The sight of so many kneeling was indeed a spectacle. Liu Ruyan was taken aback by this scene, realizing that there existed a matter even more pressing than capturing human traffickers, the eradication of local tyranny. It was astonishing that a mere university student could compel so many to kneel without hesitation. How long had he been exerting his influence in this village to achieve such an effect? The viewers in the live stream were equally shocked. So he really is a local bully. Not a single person dared to resist. Incredible. In this day and age, such individuals still exist. Anything can happen in a mountain village. I believe compared to traffickers, this situation requires more urgent intervention. After all, traffickers may abduct one or two. But it seems this family has exploited an entire village. The audience continued their discussions. "All right, everyone, rise," Lin Xian said with a smile, addressing the villagers of Lin Xian village. "It's better to return to the village." He then turned to Liu Ruyan, scrutinizing her with a peculiar expression. This woman possessed an indescribable aura, and he wondered about her intentions. "Madam, what are your plans? Shall I arrange for someone to escort you home?" Lin Xian inquired. Liu Ruyan met Lin Xian's gaze, filled with a hint of desire, and bit her lip, decisively stating, "May I stay in your village for a while?" Lin Xian's expression turned odd. "Stay in our village for a while? What is your purpose?" he asked, already harboring suspicions. Just moments ago, he had noticed his reputation had surged from the initial thousands to now nearly 30,000. After pondering, the only plausible suspect was this woman. She might very well be here to gather information. Liu Ruyan's heart raced. It was difficult to discern the traffickers, yet here he was, questioning her intentions. She felt a surge of anger. Lin Xian was not foolish, so why was he suddenly questioning her purpose? Liu Ruyan steeled her resolve and declared, "I am the host of a variety show." She looked at Lin Xian, who appeared taken aback. "A host of a variety show?" he echoed in surprise. "Indeed." Liu Ruyan affirmed with a nod. "Our production team intends to create a rural program that seamlessly blends tradition with a contemporary style. Is your program quite renowned?" Lin Xian inquired, his mind already racing with possibilities. As the elder of the village, he was eager to find a way to stimulate the local economy and enhance its reputation. Furthermore, this perfectly aligned with his prestige system. Moreover, he would not even need to devise a plan himself. This woman could enhance his standing. Absolutely, Liu Ruyan nodded again. It is a national channel. How could it not be famous? A smile spread across Lin Xian's face. If it was well known, then negotiations would be much easier. "All right," he responded with a nod. Liu Ruyan was taken aback. She did not expect Lin Xian to agree so readily. Was he not concerned about his misdeeds being exposed? "Let's set your matters aside for now. We must address other issues," Lin Xian said, directing his gaze toward Linda Hu and the 3 human traffickers. This Linda who actually dares to engage in human trafficking. These traffickers have the audacity to operate under my nose. Inda County. At the Lai Kai Noodle House, a battered van was parked in a narrow alley behind the restaurant. Wang Ming, trembling as he recalled the encounter, cursed under his breath. "Damn it, today has been disastrous. I never expected to bring that kid home. This wretched village. Thank goodness the 2 of us managed to escape. If we had ended up like the boss, those villagers would have surely killed us. Brother, what should we do? The boss is gone, and we've lost our money. This deal has cost us at least 500,000, Wang Shui lamented, casting a pained look at Wang Ming. "What to do? I brought you here to find someone higher up," Wang Ming retorted, his eyes wide with frustration. They were merely a small group. There were higher-ups above them. They had managed to abduct so many people without being caught, thanks to these individuals. "What happened to you too? Where are the others?" Just then, a portly man dressed in a Zhongshan suit approached with an air of authority. "Boss," Wang Ming replied with a bitter smile, subsequently briefing the man. "Li. Is that so? Lin family village?" A fierce expression crossed Boss Li's face. The individuals below were expected to share at least 300,000 with him. And now that wretched village had ruined everything. "Humph. You continue with your operations. I will handle this matter," Boss Li declared, casting a steely gaze at Wang Ming and his companion. This situation cannot be left unresolved. Damn it. He recalled that the county had a policy aimed at developing a large scenic area, and Lin family village appeared to have decent scenery. "If I don't dismantle your entire village, I am not worthy of the surname Li." Chapter 6, 2 Choices. The crowd rose from the ground. Only Lin Daha remained kneeling, his head bowed, while his simple-minded daughter stood beside him. Observing this scene, the onlookers began to speculate. Lin Xian fixed his gaze upon Lin Dahu and inquired, Dahu, what transpired? Don't tell me you purchased someone? The crowd turned their attention to Lin Dahu, then glanced at his daughter behind him. And suddenly it dawned upon them, Dahu intended to find a husband for his simple-minded daughter. However, one cannot engage in human trafficking, especially considering that this trafficker had brought someone for the ancestor. Lin Dahu's face was a portrait of shame and panic. He kept his head lowered, stammering, It was me. I never anticipated things would turn out this way. You foolish man, Lin Xian exclaimed, striking Lin Dahu's back with his wooden cane. The impact was solid and painful, causing Lin Dahu to wince, yet he remained on his knees, paralyzed by fear. Lin Xian slowly approached Lin Dahu. Sensing the ancestor's proximity, Lin Dahu trembled, his massive frame quaking in fear. This spectacle left Liu Ruyan astounded. How could this man have wielded such tyranny in the village that the entire populace dared not offend him, reducing even a burly man to trembling merely at his approach? Seizing the moment while everyone's attention was fixated on Lin Xian and Lin Dahu, Liu Ruyan discreetly stepped back a couple of paces and initiated contact with the central station. Director, I wish to remain here to expose the darkness of this village, she whispered. The actions of the youth before her revealed the extent of his family's influence in the village, clearly indicative of their oppressive reign over the community. All in the name of combating crime. As the connection with the traffickers was severed, it became evident that this village was the starting point. The station head glanced at Zhao Goen and then at the information he provided, swallowing hard. Liu Ruyan likely had no idea of the true nature of the youth she faced. Indeed, he was involved in criminal activities, yet it was far from mere organized crime. Transnational trafficking of cultural relics, arms dealing, drug trafficking, war crimes, and interference in foreign governance. Could such deeds be orchestrated by a mere college freshman? However, Zhang Yi keenly recognized that this could be an unprecedented opportunity in his directorial career. Dismantling the criminal syndicate led by this 18-year-old would undoubtedly require extensive time and resources. Yet this period could allow him to craft a program that would reap both fame and fortune. Very well, our station grants you approval, Zhang Yi exclaimed with excitement. This is an exceedingly arduous task. We appreciate your effort, he added. It is not I who suffers, it is the villagers of Lin Xian village who endure greater hardships. Liu Ruyan replied, casting her gaze toward the villagers in the distance, her teeth clenched. This individual appeared so youthful, and one could only wonder how many more years he would reign with impunity here. Nevertheless, you must exercise caution, Zhang Yi advised. Caution is indeed imperative. Liu Ruyan was momentarily taken aback, interpreting the director's warning as a caution against drawing the attention of this tyrant. However, the truth was far more convoluted. The individual in question, Lin Xian, was merely 18 years old and a freshman in college, yet he had already committed numerous heinous crimes. When Zhang Yi spoke these words, he too was incredulous. Who could have imagined that a mere boy of 18 was orchestrating criminal activities with the entire village? Serious crimes? Is it merely organized crime and bullying? Liu Ruyan exclaimed, bewildered. Not quite, Zhang Yi replied. He is involved in drug trafficking, the illicit trade of cultural relics, and has amassed significant illegal profits. Moreover, he is the principal perpetrator of the first war crimes in New Xia. His voice was laden with astonishment. Despite being a renowned director, the sheer brutality of such a young individual left him profoundly shaken. Liu Ruyan was rendered speechless. You mean this person is engaged in drug trafficking, dealing in cultural artifacts, and has committed war crimes? Indeed. The litany of his achievements is punctuated with ellipses. Zhang Yi said with a wry smile. In any case, exercise caution. But there are eyes watching, you should not be in grave danger. Liu Ruyan nodded in understanding. The audience, having overheard the conversation between Liu Ruyan and Zhang Yi, was utterly astonished. What? War crimes and drug trafficking? Is that for real? Seriously, in New Xia? Are there still war crimes? This person? Isn't he just a college student? So many charges? Incredible! If true, he is truly terrifying. No wonder the villagers appear so fearful of him. Indeed, Sister Ruyan is in danger. I hope evidence against this person can be found swiftly. Liu Ruyan stepped forward, positioning herself 2 paces behind Lin Xian, eager to observe how he would handle the situation. Bring forth the mountain of knives, Lin Xian commanded in a deep voice. Immediately, several robust middle-aged men stepped forward. Old ancestor, they exclaimed, bowing in unison. Go and fetch the mountain of knives, Lin Xian instructed. Upon hearing the term mountain of knives, Linda, who trembled involuntarily, his eyes shut tight. Although he had anticipated such an outcome, the reality of the moment caused him to shudder uncontrollably. In a nation, there are laws. In a village, there are rules. The Lin family village has endured for a millennium, and naturally, it upholds its traditions. A mountain of knives? Liu Ruyan was taken aback by the term. What could that possibly be, and how could it be moved? The viewers in the live stream were equally curious. What on earth is a mountain of knives? I have no idea. Could it be a bed covered in knives? Isn't that somewhat akin to a bed of nails? Is this for real? In the 21st century, does such a thing still exist? Indeed, some villages remain steeped in ignorance, clinging to outdated traditions. Did I just hear those men refer to this young man as old ancestor? Is he truly the ancestral figure of this village? Impossible. He can't be much older than 20. One cannot gauge seniority merely by age. In my hometown, there are individuals in their 70s or 80s who affectionately refer to a 3-year-old as grandfather. That said, has Liu Ruyan perhaps misunderstood something? Is it not possible that the individual in question possesses great moral stature? Unthinkable, absolutely unthinkable. The netizens buzzed with speculation. Before long, the crowd finally beheld the veritable visage of the so-called knife mountain. As some had surmised, it was merely a wooden bed adorned with a multitude of razor-sharp blades, densely packed together, glimmering ominously and sending shivers down one's spine. Now, I present to you 2 choices, Lin Xian said, gazing down at Lin Daha. As a law-abiding citizen of the 21st century, how could Lin Xian possibly condone the villagers' heinous trafficking of individuals? First, adhere to the clan's rules and traverse the knife mountain. We shall momentarily set this matter aside, Lin Xian declared. Liu Ruyan was taken aback. Cross the knife mountain? Is that even feasible? Surely one would perish before reaching halfway. Moreover, this individual is involved in human trafficking, albeit an attempt, and while the crime may not be considered equal to other offenses, it remains illegal. How could one so easily absolve their misdeeds here? Nevertheless, it matters not. Once she gathers evidence against this tyrant, the police will bring him to justice. Second, I offer you 100,000. Depart from Lin Xian village. Lin Xian spoke solemnly. Lin Dahu trembled at the thought. Leaving Lin Xian village was utterly inconceivable. The onlookers regarded Lin Dahu with pity. The prospect of leaving Lin Xian village was more unbearable than death itself. 100,000. In comparison to the identity tied to Lin Xian village, seemed trivial. Yet, for outsiders, the 2 choices were glaringly evident. Liu Ruyan scrutinized Lin Xian, her expression a curious mix of disbelief. How dared he utter such a proposal? 100,000 or traversing the knife mountain? Even a fool would choose the former. Moreover, the villagers of Lin Xian were likely eager to escape the tyranny he imposed upon them. The viewers in the live stream shared similar sentiments. This is hilarious. How does he muster the courage to present these 2 choices? Even a simpleton knows which one to choose. Indeed, remaining in the village could lead to further bullying. What value does a villager's identity hold? It is merely a dilapidated mountain village. Ha ha ha, perhaps he is attempting to intimidate. Furthermore, can he truly produce 100,000? In such a remote and impoverished place, 100,000 is a fanciful notion. It seems he has watched too many dramas featuring domineering CEOs. Offering 100,000 to leave his daughter, or 100,000 to vacate his village. Lin Dahu, bowing his head, after hearing Lin Xian's words, hesitated not for a moment. He raised his gaze to Lin Xian and declared, Sir, I will traverse the knife mountain. Chapter 7. The Mountain of Blades. Upon hearing those words, Liu Ruyan's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth? The Mountain of Blades? Surely, it could be fatal. Furthermore, merely as a villager from Lin family village? In comparison to 1 million, this identity seemed utterly insignificant. Why choose the Mountain of Blades? What merit could there be in the identity of a Lin family village villager? Was it simply a rundown mountain village? At best, it would grant a rural household registration. Could it be a threat? Were these individuals so oppressed that they dared not leave their village? This thought surged within Liu Ruyan, and she felt it was quite plausible. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why these people would rather forfeit 1 million than risk their lives to preserve the identity of a villager from Lin family village. The viewers in the live stream shared a similar sentiment. It felt as though they were too afraid to leave Lin family village. Otherwise, such an absurd choice would not have been made. How she hoped Sister Ruyan would swiftly uncover evidence of this person's criminal activities and bring him to justice. It was unimaginable how dire the circumstances of these villagers must be. Yet, one must admit, the Mountain of Blades seemed lethal. If someone were to die, who would be held accountable? Uncertain, but it was likely that the blame would fall on this individual. Lin Xian nodded, urging, "You may begin." Lin Dahu gritted his teeth and rose from the ground. He gazed at the mountain of blades before him and promptly stripped off his clothing. In the dead of winter, although the weather was not particularly frigid, the temperature remained below 10 degrees Celsius. Lin Dahu swallowed hard, staring at the perilous mountain before him, which, despite its daunting appearance, was not as unsafe as it seemed. Liu Ruyan watched this scene with trepidation. If someone truly perished, Lin Xian would undoubtedly bear the weight of responsibility. The two human traffickers kneeling on the ground wore expressions of dread. If they were so ruthless towards their own kind, what fate awaited them? These naive villagers had certainly heard tales of human traffickers being beaten to death by the villagers. The thought alone was terrifying. Lin Dahu approached the mountain of blades and slowly lay down upon it. This was the village's custom. Although the mountain appeared razor-sharp, with a certainty of death, the probability of survival was significant if one mastered the technique. However, it would undoubtedly be a painful ordeal. Liu Ruyan closed her eyes, hesitant to watch. Yet she peered through a narrow slit. The viewers in the live stream were equally alarmed by the unfolding scene. Goodness, it was indeed real. Would this not be the end? The blades were still sharp, and it felt as though disaster loomed just seconds away. If he truly died, there would be no escaping the consequences. As Lin Dahu lay upon the mountain of blades, a sharp pain pierced his back. Gritting his teeth, he recognized that the blades were likely to graze his skin, yet he endeavored to relax his body, allowing his back to fully spread across the blades. In doing so, the pressure from the blades upon his back diminished significantly. The knife mountain is not particularly extensive, measuring merely 2 meters in length. Lin Dahu grits his teeth as he rolls across this bed of blades. His daughter, observing her father endure this torment, remains blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, clapping her hands with a foolish grin. As Lin Dahu turns over, his back is already a gruesome sight, drenched in blood with flesh torn and rolled back. Liu Ruyan cannot suppress a gasp. She gazes at the young man before her, who displays no sign of distress. This chilling scene sends a shiver down her spine, explaining why someone so young could instill fear in an entire village. It is excessively brutal. Within the surveillance room, one police officer can no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Shouldn't we intervene? How can we? This village is lawless," another officer retorts. Everyone looks to Zhao Guan, who holds full responsibility. Zhao Guan fixates on the composed youth on the screen. His poise at such a tender age is remarkable, which explains his ability to commit numerous crimes without leaving a trace. "Wait until there is a fatality or a crucial clue emerges before we act," Zhao Guan states solemnly. As soon as this individual reveals a critical lead, they will act without hesitation. Lin Dahu cannot help but let out a wretched scream. With each roll, the wounds on his back deepen, the blade's edge slick with blood. Fortunately, the knife mountain is not exceedingly long. Otherwise, even if he were not to succumb to the blades, he would surely perish from excessive blood loss. Two individuals stand opposite the knife mountain, ready to catch Lin Dahu as he tumbles down. "Take him away for treatment," Lin Xian instructs, observing Lin Dahu. The village's punishment has been served, and this matter can be considered resolved. The two men carry Lin Dahu towards the village hospital. Lin Xian then turns his gaze to the two traffickers whose hands are bound behind their backs. Liu Ruyan, the ringleader, manages a forced smile as he looks at Lin Xian, terror-stricken by the brutality displayed. Do they truly treat their own so harshly? What fate awaits us? Brother. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Liu Ruyan hastily asserts, fearing that Lin Xian might send them to the knife mountain as well. Misunderstanding? Before Lin Xian can respond, Lin Zhang interjects, glaring at the traffickers with hostility. "People like you deserve to be executed," he declares fiercely. "What?" Liu Ruyan, upon hearing this, nearly faints from fear at the thought of being beaten to death. "Elder, allow me to handle this. These traffickers deserve no mercy." Lin Zhang looks at Lin Xian, his anger palpable. The traffickers not only abduct but target their own ancestor. Fortunately, a twist of fate returned their ancestor to the village. Otherwise, he could have been lost in the mountains forever. These two individuals are the scourge of Lin Xian village. The villagers would bear no face before their ancestors. Liu Ruyan swallows hard, anxiously watching Lin Xian. If he consents, this would serve as direct evidence of murder. Lin Xian remains silent, his gaze fixed on the traffickers. These traffickers deserve such treatment, though it cannot be said that they would be killed outright. Rendering them half dead and allowing the police to take them away is certainly plausible. However, with the female host present, it would be unwise to nod in agreement, as that could provide grounds for accusation. Lin Zhang seemed to grasp Lin Xian's intention. His expression remained composed as he waved his hand dismissively. What are you planning to do? I have violated the law. This matter should be resolved by the legal system. Liu Ruyan exclaimed in terror as he observed the villagers rushing towards him, each face displaying an ominous demeanor. Ah, now you realize the gravity of your actions? It's too late. A burly man cracked his knuckles while eyeing Liu Ruyan. And no, please. Liu Ruyan stammered, his expression one of sheer panic. In the next moment, a throng of people surged toward him. From Liu Ruyan's perspective, she could only perceive the villagers and not the two individuals, Liu Ruyan and his accomplice. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream were captivated by the unfolding scene. Wow, the local customs are indeed rustic. Incredible, they might actually kill a trafficker, exclaimed one. Wow, there are now 100,000 viewers in the live room. Isn't this akin to murder before 100,000 witnesses? No matter how one interprets the law's leniency towards crowds, the villagers would surely face consequences in such a public spectacle. The issue, however, was that the young man did not nod in agreement. This could not serve as evidence. Liu Ruyan was acutely aware of this. Lin Xian had not incited the villagers to deliver fatal blows to the traffickers. Therefore, even if the traffickers were to perish, the blame could not be placed upon Lin Xian. Yet, it was too late to voice such considerations. The crowd was filled with the anguished cries of Liu Ruyan and his accomplice, evidently enduring a brutal beating at the hands of the villagers. What are you doing? Stop! Lin Xian furrowed his brow and commanded. Upon hearing his words, Liu Ruyan was left speechless. Was he attempting to extricate himself from the situation? No wonder he had been able to dominate the village for so many years, committing numerous offenses without facing justice. The viewers in the live stream were equally taken aback by Lin Xian's shamelessness. Wow, he's distancing himself entirely from this. Incredible. It's no surprise he has committed so many crimes at such a young age without being apprehended. While he was targeting traffickers, it remained unlawful. And one could only wonder who would ultimately bear the blame. The officers monitoring the live stream observed the scene with a sense of helplessness. This young man, surprisingly adept at avoiding incrimination. Indeed, otherwise, this alone would have sufficed for his summons. Zhao Guan frowned at the screen. Such caution. Although Liu Ruyan had not revealed her identity, Lin Xian was still exceedingly careful. No wonder he had committed so many crimes at such a young age. It seemed there would be no leads for the time being. However, they had ample patience. The background of this individual could propel an entire team forward significantly. In Lin Xian village, the crowd gradually dispersed, revealing the two traffickers lying on the ground, their faces smeared with blood. Their faces had swollen grotesquely, resembling that of pigs. Bloodied and their clothing tattered, presenting a most pitiful sight. Particularly when it came to Liu Ruyan, the leader, everyone recognized him as the individual conversing with Linda Hu, the head of the human traffickers. Liu Ruyan now appeared to be breathing more shallowly, evidently nearing the end of his life. Just as Lin Xian was about to speak, Liu Liang's eyes rolled back, and he completely lost consciousness. The crowd's expression shifted. A life had been extinguished. Although these traffickers deserve their fate. In this age of law and order, a death would undoubtedly necessitate accountability. Lin Xian stepped forward, placing his hand upon Liu Liang's wrist. His expression darkened as he released the lifeless wrist. He is dead, Lin Xian uttered. He surveyed the faces of those present. Our Lin Xian village has always adhered to the law, yet today, we have witnessed two criminal acts, Lin Xian stated with a composed demeanor, compelling the villagers to bow their heads in silence, intimidated by his presence, despite his youth. Liu Ruyan, witnessing the lifeless form of Liu Ruyan sprawled on the ground, covered her mouth in shock, grappling with the reality that a man had been brutally killed before her eyes. Though he was a trafficker, the atrocity of it all was undeniable. The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished by the actions occurring in Lin Xian village. My goodness, a murder in broad daylight? This is utterly insane, one remarked. Indeed, surely these individuals must be apprehended? Another responded, I doubt it. The law does not hold the masses accountable, and besides, I feel traffickers possess no human rights. True, yet someone must take responsibility for this, another added. Regardless, I have already reported it to the authorities. Let us see how this unfolds. Wait, by reporting it, aren't you putting Sister Ruyan in danger? That is incredibly foolish. Someone retorted. What of it? Am I not allowed to report a murder? Came the heated reply, as Liu Ruyan stood there, torn between whether to call the police. A sudden sound of sirens echoed from a distance. Chapter 8. The ancient village of 1,000 years, everyone turned their gaze towards the source of the alarm bell. A police car was making its way along the winding mountain road. Liu Ruyan's expression shifted. She realized that someone might have reported her live broadcast. This report could potentially expose her situation in the streaming room. She pondered that although the truth could not be concealed for long, this time, she could simply claim it was her who made the report. The villagers of Lin Xian village looked at the police car with unease. Who made the call? Lin Xian inquired. His face solemn. His demeanor suggested that discovering the caller's identity would lead to dire consequences for that individual. The viewers in the streaming room were equally unsettled by Lin Xian's expression. It's over. Sister Ruyan is finished. Good grief. That foolish person who reported is going to get Sister Ruyan killed. The tension in the air was palpable as Liu Ruyan witnessed the scene. She nearly lost her voice in fear. After a moment of hesitation, she timidly raised her hand. I made the report. This person is a trafficker, so I called the police. She refrained from mentioning that she had reported after witnessing them committing murder, as that would have been a far more serious matter. Lin Xian swiftly approached Liu Ruyan, towering over her at an imposing height of 6 feet. The villagers of Lin Xian also gathered around, their expressions far from friendly. Liu Ruyan flinched. What do you intend to do? You did well. Had you not reported, I would have, Lin Xian replied, a smile blooming on his face. Liu Ruyan stared at him, bewildered. What do you mean? She had not anticipated such a response from him. Our Lin Xian village has always been at odds with evil, Lin Xian proclaimed, raising a finger towards the sky. Liu Ruyan's lips twitched in disbelief. Your Lin Xian village stands against evil? To her, Lin Xian village was a breeding ground for lawlessness and crime. With a tyrant like Lin Xian and villagers who were spineless and submissive, it was no wonder they could commit such heinous acts. What with trafficking cultural relics, drug dealing, and even accusations of war crimes, how could such atrocities occur in a time of peace? The viewers in the streaming room found Lin Xian's words laughable. Seriously? He claims to be at odds with evil? How ridiculous. This village is surely filled with unsavory characters. In front of so many viewers, they had committed murder and yet proclaimed that Lin Xian village abides by the law. Trafficker, pay me for my peanuts. After uttering that phrase, Lin Xian turned to the villagers of Lin Xian. A life has been lost. As our ancestors have said, a life for a life. Debts must be repaid, he asserted, his voice filled with authority. However, under the current laws, someone must be held accountable for this lost life. The loss of life is a sight he wishes to never witness. However, the human traffickers and abductors, had he not been present today, one unfortunate soul might have been condemned to a lifetime in the mountain village, reduced to a mere instrument of reproduction. These traffickers deserve their fate. Yet, since a life has been lost, accountability must follow. The crowd exchanged glances, and suddenly, an elderly voice emerged from amidst them. It was I who took the life, proclaimed an old man, appearing to be in his late 80s or 90s, who stepped forward, leaning on his cane. Lin Xian's lips twitched. Aguayu. Do not speak, grandfather. I was the one who struck him dead. The elder discarded his cane and, with trembling arms, rolled up his sleeves. Liu Ruyan, witnessing this scene, was at a loss for words. Who would believe that this frail old man had killed someone? He could scarcely manage to slay a chicken. The viewers in the live stream were equally baffled. What is this old man doing, stepping up to take the blame for this bully? Indeed. Who would believe that this octogenarian could commit murder? He is at the age where he would be spared even a brief imprisonment. Why then does he not confront the village tyrant? Perhaps his children and grandchildren have been threatened by that very bully. Lin Xian gazed at the elderly man with a hint of helplessness. Agua, how old are you? You should rest. You hardly appear capable of such violence. He had intended to speak with the police himself, knowing that with numerous individuals involved, having Liu Ruyan as a witness would complicate matters. What? Grandfather? Do you hold me in disdain? Agua glared at Lin Xian. Though he was indeed the elder in their family lineage as the village's oldest resident, he was unafraid to challenge Lin Xian. In my youth, I have taken down many rascals. Agua turned to the crowd. Son, go home and fetch my old clothes. The police are on their way. I will wear them to turn myself in. Lin Xian looked at his father with exasperation. Father, what? Do you also look down upon me? Agua glared at his son, who was already 60 years of age. Lin Xian, resigned, hurried home. Liu Ruyan observed the elderly man with intrigue. It seemed he had a storied past. Such a man ought to possess a fierce spirit and would not allow a tyrant to ravage the village unchecked. Suddenly, police vehicles screeched to a halt before the crowd. 2 officers emerged and immediately spotted the 2 individuals lying on the ground, one still writhing, while the other lay motionless, evidently deceased. The officers exchanged worried glances. The individual who had reported the incident claimed that the trafficker had been killed by villagers. Such cases were notoriously difficult to resolve. The inhabitants of these mountain villages are inherently ignorant, and the deceased were merely human traffickers, deserving of their fate. Nevertheless, for the sake of protocol, they approached the crowd and inquired, "Who is the village chief? Who did these two men harm?" Silence enveloped the gathering. At the rear of the crowd, Agua donned the jacket brought by his son, an old military uniform adorned with a plethora of medals. "I did it," Lingua declared, his voice resonating with newfound vigor as he straightened his back and slowly approached the police. Liu Ruyan's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld Lingua emerging from the throng, bedecked in his medals. She had presumed that the old man merely had a history of military service in his youth. Yet she was taken aback to discover that he was indeed a man of considerable honor. Surely, even the king of hell would pay his respects to such a venerable figure. The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished by the scene. "Wow, so many medals. This old man is extraordinary," they exclaimed, offering their admiration. Yet, one might wonder why such an accomplished veteran would fear the village bully. Who could say? The two officers found themselves increasingly exasperated by the unfolding situation, having anticipated such a turn of events. In villages like this, when crime occurs, as long as there is no substantial evidence, someone will invariably step forward to take the blame. Moreover, this man, with his impressive array of medals, was not someone they could easily disregard. Even a single medal would intimidate them into inaction. "Old sir, at your advanced age, how could you possibly have inflicted such injuries on these two men?" One officer remarked, his face a mask of resignation. "What? Do you look down on me for my age? I was the one who dealt with these two," Lingua retorted, his eyes blazing. "But these wounds are clearly the result of a group attack," the officer countered helplessly. "I was among them." A voice called out, and an elderly man stepped forward. The village was home to many seniors, and someone had already rushed back to inform them of the incident. "Me too," another elder joined in. They were all in their 60s or 70s. "Come on, officer, we will cooperate fully. If we have broken the law, we will accept our punishment." "Indeed, arrest us," they echoed. The sight of these elderly villagers left the two officers feeling overwhelmed. "Who is your village chief? Please accompany us to make a statement," one officer implored, addressing the elders with a sense of futility. In such remote villages, incidents like this could only be handled in this manner. "I am the village chief, and I shall accompany you," Lin Xian declared, stepping forward. The police car sped away. Liu Ruyan's lips twitched as she watched the vehicle depart, taking the two human traffickers along with the village chief and two villagers. Was this truly the resolution? Behind the scenes, several officers observed the scene, deeply empathizing with the challenges faced by grassroots law enforcement. In these mountain villages, such occurrences were regrettably far too common. Zhao Guan gazed at Lin Xian on the screen, acutely aware of the immense prestige this individual held within the village. With a mere wave of his hand, countless people would likely rush to take the blame for him. Capturing any incriminating evidence against such a figure would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, one must persevere in the face of adversity. In the village, Lin Xian approached Liu Ruyan, extending his hand with a hint of embarrassment. "I apologize for the awkwardness. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Xian, the village secretary of Lin Family Village," he stated. This individual was indeed the hope that would bring fame to Lin Family Village. Liu Ruyan reciprocated the gesture, saying, "I am Liu Ruyan, the host from Guotai." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. "Guotai? How impressive." Liu Ruyan offered a shy smile in response. "Earlier, you mentioned wanting to create a program." Lin Xian scratched his head, seemingly having forgotten Liu Ruyan's previous words. Clearing her throat, Liu Ruyan articulated, "It's about the collision of tradition and the new era in rural life." Lin Xian clapped his hands together. "Then you have indeed come to the right village. Our village boasts over 1,000 years of history." Lin Xian had more to share. His ancestors had once been the founders of a dynasty, albeit a minor regime amidst the chaos of the times. Following the downfall of their power, they sought refuge from the turmoil and settled here. This lineage was the reason he commanded such high respect and status in the village. 1,000 years? Liu Ruyan exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Such a historically rich village. Was it possible that this family had been tyrants for generations, subjecting the villagers to oppression? How disheartening. "Ah, that is indeed wonderful." Liu Ruyan managed a strained smile. "Village Secretary Lin, may I live stream my experiences in the village?" she inquired, her expression revealing a mix of excitement and apprehension. Upon receiving Lin Xian's approval, she felt emboldened to seek evidence within the village. No matter how cleverly concealed, the truth would eventually reveal its true nature. Chapter 9. Earning money with the villagers. Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback by Liu Ruyan's suggestion to start a live broadcast showcasing their village. Viewers in the live stream began speculating about Lin Xian's expression. It seemed he was reluctant to allow Sister Ruyan to broadcast. Some commented, given the multitude of his offenses, how could he possibly consent to a live stream? Others echoed, what criminal would permit a reporter to broadcast their actions? That would be akin to courting disaster. Liu Ruyan, equally anxious, gazed at Lin Xian, contemplating that he was likely to reject the idea of a broadcast. However, she was devoid of alternatives in this digital age. Even if she remained silent, Lin Xian would eventually uncover the truth. Lin Xian, after a brief pause, broke into a smile, realizing the potential benefits of such exposure. He welcomed the idea, eager for Lin Xian village to gain recognition swiftly. Ah, is that permissible? Liu Ruyan exclaimed, clearly surprised by Lin Xian's response. Wearing a grin, Lin Xian reassured her, of course, there is nothing in Lin Xian village that warrants secrecy. Liu Ruyan's lips twitched at his naivety. If only he understood the extent of what the village harbored. Very well, then. Shall I prepare for the broadcast? By the way, my assistant might bring the equipment, so I may need your help to find accommodations, Liu Ruyan tentatively inquired. Lin Xian nodded, affirming, naturally. I will assist you in finding a place to stay. Your assistant can settle in once they arrive. All right, she replied. Everyone disperse. When Zhang and the others return, we will begin preparations for the New Year festivities. Furthermore, ensure our business ventures remain uninterrupted, Lin Xian instructed the villagers. Upon hearing this, the villagers dispersed. New Year festivities? Business? Liu Ruyan questioned Lin Xian, puzzled by his statements. Oh, just some traditional customs, like the God Parade, where we cast a sacred cup to see which deity will emerge this year. I will need to preside over the event, Lin Xian chuckled, explaining that their village had preserved its traditions for millennia. As the village's elder, he had a significant say in all matters concerning it. The God Parade? Liu Ruyan was astonished, for such traditional practices had become rare. She had not anticipated that this village still upheld them. It seemed Lin Xian was indeed truthful, suggesting the village had a rich historical background. Regrettably, Liu Ruyan mused, it was unfortunate that the villagers had followed Lin Xian down a path of crime. As for business, he added, oh, just some small ventures. With a cheerful disposition, Lin Xian remarked that the villagers of Lin Xian had earned considerable wealth from these enterprises. Liu Ruyan's lips quivered. These small ventures were likely substantial operations, drug trafficking and the smuggling of cultural relics, both of which were perilous and highly lucrative endeavors. Why not stay at my house? It's quite spacious, and there are no ghost houses in the village. My home is the best option, Lin Xian suggested. Liu Ruyan paused in surprise. Wasn't it dangerous to go to Lin Xian's house? However, after a moment's hesitation, she resolved to go. Since she had decided to personally expose Lin Xian's crimes, staying at his residence might provide her with more clues. Following Lin Xian, they walked along the path, where Liu Ruyan observed the quaint, self-built houses of Lin family village. Indeed, the village exuded a rustic charm, yet, given the illegal activities that Lin Xian and his accomplices engaged in, why did they appear so impoverished? As they continued, a young and attractive villager woman froze momentarily upon seeing Lin Xian. He looked at her and smirked. Xiaohua, you've become even more beautiful in this past year. How's your waist doing? I can give you a massage tonight. Upon hearing this, Lin Hua's face flushed, and she hurriedly lowered her head and fled. Observing Lin Xian's lewd grin sent a chill down Liu Ruyan's spine. Was he really flirting with respectable women right in front of her? What a true tyrant he was. The viewers in the live stream echoed her sentiments. This is disgusting. Flirting with decent women? What era are we in? Such people still exist? It seemed that Lin Xian truly was a bully. Earlier, some had claimed he was a person of high standing. But did he appear to be of noble lineage? Who of high status would behave so inappropriately towards their juniors? Not far along, they encountered a little boy playing basketball. Upon seeing Lin Xian, the boy's expression turned to one of confusion. Lin Xian frowned at the boy, Lin Dong, and barked, "What are you doing here? Go home." His voice was harsh, laced with a palpable disdain. This scene struck Liu Ruyan, how frightened the child was. It was evident how much power Lin Xian wielded in the village. She silently concluded that Lin Xian's identity as a bully was now firmly established. The viewers in the live stream shared her thoughts. No wonder the older villagers fear him. They were likely bullied by his family since childhood. This village must be under the oppressive thumb of this family. Upon reaching the village center, Liu Ruyan was taken aback by the grand, traditional Chinese estate before her. The massive redwood gate stood an impressive 3 meters tall, exuding an air of heaviness. The walls were adorned with vibrant glazed tiles, reflecting the sunlight with a dazzling brilliance. "This is utterly extravagant," Liu Ruyan couldn't help but exclaim. "No wonder everyone else is so poor. They must have been drained dry by Lin Xian. How could a mountain village possibly possess the wealth to construct such a lavish residence?" It was evident that Lin Xian had engaged in significant criminal activities. Reflecting on his transgressions, drug trafficking and arms dealing each was a venture with immense profits. It was indeed reasonable for him to own such a grand estate. The viewers in the live broadcast room have also come to this realization. My goodness, what a wealthy individual. Indeed, the primitive accumulation of capital is often bloodstained. Initially, I found it hard to believe that someone so young could commit such numerous crimes, but now I am convinced. Astonishing. Such a luxurious estate must be worth over 100 million. Truly, the most lucrative ventures are inscribed within criminal law. Lin Xian opened the grand door. The interior decor left Liu Ruyan utterly astounded. Before her stood a vast fountain pool. And what was most shocking was that the fountain was adorned with 12 vividly lifelike zodiac sculptures. The sculptures shimmered in the sunlight like gold. Could it be the bronze beast heads? Liu Ruyan could not help but inquire. "Oh, no, it isn't," Lin Xian quickly replied. "Who does not know the famed 12 beast heads? These are not made of bronze." Liu Ruyan sighed in relief, recalling that this individual had previously been convicted of trafficking in cultural relics. "These are made of gold," Lin Xian declared, astonishing all. "These 12 zodiac figures have a history of over 1,000 years. When the Lin family thrived, these were displayed before the palace gates." Liu Ruyan was greatly shocked upon hearing this. She had previously heard tales of drug lords possessing tons of gold in their homes, and now it was indeed true. The viewers in the live stream were equally stunned by Lin Xian's nonchalant remarks. "Gold? All 12 statues are made of gold? Goodness, how much could that possibly be worth? Incredible. How many families must have suffered to amass such wealth? Why aren't they apprehended? They could simply conduct a raid and search for evidence in the account books. In a society governed by law, you think it's like the ancient times, where one could just raid without evidence." Backstage, all the officers were left speechless as they gazed at Lin Xian's residence. As the core team of this operation, they were already aware of the crimes committed by this young offender. How many individuals would it take to earn such a significant merit? They looked at the youth, his eyes ablaze with excitement. The young officers yearned to establish their own accomplishments. "This courtyard has been maintained by my ancestors for generations. My parents passed away early." Lin Xian explained to Liu Ruyan as he surveyed the yard. He had lost his parents at a tender age, leaving behind nothing but this cold inheritance. "By the way, my assistant has already brought the live streaming equipment," Liu Ruyan said to Lin Xian in the afternoon. In fact, when she mentioned needing her assistant to bring the equipment that morning, everything had already been prepared, including but not limited to surveillance devices and live streaming photographers. "Your efficiency is truly impressive. No wonder you are from the National Taiwan University," Lin Xian remarked with admiration. "Have him drive directly here along the road. I have a parking lot. Then, once we are ready, we shall commence the live broadcast," Liu Ruyan said, fixing her gaze on Lin Xian, attempting to discern any inconsistencies on his face. Lin Xian smiled at her words. "Of course, but what will the content of the live stream be?" Liu Ruyan looked back at Lin Xian. "It would be best to showcase some new and old cultural aspects of your village." "Oh, perfect timing. As there is a collective activity for the villagers this afternoon. Everyone in the village is required to participate, an initiative I organized to propel Lin Xian village towards prosperity." Lin Xian wore a smile, for he is determined to guide the villagers of Lin Xian towards a path of wealth. Of course, the villagers are already quite affluent, with nearly every household boasting savings exceeding 1 million. However, who would ever complain about having too much money? Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Liu Ruyan felt a sudden jolt in her heart. Prosperity? Is this something that can be broadcasted live? Is Lin Xian village truly unaware of how they achieved such wealth? The audience in the live stream was equally astonished by Lin Xian's statements. Wait, is this really happening? This seems rather audacious, doesn't it? Knowing that Sister Ruyan is live streaming, how can they be so bold? Surely, they wouldn't be so naive. Perhaps they are engaging in some legal activities. But still, how are they achieving prosperity? Is it through collective investment? Both the viewers and Liu Ruyan were intrigued. Soon, a van pulled up at the entrance of the Lin family courtyard. Two individuals disembarked. One carried a toolbox while the other bore a camera. Sister Ruyan, called out Wang Heng, who was holding the camera. Liu Ruyan nodded in acknowledgement. He was part of the crew from the main station. Given that the entire event was being live-streamed, it was unlikely that the villagers would engage in any inappropriate behavior. The individual with the toolbox was a special police officer. Liu Ruyan had already discerned Lin Xian's residence, and with him being away, it was the perfect opportunity to install listening devices in his room. She exchanged a knowing glance with her companion. "Xiao Wang, let us head to the village square," Liu Ruyan said, eager to discover what Lin Xian meant by leading the villagers to wealth. "Have all matters been attended to?" Lin Xian inquired, looking at the village chief, Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. "Yes, revered ancestor, and the others may be detained for about a month." Lin Xian stroked his chin. "A month, let's say 50,000 for each of them. The detention center is hardly a pleasant place, and given their age, I will deduct the funds from my account." Lin Xian was taken aback. "Revered ancestor, that amount is excessive. You have already shown immense generosity towards the villagers. Ada and the others would not accept your money if they knew." Lin Xian waved a hand dismissively. "This matter is settled. Money is a trivial concern. Fortunately, their imprisonment will not leave a criminal record. Otherwise, I would have to offer even more, as incarceration could affect the academic prospects of future generations. By the way, how have those items sold?" Lin Xian asked. Lin Xian promptly presented the ledger. "As you instructed, we sold by the gram, and we have already amassed nearly 10 million. Moreover, there are still many eager buyers. As for the international items, they have also sold quite well," Lin Xian said, a smile gracing his face. "Our village is home to numerous skilled artisans, preserving techniques that have been handed down for millennia, and thus the products command a price that reflects their heritage. Their craftsmanship is sufficient to deceive the eye. The total revenue has exceeded 50 million, and according to your suggestion of distributing it to households, each family would receive 500,000. Quite impressive, yet it still seems a bit slow," Lin Xian remarked. "What? Slow?" Lin Xian was taken aback, unable to fathom what the elder meant by fast. How many people go their entire lives without earning 50,000? The elder still considers this slow. Indeed. One must learn to keep pace with the times. We now live in the age of the internet, and even those oblivious foreigners are online, Lin Xian chuckled. "We shall discuss these matters later. There is something to organize shortly. The path to prosperity for Lin Xian village must be expedited." Lin Xian looked at Lin Xian, saying, "Yes. I have already informed the villagers," his face a picture of curiosity. "But, elder, what exactly is the matter?" It's about making money, as I mentioned. Those methods yield returns far too slowly." Lin Xian's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "In just one afternoon, I want every household in the village to earn around 300,000. 300,000? In just an afternoon?" Lin Xian was astounded. That indeed was rapid. He had never doubted the elder's ability to achieve such feats. Since the elder's high school days, he had been leading the villagers toward wealth, and nearly every household was on the path to a better life. "Elder, how do you plan to accomplish this?" Lin Xian could not contain his curiosity. Lin Xian wore a mysterious smile before uttering a single word: borrow. Chapter 10. With the entire village at risk. Lin Family Village, Central Square. A vast cement square has been constructed here, equipped with various fitness apparatus, a football pitch, and a basketball court. It is a rare sight in a mountainous village, where villagers often gather for events. At this moment, the square is teeming with residents of Lin Family Village, including many of the elderly who had previously been taken to the police station. Most of those remaining in custody are slightly younger, though some are already in their 70s and cannot be held for long. Ultimately, this matter will likely fade away without resolution. After all, the deceased was a human trafficker, and those found guilty will eventually face deprivation of their rights. Standing at the easternmost edge of the square, Lin Xian has set up a massive backdrop, seemingly for projecting something. Wang Heng, carrying a camera, follows Liu Ruyan to Lin Xian's side. It seems you are all prepared," Lin Xian remarks with a smile at Liu Ruyan. She nods, affirming that the live stream has already commenced, prompting her to greet the audience. As anticipation builds, the number of viewers in the live stream has surpassed 100,000. Lin Xian beams at the camera, greeting everyone with, "Hello, I am Lin Xian, the village secretary of Lin Family Village and a freshman in college." The viewers, upon seeing Lin Xian's beaming smile, feel a chill run down their spines. His psychological resilience is astonishing. Having committed numerous offenses, he can still smile so joyfully under the sun. Truly, were it not for my knowledge of the underlying truth, I would be deceived by his appearance. My goodness. A freshman. Which school does he attend? Is there anyone skilled enough to look it up? Are you ready to begin? Liu Ruyan inquires. glancing at the throng of villagers before her. Lin Xian nods, indicating that it is indeed time to commence, as all are present. Are you planning to lead the villagers to wealth? Liu Ruyan cannot help but ask. The only legitimate path to prosperity she can conceive involves collective investment. Lin Xian shakes his head. Investment yields returns too slowly. This method is far more lucrative. Each household present today should receive at least 300,000. Oh, 300,000, Liu Ruyan exclaims, her eyes widening in realization, her tone rising an octave. 300,000. How can one amass such wealth so swiftly? In a single afternoon, every household could pocket 300,000. There must be at least 100 households here. That amounts to over 30 million. What on earth is this person planning? In Liu Ruyan's mind, any means of earning money that quickly is likely outlined in criminal statutes. The viewers in the live stream are equally astonished by the figure Lin Xian has just revealed. Good heavens, is this for real? 300,000 in just one afternoon. It took me 5 years to save that much. They marvel at his audacity. Incredible. He can't possibly intend to engage in illegal activities in front of so many viewers. Can he? This is exhilarating. I'm ready. After all, it's a live stream. Whatever they do, I will do too. Who knows? I might earn 300,000 as well. But, brother, what he is doing could very well be illegal. This could be a case of being caught today for actions taken tomorrow. I have heard that the backers have direct access to the Public Security Bureau. My friend, if you extend your hand today, you shall surely be apprehended tomorrow. The online community buzzed with speculation. The officers observing this scene wore expressions of astonishment. They were privy to far more than what the netizens could fathom. They understood that amassing such an extraordinary sum of money in a short span could only indicate a monumental crime. Zhao Guan also displayed a look of surprise. What could this individual possibly intend? Surely, he wouldn't be foolish enough to engage in illicit activities in front of so many witnesses. In the live stream, Lin Xian smiled, aware that these individuals would scarcely believe his words. Just watch, he proclaimed. Holding the microphone, he adjusted the volume and cleared his throat. He gazed at the villagers of Lin Xian village, where nearly every household had an elderly member. Some families even housed 4 elders. With both the groom's and bride's parents residing in the same courtyard. These were the most lucrative opportunities. Dear friends from Lin Xian village, during my time at university, I have witnessed numerous classmates fall into the abyss due to online loans, predatory lending practices from certain unscrupulous platforms. Lin Xian's voice resonated through the speakers above Lin Xian village. It is no easy task to raise a university student in a household, yet these platforms have ruined lives. Lin Xian's indignation was palpable. Although the villagers were unfamiliar with the term online loans, they understood the concept of usury. They recognized the truth in Lin Xian's words. It was indeed a challenge to nurture a university student. Expressions of outrage adorned their faces. Those online lending platforms are clearly nefarious. Such usurers deserve to be punished. Akin to human traffickers, exclaimed one villager. My classmate took his own life because he could not repay his debts, lamented a university student among the crowd. Unable to suppress his emotions. Yet, they were puzzled as to why Lin Xian had suddenly brought up this topic. Not only the villagers, but even the online viewers were bewildered by Lin Xian's sudden focus on online loans. What is this person alluding to with online loans? I know someone who borrowed and nearly committed suicide due to the chaos it caused. Another viewer remarked. These platforms are indeed abhorrent. I once urgently borrowed 5,000, but only received 1,000 due to exorbitant interest rates. Indeed, it is high time someone addressed these platforms. At least this individual is speaking some truth. Another voice chimed in. Liu Ruyan was taken aback, uncertain of Lin Xian's motive in raising the issue of online loans. Some unregulated platforms truly inflicted significant harm, where individuals borrowing 10 or 20,000 might only receive a fraction of that amount due to outrageous service fees and interest rates. It could easily lead to a vicious cycle of debt, spiraling out of control, leaving many students ensnared. Some even found themselves cornered into a life of crime or despair. Yet, how did this relate to Lin Xian's assertion that they could earn at least 300,000 in a single afternoon alongside the villagers? Suddenly, a thought sprang into Liu Ruyan's mind, and she gazed at Lin Xian in astonishment. It seemed she had discerned how Lin Xian intended to lead the villagers of Lin Xian village towards prosperity. However, was such an approach not utterly absurd? Could this truly be feasible? Lin Xian looked at the crowd of villagers, a smile gracing his face. Today, I shall guide you all in dismantling these platforms. Wonderful. A much-desired reprisal. The villagers, upon hearing their elder's words, instantly broke into smiles, reassured by his consistent benevolence. As he spoke, A PowerPoint presentation appeared on the screen behind him, showcasing various online lending platforms. Lin Xian pointed to the myriad of applications displayed behind him: urgent loans, quick borrowings, assured lending, rapid loans, low-interest borrowing, an array of options, all of which were fundamentally non-compliant. The sole advantage of these platforms lay in their swift disbursement of funds. However, the amount received would invariably be diminished by 90%. All these platforms were illicit entities that had undoubtedly victimized countless individuals. Today, I, Lin Xian, shall stand alongside the entire Lin Xian village community to uproot these fraudulent platforms, Lin Xian proclaimed with fervor. Liu Ruyan's expression turned peculiar as she pondered how one might uproot such entities. All villagers aged 40 and above, please bring your identification cards and bank cards to me. Today, I, Lin Xian, shall not only eradicate these platforms but also seek a blessing for the villagers of Lin Xian village. That blessing is to partake in online loans. Chapter 11. The reckoning: these platforms are utterly non-compliant and illegal, thriving on violent debt collection and coercion. Yet, the villagers of Lin Xian village fear not. Each and every one of us shall at least secure 300,000 yuan. With Lin Xian's declaration, the square of Lin Xian village erupted with excitement. 300,000. My heavens! Our esteemed ancestor is truly benevolent. He always considers our well-being first. Indeed, we are merely executing justice on behalf of heaven. As for violent debt collection, the villagers of Lin Xian village are unafraid. No matter how many come, they shall not succeed. The faces of the villagers radiated with exhilaration. Liu Ruyan's lips twitched. This person truly intends to embark on a reckless venture into illegal online lending, and he plans to involve the entire village. Is this truly permissible? However, it appears that illegal online lending is not shielded by the law. The only concern should be the credit issue, yet some platforms might not even report to credit authorities, resorting instead to violent collections. It is evident that Lin Xian has identified such platforms. If one were to argue that Lin Xian's actions are illegal, there exists no explicit law against it. Conversely, if one claims he is not breaking the law, he is indeed in debt. Moreover, he is leading so many villagers into debt alongside him. This matter is entirely voluntary. I, Lin Xian, do not compel you to act in this manner. Lin Xian addressed the gathered villagers, casting a lifeline of sorts. Liu Ruyan felt utterly helpless. Capturing Lin Xian through this scheme was already a challenge, and now he had prudently voiced his intentions. The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished by Lin Xian's audacity. Goodness, so this is the pathway to wealth. Remarkable. It is indeed feasible to amass 300,000 in an afternoon. Those bold enough might even secure 500,000. These individuals are executing what I have longed to attempt but dared not. Indeed, and crucially, should debts go unpaid, these individuals would find themselves powerless against violent collection. A group of people arriving in the village might even face a severe beating. The online audience buzzed with chatter. The police. Zhao Guan observed the scene before him, his expression marked by resignation. Lin Xian's actions do not strictly amount to a crime. However, should they pursue this as justification to apprehend him, it would be tenuous, albeit possible. Nonetheless, it would undoubtedly alert him, and they could not detain Lin Xian for long. In this village, there were too many individuals capable of resisting the law. Zhao Guan sighed inwardly. Lin Xian's statement had extricated him from peril. Moreover, Lin Xian's maneuvering primarily involved the elderly, effectively mitigating all risks. They truly had no recourse. Liu Ruyan watched as the elderly queued before Lin Xian, who sat confidently on a stool, exuding an air of authority. Sir, behold, here is my ID, bank card, and mobile phone. One elderly gentleman leaned on his cane, revealing that he even possessed a smartphone. Liu Ruyan's eyes widened in astonishment. The seniors of Lin Xian village were all using smart devices. Are these elders truly so willing to part with their resources? In my recollections, the elderly residents of these mountain villages, not to mention smartphones, would find it commendable to possess a basic mobile phone worth 100 or 2. With a chuckle, Lin Xian accepted the old man's phone before proceeding to transfer the contents displayed on the screen directly to his computer, focusing first on the trustworthy loan platform. After a series of operations, he announced, "You have borrowed 30,000. 1,000 has been deposited into your bank account, with an interest rate of 18 per month, and repayments due on the 11th of each month." Goodness, they take 30%. An interest rate of 1.8. While Lin Xian had heard tales of the predatory nature of these online lending platforms, this was his first encounter. It was even more egregious than usury. What a blatant exploitation, he remarked. Xiao Sun, 1,000 yuan has arrived. Take a look, Lin Xian said, gesturing towards the phone. The elderly man, peering through his reading glasses, broke into a smile, nearly bowing down in gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. I have never earned a sum as large as 10,000 in my life. Don't rush. This is merely the beginning, and there is much more to come. Lin Xian replied cheerfully. Watching this unfold, Liu Ruyan felt a sense of helplessness. Indeed, it had begun, and these lending platforms were notoriously exploitative. From 30,000, only 10,000 was actually received, and critically, the interest was monthly. 18% per month meant that one would owe 11,800 the following month. In a year, that 10,000 could balloon to 70,000. 30,000 would lead to over 200,000. It was no wonder so many had fallen victim to these online loans. Contemplating this, Liu Ruyan felt a strange satisfaction. Lin Xian seemed to be acting as a force of justice, albeit through dubious means. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were oblivious to the moral quandaries. They watched as Lin Xian effortlessly extracted funds from these platforms, and in a short while, the old man's phone displayed an increase of over 300,000. My heavens, thank you, thank you. The old man, overwhelmed, nearly lost his balance, exclaiming, 300,000. In just a moment. Truly, he was remarkable, this ancestral figure. The online audience was envious. Wow, this is incredibly fast. Was that even 10 minutes? Amazing, just amazing. Watching this makes me want to dive into online loans myself. This pace of making money is just too rapid, reminiscent of a money printing machine. Brother, think carefully. These predatory lenders do come knocking when it's time for collection. At this moment, one had to wonder if the villagers of Lin Xian village were still in time to reconsider their choices. From today's events, it's evident that the residents of Lin Xian village may indeed be beyond redemption. Liu Ruyan observed Lin Xian, recognizing that the issues revealed today were merely the tip of the iceberg. What 18-year-old college student would engage the villagers in such actions? Come, next. Lin Xian beckoned, and an elderly woman stepped forward. Trustworthy loan, joyful loan, let us explore each platform in turn. The elderly woman beamed with delight, her sharp teeth obscured by a broad smile, as she witnessed the digits in her bank account swell as if infused with water. The pace at which wealth was amassed far exceeded that of a bank heist. In the entire Lin family village, there were 300 elderly residents alone. Lin Xian worked tirelessly from dawn till dusk, and nearly every household's bank account swelled by over 300,000. Liu Ruyan watched in a daze as Lin Xian continuously shifted identities to reap the benefits. The viewers in the live stream found the scene far from tedious. Rather, as the number of borrowers increased, so too did the audience. Goodness, the speed at which money is earned. This village is on the fast track to prosperity. Envy. Pure envy, as I see them amass in mere moments what took me a lifetime to save. That said, with such antics, the operators of those predatory online lending platforms are likely to be in tears. Serves them right. After all, they are the ones who charge exorbitant interest. I was a victim last time. In Su province, within an urban village, the populace was a mix of various characters, a breeding ground for illegal activities. Here lay the headquarters of several pyramid schemes and nefarious online lending platforms. Boss, our platform's business has surged. A man in a suit beamed at his computer screen. Oh, is that so? How much? A man lounging on a nearby sofa, smoking a cigarette and resting his legs, looked at his subordinate with intrigue. Their platform generally raked in hundreds of thousands each month, so this excitement hinted at a substantial deal. Boss, this time we've profited at least 5 million. That is equivalent to our quarterly performance. Really? Such a sum? What's the situation? Hearing this, Hauge rose from the sofa. They indeed earned more by lending more. But they also needed to guard against those who intended to borrow with no intention of repayment. Hauge approached his subordinate's computer. Look, Hauge, these contracts, our 10 platforms have exploded with orders, he explained. Check the specifics. We must ensure we aren't dealing with someone planning to borrow and then disappear. Hauge struck his subordinate on the head, reprimanding the foolishness of being blinded by greed. Nevertheless, he wasn't overly concerned about such occurrences. Their collection team was no trifling matter. Borrowers' family addresses and personal information were entirely within their purview. Escaping was simply not an option, as the names of the borrowers Lin Damao, Lin Shouqin, Lin Sin, Lin Mu, Lin, were recited. The subordinate's voice grew softer, sensing something amiss. Boss, it seems they all share the same surname. His face contorted with anger. Hauge smacked his subordinate's head again. What is there to question? They're undoubtedly in cahoots, perhaps even related. Glancing over, Hauge cursed under his breath, Nearly all the contracts bore the Lin surname, though a few others existed. This did offer him a slight reprieve. Who was that fool shouting for the whole family to take out loans? Hauge gritted his teeth. However, the thought of his group of enforcers brought a smile to his face. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined, and this might not be entirely disadvantageous. If people are borrowing, they will find ways to ensure repayment. Keep a close watch on these individuals and call to collect in a month, Hauge instructed. His subordinate nodded in agreement. All right, Hauge, but there's a kid named Lin Xian who has borrowed 700,000 from us, and the repayment deadline is approaching. He is only 18, and it seems unlikely he will be able to repay. Hauge let out a sinister laugh, his tattoos adding to his intimidating presence. Are there not many students like this? He queried. Indeed, he has borrowed from multiple platforms, cycling through several of them. It appears he has no intention of repaying. On the computer, Lin Xian's ID photo displayed a clear, bright smile. Oh, not planning to repay? Such students are the easiest to handle. I trust you know what to do. Hauge sneered. No need for guidance, his subordinate replied. For students like him, we typically start with intimidation, visiting their homes. And the parents usually settle the debt. Boss, this kid also has the surname Lin. Could he be connected to those others? Perfectly aligned. If so, we will collect from them all together, Hauge scoffed. Keep an eye on him. If this Lin cannot repay, take swift action. We are feeling a bit of a financial crunch. Their available funds were not substantial, only a few tens of millions. Rest assured, the Mad Donkey is eagerly anticipating such developments. Chapter 12. The master of traditional Chinese medicine Liu Ruyan, with a numb expression, watched as the villagers of Lin Xian village continuously took out loans from various platforms. Once the last villager completed their loan transaction, Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. The event had concluded successfully. Liu Ruyan glanced at the backstage. Noting that the number of viewers in the live stream had exceeded 150,000, a figure that sent a chill down her spine. Even with her affiliation to the central station, such a large audience was a rarity. As she observed the barrage of comments flowing in the live stream, she couldn't help but feel a mix of astonishment and concern. I want to join Lin Xian village. Is it too late? Damn. Watching this makes me want to take out a loan too. The speed at which money comes in is astonishing. After working diligently for over a decade, I feel like the villagers of Lin Xian village are striking it rich with just a simple motion. Honestly, if it weren't for the fear of violent debt collectors, I would have jumped in myself. By the way, aren't the villagers of Lin Xian village afraid? Haha, you must have just arrived, right? You don't know that Lin Xian village is not as simple as it seems. The debt collection teams are merely child's play compared to what these villagers face. I really had no idea. Lin Xian village is a hub for drug trafficking and the smuggling of cultural relics. Some villagers are even mercenaries from abroad, having toppled nations. Wow, that's impressive. Now I'm even more inclined to head to Lin Xian village. Watching the online spectators gradually being led astray, Liu Ruyan felt a sense of urgency. She could not allow Lin Xian to instill such erroneous values. Lin Xian, aren't you worried that these online lending platforms will cause you trouble? Liu Ruyan approached Lin Xian as the villagers began to disperse. Lin Xian chuckled. Trouble? I would welcome it. He understood that behind these online lending platforms, there would undoubtedly be debt collection teams, akin to those unlicensed luxury cars sold at absurdly low prices, like the 800,000 RMB Maybach S680 or the 600,000 RMB Beima X7. Equipped with GPS, these cars would be repossessed at night by violent collectors, leaving one's money wasted. However, Lin Xian had no fear. Lin Xian village was incredibly united. Those who dared to come to Lin Xian village would only receive a beating, gaining nothing in return. Your reputation has surpassed 100,000 points. Lin Xian village, and you are accumulating prestige at an astonishing rate. Congratulations, you have received the reward. Master of traditional Chinese medicine. The voice of the system echoed in his mind, a smile spreading across Lin Xian's face. He had indeed made no mistake in trusting Liu Ruyan. The speed of reputation accumulation was truly remarkable. Master of traditional Chinese medicine, this was the pinnacle of achievement in the field. In this world, due to the suppression by Western medicine, traditional Chinese medicine had dwindled, let alone the title of master. As the ancestor of Lin Xian village and its 1,000-year legacy, Lin Xian possessed knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. However, he had not yet reached the level of mastery. Now, the system's reward had transformed his skills into something extraordinary, almost unparalleled in the contemporary world. Now I can certainly cure Ahua's ailment, Lin Xian mused with a smile. Liu Ruyan felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. How could she have forgotten about that? Given the circumstances in Lin Xian village, it is not merely the collection teams that should be concerned. Even the armed police would need to exercise caution. After all, Liu Ruyan recalls Director Zhang mentioning that among the crimes attributed to Lin Xian village are those of treason and war crimes. Treason, what a grave accusation. In the 21st century, hearing such terms in Huaxia is truly astonishing. Liu Ruyan felt a sense of helplessness regarding Lin Xian's dealings with online loans on behalf of the villagers. She was at a loss. At that moment, a woman rushed over, cradling a child in her arms. "Grandfather, it's terrible. Come quickly and see." Little Shirtu seems to have broken his arm. The woman held a weeping child, whose face was streaked with tears, appearing utterly pitiful. Liu Ruyan noticed that as the child wiped his tears, he used only one hand, while the other hung limply, evidently dislocated at the shoulder. This was a dislocation. Liu Ruyan, having learned some medical knowledge, recognized the situation. The viewers in the live stream also discerned the child's injury. A dislocation is indeed painful. Why not call for an ambulance instead of bringing the child here? Who knows? The village lacks a health clinic, and many medical facilities are poorly equipped, with doctors only capable of prescribing antibiotics and administering injections. While some traditional Chinese medicine practitioners can indeed remedy dislocations, they are often elderly and increasingly rare. Liu Ruyan had heard that for experienced traditional doctors, a simple maneuver could resolve a dislocation in seconds, but such miraculous treatments seem more akin to legend. The medical conditions in the village are likely inadequate. Thus, the immediate course of action should be to call for an ambulance. Dial 120. It would expedite the arrival of help, and the child could suffer less. Liu Ruyan advised the distressed woman, feeling sympathy for the child's plight. Upon hearing Liu Ruyan's suggestion, the woman shot her a peculiar look. "What is the point of calling 120? By the time the ambulance arrives, my child's arm will be beyond repair. Besides, our ancestor is here. He can fix it in just 3 to 5 minutes. There's no need for an ambulance. That would only waste money." Lin Xian waved dismissively. Although the villagers of Lin Xian village are relatively well off now, there is an old adage: one should save where possible and spend where necessary. With Lin Xian's skills as a traditional healer, a trip to the hospital was deemed unnecessary, especially considering the distance to the town's hospital. By the time an ambulance arrived, it would be too late. Is this truly a matter of money? Liu Ruyan found herself at a loss for words. With the child in such a state, how could they still be concerned about financial implications? In a household overflowing with wealth, one would expect that not even a single room could contain it all. Yet, as the village secretary, how could one possibly hesitate to allocate a mere sum for an ambulance? The words of Lin Xian have left many netizens feeling rather disgusted. Is it not the case that calling an ambulance costs a little over 100 yuan? Is that too much to part with? Surely, a single brick from their home could cover the medical expenses. After all, they hold the position of village secretary. This is utterly excessive. It is truly baffling that such a person is deemed fit to be a university student or a village secretary. Which institution claims this individual as their own? Has their identity not yet been uncovered? What purpose does retaining such a student serve if they are not expelled? Observing Liu Ruyan's expression, the village woman sensed a possible misunderstanding and quickly clarified, "My dear, you are mistaken. It is not that he is unwilling to spend this money. Our ancestor has sought welfare for every household, enabling them to earn substantial income. Moreover, prior to this, our ancestor has already spent a considerable amount on their behalf. How could he possibly be reluctant to part with such a trivial sum? The key point is that there is no need to visit a hospital. Our ancestor is skilled in traditional Chinese medicine. Since Uncle Lin's passing, he has become the most accomplished practitioner in the village. Such a dislocation does not necessitate a hospital visit." Liu Ruyan regarded Lin Xian with a look of skepticism. Traditional Chinese medicine, one must note, is typically preceded by the term old, which underscores the difficulty of mastering it. Most individuals require decades to achieve proficiency, and to claim he is the best in the village while merely a freshman at 18 or 19 years of age, what level of expertise could he possibly possess? The viewers in the live stream found amusement in this. At just 18, how could one assert such prowess in traditional Chinese medicine? If he were 81, I would have no objections to such claims. However, at such a tender age, what audacity. Truly, I suggest we hasten to the hospital. Any further delay may exacerbate the situation. The longer the dislocation persists, the greater the harm to the child. Indeed, let us not belittle traditional Chinese medicine further. At such a young age, he is likely no more than a novice, and simply being able to take a pulse would be commendable. In the capital city, At the Harmony Hospital, within a special care ward, an elderly man lay on a bed, surrounded by an array of oxygen tubes. Outside the ward, Ji Guoping, clad in military attire and bearing a stern countenance, glared furiously at the doctor before him. Is there truly no recourse? You are the best hospital in the country. The doctor, dressed in a white coat and mask, responded with a look of helplessness. The elderly gentleman's condition pertains to a failure of bodily functions, current medical capabilities, both domestic and international, are inadequate to address it. Ji Guoping, incensed, stepped forward, his imposing stature accentuated by the 2 gold stars on his shoulders, exuding an air of authority. What? Is it acceptable for you doctors to utter such statements? I did not come here to hear you lament the difficulties. I demand solutions. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the doctor replied with resignation. Perhaps you should consider traditional Chinese medicine? In cases of bodily function collapse, it may offer a glimmer of hope. Traditional Chinese medicine fundamentally believes in the harmony of yin and yang and the perpetual flow of the 5 elements, emphasizing the role of herbs as a supplement, with the regulation of bodily functions at its core. In the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, it seems that the most esteemed practitioner is none other than the venerable Huang Lao. The physician has recommended another individual. This esteemed ancestor of the Huang family was once the imperial physician during the reign of Kangxi, and his legacy has endured for over 5 centuries. As a descendant of the Huang lineage, Huang Lao is undoubtedly among the most skilled practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine in the country, the doctor remarked, casting a glance at Ji Guoping. This lieutenant general is not someone to offend. The Ji family is a formidable force in the capital. Huang Lao, Ji Guoping murmured. And then he suddenly turned to the guard beside him, instructing, go find him. At the Huang family medical hall, Huang Xingyi reclined in a lounge chair, her lithe figure enveloped in a white tracksuit. She held her phone, from which the incessant cries of a child echoed. The dislocation appeared severe, and Huang Xingyi's rosy lips parted as her luminous fingers tapped the screen, revealing a torrent of disdain directed towards this young man. Upon hearing the phrase the best practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, a flicker of contempt crossed Huang Miaoi's delicate features. A true healer possesses a compassionate heart. How could one capable of such malevolence excel as a physician, especially at such a tender age? Not every practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine is like her, who inherited her grandfather's legacy at a young age. By the age of 6, Huang Xingyi was already well-versed in medical texts, capable of diagnosing and treating ailments. Now, she has gained renown far and wide, drawing countless admirers. Her grandfather hardly needs to intervene anymore, having entered a semi-retired state, with few capable of summoning him. The child's dislocation appeared to be quite severe on the phone screen. Removing the clothing would likely reveal extensive bruising around the shoulder. However, for her, it would take merely a minute to realign the arm. The bruising, however, would require time to heal. Come here, let me take a look, she said. Within the screen, Lin Xian brought the child over. Huang Xingyi shook her head, realizing that allowing this young man to fumble about would likely result in the child suffering lasting repercussions. Chapter 13. Selling antiques to foreigners. Lin Xian cradled the child in his arms. The little one, clearly recognizing him, managed to muster a faint smile, though tears still streamed down his cheeks. It's all right. Here, have a lollipop, Lin Xian said as he retrieved a candy from his pocket. With a swift motion, he unwrapped the candy, revealing a vibrant red treat inside. Liu Ruyan looked on with exasperation. Even in such dire circumstances, he was giving out sweets. The viewers in the live stream echoed her sentiments. Seriously, he's offering candy? Even if you're not calling for help, at least do something to save the child. Goodness. Is he trying to show off because he knows he's on live stream? It feels like people of his age love to act all high and mighty, one viewer commented, expressing disbelief at Lin Xian's demeanor. The child accepted the lollipop, cautiously licking it as Lin Xian, seizing the moment when the boy was distracted, gave his arm a gentle shake. Liu Ruyan observed Lin Xian's clumsy technique, ready to speak, but he withdrew his hand just as the boy began to register the discomfort. At that moment, Lin Xian uttered 2 words, all better. Liu Ruyan stared at him in astonishment. Was that really it? What had he done? Just tugged at the boy's arm? The viewers in the stream found amusement in Lin Xian's nonchalant proclamation. All better? I was expecting a grand display. So, this is how it works. Forcing someone to feel better, is it? Impressive. I suppose this level of traditional Chinese medicine is no mere boast. Those seeking treatment would hardly dare to contradict him, even if they weren't truly healed. Such a fortunate village to have a village chief like him. Huang Xingyi gazed at her phone in disbelief. This man, who appeared somewhat respectable, healed in such a manner? Just a touch on the arm and the ailment was resolved? She mused that even her grandfather would likely struggle with such a method. Shaking her head, she reflected on the diverse array of individuals in the world. All better? The woman widened her eyes in astonishment. When her ancestor treated dislocations, it involved careful manipulation and firm pressure. How could a simple flick of the wrist suffice? She quickly turned to her child. Little stone, try moving your arm. She had faith in her ancestor's abilities. If he claimed it was healed, then it likely was. Perhaps, after 6 months, his skills had indeed improved. Little Stone cautiously tested his dislocated arm, and upon realizing that the pain had significantly diminished, he joyfully swung it about. Wide-eyed as he exclaimed, "Mother, my arm is better." He then looked at Lin Xian. "Thank you, esteemed healer." "Not at all," Lin Xian chuckled, ruffling the boy's hair. He then addressed the woman, "Come by later this evening to collect 2 doses of medicine. There may still be some bruising on his arm. Applying it will aid in his recovery." "Thank you, kind sir," the woman replied eagerly. Liu Ruyan widened her eyes in disbelief. It truly was remarkable. Just moments ago, she had witnessed little Shirtu moving his arms, a feat that could not possibly be fabricated. His arms had been hanging limply and without recovery. Even the slightest movement would have induced excruciating pain. He simply could not move at all. Children are incapable of deception. His arm has genuinely healed. For a brief moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream ceased, only to be replaced by a flurry of question marks. What? Is it really healed? Could that little boy be pretending? Surely not. Did you not see? He can swing his arm. If it weren't truly healed, who could manage such a motion with a dislocated joint? Indeed, with a dislocation, not only is swinging impossible, even the slightest movement would be agonizing. Incredible! Truly remarkable. This young lad indeed possesses skill. This has certainly caught them off guard. This boy truly understands traditional Chinese medicine. It's merely the treatment of a dislocation. How does that equate to expertise in traditional medicine? Those countless theories of herbal medicine, does he truly grasp them? Indeed, what a naive bunch, considering it was just a simple dislocation treatment. Huang Xingyi gazed with astonished eyes at the screen, where the smiling boy, with a runny nose, was displayed. As a descendant of a family steeped in traditional Chinese medicine, she perceived the situation with greater clarity. Lin Xian not only healed the boy, but the results were astonishingly effective. Otherwise, the boy would not dare to swing his arm. At most, he would only move it slightly. Lin Xian's earlier action had evidently restored much of the boy's mobility, likely alleviating some of the bruising. Huang Xingyi wore a look of astonishment. Though she was reluctant to concede, she understood clearly that Lin Xian's skill was beyond her own. And even her grandfather would struggle to replicate it. Could it be that he is exceptionally knowledgeable in treating injuries? Huang Xingyi pondered. Indeed, that must be the case. Otherwise, how could one explain his youth coupled with such proficiency in dislocation treatments? If he had been studying this from a young age, it indeed would be possible. Do you truly understand traditional Chinese medicine? Liu Ruyan gazed at Lin Xian in utter disbelief. How could someone so young be so adept in its techniques? Furthermore, wasn't he previously occupied with illicit activities alongside the villagers? How could he devote himself to mastering the art of traditional medicine? Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Just a little bit. Liu Ruyan discerned the subtlety in his words. A little bit was an understatement. She chuckled softly. Then can you take my pulse? I've always been curious about pulse diagnosis in traditional medicine. I have never experienced it myself. Lin Xian extended his hand, inviting her. Please. Liu Ruyan offered her wrist. Lin Xian closed his eyes, resting his fingers gently on her arm, furrowing his brow in contemplation. As Liu Ruyan observed his frown, a sense of unease washed over her. Could she be ill? The saying goes, fear not the smiles of Western doctors, but dread the frowns of traditional physicians. Why was Lin Xian frowning? Surely he wouldn't need to consult a medical text, would he? After a brief moment, Lin Xian opened his eyes and gazed at Liu Ruyan. Your pulse indicates a clear deficiency in kidney yang. You should retire early at night. Refrain from indulging in unhealthy distractions and promptly seek a boyfriend. Upon hearing this, 2 rosy hues appeared on Liu Ruyan's cheeks. She shot Lin Xian an exasperated glance, questioning the appropriateness of such remarks in a live broadcast. However, she was even more astonished by Lin Xian's proficiency in traditional Chinese medicine. His ability to discern so much merely through pulse diagnosis was truly remarkable. The viewers in the live stream erupted in amusement at the scene unfolding before them. They had not expected Sister Ruyan to possess such qualities. Goodness, he truly understands traditional medicine. Just by observing Sister Ruyan, one can tell he is correct. Laughter ensued. Refrain from indulging in unhealthy distractions. Indeed, By the way, can women also experience kidney deficiency? Certainly, both men and women can suffer from this condition. Impressive. Yet, I wonder if you can treat male kidney deficiency. I have a friend, with a playful glimmer in her eyes. Liu Ruyan turned to Lin Xian. Do you have any plans for this evening? If not, I shall forego the live stream. Lin Xian pondered for a moment and replied, there should be nothing planned for tonight. However, tomorrow will be busy with 2 events. Liu Ruyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The absence of activities tonight suggested that Lin Xian would return to his room early, where there might be a chance to gather some evidence. As there were listening devices installed, could you possibly share details about tomorrow's events? Liu Ruyan blinked, eager to juggle both the live stream and her interaction with Lin Xian. A preliminary announcement would certainly stir interest. Lin Xian smiled. The villagers of Linjia village, although financially secure, are quite reluctant to purchase cars. By tomorrow morning, I aim to encourage every household in Linjia village to acquire luxury vehicles. At the very least, the BBA category. Liu Ruyan was taken aback, her expression one of disbelief. Every household driving luxury cars, BBA level? The most basic model would cost at least 200,000, wouldn't it? Is this not a bit far-fetched? Wow, if every household truly drives a BBA, I would immediately become a part of Linjia village. Haha, such boasting. Even an entry-level BBA costs 20,000. While it's true I earned 300,000 this afternoon. Such a method can only be employed once. Honestly, if every household could acquire a BBA, I would willingly eat 3 tons of dung. Liu Ruyan turned her gaze back to Lin Xian. And what about the second event? Lin Xian replied with a mysterious smile, cross-border e-commerce. We will sell antiques to foreigners. Chapter 14. Massage Grandfather. Your medical skills have improved considerably. Village Chief Lin Zhang remarked, gazing at Lin Xian. Young people learn quickly. I have heard about this evening's events. Lin Xian chuckled softly, holding a medical kit in his grasp, which contained his acupuncture tools and various medicines needed for tonight. Ahua had injured her back in childhood, and during rainy days, she often felt discomfort. Sitting for prolonged periods or engaging in strenuous activities was a challenge for her. Although she had taken numerous medications that provided some relief, none offered a permanent solution. Now, endowed with the title of a master of traditional Chinese medicine, Lin Xian possessed the capability to cure Ahua's ailment. Ah, the villagers owe you so much, grandfather, Lin Zhang said with a look of deep appreciation. Not to mention, the funds you contribute annually to assist the villagers of Lin family village must exceed 2 million. This kindness left them at a loss as to how to repay him. Come now, as your grandfather, there is no need for such formalities, Lin Xian replied with a warm smile. The wealth accumulated by the Lin family was built by the ancestors of these very people. It is merely a matter of redistributing it for the benefit of the community. The two arrived at Ahua's home, where she was dressed in a cotton nightgown, and the room was warmed by a stove. Grandfather, village chief, you have come, Ahua exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed, whether from the heat or shyness was uncertain. Please wait outside. I shall examine Ahua, Lin Xian instructed Lin Zhang. All right, Lin Zhang replied, stroking his beard before settling beside the stove. Although winter in the south was not particularly harsh, the temperatures in the mountains dipped below freezing at night, necessitating a fire in every household. Inside the room, Ahua lay on the bed as Lin Xian placed the medical kit on a nearby table. Ahua, this is a lumbar spine issue. A proper adjustment should suffice. With more exercise and less sitting, the likelihood of recurrence will be minimal, Lin Xian explained. Ahua replied, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Overwhelmed with shyness, she felt an unusual sensation whenever her grandfather performed massage on her. It was partly due to his skilled techniques and partly because he was the dream man of all the women in Lin family village, handsome, wealthy, and capable. However, Ahua understood that she and the others could never capture his heart, especially with the arrival of Liu Ruyan, who far outshone the women of their village in beauty. Of course, their village's flower had not yet taken her leave. Otherwise, she would surpass Liu Ruyan. It may hurt a bit. Bear with it, Lin Xian advised. Ahua let out a soft grunt. What brings you here? Lin Zhang exclaimed, astonished at the entrance of Liu Ruyan and Wang Heng. He quickly rose, realizing that she was the host from the national television network. Such a personage. Moreover, Lin Xian had expressed his intentions to lead Lin family village towards prosperity and fame both domestically and internationally. The initial step was to rely on the host. Thus, Lin Zhang held a profound respect for this individual. We were contemplating whether we could live stream the night scenery of Linjia village, and just then, Lin Xian made his entrance, so we decided to follow along, Liu Ruyan explained hastily. Oh, I see. Then you all wait a moment. The ancestor is inside attending to Ahua. Ah, that hurts. Sir, please be gentle. As Lin Zhang's words faded, a cry of pain abruptly resonated from within the room, accompanied by other utterances. Lin Zhang was not taken aback. Ahua's waist had always been weak, so it was only natural that she would be in considerable discomfort. He had undergone similar treatment from the ancestor and had also winced in pain. However, the sound that reached Liu Ruyan's ears felt utterly inappropriate. She inwardly mused, indeed, Lin Xian harbors no noble intentions. Who knows how he is disturbing that beautiful villager inside now? The viewers in the live stream chat erupted in a frenzy. What on earth is happening in there? Is the village head attempting to forcibly take a villager? The consensus seemed to suggest that this was indeed the case. There is even a lookout. And it's the village head. No wonder the villagers cannot escape Lin Xian's grasp. Incredible. Is this show truly that thrilling? Isn't Liu Ruyan going to intervene? This surely borders on criminal behavior. Liu Ruyan felt an intense inner turmoil, pondering whether she should step inside and what had transpired within. Ancestor, please. Is it not enough? It hurts too much. Another plea echoed from within, seemingly that of the villager. No. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Xian's stern voice rang out. This is not just any place. Ailments of the waist cannot be neglected. They must be treated thoroughly. Otherwise, as one ages, one might even face paralysis. Endure this moment for a lifetime of health. How could one not persevere through it before? That area is sensitive. No, I can't stay like this. If I don't comply now, there will be consequences later. Lin Xian's threatening voice reverberated through the room. The comments on the live stream were filled with outrageous remarks. Wow, tonight's live stream is indeed different. This is some intense programming. Is this a joke you all can make? This is someone else suffering, and you're treating it as a jest? This is too excessive. The village head is truly complicit, acting as his lookout. The villagers of Linjiao village are suffering immensely, caught in dire straits. Isn't Sister Ruyan going to do something? This is grounds for calling the police. A forcible abduction of a villager in broad daylight. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan could no longer contain herself and stepped forward decisively. Wang Heng hastily followed suit. The bedroom door was slightly ajar, and once Liu Ruyan pushed it open, everything inside the room was instantly revealed to the camera. Chapter 15. 601 grams of rock candy. Upon witnessing the scene within the room, Liu Ruyan was momentarily taken aback. Contrary to her expectations, nothing indecorous was transpiring. A villager lay on the bed, the fabric of his waistline slightly lifted, while Lin Xian, clad in gloves, stood beside the bed. Perspiration dotting his forehead as he applied pressure to the villager's lower back. As the door creaked open and an individual entered, bearing a camera, Lin Xian instinctively covered Ahua's waist. What are you doing? Lin Xian gazed in astonishment at Liu Ruyan and Wang Heng, who had just entered. Liu Ruyan, observing the tableau, quickly realized that they had perhaps misconstrued the situation. Lin Xian was genuinely administering a massage to Ahua. Noticing that Lin Xian was fully dressed and that Ahua was likewise attired, it became evident that Lin Xian had not deliberately posed in such a manner upon their arrival. The viewers in the live stream echoed this sentiment. Oh, how mistaken I was. They're merely engaged in a massage. No wonder it's painful. I thought something else was happening. 6666. How absurd. You folks have truly vivid imaginations. However, one must wonder, is it advisable to massage the waist so freely? Is this individual skilled enough? He appears rather youthful. Have you forgotten how swiftly you treated that dislocation? It was done in less than a second. Impressive. My flight departs in 3 seconds. Could he possibly be akin to Huang Xingyi, the prodigious healer? Who is Huang Xingyi? The heir of the Huang family, renowned at a tender age. Coveted by both Tsinghua and Peking University at just 18, the divine maiden of traditional Chinese medicine. Humph. Does he even dare to compare himself to her? Liu Ruyan responded quickly, promptly relaying Lin Zhang's words. Oh, now I understand, Lin Xian remarked, a light dawning upon him. Please, make yourselves comfortable. I am currently realigning Ahua's spine. She has suffered a prior injury, a recurring ailment. Lin Xian chuckled amiably. If you intend to film, kindly avoid capturing her face and waist. Ahua felt her cheeks flush, recognizing that her elder was acting in her best interest. Truly, he was a warm-hearted man. Elder. It's fine. I am not shy, she assured him, understanding that her elder wished to promote the welfare of Linjiao village through this program. And she was determined not to hinder progress. A back injury? Isn't that rather difficult to treat? Liu Ruyan inquired, Intrigued, she gestured for Wang Heng to focus the camera on Lin Xian's hands, ensuring that the lady's face remained out of frame, as well as minimizing exposure of her waist. Traditional Chinese medicine is indeed remarkable. In Western medicine, ailments of the lumbar and cervical spine are notoriously challenging to address. However, in the realm of Chinese medicine, no illness is insurmountable, unless the body has deteriorated significantly or a chronic condition has taken root, Lin Xian explained, his hands deftly massaging Hua's lower back. Liu Ruyan nodded, somewhat perplexed, yet aware of the wondrous nature of traditional Chinese healing. All right, that should suffice. Here are some herbal packets. You should brew and consume these daily, Lin Xian stated, retrieving a collection of approximately 30 sachets from the medicine chest. In the hospital, it is estimated that it would fetch 300 to 500. Sir, allow me to procure the funds, Hua said as she tidied the garments. What funds? Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively, turning back. I have no time to cook. I shall simply join you for a meal. Hua wanted to say more, but historically, the old ancestor had always been this way, refusing money. She could only nod in acquiescence. Liu Ruyan observed this scene, albeit with little surprise. After all, a few hundred was inconsequential. Lin Xian had likely extorted far more from the villagers. Prejudices in the hearts of men are akin to an insurmountable mountain. The viewers in the live stream shared a similar sentiment. TSK. He leads the villagers into crime. Who knows how much wealth he has amassed, now feigning generosity. 6666666. Had I not been aware of his past actions, I might have been deceived. This individual was indeed quite the actor. At least it was not immediately apparent that he was a criminal. Unexpectedly, Liu Ruyan found herself misjudging him. Upon returning to her room, she wore a look of helplessness. She had not anticipated that Lin Xian was genuinely massaging the villagers, rather than engaging in unscrupulous behavior. It would be prudent to seek a breakthrough from the recordings. With a resigned expression, Liu Ruyan recalled that her recordings were linked with the police, who had a specialized task force monitoring the situation around the clock. There was movement. Swiftly, Liu Ruyan donned her headphones and signaled to Wang Heng to retrieve paper and pen. This would ensure the authenticity of the recorded evidence. Regarding rock candy, the price could be increased a bit. Since those individuals are purchasing in large quantities, let us set it at 600 per gram. Lin Xian stated while dialing Lin Zhang's number. One of the three major pillar industries of Lin family village was indeed rock candy. Of course, this sale of rock candy was distinct from the other. What? 600 per gram? Lin Zhang was taken aback by Lin Xian's words. When Lin Xian initially proposed selling rock candy at 300 per gram, Lin Zhang had thought him mad. Yet surprisingly, the rock candy sold exceedingly well, even wildly so. This single venture had brought tremendous economic benefit to Lin family village. However, many were inquiring about the seller's location, though the reason remained unclear. Yet, due to privacy concerns and Lin Zhang's belief that anyone willing to spend 300 on a gram of rock candy might not be of sound mind, he refrained from divulging the location to those individuals. Now, Lin Xian was proposing a price of 600 per gram. Truly, this was madness. A direct doubling of the price. Trust me, it's just 600, Lin Xian replied with a cheerful demeanor, having sold it like wildfire at 300. Those eager to acquire genuine rock candy were undoubtedly driven by a sense of vengeance, hoping to rectify their previous mistakes while desiring others to make similar errors, thus fervently promoting it. Alternatively, they might wish to see those of them selling rock candy incarcerated, as a single transaction at 300 hardly constituted fraud. 600 yuan will undoubtedly entice someone to purchase. This business may seem ephemeral, yet its profits are immense. With the domestic market fully developed, there remains the vast expanse of the international market. Lin Xian was unaware that these words sent a shiver down Liu Ruyan's spine. Indeed, Lin Xian was involved in drug trafficking. Otherwise, why would the rock candy cost 600 a gram? My heavens! Liu Ruyan was utterly astonished. Although she had long been informed of this news through Director Zhang, hearing Lin Xian himself utter the price of 600 per gram was a shock beyond imagination. This man was truly engaged in drug trafficking, which inevitably implied that other crimes were equally serious, trafficking in cultural relics, war crimes, and acts of national extermination. The more Liu Ruyan pondered, the more incredulous she became. How could an 18-year-old youth have commenced a life of crime to such a staggering extent? Had he engaged in such activities since infancy? If it were a man of 40, or even 30, Liu Ruyan would not have been as surprised. Yet, Lin Xian was merely 18, and, most critically, he had just begun his freshman year of university. When could he have possibly committed these deeds? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Liu Ruyan felt an even greater urge to discover what antiques Lin Xian intended to sell the following afternoon. Her heart raced. The recordings alone were insufficient for proof. She needed to obtain crucial evidence, such as catching him in the act or finding methamphetamine within Lin Xian's residence, along with transaction records and the like. The police on duty became noticeably alert upon receiving this news. He promptly reported, "Director Zhao, we have information. Just now, Lin Xian mentioned 600 yuan per gram of rock candy in a phone call." Upon hearing this, Zhao Guan immediately rose, a look of excitement adorning his face. 2 months prior, they had learned of a massive drug trafficking syndicate, and within a mere half-month, the monetary flow had exceeded 10 million. Through various leads, they had pinpointed Lin Xian as a suspect. However, this crafty individual had been shipping through foreign channels, expertly disguising his operations thus far. They had not uncovered any concrete evidence of drugs. Unexpectedly, a lead had finally emerged, revealing some telltale signs of this young man. Nevertheless, the recordings alone were insufficient. More was required. Continue to monitor. Zhao Guan was elated. If he could dismantle Lin Xian and the vast criminal network of Linjia village, his status would ascend unprecedented heights. Chapter 16. Cars and Land. The next day, Liu Ruyan rose early. In winter, it was only around 8 that the sky brightened fully. Lin Xian had already sent someone to deliver breakfast to Liu Ruyan's room. After satisfying her hunger, Liu Ruyan made her way directly to the central square of Linjia village. The villagers had already gathered, and the sense of unity was indeed formidable. Liu Ruyan couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the sight. In the dead of winter, Lin Xian managed to summon all the villagers to the central square with just a word, and they were remarkably quiet. This was a testament to the deep-rooted dominance he held over them. Standing in the middle of the square, Lin Xian cleared his throat, a massive scream behind him. He looked at the assembled villagers and announced that the primary purpose of calling them together today was to seek benefits for the residents of Linjia village. Today, I want every household in Linjia village to drive a luxury car. Upon hearing his words, the villagers erupted with excitement. Luxury cars, often valued at over 1 million, were a dream for most. While many of them had at least 500,000 in assets, the distinction between having that amount and using it to purchase a vehicle was significant. Generally speaking, a car represented about 1/10 of a family's wealth. Few families, aside from the ancestral home, possessed assets in the tens of millions. Liu Ruoyan's beautiful eyes were fixed on Lin Xian. She pondered whether the luxury car in question would be an entry-level model costing 200,000 or $1 million executive sedan or SUV. Furthermore, how did Lin Xian intend to enable these villagers to acquire luxury cars, if he merely intended to use the 300,000 from yesterday to buy entry-level models? It would surely be a source of ridicule. Viewers in the live stream began to voice their opinions. I have a feeling he is going to use yesterday's 300,000 to buy entry-level BBA models. What a joke. Haha, an entry-level BBA? Even a dog wouldn't want that. The villagers of Linjia, who had lived with their heads held high, would feel utterly crushed upon receiving such luxury cars. I can already predict his actions. How stingy. Living in a mansion and claiming to seek benefits for the villagers, he must just want to showcase himself as a good village leader on the live stream. As the comments circulated, the screen behind Lin Xian lit up, revealing an image of a black luxury car with a Zhongzi icon, the Maybach S480, with a market price of around 1,800,000. The viewers gasped in astonishment upon seeing the car. Wow, isn't that a Maybach? They exclaimed. Everything is arranged for the best. The rainy night elevated highway, Maybach. It all came rushing back. But why was he displaying an image of a Maybach? Was he actually planning to provide each villager with one? It feels like he is trying to deceive them about the authenticity of the Maybach, likely to trick them. Liu Ruyan thought, recognizing the vehicle instantly. Only those with fortunes exceeding 10 million would typically drive such a car. What purpose does Lin Xian have for releasing such vehicles? The first car, an imported Maybach with its original paint, is priced at merely 200,000. Lin Xian proclaimed the price loudly. These vehicles are indeed genuine imports. Meanwhile, across the ocean, another individual is anxiously searching for his lost luxury car. These are not merely modified luxury cars but authentic imported luxury vehicles. Considering the original price and luxury car tax, the total cost could reach between 1,800,000 to 2 million. The reason for such a low price is not akin to second-hand cars, which come with burdensome features in the previous owner's smart driving system that may seize the wheel in a moment of peril. Instead, this vehicle is equipped with at least 20 to 30 GPS devices. Generally speaking, These are either repossessed cars or those that have been smuggled across the sea. If one were to truly purchase this vehicle for 200,000, it would likely be towed away in less than a week under the cover of darkness. By then, there would be no tears left to shed. However, the Lin family village is not concerned about such matters. Upon hearing Lin Xian announce the prices of these luxury cars, Liu Ruyan was left in utter disbelief. 200,000 for a Maybach, could it possibly be the original vehicle? Her first thought was that several lives must have been lost within that car. Her second thought was that it was likely a repossessed vehicle or one lacking proper paperwork. Is this truly acceptable? Liu Ruyan looked at Lin Xian with a sense of helplessness, pondering how everything he had revealed in the live stream thus far, while not illegal, was decidedly unethical. Just like yesterday's online loan scheme, it may not be against the law, but it certainly lacks moral integrity, even if such fraudulent platforms exist. It is not Lin Xian's place to address them. Today's situation is no different. These cars will undoubtedly attract thieves in the future. Lin Xian likely purchased them with the belief that no outsiders would dare enter Lin family village. The viewers in the live stream began to catch on. Well, this isn't a modified second-hand car. This is a real Maybach. The cost must be at least 2 million. Haha, a repossessed car? Are you not afraid of the recovery team knocking on your door? I thought something was amiss. A car with this many GPS devices bought today could be towed away tomorrow. Isn't this a trap for fellow villagers? Well, perhaps they truly aren't afraid, after all. This mountain village is no ordinary place. Who would dare to enter? Indeed, that makes sense. My goodness, this is truly a luxury car. It makes me want to become a villager of Lin family village. Just driving it once would be worth a lifetime. Lin Xian smiled at the villagers before him, dismissing the notion of repossessed cars. As long as they could be acquired, they were legitimate luxury vehicles. Who would know how inexpensive they truly were? As for the recovery team, much like the debt collection team, Lin Xian and the villagers of Lin family village had no reason to fear. The cohesion of a clan village is beyond what these individuals could imagine. In the face of danger, there must be someone to step forward. Lin Xian is indeed prepared to lead the draw for the chosen warriors from the Holy Grail. Is there anyone willing? I. Ancestor, I want to. Immediately. Hands shot up from the crowd. Very well, it's you. Turn around and deliver the money to the village committee. Lin Xian slapped the table before him. He then pressed a button on the remote, and another vehicle appeared on the screen, an unmistakable large-nosed X7, a luxury car worth $1 million. This one, priced at 180,000. Following this, images of 4 circles of 6 horizontal and 12 vertical configurations of Hoshis appeared, likewise valued at 200,000, akin to a Maybach. As the images of the cars displayed, Liu Ruyan and numerous netizens were left astonished. Such indeed are luxury vehicles, even if they are mortgaged. Where does Lin Xian acquire such resources? The envious eyes of netizens turned red with longing. Goodness, a 200,000 Hoshi. My first love would have fled at the sight of my 200,000 electric car. If I owned that Hoshi, would I still fear her departure? Oh, how I wish to be a villager of Lin Xian village. Village chief, I have always borne the surname Lin. The memories flooded back. I truly am a villager of Lin Xian village. Luxury cars, worth 100,000 to 200,000, are the remedy for men's slouched postures and women's aloofness. With such a vehicle, I could drive out daily without a care for cilantro. Zhao Guan's gaze was fixed on the screen, acknowledging that Lin Xian's actions, while bordering on the gray area, were not outright illegal. However, the vehicles were not the main event. Zhao Guan eagerly anticipated the afternoon's proceedings, selling antiques to foreigners. How would Lin Xian maneuver this? In Daxian County, Li Dakong emerged from the county committee office with a beaming smile. Just moments earlier, he had secured the development rights for a scenic area from the committee. As the most distinguished entrepreneur in the county, such authority was within his grasp. The county itself was undergoing a merger of villages and towns, necessitating the demolition of certain villages. Merely mentioning Lin Xian village prompted the acting secretary to grant him the development rights. Li Dakong tore open the red tape document concerning the land acquisition of Lin Xian village, stipulating compensation at 2,000 yuan per square meter. A sinister smile crept across his lips. How dare they thwart his endeavors? 2,000 per square meter? Even 500 would be considered excessive. Lin Xian village, prepare for obliteration. Li Dong, someone called from behind, interrupting his thoughts. Li Dakong turned to see Director Liu, responsible for land acquisition. With a broad smile, Liu, a man of substantial authority, had no need to curry favor with Li Dakong. Yet he was acutely aware that this was a pivotal moment for his promotion. If he could successfully facilitate the relocation of Lin Xian village and secure the support of this entrepreneur who had created at least 500 jobs in the county, his advancement would be assured. "Ah, Director Liu, what brings you here?" Li Dakong replied with an affable demeanor, looking at Liu with a grin. "It is of no concern. Is this not regarding the land acquisition efforts in Lin Xian village? Generally speaking, such undertakings are protracted and laborious. The tasks within the county are no easy feat," remarked Section Chief Liu with a hint of suggestion. Li Dakong was well aware of the ulterior motives behind his words. He merely sought to garner his support, to bolster his negotiating position. "Indeed, Section Chief Liu, once this matter is resolved, it will be mutually advantageous for both of us. We are like grasshoppers on the same string," Li Dakong stated candidly. Upon hearing this, Section Chief Liu was instantly filled with delight. "I am well aware of that. How about this, Director Li? There is no time like the present. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me along with the employees from the Development Department to Lin Xian village to discuss the planning." "That would be splendid," replied Li Dakong with a smile. The two old foxes exchanged knowing glances, their smiles widening. Chapter 17. The Python Needle as the last vehicle was handed over to the village chief by Lin Xian. Every household in Lin Xian village, comprising over 100 families, had already reserved their transport. Liu Ruyan observed this scene with a sense of helplessness. How many people would come to collect them? Could the villagers manage? However, the events of the morning were merely a prelude. As Liu Ruyan contemplated the impending happenings of the afternoon, beads of sweat began to form on her back. What exactly was Lin Xian planning? Was he truly going to sell antiques to foreigners? Even if they were Qing dynasty relics, openly trafficking them was illegal. Seeing that Lin Xian's discussions had concluded, Liu Ruyan hurried over. "Secretary Lin, about this afternoon's affair?" she inquired tentatively. "Haha, I have already dispatched people to prepare. This afternoon, we shall embark on a new e-commerce journey for Lin Xian village, selling our exquisite Chinese antiques to those foreigners and broadening their horizons," Lin Xian replied with a cheerful demeanor. Liu Ruyan was taken aback. Lin Xian's response was more straightforward than expected. He intended to sell fine Chinese antiques. What a grave matter. The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished by Lin Xian's proclamation. Wow, I've seen audacity before, but this is on another level. Is he genuinely foolish or merely pretending? Doesn't he realize he is broadcasting live? Selling cultural relics, especially esteemed ones, is indeed a serious offense. How impressive. But one can only wonder what kind of relics they are. It wouldn't be bronze artifacts, would it? That would be even more serious. By the way, how many police officers would need to be involved to apprehend him with such numerous charges? I suspect that the attention on Lin Xian extends beyond just the police now. The netizens remarked. Taking a deep breath, Liu Ruyan looked at Lin Xian and asked once more, "What kind of artifacts are you planning to sell?" Lin Xian hesitated for a moment. Artifacts? Well, they could indeed be classified as such. The artisans of Lin Xian village had a legacy of craftsmanship spanning millennia. So it was not inaccurate to refer to them as artifacts, perhaps some ceramic wares. Understood, Liu Ruyan nodded solemnly. In the background, the police officers watching this unfold grew increasingly excited. If Lin Xian truly engaged in the trafficking of aged antiques, they could apprehend him on charges of selling cultural relics, which would inevitably unearth his other offenses. This would be a monumental achievement. Their entire team could potentially earn a collective second-class merit if they could participate in the arrest. The glory would be even greater should this young man resist and sustain some injuries. Well, that was an enticing thought. Zhao Guan's expression was also somewhat unsettled. The implications surrounding Lin Xian were far too significant. "Let us continue observing," he said, taking a deep breath. Now, it was time to witness Lin Xian's actions in the afternoon. In the Huang family courtyard, within the study, Huang Tian rummaged through a stack of books. After a considerable time, his eyes lit up. He had found it. Huang Sheng watched her grandfather excitedly brandishing a copy of the Huang family chronicles. "Grandfather, why such an exuberant reaction?" Huang Sheng found herself perplexed. Upon mentioning the surname Lin, the old man suddenly became enigmatic. Huang Tian did not respond, but instead perused the Huang clan's chronicles in his hands. Lin, aha, he exclaimed with excitement as he trembled. Having discovered that Huang's medical lineage originated from the Lin family's medical practices, grateful for the teachings from the 15th descendant of the Lin family, he thought that should he ascertain their whereabouts, he would surely repay their benevolence in medicine. He employed the Lin family's bone-setting technique. No wonder it felt so familiar. Tears welled in Huang Tian's eyes. "Grandfather, what are you doing?" Huang Xingyi asked, somewhat indignantly. My dear granddaughter, this Lin family is the very one that imparted our ancestors' medical arts. Huang Tian exclaimed, stepping forward and placing a hand excitedly on Huang Xingyi's shoulder. Really? Is that true? Huang Xingyi was taken aback, recalling how her grandfather often lamented, in my generation, we have yet to fulfill our ancestors' wishes by locating the Lin descendants and repaying their kindness. It is difficult to meet our ancestors in the afterlife. You, in your generation, with the advancements of modern technology, must ensure we find the Lin family. When she witnessed Lin Xian's medical expertise during the live stream, she never anticipated he would be a descendant of the Lin family. It cannot be wrong. It must be true. Medicine does not lie, and he bears the Lin surname. Huang Tian murmured excitedly. He indeed mentioned they are from an ancient village. Huang Xingyi furrowed her brow, recalling Lin Xian's words from the live stream. That solidifies it. Huang Tian rubbed his hands together in excitement. My dear granddaughter, prepare yourself. We shall set forth tomorrow to visit the Lin family and express our gratitude to our esteemed mentor. Huang Tian declared to Huang Xingyi. What? You want me to kneel in thanks to that young boy? Huang Xingyi responded, utterly astonished. Are his family members absent? Huang Tian inquired with a frown. Huang Xingyi shook her head, stating that, according to him, he was all alone, an orphan, having lost his grandparents and parents. Upon hearing this, Huang Tian grew even more exhilarated. Did this not imply that the Lin heir was left with no one but himself? Oh, how fortunate. How fortunate it is that he has been found. If he were to perish, would my Huang family not be deemed ungrateful? Quickly, gather your things, Huang Tian urged. All right. Huang Xingyi conceded, well aware of the significance the Lin family held for their Huang clan, having been the source of their ancestral medical knowledge. It was this connection that enabled the Huang family to rise to prominence, ultimately becoming imperial physicians during the Kangxi era. After lunch, Liu Ruyan heard Lin Xian mention that the afternoon activities would commence at 2 o'clock. She initially planned to take Wang Heng on a stroll through Lin family village, under the pretense of the live stream, hoping to uncover any hidden secrets within the village. However, she soon spotted Lin Xian carrying a large, wrapped object, vaguely resembling a long blade, with an unsettling expression as he walked toward a certain area of the village, accompanied by the village chief. Is something amiss? Liu Ruyan felt a sudden jolt in her heart. Lin Xian was clearly wielding a weapon. What was he planning to do? She turned to glance at Wang Heng, silently urging him to follow. The viewers in the live stream, noticing Lin Xian's composed expression, sensed that something significant was about to unfold. Why was he even carrying a weapon? Could it be that a subordinate had betrayed the Lin family, necessitating a purge? Surely, such actions would not occur in broad daylight. Would they? Yet, one could hardly underestimate a man who brazenly trafficked in antiques in the light of day. What would he dare to do? Indeed, Lin Xian's face remained impassive. Did Lin Dahu truly say such things? He directed his gaze towards Lin Xian, who nodded helplessly, apologizing for the necessity of involving Lin Xian, and for needing to cover medical expenses. The situation had escalated, and the wound on his back had not yet healed. It seemed his anger had caused his face to contort with rage. It was rather inappropriate to wear a grim expression during the festive season, especially with one hand now numb. Thus, he had called upon Lin Xian for assistance. Let us go. I'll see what the matter is, Lin Xian responded, a look of resignation on his face. He recalled Lin Dahu's actions during the human trafficking incident. The two made their way to Lin Dahu's home. Lin Dahu's simple-minded daughter sat in the courtyard, and upon seeing Lin Xian, she broke into a foolish grin. Hiki, great ancestor, though not truly dim-witted. Her intelligence was notably limited. Lin Xian smiled and tossed her a piece of candy. Thank you, great ancestor. Thank you, great ancestor, she exclaimed, eagerly unwrapping the candy with glee. Lin Xian and Lin Zhang proceeded into the house. Lin Dahu lay on the bed in the bedroom, his face askew, drooling into a small basin beside him. Upon noticing Lin Xian's arrival, his eyes reddened with remorse. He felt he had betrayed his ancestor. Lin Dahu, you have already faced the clan's punishment. What more do you linger here for? Lin Xian said, maintaining his stern demeanor. Great ancestor, I am truly sorry. Lin Dahu mumbled, his speech somewhat slurred. Sorry for what? You've already endured the trials, Lin Xian frowned. Lin Dahu struggled to sit up, retrieving a bank card. Great ancestor, this is the money you have provided over the years. Please take it. I cannot bear to keep it, he said. Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively. Enough of this nonsense. First, let us treat your ailment, or else your new year will be miserable, and so will your daughter's. At the mention of his daughter, Lin Dahu's lips quivered, but he remained silent. Lie down, Lin Xian instructed, pointing to the bed. He gestured for Lin Xian to clear the bedding. Lin Xian promptly stepped forward and removed some blankets from the bed. Lin Dahu obediently lay back down. Lin Xian then extracted an enormous acupuncture needle from his bag, an instrument of acupuncture therapy. Certainly, unlike those delicate silver needles, this particular python needle is both thick and lengthy, measuring a full 50 centimeters. Lin Dahu, upon gazing at this needle, instinctively swallowed hard, exclaiming internally, "Good heavens, this contraption could be lethal." It was his first encounter with such an instrument. In contrast, Lin Xian trembled involuntarily at the sight of it, having previously endured its torment. No worries. This is essential for treating hemiplegic strokes, Lin Xian remarked, holding the python needle with a beaming smile. He relished observing the expressions of his patients whenever he employed this needle. With a mischievous grin, Lin Xian approached Lin Dahu. Lin Dahu swallowed again, his face contorting into a grimace more sorrowful than tears. What choice did he have? For the sake of healing, he had to endure. "I assure you, this time I will compensate you." Lin Dahu hastily reassured Lin Xian, acutely aware of the substantial debt he owed. Outside the room, Liu Ruyan, who had just entered, was struck by a scene that made her eyes widen in disbelief. Lin Xian stood by the bedside wielding an exceptionally long silver needle, while Lin Dahu lay on the bed, his face contorted in agony. In the next instant, Lin Xian plunged the silver needle into the nape of Lin Dahu's neck. Chapter 18. The world's greatest. Liu Ruyan gazed in terror at Lin Xian, who wielded a sharp, glinting silver instrument. The most horrifying aspect was that upon her arrival, Lin Xian had lifted his head with a sinister grin and plunged the silver needle into Lin Dahu's neck, who lay on the bed. Strangely, the needle emerged without a trace of blood. However, Liu Ruyan scarcely had the capacity to notice this detail. Anyone witnessing this scene would instinctively believe a murder had occurred. After all, such a long needle had pierced through a person's neck. "Lin Xian, what are you doing? You actually killed someone," Liu Ruyan exclaimed. Not only had Lin Xian committed murder, but he had done so in her presence, grinning wickedly. The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished by the spectacle. Wow, he killed him just like that. No mercy whatsoever. Impressive, seeing Sister Ruyan arrive, and he still went for it. That smile. I've only seen it on the face of a murderer from a horror film. It's terrifying. So young, yet he bears such a smile while committing murder. It's truly perverse. This feels like the final episode of this show. Killing in broad daylight. This warrants police intervention. Wait, why do I feel like this isn't murder? It seems more like acupuncture. Are you out of your mind? Acupuncture doesn't use needles that long and thick. You'd need a needle for whales to match that size. Seriously, do you even know what acupuncture is? Those silver needles are as fine as a hair. It seems the victim is Lin Dahu. Wasn't it previously stated that he would be spared after facing the mountain of blades? Why the sudden violence? Such a cold-hearted individual could never truly let someone go. Look, he is back for revenge. Backstage, director Zhang watched in wide-eyed astonishment. Yet, he appeared to have realized something, his expression turning skeptical as he scrutinized the needle in Lin Xian's hand. This seems to be a python needle. Meanwhile, the police, who were observing this scene, were taken aback when they saw Lin Xian commit this act in front of Liu Ruyan. Lin Xian had, in the presence of Liu Ruyan, the cameras, and hundreds of thousands of viewers, seemingly committed murder. Suddenly, as realization dawned upon them, excitement lit up their faces. This was their opportunity. Director Zhao, shall we act? One officer eagerly asked Zhao Guan. Zhao Guan gestured for him to wait. His experience surpassed that of the others, and he discerned that Lin Xian had not truly murdered Liu Ruyan. The needle had punctured through without any bloodshed. It indeed resembled acupuncture techniques. That the officer, witnessing Zhao Guan's reaction, could only relent, silently stepping back to continue watching the screen. "Please, you misunderstand. I have not taken a life," Lin Xian exclaimed, exasperation evident in his gaze as he looked at Liu Ruyan, who seemed to appear everywhere he went. As he spoke, Lin Xian's hand instinctively moved up and down, the silvery needle gliding along Lin Dahu's neck. Meanwhile, Lin Dahu's body convulsed, resembling the instinctive reactions of a dying man. To Liu Ruyan, it appeared as if Lin Xian was tauntingly thrusting the long sword in and out. Despite not being fully deceased, Lin Dahu trembled under such torment. Liu Ruyan, terrified, felt tears welling up. She had never fathomed that a person could be so ruthless. "You still claim you haven't killed anyone. Stop this at once." "It's not too late," she urged, yet as she observed Lin Dahu's condition, she felt it was already too late. Ultimately, stopping was the only option. Please, just stop, Liu Ruyan implored. Beside them, Lin Xian finally grasped the situation, his face flushed with embarrassment. To an outsider, the scene indeed resembled a murder. Miss? You've misunderstood. The old master is merely administering treatment, acupuncture. Do you understand? Lin Xian hastily explained. Upon hearing this, doubt flickered across Liu Ruyan's face. Treatment? This hardly resembles any form of healing. You're deceiving me. I've seen acupuncture before, but never with such thick needles, she retorted, clenching her fists. The village chief had allied with this murderous fiend in deceit. Lin Xian felt a twinge of helplessness. He understood that the sight of the needle was indeed unsettling. However, it held significant value in the realm of acupuncture. It truly is acupuncture. If you don't believe me, ask him. He pointed to Lin Hu. I'm not dead. Lin Hu managed to lift his head, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed at Liu Ruyan. Miss Reporter, it's true. This is acupuncture. The old master is treating me. My mouth has gone awry. He gestured to his mouth, which indeed had tilted, saliva dribbling forth. Seeing this, Liu Ruyan was taken aback. When Lin Hu spoke, her heart jolted, yet she began to trust Lin Xian and Lin Xian's words. After all, if he were truly dead, how could he articulate anything, albeit clumsily? Though the silver needle pierced his neck, the notion that this was a form of healing was beyond her comprehension. The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished by the scene. No way. He has come back to life. What nonsense. I told you, this is acupuncture, didn't I? Why won't you believe it? This. If it were anyone else, even if I were in a hospital and saw a doctor wielding a needle of such length and girth, claiming it to be acupuncture and intending to pierce through my neck, I would hardly believe it. While the argument holds merit, this is indeed acupuncture. Known as the python needle. Astonishing, I have broadened my horizons. I thought I was witnessing a murder in plain sight. Liu Ruyan, visibly embarrassed, looked at Lin Xian and Lin Xian, apologizing. I had no idea, I thought. Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively. It's no trouble. As he spoke, he manipulated the python needle along Lin Hu's neck, causing Lin Hu to contort in discomfort. Liu Ruyan watched with concern, asking, is this really all right? Is it truly acupuncture? Lin Xian chuckled. Yes, indeed. This is the python needle, a specialized technique within traditional therapy. A unique method that has evolved from our long-standing struggle against ailments. The python needle is developed from the ancient 9 needles. As documented in the Huang Di Neijing, which mentions various types of needles including the round needle, the sharp needle, and others, 9 in total. Lin Xian spoke eloquently. The python needle represents a combination of the last 2 types from the 9. Liu Ruyan looked at Lin Xian with admiration, marveling at his extensive knowledge at such a young age. However, she quickly shook off her admiration, reminding herself that he was, after all, a murderer. So, your traditional Chinese medicine? It is indeed quite remarkable. Liu Ruyan inquired tentatively. The woman earlier had mentioned that Lin Xian's skills in traditional medicine were the highest in the village, yet Liu Ruyan was unaware of the true extent of his expertise. Lin Xian smiled modestly, stating, it's rather ordinary. Liu Ruyan pressed further, what about when you are not being modest? Lin Xian slowly raised his head, his smile radiating confidence and youthful audacity, declaring, the best in the world. He possessed this confidence. Being a master of traditional Chinese medicine is no mere boast. He is the only one of his kind. Liu Ruyan gazed at the boy before her, astonished by his assertiveness, as Lin Xian typically presented himself as reserved and mature. This was the first time he revealed such a side. However, claiming to be the best in the world seemed rather audacious, didn't it? How old was Lin Xian? How could he dare to make such bold claims? Yet, it was indeed a reflection of youthful arrogance. Liu Ruyan understood the commotion Lin Xian's statement would provoke online. Upon hearing his declaration, viewers in the live stream were instantly taken aback. Wow, how arrogant. The best in the world? Haha, who can't boast? Just because he knows a bit of acupuncture and bone setting, he dares to call himself the best? Really, does he not regard the Huang family? Forget being the best. Being even a fraction as skilled as Huang Xingyi would be impressive. Truly, I have never encountered someone so oblivious to their own limitations. I am a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, and it is preposterous for this individual to claim to be the best in the world. His skills are hardly superior to mine. As a physician specializing in traditional Chinese medicine at a top-tier hospital, I find his arrogance utterly unwarranted. I have viewed his video on the treatment of dislocations, and while he possesses some knowledge, it is quite limited. Furthermore, traditional Chinese medicine encompasses far more than merely the treatment of dislocations. The path ahead for this young man is still long and arduous. in the office of the Third People's Hospital of Ming City. A portly middle-aged man with glasses gazed disdainfully at the young man on the screen proclaiming himself the world's number one. What audacity! Does he not comprehend the vastness of the world? He remarked, this individual is inferior to any of my interns. It's laughable. My interns are all graduate students from prestigious medical universities, with a far deeper understanding of traditional Chinese medical theories than this inexperienced youth. The online comments clearly indicated that some viewers recognized him. Isn't this Dr. Huang Mingjian? Huang? Could he be a descendant of the Huang family? Looks like he has been slapped in the face. A big shot has emerged. Observing the barrage of comments, Huang Mingjian smiled broadly, his wrinkles blooming like chrysanthemums. A glance at the back end revealed that his follower count was soaring. Suddenly, a thought struck him. This was an opportunity. In the age of the internet, where influence reigns supreme, even as a doctor, he had cultivated his own account, amassing a following of over 100,000. After posting just a few comments, his follower count surged by 5,000. It took him 2.5 years to build that initial audience. With this in mind, an idea sparked in Huang Mingjian's mind. I may not be a direct descendant of the Huang family, but I was fortunate enough to receive guidance from Elder Huang. The guidance he referred to was from a lecture delivered by Elder Huang at the university, where he was present. However, Huang Mingjian understood the significance of leveraging popularity. He could consider himself one of Elder Huang's disciples. Wow, that's impressive. I should also take the opportunity to mention your name. I wonder if you have the time. 666,666. The true expert has arrived. Incredible, a disciple of Elder Huang. How remarkable. He chuckled to himself, thinking it would be enlightening for this young man to witness what true traditional Chinese medicine entails. Indeed, Elder Huang, why not take this opportunity to mentor this young man? As he pondered the comments, Huang Mingjian stroked his chin, recognizing this as a splendid opportunity to garner attention. With a few days free of consultations ahead, he reflected. This junior dares to proclaim himself as the best in the world, dismissing the entirety of traditional Chinese medicine. I shall set forth to seek his counsel. Thus, he recorded a video. Greetings, I am a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, Huang Mingjian. I have dedicated over 30 years to this field. Yet I still feel as though I have merely skimmed the surface of an endless ocean of knowledge. Today, however, I have encountered someone who audaciously claims to be the best in traditional Chinese medicine at such a tender age. I have resolved to impart wisdom to the younger generation of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners who are oblivious to the vastness of the world. Tomorrow, I shall embark on this endeavor. As the video was just released, Huang Mingjian refreshed the page, and the number of likes had already surpassed 500. Witnessing this, a broad smile spread across his face. Although he boasts a following of 100,000, those familiar with short video platforms understand that such a number typically garners only a couple of hundred likes. It is only on rare occasions that a video goes viral. The moment this video was published, it has undeniably captured attention. Young one, just wait and see. Huang Mingjian chuckled with a mischievous grin. Chapter 19, Cured? In the bedroom of Lin Xian extracted the silver needle in its entirety. The sight of a needle over 50 centimeters long being withdrawn from the human body made Liu Ruyan's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Xian plunged the needle back in. Just as Lin had begun to relax, his body tensed up again, twisting in agony. Higi, the python needle, Lin Xian quipped. It implies that once the needle is inserted, the patient will writhe like a python. Liu Ruyan managed a strained smile. If she were in his position, witnessing such a scene would likely frighten her illness away entirely. The viewers in the live stream were equally amused by Lin Xian's remark. Indeed, it's quite a vivid description, resembling a python's contorted movements. A miraculous doctor. Just watching you treat illnesses alleviates all my ailments. At such a young age, isn't he afraid of harming someone? He calls himself the best in the world. How could he possibly let someone die? However, skepticism lingered about whether Lin Xian could truly cure Lin Dahu's facial paralysis. Liu Ruyan was also curious. Facial paralysis, a condition caused by nerve damage, is generally quite difficult to treat. Could Lin Xian genuinely achieve this? Lin Xian, do you really think you can cure him? Liu Ruyan inquired, gazing at Lin Xian. Without lifting his gaze, Lin Xian replied, yes, the condition is due to stagnation of vital energy and blood. By using the python needle to unblock it, recovery is possible. Is it really that remarkable? Liu Ruyan looked at Lin Xian in astonishment. With such a skill, why would he choose a path of crime? If Lin Xian focused on healing, the ability to treat facial paralysis alone could provide him with a prosperous livelihood. The viewers in the live stream were also captivated by Lin Xian's words. Wow, he does have a point. Anyone can recite things. I can too. The key lies in execution. This young lad being able to cure facial paralysis seems dubious. If he were truly that capable, why are there so many people in the world who remain untreated? Yes, let us see him prove it before boasting. Inside the hospital, Huang Mingjian scoffed at Lin Xian's statements. What nonsense! I've never heard of such claims. Facial paralysis, being a neurological ailment, is notoriously difficult to cure. It's not as simple as Lin Xian suggests. Facial paralysis requires long-term treatment, combining acupuncture with oral remedies. At such a young age, he should not mislead others. Huang Mingjin typed this on the screen, quickly garnering support from many viewers. 66666, Huang Lao has spoken. This kid can only pretend to intimidate those who are uninformed. Huang has exposed him. Let us see how he continues to act. Truly, does he believe that a facial paralysis is so easily cured? If he could indeed remedy it in one go, I would gladly eat my words. Huang Mingjian watched as his online followers surged after a single comment, his heart brimming with joy. Lin Xian, oh Lin Xian, you are indeed my great benefactor. He chuckled while gazing at Lin Xian on the screen. He teased, indeed. It cannot be cured in one session. There is no need for this netizen to worry about eating his words upside down. In Linjia village, Lin Xian had been puncturing Lin Dahu with the moxibustion needle for a full 15 minutes. The exhilarating sensation nearly sent Lin Dahu soaring. Finally, Lin Xian withdrew the needle and wiped it down with an alcohol swab. Lin Dahu shakily straightened himself, stammering. All right, he touched his face, still crooked. Drool continuously trickling from the corner of his mouth, only to be swiftly sucked back in. Liu Ruyan watched this scene with a twitching mouth. It was hardly a sight of improvement. Netizens in the live stream were also amused. I told you so. It's remarkable he could cure anything. It seems he only improved himself. 6666666. The chin is still crooked. Is this what you call a cure? Speaking nonsense with eyes wide open. Ha. It seems I one have to eat my words after all. What a pity. I was looking forward to being the center of attention. Huang Mingjin smiled at this spectacle, knowing that this kid was no good. Lin Xian scrutinized Lin Dahu. Something was amiss. He appeared to be cured. Lin Dahu forced a sheepish smile, unwilling to admit that his treatment was ineffective. Sir, I'm all right, he mumbled. The old master had done enough for them. As for the lack of improvement, it was likely due to the brief duration. Just one session. A few more would suffice. However, recalling the discomfort of the needle moving in his neck sent chills down Lin Dahu's spine. A mere acupuncture needle in his hand felt achingly swollen. Let alone such a substantial moxibustion needle. Those who have not experienced it would never comprehend. This scene was even more intriguing to Liu Ruyan and the multitude of netizens. So this is how healing is achieved. 66666. Under this authority, the patient's ailment has been frightened into submission. Impressive. Lin Xian stood up and approached Lin Dahu, scrutinizing his face closely. He was certain Lin Dahu had indeed improved, but why was his face still askew? Gazing at Lin Dahu's chin, Lin Xian suddenly had an epiphany. He advanced, and under Lin Dahu's terrified gaze, he reached out, grasped Lin Dahu's chin, and gave it a swift twist. Lin Dahu exclaimed. Crack. He felt a sharp pain in his jaw, and in the next moment, Lin Dahu touched his chin and thought, it seems to be aligned now. He attempted to open his mouth wide and then swayed his jaw left and right. After that, he tried to let the muscles in his face twitch a bit. It appears to be healed. A look of joy spread across Lin Dahu's face. He truly was better. Grandfather, I am genuinely well. Lin Dahu exclaimed excitedly to his elder. He had initially believed he would have to endure this year with facial paralysis, but to his astonishment, his grandfather had cured him. Thank you, grandfather. Thank you. Lin Dahu wiped his mouth, his entire visage now remarkably harmonious, devoid of any trace of paralysis. Liu Ruyan gazed in astonishment at this scene. Lin Dahu had indeed recovered. Was facial paralysis so easily treatable? Just one acupuncture session? Observing Lin Dahu's expression, it was evident he was not feigning. He had genuinely been healed. The barrage of comments in the live stream fell silent for a moment, only to erupt with exclamations of disbelief. Really healed? Is facial paralysis this easy to cure? Incredible! Is this python needle truly so effective? My uncle also suffers from facial paralysis. Can it help him? He spent over 100,000 without results. This individual seems to possess genuine skill. Not merely a bit of skill, it felt like he was the embodiment of traditional Chinese medicine. To cure facial paralysis is one thing, but to do so swiftly is remarkable. Hey, what about the person who said otherwise? We are waiting for your video. In the hospital, Huang Mingjian stared in disbelief at the screen showing Lin Dahu, whose face was now perfectly aligned, clearly cured. This scene utterly shattered Huang Mingjian's expectations. Logically, facial paralysis should not be so easily remedied. How could one needle resolve it? Was this python needle truly that miraculous? Seeing the flood of comments tagging him, Huang Mingjian's expression turned sour, but he knew he could not acknowledge Lin Xian's superior medical skills. He was determined to capitalize on the overwhelming attention. This person's facial paralysis must have been recent, otherwise, it wouldn't he have been so easily cured. This young man knows how to take advantage of opportunities. With one remark, Huang Mingjian distanced himself, even taking a jab at Lin Xian. Impressive, Huang doctor. You discerned that Lin Dahu had just recently developed facial paralysis. Truly remarkable. How did you notice? Is this the art of observation in traditional Chinese medicine? Brilliant. This lad truly exploited a loophole. Indeed, catching an ailment early is the best time for treatment. Procrastination makes it increasingly difficult. Phew, this young man almost deceived us. I eagerly anticipate seeing Huang Mingjian confront this audacious youth. Indeed, Huang doctor, when will you challenge him? This lad prides himself on being the best in the world. Huang Mingjian gazed at the backstage, his heart brimming with joy as he witnessed a surge of 20,000 followers in merely 20 minutes. The rapid increase in followers was astonishing. Perhaps he could leverage this momentum by provoking Lin Xian to amass 1 million followers. At that point, his aspirations of becoming the department head might just materialize. A glance at his previously published videos revealed comments and likes exceeding 10,000, with the comment section almost entirely filled with eager anticipation for the next installment. Many voices were condemning Lin Xian, unaware of their own ignorance, while Huang Mingjian also noted numerous supporters from the field of traditional Chinese medicine rallying behind him. He recognized that many must be regretting their missed opportunity to capitalize on this wave of popularity. A triumphant smile spread across his face. Do not fret, everyone. I still have my duties today. Tomorrow, I shall arrive at Lin Xian village. Please continue to support me as I strive to vindicate traditional Chinese medicine. This young lad cannot arrogantly claim to be the best in the world. Lin Xian flexed his wrist, remarking, your face is nearly healed. Continue taking these medications without letting your temper flare. Be mindful of the wound on your back. Lin Dahu's eyes glistened with tears as he marveled at the benevolence of his ancestor. Overwhelmed with guilt, he knelt before Lin Xian, bowing twice in gratitude. Thank you, ancestor. When he lifted his head, blood had already begun to stain his forehead. Liu Ruyan gasped in shock at the sight. Witnessing someone bowing until blood was drawn was a scene she had only encountered in dramas, never expecting to behold it in reality. What on earth had Lin Xian done for the villagers? Enough, Lin Xian waved his hand. It is time to commence selling. His reputation had now surpassed the 100,000 mark. He was curious about what rewards the system might bestow next. Ms. Liu, he asked with a smile. Would you like to join me for the live broadcast? Upon seeing that smile, Liu Ruyan felt a pang of anxiety, as though she were harboring a guilty secret. Nonetheless, she nodded. She was indeed curious to see what antiques Lin Xian would be selling. Chapter 20. The 8-Serpent Glass Ballroom? Aren't we live streaming at the Central Square? Liu Ruyan pondered as she followed Lin Xian toward the Lin family estate, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Had Lin Xian discovered something? Why else would they divert from the Central Square? Moreover, what was the purpose of summoning several burly men? Were they planning to take action against them? Haha, not at all. We're heading to the back mountain. However, we must prepare first. How could one sell antiques without any antiques? Lin Xian chuckled. The afternoon broadcast would undoubtedly require an abundance of antiques. Lin Xian had been operating for some time on the foreign internet, and many unsuspecting foreigners were eagerly awaiting his antiques. Liu Ruyan felt a knot tightening in her throat. Antiques? Was Lin Xian intending to take them home to retrieve his collection? Was he truly going to sell cultural relics live on air? It is important to note that while antiques can be privately owned, selling them is strictly prohibited. Of course, one might engage in clandestine transactions, but doing so openly is tantamount to breaking the law. Lin Xian led them to the entrance of the rear courtyard of the Lin family estate. This was Liu Ruyan's first visit to this place. The courtyard was vast and laid with stone bricks, featuring a square well at its center. Approximately 2 meters in length and width, with only a few remnants of lotus plants remaining. Could there possibly be antiques here? Liu Ruyan gazed incredulously at the dilapidated courtyard. Compared to the opulence of the front yard, this area seemed exceedingly shabby. However, it was understandable. Those antiques must be exceedingly valuable, and if displayed in a lavish setting, they would attract too much attention. Please wait outside the courtyard, Lin Xian instructed as he turned to them. There are some traps and mechanisms inside to protect the antiques, and it wouldn't be appropriate for Liu Ruyan to stream from there. We'll handle the moving. All right, Liu Ruyan replied somewhat helplessly. Knowing that there must be a significant collection of antiques hidden within, Lin Xian was preventing them from entering, and she had been curious to see what treasures lay inside. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, the viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement. What the heck? Why can't Sister Ruyan go in to take a look? What is there that's so secretive? I feel like Lin Xian's criminal secrets must be hidden within this courtyard. Otherwise, why wouldn't he let anyone follow? Exactly. Why not just search the house directly? Come on, it's a society governed by law. Searching a house directly is no different from being a bandit. Lin Xian led the villagers of Lin Xian village to the rear courtyard. Before them stood a towering 3-story wooden structure that appeared to have aged considerably. A massive plaque hung above, inscribed with the words Lin Family Estate. This was once the heart of the Lin family estate. Although it appeared to be wooden, it was actually encased in sturdy granite. Lin Xian produced a golden key and inserted it into the lock of the door. Subsequently, the door trembled violently, and the sound of grinding gears echoed from behind the wooden barrier. Inside the room, an array of exquisite antiques was displayed on various supports. Exquisite Tang Sankai, Song dynasties, Xianwen vases, and numerous calligraphies and paintings adorn the walls in various locations, showcasing the authentic masterpieces of renowned artists. In the distance, a collection of boxes is piled high with an array of coins. Let us bring out some of these porcelain pieces, but avoid those that are too recent. Lin Xian waved his hand. The villagers of Lin Xian village, following closely behind, promptly stepped forward. Outside the back courtyard, Liu Ruyan awaited anxiously. Before long, she caught sight of Lin Xian's figure, accompanied by 4 individuals pushing a cart laden with wooden boxes. This is. Liu Ruyan gazed at the cart's contents, wondering if it might all be antiques, so many of them. She was curious about their categories and yearned to open them for a closer inspection. The online viewers also buzzed with excitement. Wow, so many. I wonder what their value is. This is solid evidence. Aren't they going to seize it? We haven't even seen what's inside yet. Moreover, Lin Xian hasn't sold anything yet, so we must wait a bit longer. I truly wish to see this young man get apprehended. Lin Xian approached Liu Ruyan, saying, let us head to the back village. There's a porcelain kiln there. The Lin Xian village possesses its own kiln situated on the rear mountain. Liu Ruyan swallowed hard, fixating on the cart pulled by the villagers. What antiques do these hold? Can we take a look? Amused, Lin Xian replied, are you that eager? Liu Ruyan felt a twinge of embarrassment under his gaze. Not really. I just want to see them early. Very well, you will eventually see them. Lin Xian gestured for the villagers to unveil some boxes. A radiant smile spread across Liu Ruyan's face as she turned her gaze toward them. When the box lids were lifted, they revealed antiques enveloped in sponge. Upon seeing the porcelain, Liu Ruyan's eyes widened in astonishment. This is Tang Sankai? The first box contained a delicate orb formed by 8 intertwining serpents. It was divided into upper and lower sections, with each layer coiling 4 serpents whose tails connected to their heads. The orb was adorned with vibrant red hues, exuding unparalleled beauty and undoubtedly considerable value. Even without being a professional appraiser, Liu Ruyan could sense its authenticity. Beneath that porcelain orb lay a splendid porcelain plate. Just the 2 items alone, if Lin Xian were to sell them, would be enough to land him in prison for life. Liu Ruyan instinctively swallowed hard. The viewers in the live stream erupted with frenzy. Wow, it truly is an antique. It seems to be Tang Sankai from over 2,000 years ago. Wait. Over 2,000 years, was there even a Tang dynasty then? Ah, but you may not know this. Tang Sankai first appeared during the northern and southern dynasties. But it flourished from the Tang dynasty onward, hence the name. Impressive, I've learned something new. My goodness, what must it be worth? At the very least, 200 million. But if you sell it to me, let us pretend I never said that. The young man, seemingly imbued with an air of arrogance, lay languidly on the villa's sofa, his leg crossed nonchalantly as he gazed at his phone. How strikingly beautiful Liu Ruyan is, he mused. A hint of lasciviousness gracing his countenance. His thoughts were not mere fantasies. He possessed the means to make them a reality. As a scion of the esteemed Ji family, wealth was an understatement. Indeed, to describe their affluence in monetary terms would be an affront. They wielded power, having dallied with countless young starlets. He had even shared the sheets with some renowned celebrities, including a certain actress known for her notable stature. Liu Ruyan, a rising star and celebrated host, had long captured his attention. However, with the impending 90th birthday of his grandfather, a moment he wished to observe without scandal, he had refrained from pursuing her until now. Strange. I haven't heard from grandfather lately. Perhaps I ought to pay him a visit, Ji Ping pondered, stroking his chin. Yet, what gift could he present? His grandfather had an affinity for fine porcelain, yet ordinary pieces would not suffice, and the market was lacking in exquisite offerings. Suddenly, he recalled the Tang San Kai. A gasp emanated from his phone, drawing his attention. He mused, lowering his gaze to see the exquisite eight-snake glazed ball. Although not a professional appraiser, Ji Ping's discerning eye, honed by his status, quickly recognized the rarity of this porcelain artifact. Indeed, this piece boasts a history of nearly 2 millennia. A voice from the phone remarked, "But how did you come by such an antique?" Ji Ping inquired, intrigued. "Have you forgotten? I previously mentioned the lineage of Lin family village," Lin Xian retorted. In that moment, Liu Ruyan recalled Lin Xian's assertion that a member of the Lin family had once ascended to the throne. Initially, she had assumed it was a distant claim, akin to Liu Bei's assertion of his Han lineage. However, it now appeared that Lin Xian might indeed be a direct descendant of that emperor. Ji Ping, with a sly grin, observed the exchange. "I once found you insufferable, but given your generous offering, I can begrudgingly tolerate your presence." His interest was piqued by the eight-snake glazed ball, envisioning it as a magnificent birthday gift for his grandfather that would undoubtedly outshine all others. His excitement palpable. Ji Ping rubbed his hands together, already envisioning the grand spectacle that would ensue. As for acquiring the artifact, he was confident. Anything the Ji family desired was within their grasp. "Boss, tomorrow is the repayment deadline. It seems this fellow may not meet it," Ping Tu remarked, glancing at the cigar-smoking Hao Gu lounging on the sofa. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Hao Gu wore a derisive smile. "Not able to pay? Huh, why even ask? If they cannot repay, there will be others ensuring they do." Now, realizing that repayment is impossible, I cannot help but reflect on how I never anticipated this situation when I borrowed the money. Damn it. These university students, how ostentatious they are. Indulging in excessive consumption through various credit services. Brother Hao disdainfully shook his head. He mused that these students were no better than himself. "Hey, boss. If these students didn't act this way, who would we earn our money from?" Ping Tu remarked with a grin. Brother Hao chuckled. Indeed, it was true. 10 years ago, most of their clientele consisted of middle-aged individuals in desperate need of funds. Now, the demographic has shifted significantly to the youth, primarily students. How peculiar it is. Are the first and second teams ready, along with the third squad of the armed police? Zhao Gowen inquired of the officer before him. The officer, his face flushed with excitement, reported, "The first and second teams have long been on standby. They can reach Lin Xian village within 10 minutes of the incident. And the thermal imaging drones are also prepared. We will not let a single person escape. As for the third squad of armed police, they're already in communication and should be ready to coordinate with us for the apprehension. Lin Xian village is situated deep within the mountains. If those criminals retreat into the hills, capturing them without specialized equipment will be exceedingly challenging. If we let a big fish slip away, it would be catastrophic." Zhao Gowen nodded in satisfaction as he gazed at the screen displaying the ceramic antique. He had not expected it to indeed be a significant catch. Moreover, it had been hooked so swiftly. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered in Zhao Gowen's heart. Why had Lin Xian revealed the antique in front of everyone? However, this was not the moment for such contemplations. The intelligence matched. They were involved in the trafficking of cultural relics. We are merely one step away, awaiting Lin Xian to finalize the sale. Once the transaction is completed and the deposit is made, we shall immediately execute the arrest. Chapter 21. The porcelain kiln at the back mountain. Liu Ruyan gazed in astonishment at the porcelain kiln before her. She could hardly believe that such a place existed in Lin Xian village. The entire kiln was constructed against the mountainside, sprawling across an area roughly the size of a basketball court. The mountain had been vertically sliced open, its stones meticulously stacked. Many of the bricks had been charred black from the fire. "Does Lin Xian village still produce ceramics?" Liu Ruyan inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity as she glanced at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded, to some extent, yes, but the scale of production was never significant. They would only occasionally fire a portion and sell it off. Now, with the advent of the internet era, I have conceived new ideas. "Oh," Liu Ruyan said. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the kiln. She was eager to learn how porcelain was crafted. However, the more pressing matter at hand was Lin Xian's antiques. Liu Ruyan was acutely aware that countless eyes were watching. The moment Lin Xian sold a piece and received a deposit, he would find himself in an irretrievable predicament. Yet, she could not comprehend why Lin Xian chose to sell these exquisite ceramics here, in this desolate place, rather than in the opulent confines of Lin Xia's South Grand Estate. This location seemed to diminish the value of the porcelain considerably. "Let us get everything ready," Lin Xian beckoned. A group of a dozen or so villagers from Lin Xia village promptly moved forward. They began to haul out bucket-shaped items from one of the kiln's chambers, beside which sat a leather suitcase. Liu Ruyan watched in bewilderment, questioning what they were doing instead of commencing the online auction immediately. Sensing her confusion, Lin Xian smiled. "These are called xiaobo, containers that hold the fired porcelain molds. The suitcase contains the authentication certificates for the antiques and the packaging materials we will need shortly." "Oh," Liu Ruyan exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. After a brief pause, she understood the purpose of transporting these items for the sale of antiques. Moreover, the authentication certificates, had they been verified? Were they truly to be sold? Liu Ruyan refrained from asking further questions, fearing that any inquiries might alarm the situation and jeopardize the subsequent operation. This was a rare opportunity, after all. Any single piece of porcelain selected from among these could lead Lin Xian to a lengthy imprisonment. "Old ancestor, everything is prepared," Lin Zhang approached Lin Xian, still perplexed about what the old ancestor intended to do. The old ancestor had merely instructed the villagers of Lin Xia to follow his commands. "Let us display those porcelain pieces on the racks," Lin Xian indicated towards the prepared shelves nearby. Liu Ruyan's heart tightened. Was the moment finally upon them? Understanding the urgency, the villagers called upon by Lin Xian stepped forward cautiously, carefully extracting the porcelain pieces. They were aware that these items had been passed down through generations in the Lin family and understood their significant value. Yet, why was the old ancestor selling these treasures? They were aware that today the elder was to sell antiques, but why would he part with such cherished family heirlooms? Could it be that he was in financial distress? The crowd exchanged glances, a sense of unease settling in their hearts. Indeed, the elder must be in dire straits. Otherwise, given his temperament, how could he possibly sell these treasured possessions? It must be due to his generosity in supporting them for far too long. Just this morning, he might have even subsidized the purchase of a vehicle. The elderly were unfamiliar with cars, only finding them visually appealing, but the younger generation recognized their true value. The least expensive among them were luxury cars worth millions, coupled with the elder's financial support over the years. It was no wonder that their once substantial family fortune had been depleted. "Elder, are you truly selling?" one individual cautiously inquired, eyeing Lin Xian. Lin Xian was taken aback. Indeed, why would he refrain from selling? He had come here to trade porcelain to invigorate the Lin family's village industry. However, it felt rather inappropriate. The person continued cautiously, glancing at Liu Ruyan. A jolt ran through Liu Ruyan. Had the villagers of Lin family village discovered something? Why were they speaking this way while looking at her? The police officers backstage grew tense. Lin Xian, as the leader of a criminal gang, seemed oblivious to the gravity of openly selling antiques in front of a live audience. His subordinates dared to dissuade him. Goodness, let nothing go awry. They were fully prepared, even anticipating collective commendations. If Lin Xian were to abruptly halt the sale now, they would have no outlet for their despair, and who knew when another opportunity would arise. There is nothing wrong with this. Just watch closely. I will personally handle this once, and thereafter, it will be your responsibility. Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan felt a surge of apprehension indeed. Lin Xian had previously delegated such tasks to his subordinates, and it would continue to be so. Today, he had inexplicably decided to take the reins himself. And right in front of her. However, this would be the last time. Once Lin Xian began his dealings, he would meet a grim fate. Faced with the elder's insistence, they felt it unwise to voice further objections. They could only arrange the antiques on the display and stand aside like sentinels. They had no inkling of what Lin Xian intended for them to learn. They could only observe as Lin Xian set up the phone stand. "Are we live selling?" Liu Ruyan asked Lin Xian. She had initially thought he was going to conduct a video conference, as that would be more discreet. A live sale seemed rather audacious. "Indeed. We are live selling, akin to e-commerce. We are in the era of internet commerce," Lin Xian affirmed, operating his phone with a nod. Liu Ruyan's lips twitched. Was this truly an e-commerce matter? Could the sale of cultural artifacts even be compared to online retail? The viewers in the live stream were amused by Lin Xian's words. Wow, can this really be related to e-commerce? 66666, it's all about selling something, right? Ha ha ha, this is not merely a sales pitch, it is a grand spectacle. TSK. This might very well be his final venture into e-commerce, and it seems the buyers will inevitably share in the misfortune. The clientele consists of foreigners. What misfortune could they possibly encounter? They stand to lose their deposits. Typically, in major antique transactions, the deposits amount to millions. My goodness, how do you know so much? Have you perhaps sold antiques yourself? Do not try to extract information from me. I am merely sharing what I have heard. After setting his phone in place, Lin Xian accessed his social media platform, where he had amassed over 1 million followers. Upon opening his homepage, he was greeted by an array of exquisite antique porcelain. Each post garnered more than 50,000 likes. Do not underestimate this number. Such engagement on foreign platforms signifies a highly esteemed influencer. After all, the online populace abroad is not comparable to that at home. Next, he perused the comments on these artworks. Oh, what a treasure from afar. Is this truly a relic of the Eastern Dragon? It is so exquisite, so astonishing. I yearn to possess it. What? $30 million. It seems a lifetime will separate me from these splendid treasures. Underneath various videos and images flowed similar remarks. One cannot fathom how many individuals have been captivated by this magnificent porcelain. With the rise of China's status, countless foreigners have fallen in love with this ancient Eastern civilization and its exquisite porcelain. They dream of owning a piece of their own. However, while luxury goods abroad can sometimes be afforded with some sacrifices, these Eastern luxuries are far too distant for them to attain. They simply cannot afford these antiques. Nevertheless, Lin Xian's final post on this account sent waves of excitement among foreign admirers. In response to the affection shown by his followers for Eastern porcelain, he announced, Beijing time. Tomorrow at 2:30 in the afternoon, I will host a live stream to sell exquisite porcelain that everyone can afford. To prevent counterfeits, I will broadcast the sale from the very inception of the porcelain's creation. Once the video was released, it went viral overseas. The likes and comments surged to an unprecedented peak for Lin Xian's account, swiftly adding 50 to 60,000 followers within a mere day. Oh my God, is this for real? Lin, you truly consider us family. We are united. Oh dear, upon receiving this news, I am overwhelmed with excitement. It is too soon to share this with me, yet I shall keep my eyes wide open for this moment. Me too. I have been closely monitoring Lin's account. As soon as he goes live, I shall be the first to appear. The first piece of porcelain in Lin's stream must be mine. Haha, you cannot outpace me. I will secure it first. Lin Xian approached a young man. Xiaofeng, you are involved in e-commerce operations in Hangzhou, correct? You should know how to link products and manage the back-end data. Please assist me. The individual referred to as Xiaofeng was taken aback by Lin Xian's request. He gazed at the exquisite porcelain antiques behind Lin Xian, initially believing that Lin Xian intended to sell them on a high-end auction platform, only to be perplexed by the notion of linking them online. Was this not akin to the low-end e-commerce prevalent domestically? Oh dear ancestor, I might not handle this well. Lin Feng felt an overwhelming pressure. This was no trivial matter. Each antique displayed on the rack behind his ancestor was worth a fortune. And should he mistakenly list the wrong item or miscalculate a figure, even his life would not suffice to atone for such a blunder. Fear not, it's quite simple. Lin Xian chuckled lightly. Seeing his ancestor so nonchalant, Lin Feng could only nod in resignation. I will do my best. Liu Ruyan, observing this exchange with curiosity, recognized the term linking as a professional jargon from the realm of internet e-commerce live streaming. She looked at Lin Xian with some exasperation. Does this really relate to live streaming and selling? Who would dare promote your goods? The viewers in the live stream were equally amused by Lin Xian's words. Haha. If this person can manage to link it, that would be quite miraculous. 666666. I initially thought auctioning antiques would be a grand affair. But with a mere mention of linking, it feels affordable. Ha 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 ha. This is hilarious. Linking? How did we suddenly return to the domestic market? Weren't we supposed to sell to foreigners? Lin Xian turned towards Liu Ruyan. Well, I am about to start. It would be best for you all to remain silent and simply film. Liu Ruyan nodded hurriedly. They dared not voice further objections. Suddenly, Lin Xian scrutinized Liu Ruyan from head to toe. Dressed in a gracefully elegant, form-fitting cotton qipao, draped with a delicate shawl, she was stunningly beautiful. Liu Ruyan felt uncomfortable under Lin Xian's gaze. Is there something wrong? She could not help but inquire. Lin Xian stroked his chin thoughtfully. How about you assist me? Hold these porcelain pieces. He gestured towards the beautifully arranged porcelain behind him. The combination of exquisite porcelain and an enchanting Eastern beauty would surely sell remarkably well. This doesn't seem appropriate. Liu Ruyan's eyes widened in disbelief. If I assist you, wouldn't that make me an accomplice? Selling antiques could jeopardize my promising future. Little did she know. A voice crackled through her earpiece. It was Director Zhang. Ruyan, cooperate with him. There's nothing to worry about. I've already consulted with the police leadership, and they assured me it's fine. You are essentially an undercover agent. And cooperating with the suspect's activities is permissible as long as it doesn't involve outright illegal actions. Director Zhang's tone was somewhat urgent. In recent days, the program's viewership had surged dramatically, outperforming most domestic variety shows within a matter of days. If they could maintain this momentum for a few more days, they might secure the top spot in the variety live streaming arena. However, as the show was nearing its conclusion, capitalizing on a wave of excitement was also a viable strategy. Having Liu Ruyan assist in the sale of antiques would undoubtedly generate considerable buzz. He had already obtained guidance from the influential Zhao Guan, affirming that it was permissible. Liu Ruyan's current role resembles that of an undercover agent. Naturally, to convincingly fulfill this role, she must cooperate with criminal activities. Of course, as long as it does not involve actual murder or drug offenses, participating in the trade of antiques is permissible. Upon hearing Director Zhang's words, Liu Ruyan reluctantly nodded in agreement. Yet, a subtle thrill ignited within her. Engaging in the sale of antiques was a novel experience for her. Such an extraordinary venture is one that countless individuals may never have the opportunity to encounter in their lifetime. Observing Liu Ruyan's assent, Lin Xian's face broke into a smile, assuring her, "Rest assured, you shall not be shortchanged. After this live broadcast, you will receive a share of the profits." Lin Xian jovially remarked. "Do not underestimate this live stream. The earnings are in US dollars, and you stand to gain a significant sum." A shiver ran down Liu Ruyan's spine as she regarded Lin Xian's grin. Is this the beginning of a division of spoils? When Lin Xian lured the villagers of Lin Xian village into this venture, he likely employed similar persuasive rhetoric. She dared not partake in any illicit sharing of profits. Participating in the endeavor is one matter, but receiving money is an entirely different affair. If actual profits were to be divided, no one could guarantee her safety. She too would face imprisonment. All right, let us prepare to commence. Let these foreigners witness the true essence of Chinese antiques. Lin Xian clapped his hands, then swiftly approached the phone to activate the live stream. As the broadcast commenced, an overwhelming number of viewers flooded into the virtual room. Chapter 22. The broadcast begins. In Daxian, a sleek Audi A6 glided smoothly along the road. Inside the vehicle, Li Dakong and Director Liu sat side by side in the back seat. Indeed, the development of Daxian is truly remarkable, Li Dakong remarked with a sense of admiration. Director Liu smiled and nodded in agreement. He turned to Li Dakong and asked, "When do you plan to commence work on the Lin Xian tourist attraction?" This was the matter of utmost concern for Director Liu. Li Dakong stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Hasn't the policy been communicated yet? Only then can we begin." Director Liu chuckled. "What more is there to discuss? The demolition team will accompany our staff directly, with compensation and consent documents in hand. Who among the villagers of Lin Xian would dare to oppose us?" "Haha, that is precisely my intention." Li Dakong beamed with a smile. His strategy was clear, to have the demolition crew follow the officials, for with wealth and power on their side, how could the stubborn villagers challenge them? They would start by demolishing half, alleviating his frustrations, and gradually develop the remainder. It was infuriating to have a fifth of his plans thwarted by those villagers. He could hardly contain his anger. "Shall we set off tomorrow then?" "Certainly." Li Dakong and Director Liu exchanged knowing glances, both embodying the cunning of foxes as they shared a conspiratorial laugh. "Oh, Lin, you've finally gone live. I've been waiting for ages. My heart can hardly bear the anticipation. Thank you, God, for your timely broadcast. My heavens, I see those exquisite porcelain pieces. This is truly a masterpiece beyond compare. No, God did not create this. It must be Nuwa. So beautiful, simply exquisite. Hey, could that woman move aside? You're blocking my view of those perfect porcelain pieces." "Ah, she intends to showcase the porcelain. Haha, the beautiful Eastern woman only enhances their allure. Indeed, this is a classic embodiment of Eastern aesthetics. It's absolutely stunning." Within moments, over 20,000 international viewers flooded the live broadcast room. Behind Lin Xian, exquisite wooden shelves displayed an array of porcelain, each piece adorned with breathtaking patterns, seemingly priceless. Liu Ruyan held the most valuable-looking piece, an 8-snake glass ball, sporting a professional smile. Although she had no prior experience in such matters, she had attended various ceremonies and knew to smile at the right moments. "Good afternoon, dear family. Red Ison, my jets, greetings to you all." Lin Xian addressed the camera in both Chinese and English, drawing on his university education, where he had scored commendably in English during the college entrance examination. Simple communication poses no challenge. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a direct descendant of the Lin dynasty's imperial lineage. Behind me lies our royal collection of exquisite artifacts. Lin Xian stepped aside, revealing only half of his head in the live stream. He extended his hand, gesturing toward the array of beautiful porcelain behind him. Oh, how noble Lin's bloodline is. No wonder he possesses such an abundance of exquisite porcelain. My goodness. I believe I have already fallen for Lin. It is said that in ancient Huaxia, one must present a bride price, yet I require none. Lin, I love you. You are enamored with his wealth, are you not? My heavens, I fear that I would be utterly bankrupt trying to acquire such porcelain. Foreign netizens engaged in lively discussion. Liu Ruyan maintained a professionally feigned smile. Though she was utterly perplexed, what on earth was Lin Xian doing? It felt as though he were live-streaming to peddle goods. However, if the merchandise consisted of these antiques, then that was indeed appropriate. Once someone placed an order, Lin Xian would be finished. Viewers in the domestic live stream found Lin Xian's antics utterly entertaining. Incredible, he is genuinely selling. Who knew that these priceless antiques could be auctioned off so simply? It gives me the illusion that I too could place an order. Ha ha ha, on which platform is this? I cannot seem to locate it. I don't know. I am also searching, eager to witness the excitement in the live stream. Jijia. Ji Ping stared at his phone, aghast at Lin Xian's audacious sales pitch. Has this fool lost his mind? Is he truly selling these items? A scowl darkened his face. If he actually sells that porcelain, he will ruin Linjia village. After much effort to find a fitting gift for the old man, it cannot be lost. This fool surely wouldn't dare sell them. It is, after all, illegal. Ji Ping appeared to recall something. He had a fair understanding of domestic laws. Directly selling cultural relics would undoubtedly lead to arrest. Thus, this scoundrel would not dare. As for how he acquired these artifacts, it was simple. He had them gifted to him by the villagers of Linjia. He chuckled, eyeing the numerous antiques behind Lin. However, I shall claim just one of these, Ji Ping remarked with a grin. As the old man's 90th birthday approached, he wished to avoid trouble. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Were he to completely deplete Linjia village of its relics, the villagers would surely retaliate, leading to complications. Lin Xian waved his hand, signaling Liu Ruyan to step down. He was ready to commence his sales endeavor. Liu Ruyan carefully placed the porcelain on the shelf. Each piece was of immense value. If she were to break one, there would be nowhere for her tears to fall, not even enough to sell herself to replace it. Once Liu Ruyan departed, Lin Xian fully re-entered the camera's frame. With a chuckle, Lin Xian remarked, as I gaze upon these exquisite porcelain pieces behind me, dear family. Do you not yearn to possess your own? A sense of foreboding gripped Liu Ruyan's heart. The moment had finally arrived. The periphery of Lin family village was likely swarming with police. Should Lin Xian dare to engage in smuggling, they would converge upon him, leaving not a single fly to escape the village. In the background, Zhao Guan's eyes were fixed intently on the screen. The instant an order is placed, constituting a criminal act, we shall act decisively, he stated, his eyes gleaming with excitement, as if he had already secured the accolades within his grasp. Understood. The officers below were equally exhilarated. This was a grand catch, tantalizingly close. As Lin Xian's voice echoed, foreign guests began to express their eagerness. Indeed, I have dreamed of owning such treasures. However, the prices are insurmountable. Yes, only the affluent can afford to collect these precious items. Dear friends, have you forgotten? Lin has promised us porcelain that is within our reach today. Indeed, Lin, please present the porcelain we can afford. We can scarcely wait. Yes, my home craves such decor. Lin Xian beamed at the surge of 50,000 viewers in the live stream, their enthusiastic comments flooding in. These were naive souls. Unlike the domestic crowd that had grown wise to the game, these foreigners, eager and hungry, were ripe for the picking. Ah, my dear family. It is my utmost desire for you to also possess these beautiful porcelain pieces. Thus, I bring forth porcelain that all of you in the live stream can afford. Lin Xian declared, waving his hand. The foreign viewers were visibly moved. Lin, you are truly my kin from another land. Indeed, the people of Huaxia are benevolent. Hurry. I can hardly wait. Yet, upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Liu Ruyan wore a perplexed expression. Could it be that everyone could afford these items? However, those present in the live stream must have undergone some form of financial verification. Liu Ruyan mused silently. She still believed Lin Xian was conducting a live auction. However, it was unlikely he would auction the exorbitantly priced 8-serpent glazed ball. More affordable antiques were more probable. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Once Lin Xian commenced the auction, regardless of the prices, he would inevitably be apprehended. Yet, Zhao Guan sensed an unsettling anomaly. Where was this live stream taking place? Had they traced it? The officers nearby were sweating, having focused solely on the plan to apprehend him, oblivious to the location of Lin Xian's broadcast. The technical team was currently investigating. Now, bring forth the items, Lin Xian commanded, gesturing grandly. Liu Ruyan was taken aback. Hadn't the antiques already been brought out from the Lin family's estate? What more was there to move? In the next moment, two individuals from Lin Xian village ventured directly into the darkened depths of the porcelain kiln behind them. Chapter 23. The porcelain bowl. Two villagers from Lin Xian village placed a box before Lin Xian. Family members, do you recognize this item? Lin Xian gestured towards the box that stood nearly as tall as his thigh. The surface of the box was charred in several places. Some foreign netizens had learned about its purpose through Lin Xian's account. Oh, I know. It contains exquisite porcelain. These are crafted within. Indeed, Lin must be selling us these. The new porcelain must be even more splendid. Fantastic, Lin. The viewers in the live stream, predominantly from Huaxia, were mostly aware of the item's utility. What on earth? Why bring out the box? He can't possibly be selling what's inside, can he? Goodness, it seems he truly is. I previously saw an old artisan selling porcelain he had made himself. It appeared a misunderstanding had arisen. This young man was rather cunning, tricking these naive foreigners. As long as he doesn't swindle our own people, it's all right. These foreigners once plundered so much wealth from our land. Lin Xian's actions could be seen as serving the nation. Liu Ruyan's lips twitched, and it seemed she began to grasp something. Now, it appeared a grand misunderstanding had unfolded. Lin Xian seemed poised to sell not the Lin family's precious antiques, but rather these ceramics that could be purchased for merely $9.90 on the internet. No wonder Lin Xian had confidently declared his intent to sell antiques in front of the entire live audience, including her. However, Liu Ruyan still clung to a flicker of hope. Could this be a ruse? After all, Lin Xian had yet to be apprehended, suggesting he possessed some skill. Zhao Guan and the officers shared her sentiment, their expressions grim as they observed Lin Xian on the screen. Zhao Guan's molars ground audibly as he watched. They had likely been outsmarted by this rascal. With a beaming smile, Lin Xian shouted, "Bring the tools. Let us open the box." As he spoke, a villager from Lin Xian handed him a file. The foreign netizens in the live stream were stirred by Lin Xian's exuberance. "Hurry up. My money is ready." "Yes. Just thinking that I will finally possess this new porcelain fills me with excitement. It's incredible to witness how porcelain is produced. Lin, I adore you." The viewers began to comprehend Lin Xian's intentions. Oh my, Lin Xian truly intends to deceive these foolish foreigners. Haha, I've found where Lin Xian is streaming. It's on the foreign network. Wow, he has so many followers there, with the audience numbering between 60 to 70,000. Amazing. I'm going to check it out right now. Lin Xian, wielding the file, leaned over the box and struck it forcefully. He-ho, he-ho, he chanted, rhythmically bringing the file down upon the box. Foreign netizens, upon witnessing this scene, began to flood the comments with excitement. It was utterly hilarious to see these foreigners joining in the enthusiasm surrounding Lin Xian. Remarkable. Lin Xian truly possesses a unique charm, cleverly devising a way to sell these artifacts to foreigners. It is indeed an art. Who would have thought that offering such antiquities to the overseas market could be interpreted in this manner? Admittedly, these items could be classified as cultural relics, albeit they require a few centuries of history to truly be esteemed as such. With a sudden and forceful motion, Lin Xian pried open the box, revealing an exquisitely adorned bowl embellished with a myriad of vibrant colors. Inscribed upon it were some ink characters that read "Spirit of the Dragon and Horse." Witnessing this spectacle, Liu Ruyan felt the last vestige of her hope shatter. Lin Xian was indeed peddling porcelain. It was, quite frankly, a blatant trade of ceramics disguised as the sale of antiquities. Whoever claimed he was dealing in true antiques. Liu Ruyan now harbored deep suspicions about the legitimacy of the charges against Zhao Guan. Perhaps this was all a misunderstanding. However, based on the intercepted conversation from that day, it seemed unlikely that it was fabricated. Lin Xian had simply concealed his true intentions remarkably well. Zhao Guan covered his face in despair, realizing he had been outwitted by this young man. Lin Xian's dealings in cultural relics turned out to be nothing more than a live-stream showcase of freshly crafted porcelain. Astonishingly, these pieces were made on the spot. All their elaborate preparations had been rendered moot, and despite their efforts, they had failed to uncover any substantial evidence. Nevertheless, the recordings from that day remained, confirming that their information was accurate. The true mastermind behind the downfall of Heizhou and the shadowy networks trafficking cultural artifacts and narcotics was indeed Lin Xian. Moreover, it was highly probable that Lin Xian had developed a sense of vigilance. What was the purpose of this endeavor? Was it a test? Thankfully, he refrained from allowing his hidden accomplices to storm the scene. Ah, what a cunning lad, Zhao Guan scoffed, vowing that they would eventually apprehend him. Lin Xian retrieved a pair of white gloves from his pocket and delicately lifted the exquisite porcelain piece from the box. Behold, a newly crafted ceramic bowl. He presented the bowl to the camera. After a millennium of heritage, the craftsmanship of Lin's village had evolved to surpass that of their ancestors, rendering this bowl remarkably beautiful. It captivated the foreign audience in the live stream. Oh my goodness, this bowl is simply stunning. And it even bears inscriptions. How is this achieved? Is it a completely natural phenomenon? Truly, a divine creation. It is absolutely incredible. I want this. Can I really afford such a bowl? It must be worth at least $300,000. Domestic viewers lurking in the live stream were astounded by the scene. Were these foreigners truly so easily deceived? The bowl was obviously a roadside find. They were unable to discern whether the foreigners were merely playing along or genuinely oblivious. The comments flooded in. What a spectacle. It seemed a golden opportunity had just presented itself. Haha, without any pretense, you simply handled the pristine porcelain with bare hands. I wonder where you procured this from. It's amusing to see the excitement of those foreigners in the live stream. They've truly been duped. The villagers of Lin Xian village looked on in astonishment at their ancestors' performance. Is this truly how one sells goods? It seems quite deceptive, does it not? Surely, it cannot fetch a significant price. Lin Xian fixed his gaze upon the bowl, his expression grave as he scrutinized his phone. I understand that everyone desires this porcelain bowl. However, Lin Xian presented the bowl to the camera. This bowl, it bears some imperfections, as the crowd observed closely. Indeed, there was a minuscule crack at the edge. Oh Lin, such a trivial flaw cannot possibly overshadow the brilliance of this porcelain. Indeed, is there not a saying in Huaxia? No person is perfect, just as no porcelain is flawless. Thus, why not sell it to me? I am willing to offer a handsome price. The people present were perplexed by Lin Xian's declaration. The porcelain had flaws, which, in their eyes, resembled items from a street stall. Is it not normal to have imperfections? Why not simply sell it? Those foolish foreigners likely wouldn't mind such details. Lin Xian waved his hand, declaring that the audience in the live stream were all his family. How could he sell such flawed items to his own kin? Furthermore, the antique porcelain of the Lin family has always been renowned for its pursuit of perfection. It is inconceivable that such flawed pieces would circulate. Lin Xian stated with righteous fervor, his handsome visage exuding an air of imperial grandeur. Liu Ruyan twitched her lips in disbelief. How could he be deceiving the foreigners while uttering such words? The villagers of Lin Xian stared in astonishment at their ancestor. Could he truly possess such a faiade? Is it possible to sell porcelain in such a manner? Today has certainly been an eye-opener. The viewers in the live stream were entertained by Lin Xian's antics. How hilarious. This man is truly unflinching in his deception. He wants to even sell flawed items to others. I'm in stitches witnessing him bamboozle the foreigners. Incredible! I wonder how many foreigners will fall for this ruse. Ha ha ha. We've become accustomed to calling each other family, but the foreigners have never encountered such a ploy. As anticipated by the online viewers, the foreign audience was deeply touched by Lin Xian's words. Oh, Lin, you are undoubtedly the finest Huaxia person I have ever encountered. No, the finest individual. My goodness, I am an orphan, and never has anyone treated me with such kindness. Lin, you are truly remarkable. God will bless you. Here. Our merchants are often unscrupulous, like vampires, and never has there been a merchant like you. Indeed, Huaxia is a wondrous place, capable of producing someone like you. Holding the porcelain bowl, Lin Xian declared that such inferior products must not be permitted to exist in this world. Therefore, Lin Xian gazed intently into the camera. His eyes resolute. I have decided to destroy this item. Chapter 24. 2 million a day. Everyone present gazed at Lin Xian. What was the meaning behind this? Why shatter it? The villagers of the Lin family were perplexed by Lin Xian's actions. Liu Ruyan looked at Lin Xian with exasperation. Even a porcelain bowl could be turned into a spectacle by this man. Was this a form of hunger marketing? Or was he attempting to earn the trust of these foreigners by smashing this flawed porcelain bowl? Upon witnessing Lin Xian shatter the porcelain bowl, foreign netizens erupted in frenzy. No, no, no. Lin, you are absolutely insane. Such exquisite porcelain has been destroyed. No, please, don't. Oh my God, Lin, what a waste. If you don't want that porcelain, give it to me. You simply smash such beautiful pieces. My heavens. However, this makes it clear that Lin would never sell me subpar products. All of Lin's porcelain is perfect. Hurry, unveil the next piece. I can hardly contain my excitement. The foreign netizens exclaimed. Meanwhile, domestic viewers lurking in the live stream were thoroughly amused. These foolish foreigners have truly fallen for it. Lin Xian did not keep the foreigners waiting. He waved his hand, signaling for the next item to be brought forth. Two young men approached, carrying a box and taking away the shattered remnants. With a flourish, Lin Xian opened the box before him, revealing a vividly colored glazed vase. This time, it was a flawless Tang Dynasty-style glazed vase. Holding the porcelain vase in his hands, Lin Xian beamed with excitement. The viewers in the live stream could easily discern that this vase was worth no more than 20 or 30 yuan, perhaps a bit more in a tourist area. TSK. 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 This vase is going to be sold. ISNT it? I wonder how much it will fetch. 100 yuan? That seems steep. I feel it's worth at most 50. 50 yuan is already quite a lot. It's 20 more than the average price. Foreign netizens. Upon seeing this even more exquisite piece of porcelain in Lin Xian's hands, erupted once again. Quick, tell us the price. I want to buy it. Oh my god. This vase is simply stunning. I don't even know if I can afford it. How much is this vase? I want it. I can hardly imagine how happy I would be to have such exquisite porcelain in my home. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile, just as he had anticipated. This was generating a tremendous response. It was hard to fathom how much he would earn in dollars today. This porcelain was priced exorbitantly, typically valued at $99,999. As soon as these words escaped his lips, everyone present stared in astonishment at Lin Xian. $99,999 for something that could be mass-produced? How audacious. $99,999 equated to 700,000 yuan. 700,000 yuan could purchase a house in certain fourth-tier cities. The atmosphere was thick with disbelief as the villagers of Lin Xian village gazed at the old patriarch, who had just stated a staggering price. It was no wonder he wanted them to witness this moment. Lin Zhang finally grasped the meaning behind the patriarch's earlier words. With such a persuasive method, the speed at which money could be made seemed astonishing. However, the patriarch had insisted that such a sum was indeed warranted. This suggested that the items would not fetch such a price in the live stream. One could only wonder how much the patriarch would ultimately sell for. Upon hearing the quoted price, the foreigners in the audience gasped in astonishment. Contrary to the perceptions held by some, many foreigners were not as affluent as imagined. For a substantial portion, their financial means were even less than those at home. $90,000 was an astronomical sum for them as well. Yet, Lin Xian proclaimed with fervor, today, no need for 99,999. No need for 9,999. Not even 999. Just 299. $299. You want to lose out or be deceived. This is a special offer for my family in the live stream. As his words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Bewilderment painted the faces of those present. They had anticipated that Lin Xian would initially propose a high price as a tactic, followed by a subsequent reduction. To their surprise, he boldly declared $300. $300 equated to over 2,000 RMB. Good heavens. In other markets, this might be acquired for 20. Yet here, Lin Xian demanded 300. Lin Zhang felt a flush rise to his face, fully aware of the actual worth of these items. Even with laborious craftsmanship, their value would hardly exceed a few hundred yuan. The patriarch's audacity in demanding $2,000 left him astounded. Had the seller not been a foreigner, he might have gently advised against such a price. However, Lin Zhang speculated that had the items been offered to locals, the patriarch would likely have set a more reasonable price. The viewers in the live stream were equally taken aback by Lin Xian's quote. $300. This was bold indeed. The profit margin seemed almost illicit, akin to drug trafficking, with a staggering cost of 20 and a selling price of 2,000. Incredible! Was anyone actually going to buy this? Undoubtedly, as evidenced by the fervor exhibited by the audience. Such naivety among foreigners. Meanwhile, the foreign viewers went into a frenzy upon hearing the price of 200. Marvelous. 300. My God. This price is indeed within my means. $300. I must acquire it. Quickly, tell me how to purchase. My heavens, I could simply sell blood once and acquire such exquisite porcelain. This is simply too advantageous. Lin is our best friend, truly generous, such a precious item, and yet only $300. Far superior to those blood-sucking capitalists. How do I go about purchasing this porcelain? Why have I not seen a purchase link? Is it to be auctioned? Then the price would surely exceed $300. As he observed the scrolling comments in the live stream, Lin Xian raised 3 fingers, reassuringly declaring that this sale would not take the form of an auction. It's first come, first served. He glanced at Lin Feng, signaling him to prepare, for he was about to post the link. 3, 2, 1. Link up. Lin Feng uploaded the prepared link page. The exquisite porcelain displayed was identical to what had just been revealed. He stared in astonishment as the 10 items in the link instantly showed sold out. This indicated that in that fleeting moment, they had earned $3,000. 21,000 yuan. My goodness, this is astonishingly profitable. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. It was akin to the speed of a money printer. Reminiscent of that daze loan. No, this is far safer than a loan. Liu Ruyan edged closer to Lin Feng, while Wang Heng directed the camera to Lin Feng's phone. Upon witnessing the sold-out status of those items, Liu Ruyan's worldview was utterly shattered. Is it truly possible to do business this way? Is earning money from these foreigners so effortless? The viewers in the live stream, observing Lin Xian's rapid earnings, were all consumed by envy. What? It sold out already? No way. I can't watch anymore. I've discovered a business opportunity. Cross-border e-commerce. Is it really this easy? It's so incredibly lucrative. He actually sold them. It seems he sold quite a lot. Impressive. I've learned something. I shall follow suit. Lin Xian waved again, signaling for the villagers of Lin Xian to bring up the box. The entire afternoon passed in the sounds of Lin Xian's enthusiastic shouts and the link postings. Liu Ruyan was utterly mesmerized. It was until sunset that Lin Xian finally ended the live stream, approaching Lin Feng with a beaming smile. How are the numbers? Lin Feng instinctively replied. Peak viewership was 80,000, total viewers 500,000, retention rate 30%, and 100% transaction completion rate with 1,000 orders. Hee, just tell me how much we earned, Lin Xian said with a cheerful grin. Lin Feng calculated in his mind, swallowed hard. The figure was staggering. $300,000, 2,100,000 yuan. When Lin Feng announced this figure, Liu Ruyan's expression turned to one of sheer astonishment. She had anticipated substantial earnings, but never imagined it would amount to this. 2,100,000 in just one afternoon. My heavens, this is utterly exorbitant. Oh, this money shall be entrusted to the village committee for the purpose of infrastructural development, Lin Xian remarked. In the future, when you sell, do so in accordance with this arrangement, he directed towards Lin Zhang. A flicker of hesitation crossed Lin Zhang's face. Grandfather, is it truly appropriate to leave it all with the village committee? Surely you should take 80%, considering it is your earnings. Lin Xian shook his head, asserting that it was unnecessary and that it sufficed to place it with the village committee. Observing his grandfather's steadfastness, Lin Zhang refrained from further protest. This scene, witnessed by Liu Ruyan, left her at a loss for words. Such a substantial sum of money, and Lin Xian was so willing to relinquish it? Could it be a mere spectacle for the livestream? Lin Xian, what will be the content of tomorrow's livestream? Might you divulge some details in advance? Liu Ruyan inquired. Stepping forward, after a moment of contemplation, Lin Xian responded, well, with the new year approaching, there will be numerous activities from New Year's Eve to the first day. Tomorrow, we shall engage in the throwing of the Holy Grail to finalize the details of these events. The village, steeped in traditions spanning millennia, certainly possesses its unique cultural heritage. And Lin Family Village is no exception. Oh, Liu Ruyan recalled having only heard of the throwing of the Holy Grail before, typically associated with coastal cities in the south. She was surprised to learn that such customs also existed in this mountainous region. However, Fujian, too, seemed to be a land of mountains, sharing similar traditions. Very well. I look forward to it. What time does it commence? Liu Ruyan smiled and asked. Around 9 o'clock, came the response. Okay. The crowd began to disperse. In Lin Family Village, Lin Zhe lay on his bed, having recently returned from factory work, where he had saved up 100,000 yuan. Yet, just the day before, his grandfather had augmented their household's fortunes by 300,000. This left Lin Zhe basking in happiness, still unable to fully comprehend the turn of events. He cheerfully glanced at his phone, and upon opening Douyin, the first video that appeared was about Lin Family Village. Oh, could it be a tribute to grandfather? He chuckled. For there was no village leader in the entire nation, or even the world, who could compare to his grandfather. He quickly scanned the caption. Is he youthful and reckless? Unaware of the vastness of the world? Does he truly believe that merely mastering a dislocation treatment and achieving a facial paralysis recovery grants him the audacity to claim the title of the best in the world? Lin Xian furrowed his brow as he clicked on the video. Within, a host from Guitai posed a question to his grandfather regarding his medical prowess, to which his grandfather confidently proclaimed, "I am the best in the world." Admiration washed over Lin Xian's face. Indeed, grandfather should hold the title of the best. However, when he perused the comments, fury engulfed him. An 18-year-old, still in the throes of adolescence, claims to be the best in Chinese medicine. I doubt he has even completed a single medical text. Lin Xian seethed. What audacity! Truly, he is oblivious to his own limitations. Another comment echoed. However, Dr. Huang is preparing to challenge him. Soon, we shall witness this lad receive a well-deserved comeuppance. Lin Xian hastily searched for Dr. Huang, and the first video that emerged was titled Dr. Huang Mingjian, with the most liked video featuring a scathing attack on his grandfather. The youth of today seem to lack respect for their elders and predecessors. They believe that merely gazing upon the confines of a well can provide them a glimpse of the vast sky, oblivious to their own limitations. Akin to frogs at the bottom of a well. I, Huang Mingjian, in the interest of preserving the dignity of traditional Chinese medicine, have resolved to pay a visit to Linjia village to impart a necessary lesson to this young man. The video has garnered over 100,000 likes. A glance at the ensuing comments reveals a chorus urging this individual to reprimand the elder. Dr. Huang, teach this arrogant lad a lesson, they exclaim. It is indeed astonishing to encounter such hubris. How can one so young dare to proclaim themselves the foremost in traditional Chinese medicine? Truly, it is madness. Dr. Huang is a successor of the esteemed Huang Lao. Is it not a bit excessive to confront such an ignorant youth? How fitting it would be to expose him to the stark reality of disparity. Lin Xian, gritting his teeth in frustration, scoffed at the audacity of this audacious figure who dared to challenge the elder. Yet, as he pondered the identity of this so-called successor of Huang Lao, a twinge of concern crept into his mind. Thus, Lin Xian took to the internet for further inquiry. To his astonishment, he discovered that Huang Lao was, in fact, a disciple of the imperial physician from the Kangxi era, while not as esteemed as their own ancestors' legacy. It must be acknowledged that he has accumulated decades of experience at the age of 80 or 90. A look of apprehension crossed Lin Xian's face. Surely, many are eagerly awaiting the spectacle of Huang Mingjian confronting their venerable ancestor. Should he indeed bring shame upon the elder? No, I must inform the elder to prepare himself. Lin Xian resolved silently. However, just as he was about to rise, a thought struck him. It appeared that not all online commentary regarding the elder was favorable. Curious about the current sentiment, he searched for Lin Xian. After merely skimming a few lines, Lin Xian's eyes widened in alarm, and he hurriedly made his way to the Lin family estate. Elder, this is grave news. Chapter 25, Trafficking in Arms? Oh dear, this is terrible. Within the Lin family mansion, Lin Xian was preparing to discuss the following day's matters with Lin Zhang when a cacophony of cries erupted from outside. What is it? Lin Zhang and Lin Xian simultaneously turned their gazes towards the door. Rising from their seats, they approached the entrance, only to find Lin Xian rushing towards them in a state of panic. What is the matter? Why such alarm? Lin Xian inquired. Could it be that the wild boars have descended from the mountains again? During winter, it was not uncommon for the wild boars to venture down in search of food, occasionally inflicting economic damage upon the village. Some villagers had even faced attacks, a consequence of their proximity to the mountains. It was not solely the wild boars. Other wild animals occasionally appeared as well, and bears could even be a possibility. Grandfather, you must see this, Lin Xian exclaimed, presenting his phone before Lin Xian. Both Lin Xian and Lin Zhang leaned in to examine the contents of the phone. War crimes? Trafficking in cultural relics? Drug dealing? Lin Xian chuckled incredulously. Grandfather, this is an outrageous slander. You haven't even traveled abroad. How could this be true? Lin Zhang stared in disbelief at the news. This must be mere rumors, Lin Xian mused, stroking his chin. Though some of my actions may indeed provoke speculation, it is likely just conjecture from netizens. Is everything all right, Grandfather? Lin Xian asked, his face etched with concern. Lin Xian was the backbone of their village, and such gossip should not affect him. Everything is fine. Nothing to worry about, Lin Xian reassured them, waving his hand dismissively. If one has not committed any wrongdoing, there is no fear of ghosts knocking at the door. His mind was occupied with only two matters, reputation and wealth. Is it truly fine? Lin Xian persisted, worry still lingering in his expression. Lin Zhang, being older, recognized the nature of such rumors and understood that the police would not give credence to such claims. Everything is fine. Grandfather has not committed any crime. Besides, a person of integrity need not fear shadows, Lin Xian declared with righteous fervor. Now, if there is nothing else, you should hurry off to bed. There is indeed something else, Lin Zhe replied, tapping at his phone once more. Meanwhile, in another part of the mansion, Liu Ruyan had just settled down when she heard the commotion outside. Upon stepping out, she noticed Lin Zhang, the village chief, along with Lin Xian and another villager conversing at the entrance. She hurried over, feigning concern. What has happened? In the background, a voice emanated from Lin Zhe's phone. In due time, I will personally visit Lin family village. Liu Ruyan's attention was piqued. Who is going to Lin family village? For what purpose? Huang Mingjian. Liu Ruyan scrutinized the plump, balding middle-aged man displayed on the screen. What on earth could he want in Lin family village? To teach someone a lesson? Lin Xian remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Who has caused trouble in Lin family village? He glanced at Lin Zhang. Lin Zhang was equally perplexed. No, everyone in our Lin family village is quite honest. Liu Ruyan's lips twitched. Could the people of Lin family village truly be associated with the term honest? No, ancestor. It was that phrase you uttered the other day, the best under heaven. Everyone is criticizing you for it. Lin Zhe hastily interjected. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, both Lin Xian and Liu Ruyan simultaneously realized the situation. So that was the matter at hand. Lin Xian seemed unfazed. He had known the repercussions when he made that statement in front of the cameras. Inevitably, it would create a significant stir online. Of course, that was precisely the effect he desired. After all, the greater the fame, the more prestige he would garner, which would ultimately benefit him greatly. Ancestor. I heard that this person is a disciple of Master Huang. I looked him up. Master Huang is a descendant of the imperial physician from the Kangxi era. Lin Zhe gazed at Lin Xian with concern. If this fellow were to come to our Lin family village and challenge your medical skills. Liu Ruyan also turned her gaze towards Lin Xian. She had heard of the esteemed Master Huang, and besides, the man in the video indeed appeared to be of considerable age. If he truly possessed a fraction of Master Huang's authentic teachings, it was possible that Lin Xian might not be able to surpass him. If Huang Mingjian were to challenge Lin Xian, it would undoubtedly generate immense buzz. However, Liu Ruyan's intent in hosting a program in Lin family village was not for popularity, but rather to expose its darker aspects. No worries, Lin Xian replied nonchalantly. What Master Huang's disciple? Even if Master Huang himself came, I wouldn't be afraid. After all, the Lin family's medical practice had a lineage spanning a millennium, while the Kangxi heir had only a few decades of inheritance. Yet, the name Huang did sound somewhat familiar. Perhaps he had encountered it somewhere. Lin Xian dismissed the thought. In the age of the internet, it was entirely possible he had seen it before. Huh? You truly aren't concerned? Lin Zhe looked at Lin Xian with uncertainty. What? Do you not trust what I say? Lin Xian feigned displeasure while gazing at Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe chuckled awkwardly. I dare not doubt you. I'll take my leave now. Go on, rest early. After Lin Zhe departed, Lin Xian turned to Liu Ruyan and tentatively suggested, Reporter Liu, if you don't mind, could you promote this matter during tomorrow's live broadcast? He had noticed that the video posted by that doctor, Huang Mingjian, had already garnered over 100,000 likes, which represented tremendous popularity. He was in dire need of reputation. Prestige could yield various extraordinary rewards, perhaps among them. There would be something that could expedite the prosperity of Lin family village. You wish to capitalize on the hype? Liu Ruyan looked at Lin Xian in astonishment. Most criminals strive to remain inconspicuous, yet Lin Xian seemed intent on courting attention. It was truly rare. Did he not fear the excessive scrutiny could expose him? Or was he simply unperturbed? Exactly, that's about right. I aim to make Lin family village more renowned, Lin Xian declared. That's acceptable. This had no impact on Liu Ruyan. It was merely a trivial matter, thus she was willing to lend her assistance. All right, thank you. Lin Xian flashed a broad smile, his white teeth gleaming brightly, presenting a radiant appearance. Had she encountered such a cheerful and sunny youth elsewhere, Liu Ruyan might have found him quite pleasing to the eye. However, behind this youth lay a potential accumulation of bloodshed. Then I shall return to sleep. Good night, rest early. Bye-bye. Upon returning to her room, Liu Ruyan did not succumb to slumber. Instead, she rose again and donned her headphones. Simultaneously, Zhao Guan sat in the duty room, quietly awaiting the dialogue from Lin Xian's side. Old ancestor, as per your instructions, the first batch of goods sold to Hazhou has arrived. The recipient claims they are highly effective, and there are numerous subsequent orders anticipated, likely bringing substantial employment opportunities to Lin Xian village. Lin Xian beamed at Lin Xian, increasingly admiring this venerable ancestor. About a month prior, the old ancestor had funded the acquisition of 2 factories. Initially, Lin Xian believed they would need to develop a market within the county, yet unexpectedly, the old ancestor had introduced them to clients in Huzhou. Moreover, the volume of orders placed was immense, and they did not require price reductions, resulting in considerable profits, which might soon rival those from sugar production. Lin Xian chuckled. Of course they are effective. Where else could they find such affordable and potent products besides our locale? Indeed, if we compare laterally, it is already quite economical. I even voluntarily offered them a discount, and they were exceedingly pleased. Lin Xian laughed, his aged face crinkling like a blooming chrysanthemum. Suddenly, he seemed to grasp the implication of potent. Nonetheless, Lin Xian did not dwell on it. Today's youth often utter phrases that elude their understanding. It's getting late. I shall retire for the night. You should also rest early, Lin Xian remarked to Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. Their conversation, seemingly mundane, was fraught with explosive information to those eavesdropping. Potent? Zhao Guo furrowed his brow, pondering what could possibly be deemed potent. Could it be weaponry? The young man had committed war crimes and acts of national extermination, all facilitated by the military. Initially, it was believed that he merely played a behind-the-scenes role. It seemed he was also profiting from warfare. I wonder if General Ji has received news regarding this matter. The general was responsible for overseas peacekeeping forces. Should I make a call? Zhao Guo retrieved his dedicated phone, hesitating for a moment before deciding to dial. Chapter 26. The Dismantling of the Village? Capital Airport. Ji Gumao had just disembarked from the plane. The patriarch's condition was rapidly deteriorating. Although the Ji family wielded considerable power, the death of the old man, the family's cornerstone, would undoubtedly provoke movements from the other 2 prominent families in the capital. Thus, he had returned home at the earliest opportunity. With the collapse of the Black Gala Nation, he had already informed the police about the involved domestic personnel. Apprehending them was no longer his concern. His subordinates dispatched there merely needed to maintain order. In truth, the domestic authorities were inclined to observe the burgeoning influence of Gang Jin and Heizhou, albeit discreetly. A single thread pulled could unravel the entire tapestry. Recently, he had received news that Gang Jin seemed to have acquired a substantial quantity of powerful yet remarkably inexpensive weaponry and was preparing for military action. Had it not been for the old man's condition, he would have likely lingered there longer. As for the powerful and cost-effective weapons, given the current global industrial production capabilities, only the domestic sector could produce such an abundance of affordable and formidable arms. Yet, why had he not received any updates? Customs and border control should not have permitted such items to pass through, should they? Lost in thought, Ji Gumao's phone suddenly rang. Glancing down, he saw it was Zhao Guo. Had they found evidence against that individual and managed to capture him? The person held significant influence within Gang Jin. If apprehended, it could facilitate aligning Gang Jin's allegiance. Hello? Ji Gumao inquired. Have you caught him? Not yet. As you are aware, under the current domestic circumstances, without evidence, it is challenging to make an arrest, Zhao Guo replied thoughtfully. He was well acquainted with the general style of operation and refrained from unnecessary dialogue. However, we overheard a conversation earlier, wherein they mentioned the sale of high-powered goods to Heizhou. This led me to consider armaments and to check if you have any pertinent information. Oh, I have indeed received intelligence indicating that the battlefield has seen the emergence of several high-powered weapons, and they are all linked to the same individual, Ji Guimao expressed. Astonished, it seemed this young man was behind it all. Zhao Guo, incredulous, remarked, this lad is involved in far too many enterprises. How does he manage to dabble in everything? Aside from human trafficking, he seems to touch upon nearly all illicit activities. I am currently in the country, Ji Guimao stated. In the country? Yes, I have some matters to attend to. You all continue your follow-up. Once I resolve things here, I will reconvene with you, Ji Guimao declared. Though this individual was significant, he paled in comparison to the patriarch's importance. The old man's health was paramount. According to the eldest, the old man could no longer be treated with Western medicine and now had to place his hopes in the miraculous remedies of traditional Chinese medicine. However, Ji Guimao felt that hope was rather dim. While traditional medicine is indeed remarkable, it too has its limitations, especially given the old man's advanced age, 90 years. There is a saying, at 73, 84, or even 90 years old, The king of hell does not collect his due. One must go of their own accord. The moment the old gentleman passes, a tide of undercurrents shall swiftly arise. Zhao Guan dared not speak further. He understood the immense power that lay behind this individual. After the call ended, he gazed at Lin Xian's smiling visage on the screen, pondering what schemes this young man was truly orchestrating. What heinous deeds had he executed? The recent incident involving the smuggling of porcelain left Zhao Guan feeling quite vexed. He began to doubt the veracity of Lin Xian's actions. He hoped they would not be riddled with blunders like today's. Yet, all the evidence they had gathered pointed towards Lin Xian, albeit lacking any conclusive proof. Take drug trafficking, for instance. They could not uncover any substantial narcotics or related transaction evidence from Lin Xian. The same applied to war crimes and crimes of state annihilation. Lin Xian had never even left the country. However, it was likely he was directing operations remotely. The IP they traced was linked to Lin Xian's university. On Daxing Avenue, Li Dakong and Director Liu stood before a group of men clad in suits. Behind them, 2 Maybachs, 2 small vehicles, 2 armored cars, and 4 excavators stood quietly. They were all aware of the forthcoming task. Director Liu surveyed the assembled individuals. Some were their staff, while others were subordinates of Director Li. Understood. Came the unified response from the crowd. Li Dakong and Director Liu nodded in approval. Listen closely. When I wave my hand, we shall demonstrate the might of the Dakong group to those obstinate villagers. A mere show of intimidation will surely render them compliant. Once we begin, our efficiency must be swift. After Director Liu's admonition, Li Dakong took the floor. In his view, those troublesome villagers would surely acquiesce to relocation upon the slightest scare. The common folk do not contend with the wealthy, nor do the affluent contest with the officials. Moreover, here they had both wealth and authority. With a dual approach, how could the villagers of Lin Xian village possibly withstand such pressure? Director Li, let us discuss the process for later, Director Liu suggested. Very well, Li Dakong replied. We will depart from here to Lin Xian village, which should take about half an hour. During the ride, I will first call the village chief of Lin Xian. What he responds with is secondary. Upon our arrival, I will present the documents to the village chief and the village committee secretary for their signatures on behalf of all villagers. If these two are perceptive, they will sign promptly, and then you may instruct your subordinates to commence the demolition. Director Liu articulated his plan. That sounds ideal. It will certainly alleviate numerous complications. Li Dakong nodded in satisfaction. Whenever similar matters arose, a smooth signing process would significantly reduce the ensuing troubles. Rest assured, with our combined efforts, those troublesome citizens will dare not act against us. If necessary, as we discussed, Mr. Li, your subordinates can take action. A push from the bulldozer will deter anyone from obstructing us. At that point, we can slightly raise the price. With a carrot in one hand and a stick in the other, these troublesome citizens will surely comply. This is only natural. Li Dakong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a broad smile adorning his face. He chuckled. Mr. Li, shall we set off directly? Director Liu, beaming with delight, looked at Li Dakong, knowing that once this matter was resolved, his ascent in the hierarchy would be all but guaranteed. Li Dakong, equally cheerful, anticipated a substantial profit from the completion of the resort project, which would also serve to alleviate his grievances. If he could successfully promote Director Liu, he would gain an additional ally within the county. It was truly a threefold gain, a perfect plan. All right, let us go. Li Dakong waved his hand grandly. 2 Maybachs led the way, followed by 6 others, along with excavators and other vehicles. The procession appeared quite imposing. Many onlookers cast their eyes upon the convoy. But upon noticing the banner of Dakong Group on the excavator, they quickly averted their gaze. The Dakong Group was not to be trifled with. What were they preparing to demolish this time? Lin Family Village. Liu Ruyan smiled at the camera. Dear audience, hello. I am Liu Ruyan. Before we commence today's program, I have an announcement to share. As soon as Liu Ruyan's words fell, the viewers in the comments section began to speculate. What news? Has Sister Ruyan found someone? Indeed, I have. Oh, is it time to announce my relationship with Sister Ruyan? I'm not quite prepared for this yet. Could it be about Dr. Huang? Huh? What is going on with Dr. Huang? All right, I want to keep you in suspense, Liu Ruyan said with a smile. Do you all remember my previous conversation with Lin Xian, particularly his boastful claim of being the best in traditional Chinese medicine? Since Lin Xian was eager for attention, Liu Ruyan decided to revisit this topic. As expected, many recalled Lin Xian's arrogant proclamation. Oh, I remember. That brat boasted he was the best in traditional medicine. Almost let him get away with it. Yes, what does Sister Ruyan think about this? Ha ha ha, It can't really be about Dr. Huang, right? What is the matter? Is Dr. Huang going to teach that brat a lesson? Incredible! We have a spectacle to witness. Liu Ruyan chuckled. Indeed, it concerns Dr. Huang, a self-proclaimed genius at 18, and a chief physician at a top-tier hospital. What sparks will ignite from this encounter? As far as I know, Dr. Huang is preparing to head to Lin family village. And soon, the two will clash. Please stay tuned. As Liu Ruyan's words settled, the live chat room erupted with excitement. Wow, this is going to be entertaining. Returning to the matter at hand, Dr. Huang's audacity to confront us in this remote village is quite astonishing. One would assume he would fear for his safety here. Yet it seems unlikely, given the multitude of witnesses present. His actions, after all, are not illegal, unlike those of a trafficker. This young man is likely to face some repercussions. However, Dr. Huang's medical skills are commendable. I have sought his services in the past. Anticipation fills the air. Liu Ruyan observed the surging barrage of comments in the live stream and mused that this must be the effect Lin Xian desired. Yet, one wonders why he craves such notoriety. Is it possible he harbors some psychological anomaly that drives him to engage in attention-seeking antics? Liu Ruyan had heard of criminals possessing such tendencies. It appears to be true. Nevertheless, today's theme revolves around the ritual of casting the Holy Grail within the Lin family ancestral hall. Many are likely familiar with the significance of the Holy Grail, a custom that exists in Lin family village as well. Holy Grail? This village has such a tradition? What purpose does the casting serve? Is it to select someone for nefarious deeds? Liu Ruyan speculated, perhaps drawing upon the notion of invoking spirits. With a graceful wave of her hand, she urged the online viewers to follow their cameras to the Lin family ancestral hall. Meanwhile, in the village, Lin Xian was engaged in discussions with Lin Xian regarding the day's agenda when the shrill ring of a telephone interrupted their discourse. Ancestor, I shall answer this call, Lin Xian announced. Very well. Hello? This is Liu Xian, the head of the Housing and Urban Development Department of the county. Oh, Director Liu, what brings you to call? Lin Xian inquired, taken aback. It pertains to a planning initiative. Lin Family Village falls within the designated area for redevelopment, necessitating its demolition. Compensation will be provided based on square footage. What? We were completely unaware of this. Lin Xian exclaimed in shock, while Lin Xian looked on, equally astonished. Rest assured, the policy has long been in place. It is merely being implemented now. Our team for planning and demolition is en route, and we anticipate commencing with the demolition at the entrance of your village today. Your residences will not be affected at this time, granting you ample opportunity to prepare. Impossible, Lin Xian retorted angrily. There is no way Lin Family Village can be demolished. It is a remote area. Who would undertake such a task? Moreover, the entrance is the location of our ancestral hall. Lin Village Chief, please understand that this is a notification, not a negotiation. The documentation is in order. Development is inevitable. You should inform the villagers of this matter. With that, the call ended. We expect to arrive in approximately 1 hour, Director Liu stated, contemplating that it might be prudent to afford these individuals additional time. Lin Xian's countenance darkened as he turned to Lin Xian. Ancestor, we are in trouble. Chapter 27. Arrival at Lingjia Village. Coercion and temptation. What is it? Speak slowly, Lin Xian said, gazing at Lin Xian. At that moment, Liu Ruyan happened to approach with Wang Hong, and the focus shifted to the three of them. Liu Ruyan seemed to sense the unusual atmosphere. Lin Zhang's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. What has transpired? Have they been double-crossed? Liu Ruyan pondered silently. Lin Xiang appeared visibly infuriated. He inhaled deeply, attempting to calm his tumultuous emotions, yet his trembling grip on the cane betrayed the smoldering rage within. A section chief from the county just called, stating that Lingjia Village is slated for demolition. He has arrived with personnel and documentation and will bring a team within an hour to commence the demolition of the front part of Lingjia Village. Lin Xiang expelled these words in one breath, as if pausing would render him incapable of finishing his statement. What? Lin Xian's fury erupted at the revelation. Demolition? How could Lingjia Village possibly be demolished? It takes 30 to 40 minutes to drive to the county seat from here. The road was constructed by my forebears. Who dares to demolish Lingjia Village? Liu Ruyan stared at Lin Xian in shock. Demolition? Who would dare to touch Lingjia Village? Liu Ruyan was aware that some documents required rural collectives to relocate, but such actions were generally reserved for villages nearer to urban areas or those that were essentially urban villages. A mountainous village like Lingjia should be among the last to face such measures. Why the sudden urgency for demolition? The viewers in the live stream were equally perplexed. Our home is so close to the city, yet hasn't he been merged with the town? Why is Lin Xian village facing demolition so soon? Could it be due to connections? Connections? This village's demolition is entirely different from that of urban villages. The compensation barely covers the losses. Moreover, rural land is immensely valuable now. With the money from purchasing a house in the city, one could construct a grand villa in the village. Who would even consider demolishing a village? Especially since Lin Xian village is under Lin Xian's control, he would be the last to want such a thing. Lin Xian's voice was loud, drawing the attention of the villagers of Lin Xian. Upon hearing the word demolition, their expressions transformed into one of fury. What? Demolition? Lin Xian village is to be demolished? Who said that? It cannot be demolished. Who dares to touch Lin Xian village? We will fight to the end. Indeed, the villagers, regardless of gender, were indignant. Lin Xian village was their lifeblood, their ancestral home for generations. Lin Xian raised his hand, signaling for silence. He turned to Liu Ruyan, his face darkened with intensity. Today's activities are to be cancelled. More pressing matters demand his attention. He was determined to uncover who had set their sights on the land of Lin Xian village. Lin Xian firmly believed that Lin Xian village was not genuinely on the demolition list. There must be unscrupulous developers eyeing their land. Liu Ruyan could comprehend Lin Xian's sentiments. With her own home facing demolition, her mind was undoubtedly preoccupied with matters of grave concern. The immediate priority was to ascertain the details surrounding this situation. Shall I turn off the live stream? Liu Ruyan inquired tentatively. After all, this was a pressing issue for Lin family village. The viewers in the live stream erupted in desolation upon hearing her words. Don't stop. Please don't. You mustn't end the broadcast. They clamored. If you really close the stream, I'll hold a grudge against you for life. They lamented, eager to witness the unfolding drama. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xian concluded that since the opposing party was evidently trying to exploit the situation, they would likely be apprehensive about being exposed to public scrutiny. Furthermore, maintaining the live stream could significantly enhance their reputation, making it far more advantageous to continue than to cease. There's no need. You can record the live stream from the side, Lin Xian suggested. Liu Ruyan quickly grasped Lin Xian's intention. It seemed the Lin family village intended to harness the power of public opinion. She nodded in agreement. All right. Lin Xian leaned closer to Lin Xian and whispered, "Should we proceed now?" "No need," Lin Xian replied, shaking his head. "Let us wait for them to arrive. I am curious to see how they plan to act." He granted them merely an hour to prepare, after which he would bring people to commence the demolition. Such audacity was quite remarkable. Those troublesome villagers are certainly reluctant. Director Liu remarked after hanging up the phone, casting a glance at Li Dekong. "Oh, that's expected," Li Dekong waved dismissively. "When the time comes, we shall employ both carrot and stick. Those villagers will have no choice but to acquiesce." As he spoke, Li Dekong subtly glanced towards the back of the vehicle, where two human traffickers were concealed among the staff. In due course, this young man would identify who had thwarted their schemes, who had been abducted, and who the buyer was. None of them were virtuous. A thorough beating would be necessary to alleviate his pent-up resentment. Indeed, these impoverished villagers from remote mountains have probably never encountered such wealth in their lives. Initially, we'll offer them 500 for each square meter of land. Most of their courtyards are around 600 or 700 square meters. With such sums, they will undoubtedly be amenable, Director Liu beamed, aware of the nature of these villagers from his extensive interactions in the county. Director Liu, you are still too concerned for the people's welfare. If it were up to me, I would start with 500, and for those who are slow to comply, I would wait for 200, Li Dekong chuckled, tilting his head. There's nothing to be done. Director Liu feigned a sigh of lament. Very well, let us set off now, Li Dekong declared. The convoy moved forward slowly, and upon reaching the entrance to the mountains, there remained only a single road, which was surprisingly well maintained. Li Dekong observed the asphalt road that the vehicles traversed. This is indeed smoother than the roads in the county town. Which construction team handled this? I don't recall it at all, Director Liu remarked, somewhat astonished. However, this is merely an interlude. From a distance, Director Liu spotted the archway at the village entrance, where the grand pillars supported a sign adorned with the elegant characters Lin Family Village. This village indeed exudes an air of magnificence, remarked Director Liu. He chuckled. Soon, it shall cease to exist. A flicker of hatred flashed in Li Dekong's eyes. Having thrived in this small county, he had begun to feel invincible, unwilling to tolerate any failure, especially one arising from human folly. Many villagers await us. Director Liu observed the throng gathered before the imposing ancestral hall beneath the archway. For some inexplicable reason, a sense of unease crept into his heart. This village possesses an ancestral hall. Yet, it mattered little. Such tightly knit communities had become rare. And in the face of self-interest, few could unite as one. However, with Li Dakong in the fray, such a businessman was most adept at dealing with these individuals. It appears that the numbers are on their side, but it is merely a gathering for warmth, an effort to project strength. Li Dakong dismissed with a wave of his hand. Director Liu, shall we proceed? He inquired, glancing at Liu Xian, who nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, he alighted from the vehicle. Upon seeing their department head descend, the staff members in the rear hurried out, following closely behind. Lin Xian observed these individuals. The excavators had arrived, indicating a likely attempt at coercion or enticement. His gaze swept over those disembarking from the vehicle. The early arrivals were likely officials from the county committee, while the excavators in the ominous vehicle contained unscrupulous developers with an eye on the land of Lin family village. A collusion between business and government, Lin Xian mused. Director Liu approached, scrutinizing the elderly man and the youth in charge. Is this the village head? And his son? He pondered internally, yet wore a smile on his face. May I inquire who among you is the village head of Lin family village? And who is the village secretary? I previously communicated with the village head over the phone. I am the village secretary, and he is the village head, Lin Xian replied with an air of indifference. Director Liu was taken aback. The youth was the village secretary? It seemed this village was rather shadowy, having devolved into a one-man show. Nevertheless, this simplified matters. If he could secure the allegiance of these two individuals, it would be effortless to take control of the village. Behind Director Liu, Li Dakong surveyed the distant crowd, holding his phone. Do you recognize anyone? He inquired. The young man at the forefront is one, and there is a woman, likely not from this village, who has since departed. What about the buyer? Have you spotted him? Li Dakong was determined to exact vengeance on the source of his failure, and he would not spare the villagers who had harmed his subordinates, though he would refrain from targeting them directly for the time being. Boss, I haven't seen him yet. All right, once we descend, keep your eyes peeled. Understood. With a derisive laugh, the two individuals were informed of the impending demolition of Lin family village, accompanied by significant compensation from the government. Director Liu presented the documents, making it abundantly clear that signing would ensure the disbursement of the compensation funds to them, which they could then allocate to the villagers. His message was unequivocal. This was a notification, not a negotiation. The compensation would be entrusted to them, and once they affixed their signatures, they could distribute the funds as they saw fit. If they were wise, they would have eagerly signed without hesitation. Positioned at the periphery of the gathering, Liu Ruyan discerned the veiled implications within Director Liu's words, a blend of coercion and temptation. She frowned, questioning the integrity of a local official who would conduct himself in such a manner. The online viewers echoed her sentiments, expressing their disgust at his blatant offer. Was he not essentially providing Lin Xian with an opportunity for greed? It seemed as though he intended for the village chief and the party secretary to conspire against the villagers. The prospect of a multi-million compensation was tantalizing. For an entire village, the sum could easily exceed 10 million. It was evident that the officials' unscrupulous dealings were motivated by financial gain. Yet the obliteration of Lin family village would dismantle his stronghold. Lin Xian regarded Director Liu with a scornful smirk, declaring mockingly, I would give you 3 million to demolish your own home. The audacity of trying to entice him with money was laughable. He was not in need of such pittance. He could easily earn more by selling household items than what the demolition offered. Liu's face flushed with rage, rebuking the staff, oblivious to his own illegal actions. Do I fear you? Are you even aware of the law? Lin Xian's expression was laced with disdain. Upon hearing the word illegal, Liu Ruyan felt her lips twitch. Both men appeared to be engaged in unlawful conduct, making their mention of the law utterly hypocritical. Liu Xian pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Xian, his derisive smile perceived as an affront to his authority. Very well, since you refuse to cooperate, I shall ask you one last time. Will you demolish? Or will you not? Silently, Lin Xian spat directly onto Director Liu's polished shoes. Liu Xian's fury surged, and had it not been for the presence of the villagers, he might have struck Lin Xian. He turned to the assembled crowd, declaring, those who agree to sign the demolition documents will receive 1,500 yuan per square meter. The longer you delay, the lower the compensation will be. He was convinced that the allure of such wealth would sway the villagers. At 1,500 yuan, many households would stand to gain substantial amounts. easily exceeding 5 or 600,000, perhaps even over 1 million. They could buy a house in the county town of Daxian, far superior to living in this remote valley. However, to his astonishment, his words fell on deaf ears. Met with silence from the villagers. Everyone fixed their furious gazes upon him, each seeming as though they were ready to devour him whole. "Get out of Lin Xian village." A voice rang out, prompting a chorus of shouts from the crowd. "Get out! Get out!" Liu Xian was taken aback, his finger trembling as he pointed at the villagers. "Very well, a bunch of unruly peasants," he muttered. With that, he turned and called out. If they were indeed unruly, then he would employ measures to discipline them. It was time for Mr. Li to take action. Li Dakong, observing the scene, couldn't help but smile, realizing he was once again relied upon. He had encountered such individuals numerous times before. Wearing sunglasses, he stepped out of the car as his underlings opened the door for him, exuding an air of authority. As he clapped his hands, 40 men disembarked from the 2 vehicles behind him. Moments later, the excavator roared to life, belching forth thick black smoke that billowed into the sky. The tracks began to move slowly. The 40 men positioned themselves on either side of the excavator, advancing towards the villagers of Lin Xian village in a menacing formation. The commotion did not go unnoticed by Lin Xian. When persuasion failed, it was time for intimidation. However, Lin Xian observed that among the 40 individuals, 2 appeared strikingly familiar. Before long, Li Dakong approached Liu Xian. "Mr. Li, allow me," he gestured, confident that with such a display, the villagers would soon relent. Chapter 28, The Compromise of the Ancestor? A group of individuals glared menacingly at the villagers of Lin family village. The excavators behind them continued to rumble ominously, as if poised to charge forward should the villagers refuse to acquiesce to the demolition. Li Dakong stared at the young man before him, astonished by his audacity. How could one so youthful stand at the forefront? Who was this lad? Was he perhaps the son of the village chief? "Ah, Mr. Li. This young man is the village secretary of Lin family village, and that is the village chief," Liu Xian explained thoughtfully. "Oh, the village secretary and the village chief," Li Dakong replied, realization dawning upon him. He was taken aback that such a young person held the position of village secretary. It was no wonder they had confronted those human traffickers so fiercely. However, that did not justify Lin Xian's actions in killing his 2 subordinates. "Now, gentlemen, the government has policies in place. I understand that witnessing your village's demolition is distressing, but it is an unavoidable circumstance. We have procured the land, and naturally, we must proceed with our work. If you insist on obstructing us, then there is little we can do," Li Dakong said, a look of resignation on his face. His employees needed their wages, and if construction continued to be delayed, there was no telling what actions they might take. As he spoke, the 40 men behind him brandished their clubs, striking them together ominously, suggesting that any resistance from the villagers would be met with violence. Liu Ruyan, witnessing this scene, was filled with righteous indignation. This was a blatant display of gang-like behavior, an overt threat. This man, referred to as Mr. Li by the official, was presumably the developer who had taken over Li family village. Was this not a quintessential example of collusion between government and business? The viewers in the live stream were equally repulsed by Mr. Li's vile demeanor. What is this man's purpose? Why is he speaking so arrogantly? Isn't this outright forced demolition? This is utterly revolting. In this day and age, how can such unscrupulous businessmen still exist? Do they really dare to forcefully demolish Lin family village? Are they not afraid of retribution from Lin Xian? After all, they have already wiped out nations. How could they fear a mere developer? Surely, they cannot expose these matters so brazenly. If they do, it will not merely be developers coming to demolish. Zhao Guan mused as he observed the businessmen and government officials on the screen, his expression one of disbelief. Is the demolition in Lin family village actually happening? I am not particularly well versed in this policy area. Should I inquire further? One of the police officers suggested awkwardly. No need to concern yourself with this matter for now, Zhao Guan replied, as if struck by an idea. Not only did he intend to refrain from intervening, but he also planned to caution the superiors of those involved in Lin family village to stay out of it. He was eager to see how the villagers would react when their very lifeblood was threatened. Would they reveal any vulnerabilities? Perhaps he could leverage this opportunity to uncover direct evidence of Lin Xian's transgressions. Lin Xian, what will you ultimately do? Zhao Guan pondered, his gaze fixed on the young boy on the screen, whose expression was anything but favorable. This youth was indeed a formidable adversary. In the face of such collusion between officials and businessmen, Zhao Guan was certain that Lin Xian would never yield. In Lin Xian village, Li Dakong gazed at Lin Xian before proposing, why not consider signing? It would be beneficial for both you and us. Standing shorter than Lin Xian, he had to look up to address him, while Lin Xian towered over the arrogant developer. A fierce fire burned within Lin Xian's chest. With a history spanning a millennium, Lin Xian village would not permit these individuals to covet its land. He aimed not only to defend Lin Xian village, but also to extinguish any thoughts of encroachment from these outsiders. Sensing Lin Xian's resolve, Li Dakong produced a bank card from his pocket, stating, "Here, Secretary Lin, this card contains 2 million. Please, persuade the villagers." Of course, the card did not truly hold 2 million. Should Lin Xian accept it in front of the villagers, it would undoubtedly sway their sentiments. In that case, the village chief and secretary might not need to persuade anyone, as the demolition agreement would be signed willingly. Lin Xian, however, merely scoffed at the sight of the bank card, retorting, "I'll give you 200 million to leave Lin Xian village. Remember, I mean truly leave." Li Dakong chuckled in disbelief. He had heard from his subordinates that during the initial kidnapping, Lin Xian had treated their vehicle as a mere taxi, a common choice for those seeking cheap rides. It was evident that this young man was merely jesting and remaining obstinate. "Very well. It seems this matter is beyond my control," Li Dakong said with a resigned expression. He pondered what his workers might do, shaking his head and turning away. His words were blatant threats. Whatever actions his subordinates took would not be his concern. The 40 men approached with menacing expressions, baseball bats rhythmically tapping against their palms. Reminiscent of the gangsters from the 1990s. Truth be told, they felt a flicker of uncertainty when gazing at the villagers of Wanjiang. In this remote area, if the villagers were genuinely provoked, it could lead to a confrontation. Their numbers might not suffice. Yet, the demeanor of these men suggested they were not inclined to violence. Li Dakong, with his back to Lin Xian, wore a smile. He was hesitant to provoke a fatal incident, but injuring someone was still within the realm of possibility, which could resolve the situation. Of course, if Lin Xian were wise enough to sign immediately, that would be the most favorable outcome. Meanwhile, the excavator's tracks began to churn slowly, black smoke billowing from its chimney as the massive bucket lifted ominously. The oppressive atmosphere of the scene was nearly unparalleled. Who would not feel a sense of trepidation standing before that excavator? The bucket, if it were to fall, could easily claim a life. This is precisely the confidence possessed by the 40 men. Wait, Lin Xian suddenly interjected. Li Dakong and Liu Xinmin simultaneously lifted the corners of their mouths into a smile. "This is exactly what we need." He chuckled, turning to Lin Xian. "Comrade Lin, there is an ancient saying in Huaxia, those who understand the times are the true heroes. It seems that despite your youth, you are indeed a remarkable talent." As they headed towards the ancestral hall for discussion, Lin Xian glanced at Lin Zhang, whose previously somber expression now bore a sense of solemnity. After speaking, Lin Xian turned and walked towards the ancestral hall. Lin Zhang trembled slightly, gritting his teeth in acknowledgement. He understood well what their ancestor intended to do. Chapter 29, The Drumming Hee. Is this not the end of the matter? Li Dakong observed Lin Xian, who was turning to walk towards the ancestral hall. Clearly, he intended to persuade the villagers to sign the demolition agreement. It must be Chairman Li's doing. Liu Xinmin chuckled beside Li Dakong, affirming that dealing with such obstinate villagers required such tactics. One does not drink a toast to avoid punishment. The viewers in the live stream were quick to condemn Lin Xian's actions upon witnessing this scene. They were astonished that Lin Xian could be so feeble, yielding so readily. What the heck? He has already capitulated? Is the demolition truly happening? Wasn't this supposed to be a millennium-old village? To relinquish it so easily? In ancient times, would this not be akin to a king surrendering his realm? The Lin family village, with its 1,000-year heritage, is being destroyed by this individual. How laughable. I thought him to be formidable, yet this is all he can muster? Just like that, he concedes? 666666, truly unexpected. Initially, I believed this young man would rally the people of Lin family village to resist, but it seems he is merely bold within his own domain. Indeed, this is a typical case of bullying the weak while cowering before the strong. He can intimidate his own villagers, yet when faced with someone more formidable, he withers. Such disgrace. How can someone of this caliber serve as the village secretary? 66,666. Previously, it was suggested that he might be the most senior in lineage within the village. How can someone of such low esteem deserve that title? Liu Ruyan was also taken aback by Lin Xian's swift concession. She quickly followed in his footsteps. Li Dakong and Director Liu exchanged glances, indicating their intent to observe as well, bringing along documents to facilitate immediate signing, thereby saving time. All right. Lin Xian, are you going to the ancestral hall too? Liu Ruyan hurriedly inquired, eager to persuade him not to so easily relinquish Lin family village. Drumming, summoning people, drawing lots. Lin Xian turned, his gaze suppressing a raging flame. Liu Ruyan failed to comprehend the meaning behind Lin Xian's 6 words. Was he calling the villagers to draw lots for signing the agreement? Or to determine the fate of the demolition? The viewers were equally perplexed by Lin Xian's utterance. Is there still a practice of drumming to call people? Is it not all done via loudspeakers or through the village's WeChat group notifications? Who knows, perhaps it is a tradition within the village, but alas, it is soon to be lost forever. Can he truly sell the village and still sleep at night? TSK, what a shame. Such a splendid ancestral hall and village, yet burdened with such a village secretary. By the way, it seems those vehicles have yet to arrive. Could it be that they plan to abscond with the funds? Judging by this person's demeanor today, it seems plausible. Drawing lots? I cannot shake the feeling that this individual does not intend to sell the village. Drawing lots? Could it possibly be a life and death lottery? What does that mean? Hee. If the villagers possess such spirit, they would not be so easily bullied, allowing a mere orphan to assert dominance here. The 6 words that fell upon the ears of Liu Xian and Li Dakong conveyed a clear intention from Lin Xian to initiate the demolition. How considerate, indeed. He summoned all the villagers for a discussion. Liu Xian clicked his tongue with a hint of disdain. The people's beloved village chief, not hoarding the funds I provided, nor inclined to accept any from your side. Li Dakong chuckled, his words laced with sarcasm. Initially, they anticipated spending considerable effort on this youth, perhaps even engaging in a scuffle. However, to their astonishment, with merely the presence of people and an excavator, the young man capitulated. It was evident that the youth lacked composure. Any semblance of bravado was merely a facade. With so many eyes upon him, he likely dared not be greedy. Such a petty individual, in a more secluded setting, would likely have surrendered without hesitation, joyfully pocketing the money as he returned home. The youth, still possessing a modicum of shame, found himself powerless under the scrutiny of the crowd. Liu Xian remarked. True enough, yet the Lin family ancestral hall is quite grand. Li Dakong observed, glancing towards the imposing structure in the distance. The courtyard walls towered over 3 meters high, topped with inverted glass shards to deter climbers. The entrance boasted a wooden frame, coated in red lacquer, standing wide open to reveal a temple built in the traditional front hall style. This must be the Lin family ancestral hall. A massive leather drum stood proudly in front of the temple. Alas, it was destined for demolition. Liu Xian feigned sorrowfully. Lin Xian strode purposefully towards the hall, followed closely by Lin Zhang and several young men from Linjia village. He approached the towering red drum, which had stood for a millennium, crafted from the finest materials by skilled artisans of yore. One should not underestimate the craftsmanship of the past. While contemporary projects may fail, leading to mere financial loss or imprisonment, failures in earlier times could spell doom for an entire lineage. Lin Xian grasped the drumsticks that had been neatly arranged on either side. Standing solemnly with the sticks in both hands, he exuded an air of dignity. Clad in a formal black tang suit for the occasion of the sacred cup ceremony, he appeared remarkably upright, akin to a resilient pine tree. Boom! As Liu Ruyan entered the ancestral hall, the thunderous sound of the drum reverberated through the air. She gazed in astonishment at Lin Xian standing before the red drum. Moments later, another resounding thump echoed. Boom! The sound pierced through the atmosphere. Liu Ruyan felt as though the resonance originated deep within her mind. At that instant, Linjia village seemed to awaken with vitality. Villagers who had just risen, upon hearing the drum, altered their expressions and hastily set aside their belongings, quickly adjusting their attire before rushing towards the ancestral hall. Lin Dahu, who had been recuperating in bed, immediately donned his shoes upon hearing the drum. A grave expression crossing his face, trouble was afoot. This drum had not sounded in many years. He hastily dashed out of the room, while his daughter, momentarily stunned by the sound of the drums, quickly followed her father. Although she was somewhat simple-minded, she had been raised to understand that the beating of the drums signified significant happenings in Linjia village, prompting her to accompany her father to the ancestral hall. Before long, the villagers began to gather outside the hall. They observed the excavator at the village entrance and the luxury vehicles parked nearby. And upon seeing outsiders like Li Dakong and Liu Xian, many began to sense the gravity of the situation, their gazes imbued with a fierce intensity. Li Dakong and Liu Xian, however, remained unfazed. Who would have thought that summoning people with drums would be swifter than with loudspeakers? Li Dakong chuckled. The drum beats grew increasingly urgent. All the villagers of Lin Xian turned their attention to the imposing figure within the ancestral hall, a collective realization dawning upon them. Their faces turned solemn, and an atmosphere heavy with impending storm seemed to envelop the scene. Chapter 30, all young and strong, step forward. The rhythmic sound of drums cascaded like raindrops, and Lin Xian's body swayed like grass caught in a tempest. Liu Ruyan instinctively covered her ears. The drumming was overwhelmingly intense, its resonance piercing. The viewers in the live stream shared her sentiment. Wow, why does this drumbeat seem more resonant and penetrating than any I've heard before? Could it be an ancient drum? An ancient drum, indeed. Such instruments, crafted through time-honored techniques, boast exceptional quality and unparalleled sound projection. With the crowd gathered, the drumming felt invigorating, almost like a war call. In a fleeting moment, Lin Xian gradually slowed his movements, placing the drumsticks at his sides before slowly turning his head. Behind him, the courtyard was filled with people, standing in orderly rows, those of the highest lineage positioned at the front, with the women standing behind. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian's chest expanded. Is everyone from Lin family village present? Present, came the unified response, as if countless souls resonated through a single voice. The sound startled Li Dakong and the others, who exchanged bewildered glances, sensing an unsettling premonition. Surely, there is nothing to worry about, Liu Xian chuckled awkwardly. Recalling tales of the formidable unity in clan villages from the 60s and 70s, now a rarity. This village can't possibly be like that. It's fine. It's fine. What can a few troublemakers do? Do they dare confront so many? The excavator is still behind us. Li Dakong swallowed hard, his words lacking conviction. Unsure whether he was reassuring Liu Xian or himself. Lin Xian's gaze swept over the villagers of Lin family village. Each individual stood tall in the sight of their ancestors. The Lin family had known glory and decline, hidden in these mountains for a millennium. Lin Xian's voice rang out. Our ancestors in this ancestral hall are watching over us. He pointed towards the Lin family shrine, which housed the family genealogy, the portraits of their forebears, and the likeness of the emperor who founded the Lin dynasty. Now, there were those who dared to dismantle this sacred hall, to eradicate Lin family village. Lin Xian's tone darkened, echoing like a tempestuous wind beneath a heavy cloud, concealing a brewing storm. What shall we do? Let us fight back, came the resounding reply from nearly everyone, louder and filled with fury than before. Li Dakong and Liu Xian felt a simultaneous tremor run through them, while the 40 individuals behind them appeared alarmed, instinctively huddling together before realizing and separating. Rest assured, they dare not. Hearing the movement behind him, Li Dakong quickly remarked, Damn it, do they think they can intimidate me? He had weathered countless storms for years. Was he truly raised to be frightened? Could such a display genuinely daunt him? Absolutely not. He refused to believe that these individuals would truly risk their lives. Shouting slogans is something anyone can do. Excellent. Lin Xian cast a sweeping glance over the crowd and bellowed, All able-bodied men of Lin family village, step forward. As his voice resonated, some young and middle-aged men with resolute expressions stepped forward, forming ranks before Lin Xian. Yet, a small figure emerged from the throng, boldly integrating into the lineup of young men. Little Shirtu, what are you doing? Go back. Lin Xian frowned at the child, who was indeed the same boy who had dislocated his arm days prior. Grandpa, I want to go back. I am also a man and a part of Lin family village. Whoever seeks to dismantle Lin family village, I will fight alongside them. Little Shirtu raised his fist defiantly, gazing steadfastly at Lin Xian. This declaration seemed to trigger a chain reaction, as more children rushed forward, joining the ranks. Some elderly individuals, witnessing this scene, also trembled as they stepped into line. Among them was a nonagenarian, supported by his sons and grandsons, arriving a bit late but still donned in his military uniform, adorned with medals. The three of them carried 2 long bundles wrapped in black cloth, and it appeared that the old man also had something bulging at his waist. Grandpa, we are not too old to fight. The women echoed similar sentiments, declaring, Grandpa, women can also uphold half the sky. We will join in. Lin Xian felt a mix of helplessness and emotion. Liu Ruyan covered her mouth as she observed this scene. Was this really Lin family village? Hadn't Lin Xian intended to sell it? Why did this feel like a pre-battle rally, as if they were prepared to stand against unscrupulous developers? Moreover, was this truly the Lin family village she knew? So spirited, yet how could such a spirited village be oppressed by Lin Xian? How could they follow him down a path of illegality? Liu Ruyan's mind was filled with profound confusion. Lin Xian and Lin family village exhibited such contradictions. What was hidden beneath all this? What were the criminal facts? And what about the things she had overheard? What was truly concealed within Lin family village? And what was Lin Xian leading the villagers to do? Viewers in the live stream began to reassess their perceptions of Lin Xian and the villagers. This did not seem like a plan to sell the village. Did they not see the elderly and children stepping up, ready to fight? It genuinely felt as if they were prepared to risk everything. Surely, this couldn't be true? We are in the 21st century, a harmonious society. Could anyone truly risk their lives for such matters? After all, imprisonment is a grave consequence. Losing one's life is hardly worthwhile. Indeed, this is not a battlefield. Surely, people today lack such a spirit of sacrifice? Nonsense. That spirit has always existed. It just hasn't reached that point yet. Lin Xian gazed helplessly at the crowd before him in Lin family village. I can comprehend your sentiments, he began, yet the rules left by our ancestors are firm. Without rules, there can be no order. If we allow everyone to act according to their whims, then what purpose do rules serve? Return to your places. Lin Xian raised his voice slightly. The women and elderly exchanged glances. The venerable ancestor's authority still held sway, and his reasoning resonated. Without rules, there can be no order. Observing that only rows of able-bodied men remained in front of the ancestral hall, Lin Xian shifted his gaze to these young men. Lin family village comprised over 100 households, totaling more than 1,000 souls, with the young men constituting nearly a third of the population. Among them were fathers and sons, and for each household, those with only one son or no descendants were sent back. Chapter 31. Drawing Life and Death Lots. The elderly and young of the clan. Opening the clan genealogy. Medical text in hand, acupuncture kit at the ready, and what else did he bring? Huang Mingjian rummaged through his spacious apartment, searching for the essentials required for his impending contest of medical skills. This competition hinged on both theoretical knowledge and practical application. Thus, his medical books and essential tools were indispensable. This was his chance to gain recognition, a pivotal moment in establishing himself as a core figure within the third hospital. In a world where popularity reigned supreme, seizing this wave of attention could lead to both fame and fortune. Perhaps he might even secure the position of vice president at the third hospital, fulfilling his life's ambitions. Lin Xian, oh Lin Xian, you truly are my benefactor. As he sifted through his belongings, Huang Mingjian couldn't help but hum a tune. After locating everything, he took out his phone and glanced at the top-posted video titled The Arrogant Kid Who Doesn't Know His Place, which had garnered 200,000 likes and over 50 million views. This video had undeniably become a sensation, even trending with over 30 million in heat. Oh my! Huang Mingjin felt his heart melt at the sight of his video trending. Who would have thought he would one day reach such heights? TSK. Checking the back end. He noticed many peers urging him to post another video. Huang Mingjin looked at his phone and began recording a vlog. Dear netizens, hello, I'm Huang Mingjin. And soon I shall set off for Lin family village to teach that arrogant kid a lesson and restore the honor of traditional Chinese medicine, with his own account. He understood the importance of generating buzz and allowing the excitement to simmer. He decided to delay a little longer. Grandfather, are we in such a hurry? Huang Xingyi asked, looking somewhat helplessly at her grandfather. He was packing the Huang family medical texts into his backpack along with various essential tools, several bank cards, and a bag containing rare herbs, items not easily found outside. Of course, the Lin family had rendered immense kindness to the Huang family, and by lineage, they were even considered ancestral teachers, making it imperative to visit, and swiftly at that. Huang Tian wore an expression of exhilaration. He never anticipated that on the cusp of his final days, he would find someone from the Lin family who had taught his ancestors medicine. It was fate, allowing him to fulfill his forebears' wishes. In the capital, outside the intensive care unit, Ji Goen and Ji Gumao stood at the door, their faces etched with concern as they gazed at the elderly man inside. Any news? Ji Guamao looked to his elder brother. As the most distinguished members of the second generation of the Ji family, they held significant prestige within the military. Unfortunately, the Ji family had seen a decline in talent within the political and business realms. Yes, I've already sent someone. They should arrive by tonight at the latest. We need to act quickly. The old man's health cannot wait. The Lin family village remains oblivious to the fact that it has become the epicenter of a tempest. Lin Xian fixed his gaze upon the assembly before him. After he uttered the phrase only child, stand forth, not a soul stirred. Linda who? Do you have descendants? He inquired, eyeing Linda who amidst the crowd. Linda who chuckled awkwardly. Old ancestor, whether I live or die, it matters not. Finding a suitable match for my daughter is a challenge. If something occurs in Lin family village, I shall certainly step forward. And you, Lin Feng? You are the sole scion of your family, having only graduated and worked for 2 years without marrying, correct? Lin Xian continued. Old ancestor, I am not an only child. My parents are still capable of having more. Lin Feng retorted defiantly. Lin Xian's lips twitched in response. However, he chose not to dwell on the matter further and retrieved the drawing box. He glanced at Lin Xian, who nodded and proceeded into the ancestral hall. You too. Bring out the box from inside the hall, Lin Xian directed, pointing at two young men in the front row. They nodded in unison and followed Lin Xian into the hall. Before long, Lin Xian emerged carrying a bamboo tube, measuring 50 centimeters square, brimming with tightly packed bamboo sticks, all identical from their ends. Meanwhile, the other two brought out a colossal box, approximately the length of a person, straining under its weight. Liu Ruyan observed the tube and box with keen curiosity. What is the purpose of this tube? And what does the box contain? She wondered aloud. Wow, it appears we are indeed drawing lots. This village may be far more complex than Sister Ruyan imagines. Indeed, even drawing lots is a tradition here. It seems Lin Xian is truly a venerable figure. Is this real? Do such customs still exist? How old is he? A venerable ancestor? Haha. Lineage has no correlation to age. Some may appear youthful yet are already of grandparent age. What is this drawing of lots? I do not comprehend. Does it determine who goes first? No. It seems that those chosen will be tasked with confronting the developers, someone speculated. Who would volunteer for that? Is it not a case of misfortune for those selected? Is it not somewhat unjust? Why not have everyone participate at once? But what is in that box? Surely it cannot be weapons. Aren't those individuals meant to clash with the developers? Who knows? Perhaps it contains money? That is absurd. How much money could fit in that box? Unless it's filled with $1 bills. Lin Xian placed the bamboo tube before Lin Xian, while the other two positioned the box to his right and then returned to their respective places. Li Dekong and Liu Xian men scrutinized Lin Xian, feeling uneasy about the unusual atmosphere. Could it be that the drawing of lots determines who goes first? Li Dekong pondered aloud, his own words sounding incredulous. After all, these individuals had just been contemplating a confrontation with them, and now men, women, and children alike had all stepped forward. The determination coursing through Liu Xinmin made his scalp tingle with apprehension. Were it not for the anticipation of a certain outcome, he would have considered fleeing. He hoped, as Mr. Li had suggested, that these individuals would be deterred by fear. After all, Mr. Li was accompanied by 40 formidable men, and the excavators behind them were poised for action. These individuals should not dare to act decisively. Lin Xian gazed at the gathered villagers of Lin Xian village, and then proclaimed loudly, all able-bodied youths, draw lots in turns. Those who draw the death lot shall be fearless in life and death. Young and old, unite. The clan genealogy shall be compiled anew. Sacrifices will be made to the ancestors. A bounty of 1,000,000 gold awaits. With that, Lin Xian flung open a nearby box, revealing its interior lined with crimson. Chapter 32, The Death Lottery. In the ethereal atmosphere of the ancestral hall in the village of the Lin family, Lin Xian's voice resonated powerfully. The box beside him brimmed with crimson banknotes, dazzling to the eyes. Within that substantial chest lay no less than 50 million, a staggering sum. As Lin Xian's words echoed, the villagers of Lin family stirred with excitement. The most enticing propositions among them were the opening of a new branch in the family lineage and the honor of the ancestral sacrifice. The prospect of establishing a new branch signified the creation of an additional lineage from the main family tree, with oneself as its leading figure, bestowing an esteemed status upon one's descendants within the clan. The honor of the ancestral sacrifice, on the other hand, represented transcendence beyond the mortal coil, ensuring one's name would endure alongside the Lin surname for eternity. As long as the family lineage persisted, one would be remembered during the Qiming festival or the ancestral rites, achieving a legacy akin to immortality, albeit within the confines of the Lin family, a notion that was sufficiently captivating. Many yearn throughout their lives for such acknowledgement, even if it is merely their name echoing through history. Now, an opportunity lay before them. How could they not feel exhilarated? In comparison, the promise of 1,000,000 in gold seemed trivial against such profound honors. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Liu Ruyan's eyes widened in disbelief. A death lottery? Was Lin Xian genuinely not selling the village? Were they truly prepared to risk their lives to drive off the developers? Could the oppressed villagers dare to act in such a manner? Or were they compelled by Lin Xian's intimidation? Yet, the enthusiasm displayed by the elderly and children suggested they were wholly willing participants. Viewers in the live stream were equally astonished by Lin Xian's declarations and the mountain of money before him. Could it be that much? Was it truly 50 million? And it was simply laid bare? Yet, where were the viewers' priorities? Did no one notice the allure of the family lineage and the ancestral honor? What Chinese person could possibly resist such temptations? Frankly, I would be compelled to join as well. Yet, some question the utility of such legacies. What significance did posthumous fame hold? Yet, the quest for legacy has been a timeless pursuit for countless souls throughout history. In my view, the promise of $1 million in gold is far more pragmatic. After claiming the prize, one could simply vanish. What could they do then? Liu Xian Min and Li Dekong, captivated by Lin Xian's words and the sight of the red banknotes, exchanged wide-eyed glances. Life and death intertwined, 100,000 for each participant. Was this not an invitation to become a martyr? Liu Xinmin swallowed hard, contemplating whether they should negotiate further. He felt an undeniable trepidation. These individuals seemed genuinely resolute. Were these villagers truly willing to risk their lives to impede the demolition? Li Dakong, with a fierce glint in his eye, resolutely declared his disbelief that they would truly go to such lengths. In this day and age, who would fear death? Impossible. Commence, Lin Xian commanded, addressing the valiant souls of Lin Xian village. At that moment, Lin Feng stepped forward from the right side of the front row, bowing respectfully and uttering ancestor. He then grasped a stick from the bamboo tube and, without hesitation, withdrew it. Liu Ruyan's heart tightened at this scene. Did this person not hesitate at all? Was he truly unafraid of drawing a death stick? The viewers in the live broadcast shared her confusion. How could he show no hesitation? Doesn't he fear death? Drawing a death stick means certain doom. Indeed, the lack of hesitation was astonishing. How could drawing a stick lead to death? It's clearly just a scare tactic to drive away the developers. Others chimed in, agreeing that this individual's apparent fearlessness was puzzling. Li Dakong, observing the expression of the young man, began to smile. He surmised that these villagers were merely leveraging intimidation. Otherwise, how could someone so young display such a lack of emotion while drawing a stick? Who in this era could be so ruthless? I'll just watch and see who draws the death stick. They'll be the fool, he mused inwardly. In contrast, Liu Xinmin harbored a sinister premonition. Could these villagers really take pride in drawing a death stick? Lin Feng glanced at the stick, noting the absence of red paint at the bottom. His expression was one of resignation. It was not a death stick after all. He returned to his place in the line, seeing his expression of disappointment. Even without Lin Xian stating the characteristics of a death stick, Liu Ruyan realized it likely wasn't one. This person truly seemed unafraid of death. The fact that he felt regret for not drawing a death stick was bewildering. Were the villagers of Lin Xian village psychologically disturbed? Is he genuinely disappointed? Perhaps it's because he couldn't access that money. But surely, those funds pale in comparison to ancestral worship. Indeed, if it were me, I would also feel regret. The first incense offering must be made by my father. Observing their expressions, I found myself convinced that the people of Lin Xian village were serious. If this were Fade, they would all be acclaimed actors. I too believe this is beyond mere pretense. Someone remarked, only a fool would believe this. In this day and age, who would truly risk their lives? As the second and third individuals drew their sticks, they too bore expressions of resignation. Next, Lin Feng stepped forward, eyes closed, and drew a fortune stick. Only after he opened his eyes did he catch sight of the red mark at the bottom, which instantly ignited a look of ecstatic joy upon his face. Red. I've won. Lin Feng grinned broadly, his expression reminiscent of someone who had just struck a 5 million jackpot rather than drawing a losing fortune. Beside him, his father was taken aback by this display. He quickly approached the fortune stick container in front of Lin Xian and drew a stick himself. The bottom of the stick bore a crimson hue, vivid as fresh blood. Haha, I've won too, Lin Feng's father exclaimed, holding the stick aloft, his excitement bordering on frenzy as he struck a triumphant pose. A father and son, both drawing winning fortunes simultaneously. Nearby, Lin Feng's grandparents and mother beamed with pride at this extraordinary turn of events. Yet, a voice of caution emerged. No, you two cannot go together. Chapter 33 Old Ancestor, I cannot fight alongside these old fellows. Lin Xian frowned at the scene before him. Lin Yin, you have no brothers. And Lin Feng, you are an only child. If both of you go and something unfortunate occurs, the Lin family would face extinction. It is against our customs as well. Lin Yin and Lin Feng gazed at Lin Xian with longing. It had taken them considerable effort to draw lots. No way, Lin Xian declared resolutely. With no other choice, Lin Yin and Lin Feng exchanged glances, their expressions hardening. I am your father. Allow me to go. Lin Yin glared at Lin Feng. What of it? If I truly perish, I will separate my name from the family tree. Lin Feng retorted defiantly. I drew the lot first. I must go. This was a rare opportunity to honor the family lineage and perform the ancestral rites. Who would relinquish such a chance? You brat. Lin Xian was nearly exasperated to death by Lin Feng. "We must choose one. For you to take on my death lot is a disgrace to me as your father," he exclaimed, fury etched on his face. "Choosing one for me to take the death lot is a source of pride for me as your son." Lin Feng shot back, eyes wide with determination. Liu Ruyan observed the spectacle, her heart brimming with emotion. A father and son were, astonishingly, competing for the chance to face death. She had thought such scenes could only emerge during times of war, yet here it was, even in an era of peace. The viewers in the live stream were equally moved by their exchange. Tears are welling up. "If I drew the death lot alongside my father, I would willingly take his place. Sigh, my father would likely do the same for me. For a son to die in place of his father is indeed a father's disgrace." Indeed. Filial piety is not merely a pleasant phrase. Who would have thought we could witness this in today's age? Such occurrences were most common in wartime. Exactly. Back then, there were no choices. Both had to go to battle. Isn't it akin to a battlefield now? Our own homeland is being forcibly taken. Lin Xian observed the quarreling father and son, his temples throbbing. "Enough. Lin Feng, you step back. Let Lin Yin proceed." "Ah, old ancestor?" Lin Feng looked at Lin Xian, his tone unexpectedly tinged with a hint of petulance for a grown man. Lin Xian waved his hand, remaining silent. Lin Feng, disheartened, relented. He returned the death lot to the bamboo tube and casually selected a blank slip before rejoining the ranks. Lin Yin, however, wore a look of joy as he clutched the death lot. He turned to his watching parents and knelt on the ground. "Father, mother, your infilial son." He bowed his head to his parents, then stood behind Lin Xian, his forehead covered in dust and streaked with blood. The viewers in the live stream were further moved by this display. Wow, it has ignited a fire within. Those words have been spoken. It is widely acknowledged that when the people of Huaxia utter the phrase father and mother, the child has been unfilial. It signifies a readiness to sacrifice oneself for righteousness. A sentiment that closely follows the invocation of ancestors above. The developers are truly in dire straits. They have indeed encountered an unyielding obstacle. This is not merely an obstacle. It is a steel wall. These individuals are genuinely prepared to fight to the death. Liu Xinmin and Li Dakong felt a chill run down their spines as they witnessed this. As Huaxia nationals, they understood that when someone addresses their parents with father and mother, the child has been unfilial. It typically heralds a readiness to embrace martyrdom. Could it be that these madmen are truly willing to risk their lives? This thought crossed Li Dakong's mind. The 40 henchmen behind him exchanged glances, bewildered. Had these villagers truly lost their senses? Were they really prepared to engage in lethal combat? Was it worth it? Wasn't it merely a matter of demolition? Could they not take their money and walk away? If they died, wouldn't they lose everything? Among the onlookers in Lin Xian village, an elderly man dressed in military attire, aged 90, gripped a cloth-wrapped baton tightly. Memories flooded back of his comrades who, after bidding farewell to their parents, resolutely stepped into the battlefield. "Continue." Lin Xian waved his hand. One by one, the remaining individuals stepped forward to draw their lots from the container. Soon, everyone held a bamboo stick, with those bearing red lots standing at the forefront. Lin Xian surveyed the crowd of Lin Xian village. All eyes were wide open, faces fierce with determination. Their hands clutching the red lots with such intensity that they seemed on the verge of breaking them. "Everyone, follow me." Lin Xian turned to face the ancestral hall nearby, where the tablets of their forebears were displayed. "Kneel," he proclaimed, leading the way to kneel on the ground. As his voice fell, the entire assembly knelt in unison. Lin Xian bowed his head fervently, shouting, "Ancestors above, Lin Xian village's 15th generation patriarch. Today, I, Lin Xian, lead the valiant of Lin Xian village to resist foreign foes. May the ancestors witness our resolve." Rising, he moved behind those who had drawn the death lots. Immediately, those who had drawn the death lots stood up in unison, turning to fix their gaze intently on Li Dakong and Liu Xinmin. These outsiders dared to threaten the very existence of Lin Xian village. One could endure much, but this was intolerable. "Ancestors," an aged voice resonated, followed by Lin Guo, supported by his son and grandson, trembling as he approached the patriarch. He was the oldest living elder of Lin Xian village. Clutching a piece of cloth, his son hastily removed the bundle he carried on his back. "Ah, Guo, what is this?" Lin Xian inquired, a look of helplessness on his face. Surely this elder was not intending to exert himself again. The sentiment was commendable enough. "Grandfather," Guo replied, seemingly aware of Lin Xian's thoughts, "I am not here to cause trouble. How can we resist foreign foes without weapons? Here, take these. They may be old, but they are as good as new. You hold on to them, as if Aguo were fighting alongside you to defend Lin Xian village." Aguo, cradling the cloth, gazed at Lin Xian. Liu Ruyan and the online viewers listened to the elder's words, filled with speculation. Goodness, considering the shape of that item, could it possibly be a Type 38 rifle? It is indeed plausible. Does this elder truly possess such a thing? It must be true. Did you not hear him mention that these items fought alongside him? Incredible. But isn't that illegal? Never mind. I've already reported it, suspecting the possession of firearms. Lin Xian looked in astonishment at the object Aguo held, recalling its connection to Aguo's past. He was well aware of Aguo's history, and the elder's military uniform, adorned with honors, spoke volumes. Aguo nodded solemnly, beginning to unwrap the layers of the cloth bundle. Chapter 34. Kneeling, almost everyone was captivated by the strip of cloth in Aguo's hands. When the heavy fabric was lifted, it revealed a black firearm, the barrel of which was accompanied by a gleaming silver bayonet, showing no signs of rust. Beside it lay a collection of brass bullets, their metallic sheen reflecting a dim glow. "Son, open the other one," Aguo urged his son, trembling. The boy extended his hand and unveiled another strip, which also concealed a firearm. Most present recognized this weapon, the Mosin-Nagant 1891, also known as the Water Pearl. Lying next to it was a Mauser pistol, inscribed with 3 digits. Additionally, 2 wooden-handled grenades rested beside the Mauser. Liu Ruyan was rendered speechless by the sight. Could it be true that Lin Village possessed such weaponry? Yet, these firearms appeared aged, unlike the arms typically trafficked by Lin Xian, suggesting they were perhaps relics hoarded by the elder, remnants of past use. Viewers in the live stream were equally astonished by the items revealed by the elder. Wow, there are indeed guns. Incredible, they look so impressive. That 1891, equipped with an 8-time scope and a level 2 helmet, could kill in one shot. The sound is even sweeter than the K98. I love that gun. The sound is beautiful and the power is immense. 666666, have you all been playing too many games? Possessing firearms is illegal. Lin Village is committing a crime lift. Honestly, I've already reported this. The police said they would take this matter seriously. They should arrive shortly. China has always placed great emphasis on such issues. Possessing firearms is a serious offense, especially with grenades involved. How old are those grenades, and can they still explode? Li Dakong and Liu Xinmin were left dumbfounded by the sight of the gleaming firearms. The quality was unmistakable. These were genuine weapons. A glance at the grenades revealed they were typical of the wartime period, likely dating back 70 to 80 years. It was uncertain whether they could still detonate. Nonetheless, regardless of their explosive capability, merely possessing such items was a grave matter. Would one dare to wager on their inoperability? Just as one instinctively runs from a grenade thrown their way, their thumbs would instinctively point skyward. Li Xinmin and Li Dakong began to reconsider their stance. Mishandling this situation could lead to serious consequences. In the background, police officers stared in disbelief at the firearms. After years of strict gun control in China, it was astonishing to discover someone had kept such well-preserved standard-issue weapons, complete with bullets and grenades. They turned their gaze toward Zhaoguan. Local police were likely already en route. This credit would not be theirs to claim. Zhaoguan recalled the digits inscribed on the Mauser pistol, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. This weapon had an unusual provenance. He suspected that even if local authorities arrived, they might not be able to confiscate these firearms, at least not the Mauser rifle. Lin Xian looked helplessly at Aguo. Aguo, please put these things away. Should firearms be employed, the nature of the situation would undoubtedly change. It would not merely be the participants who would face governmental repercussions. The entirety of Lin family village would likely undergo severe retribution. Ah, grandfather? Aguo gazed at Lin Xian, genuinely wishing for these individuals to fight alongside him. With that thought, Lin Xian grasped the dagger, its blade measuring 20 centimeters, glinting ominously. Very well. Aguo nodded emphatically. After ensuring Aguo's safety, Lin Xian turned to the villagers of Lin family village, urging them to retreat to the back hall and arm themselves. As his words echoed, those marked for misfortune surged toward the inner sanctum. Soon, a throng emerged, wielding knives, firearms, and clubs, although some weapons were unsharpened. The sight of a 2-meter-long Guangong sword and a 3-meter-long red tassel spear was enough to instill fear in any observer. Lin Xian, dagger in hand, fixated his gaze on Li Dakong and Liu Xian. The two could not suppress their nervous gulps, instinctively retreating. Behind them stood the 40 henchmen led by Li Dakong. Yet even these enforcers felt trepidation at the unfolding scene. As Li Dakong and Liu Xian backed away, so too did their followers. After a prolonged retreat, Li Dakong suddenly realized that no matter how far he moved, his men remained closely behind him. Anger flared on his face as he turned to them, demanding, "What are you doing? Protect me? Am I paying you to cower?" The leading henchman, wearing a look of distress, replied, "Boss, we're frightened too. Perhaps we should withdraw." Withdraw? Li Dekong's expression darkened. Where would that leave his reputation? And what of his pride? Meanwhile, Lin Xian's eyes grew increasingly fierce. Brave souls of Lin family village. Follow me. Clenching the dagger, he aimed to ensure that these adversaries would never again contemplate encroaching upon Lin family village. With that, he charged at Li Dekong and Liu Xian men. Charge. The villagers of Lin family roared, their eyes ablaze, brandishing their weapons as they rushed toward the unscrupulous developers. Li Dekong and Liu Xian men, hearing the commotion behind them, turned to find themselves paralyzed with shock. The 40 henchmen, in a panic, attempted to retreat. But the villagers had already blocked their escape, casting hostile glances. Nearby, the excavator's driver was forcibly pulled from his vehicle and thrown to the ground. Meanwhile, the tires of various cars, including Wuling and Maybach, had been punctured by children wielding knives. With no avenue for escape, the henchmen gazed desperately at the encircling villagers. Though the crowd included the elderly, women, and children, the henchmen dared not retaliate, for behind them lurked the madmen brandishing weapons. Should they choose to act, it was certain they would not leave Lin family village alive. Li Dekong and Liu Xian were filled with terror as they gazed at the approaching Lin Xian, whose face contorted in a menacing grimace, eyes ablaze with a sinister glare, and wielding a glimmering bayonet. They harbored no doubt that this young man would ruthlessly pierce them through with his blade. The death warriors behind Lin Xian appeared equally ferocious, resembling wild beasts ready to pounce. With such an array of weapons poised to rain down upon them, their fate seemed sealed. They were likely to be reduced to mere pulp. In light of this grim realization, Li Dekong and Liu Xian could no longer contain their dread. With a resounding thud, they fell to their knees. Failing to submit would surely jeopardize their very lives. Chapter 35. Blood must be spilled. With a thud, Li Dekong and Liu Xian both sank to their knees. Although humiliation coursed through their hearts, they understood that if they did not submit now, they might never have the opportunity to do so again. Lin Xian halted his steps, positioning himself before Li Dekong and Liu Xian. His fingers whitening from the force of his grip, he raised a hand, signaling the valiant men of Lin family village behind him to cease their movements. The onlookers gazed down upon Li Dekong and Liu Xian, their expressions a blend of disdain and anticipation. Observing the humiliation etched on Li Dekong's face, Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, sensing the lingering defiance. He slowly lifted the dagger in his hand. Liu Ruyan covered her mouth, watching the scene unfold with trepidation. Surely Lin Xian would not resort to murder? At that moment, Li Dekong could no longer maintain his composure. He hastily raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, exclaiming, "I was wrong. I won't pursue this development plan any longer." Fear gripped him. Even a villain fears a ruthless adversary, and a ruthless person dreads one who has nothing to lose. Li Dekong had no doubt that this youth before him was indeed capable of violence, as were those rabble behind him. It was only at that moment that he fully comprehended the reality that these individuals were genuinely willing to fight to the death. What era was this, that such people still existed, and that they were a collective force? Liu Xian, hearing Li Dekong's plea, felt a sense of resignation. Damn it. He had thought Li Dekong was ruthless, but these villagers were even more merciless. Lin Xian's gaze remained fixed on the two men as he spoke slowly. "You have knelt before your parents and bowed to your ancestors. Is merely admitting your mistake sufficient? Having led the villagers in drawing life and death lots, kneeling before their forebears, did they truly believe that a simple acknowledgement of wrong could suffice? What did they think would happen next?" Li Dekong felt tears welling up within him. He had already knelt in supplication, yet Lin Xian seemed unwilling to relent. What could he do? However, he dared not voice his thoughts. "What do you intend to do?" he asked through gritted teeth while glaring at Lin Xian. A cold smirk crossed Lin Xian's face as he extended his hand. Lin Feng, standing nearby, immediately understood and handed over the dagger in his possession. Lin Xian flung the dagger onto the ground. "You should be aware of the rules," he said in a low, commanding tone. "Are you asking me to take my own life?" Li Dekong gasped, eyes wide with terror at the sight of the dagger lying before him. "This is a society governed by law," he shouted. Liu Ruyan too looked on in shock. Unable to fathom that Lin Xian would demand such a thing, was this not excessively cruel? Yet, perhaps such a fate was fitting for the deeds Lin Xian had committed. Lin Xian turned his gaze to Lin Huang, who bore a fierce expression. He picked up the dagger from the ground and, with a swift motion, approached Li Dekong. extending his hand toward him. What? Li Dakong was taken aback by the ferocity of Lin Huang, whose stature short, stocky, and reminiscent of a typical farmer, combined with his fierce countenance, made him resemble a cold-blooded killer. Extend your hand. Quickly, Lin Huang barked. Li Dakong realized that there was no escaping this predicament. He had no choice but to extend his hand. Lin Huang seized Li Dakong's wrist, then pressed the sharp edge of a dagger directly into his palm. With a sudden grip, Lin Huang yanked the dagger free. Ah! Li Dakong cried out in agony. My hand. Blood streamed from his palm down his wrist. Those who dared to target Lin family village would meet such a fate. Lin Huang, his eyes aflame with fury, brandished the bloodied blade, pointing it at the 40 henchmen behind Li Dakong. Not one among them dared utter a word, all trembling under Lin Huang's gaze. Liu Ruyan covered her mouth. Only now did she fully comprehend the ruthlessness of Lin Xian and the villagers of Lin family village. Lin Xian was aware that the live broadcast was ongoing, yet he still signaled to his villagers to carry out the violent act. The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. Goodness, how brutal. Inflicting harm right in front of so many people? Isn't this illegal? Is Lin Xian not afraid of being arrested? Which of your eyes saw Lin Xian make a move? Clearly, it was that short, dark fellow who acted. This was Lin Xian's cunning, allowing his subordinates to act while he remained unscathed. Impressive. No wonder he could lead Lin family village. Zhao Guan furrowed his brow. Only now did Lin Xian exhibit the demeanor of an international criminal, entangled with numerous felonies. However, this scene alone could not serve as evidence to apprehend Lin Xian. Li Dakong clutched his wrist, howling in pain, his eyes brimming with malice. Bring those two out. Lin Xian pointed at the two individuals Li Dakong had brought with him. At that moment, the two were attempting to hide within the crowd. Upon seeing Lin Xian's finger directed at them, their terror intensified. The fierce men of Lin family village surged forward, dragging the pair out. What do you want from us? They stammered, eyes wide with fear. Lin Xian sneered. Turning to Liu Ruyan, do you recognize these two? Liu Ruyan, astonished, noted their familiarity. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Were they not the two traffickers from the vehicle? Many viewers in the live stream also recognized the pair. Wait, aren't those the traffickers from that day? How did they end up here, as bodyguards for this director Li? The implications grew chilling. Was this man possibly in cahoots with those traffickers? How sinister. He appeared to be a significant figure. Yet the origins of his wealth seemed steeped in darkness. Zhao Guan, taken aback by the scene, recognized the two as well. Their initial objective had been to dismantle this criminal syndicate, and now, with Lin Xian's involvement surfacing again, it appeared the thread of investigation had not entirely unraveled. However, it is still premature to condemn Li Dakong. Boss Li, would you care to elucidate? Lin Xian fixed his gaze upon Li Dakong, a man who perhaps possessed untold wealth, amassed through the trafficking of children and women. Moreover, this individual harbored intentions towards Lin's home village, intensifying Lin Xian's disdain for him. Li Dakong felt a surge of panic within, yet being seasoned in the ways of the world, he maintained a facade of anguish upon his visage, exclaiming, "What a vile accusation! Someone, please attend to my ailments." Just then, the piercing sound of police sirens echoed from beyond the village. And a flicker of joy flashed in Li Dakong's eyes, for he had connections with the county's director. I shall lodge a complaint against you for intentional bodily harm, for the illegal possession of arms. Chapter 36, a call from the capital, directing us to the coordinates. Li Dakong spoke without hesitation. His teeth clenched as he glared at Lin Xian and the others. The county chief was like a brother to him. And this insignificant Lin family village ultimately fell under the jurisdiction of the county. Although the arriving police were uncertain of their precinct, they were still from the county bureau. How could they possibly disregard his authority? Moreover, the criminal activities in Lin family village were glaringly evident. He had to ensure these individuals were incarcerated. Damn it. Li Dakong had not lived all these years in vain. The police car sped towards the Lin family ancestral hall. Inside, Zhang Yueqiao, the team leader of the township precinct, was drenched in sweat. Another incident had occurred in this village. Just days ago, a human trafficker had been killed. And now there was another case of knife assault. This was not even the gravest issue. Not only was there a knife attack, but there were also reports of firearms and explosives being concealed. Was this something that could happen in a village? Were these terms even to be heard in the 21st century? From a distance, he spotted a crowd gathering. Zhang Yueqiao felt a surge of anxiety. If a bomb were to explode, it would not only be their precinct that suffered, but also the town and county authorities. Hurry, hurry, he urged his subordinate, Xiao Lu, to accelerate. The vehicle nearly crashed through the Lin family village archway, and before it had fully stopped, policeman leapt out. Police are investigating. Step aside. Who is concealing firearms and deliberately causing harm? Zhang Yuechao brandished his police credentials and rushed into the ancestral hall. Although the crowd parted, they still regarded the 4 officers with hostility. Zhang Yuechao felt a chill run down his spine under their scrutinizing gazes, yet he pressed on. Having spotted the injured individual and the blood on the ground, "Officer," Li Dakong shouted frantically, "I'm injured. They did this." He pointed accusingly at Lin Xian. Zhang Yuechao did not take Li Dakong's word at face value. Instead, he focused on the figure wielding the dagger, which was still stained with blood. It was evident that this person was the true culprit. "I did it. I'll go with you," Lin Huang declared, his eyes wide. Having drawn the short straw of fate, resigned to his family's will, he was prepared. After all, the punishment for intentional injury was not excessively severe. "Cuff him," Zhang Yuechao signaled, and 2 officers promptly stepped forward to place handcuffs on Lin Huang. He then turned his attention to the elderly man holding a firearm. Upon seeing him, Zhang Yuechao's eyelids twitched involuntarily. The old man wore a military uniform that clearly had seen better days, adorned with medals. A glance at the weapon in the old man's hands revealed he was undoubtedly one of the old veterans. However, there was no alternative. These firearms had to be confiscated. Possessing firearms without authorization was inherently illegal, a matter of principle that could not be overlooked. "Sir, it would be prudent for you to cooperate and surrender the weapon. I would prefer to avoid any unpleasantness," Zhang Yuechao addressed Lin Gua. The elderly man's weathered face twitched, and he let out a cold chuckle. "Young man, you think you can take my gun? You couldn't accomplish it when I was in my prime, and you certainly won't now. These weapons were personally gifted to me by the old commander. These firearms bear his identification numbers." Confronted by Lin Gua, Zhang Yuechao's composure faltered. "Old man, this is an illegal act." "Illegal?" Lin Gua scoffed as he tremulously retrieved a diary from his pocket. "Grandson, start from the last page and dial the last number." Zhang Yuechao was taken aback, realizing that the old man was likely summoning assistance. But would that be of any use? After all, who at his age would still be alive? "Old man, in the face of the law, calling anyone is futile." Lin Gua paid him no heed. His grandson extracted his phone and dialed the number. "Grandpa, it's connected." In a courtyard in the capital, an elderly man reclined in a chair, basking in the winter sun, an indulgence for someone of his years. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket, jolting him upright, nearly straining his back. He tremulously retrieved the device. Only one person knew this number, his old commander from the war. After all these years, his commander had finally reached out. "Old Commander," Lu Jiangwo stammered. "Xiao Lu, there's a police officer in Dashi County attempting to confiscate my firearm," Lin Gua stated bluntly. Lu Jiangwo immediately wiped away a tear, a fierce determination etched across his face. His old commander had retreated for certain reasons, and now, the call indicated he was being bullied in his old age, his weapon was under threat. In the past, amidst the storm of bullets, no enemy had succeeded in disarming his commander, yet today, someone dared to seize his gun. "Give me the Dashi Municipal Committee," he shouted, slapping his thigh in frustration. "This is outrageous." The guards stationed on either side quickly pulled out their phones. They had noticed the old man's distressed expression and his mention of the commander, realizing that the caller held significant status. The guards hurriedly searched through their contacts, finally locating the number at the very end of the list. It was challenging, as the old man's acquaintances were predominantly high-ranking officials. Typically, appointments were required to meet with individuals from the municipal committee, and even then, one might not be granted an audience. In Dashi, within the office of Secretary Ho Ping, he repeatedly pressed his eyelids. His secretary, noticing, inquired, "Secretary Ho, are your eyes uncomfortable? Should I fetch some eye drops?" "No need." Ho Ping waved his hand. "For some reason, my eyelids have been twitching all day. Could it be a sign of impending trouble?" The secretary suggested. The higher one ascended in rank, the more one trusted their instincts. During festive seasons, there are usually issues, but given your capabilities, it's unlikely to be anything serious. During festive seasons, the military and their associates seem to undergo a trial akin to an arduous ordeal, as everyone finds themselves with ample leisure time, making the potential for mishaps exceedingly high. Suddenly, the telephone before the secretary began to ring. Ho Ping's eyelids twitched more violently, and he stared in astonishment at the phone on the secretary's desk. An unsettling premonition washed over him. He sensed that the source of his anxiety was likely this very call. His gaze remained fixed on the secretary, who, with a furrowed brow, suddenly appeared taken aback. "What is it?" Ho Ping exclaimed as he rose from his office chair. "Whose call is this?" It's a call from the capital. The capital? Ho Ping was instantly struck with alarm. What could a call from the capital possibly entail? What did they say? They mentioned nothing but that they required our coordinates. Chapter 37. Though no lives were lost. A fortune awaits us. The sudden request for coordinates left Ho Ping in a state of shock. What purpose could they serve? He uttered. Let the heroes bleed and shed tears. Prepare to summon the troops. The secretary, equally astonished, realized the gravity of the situation. This communication was undoubtedly originating from the old alleyways of the capital. The other party could not possibly be jesting. Something significant must have transpired into Shishi. Let the heroes bleed and shed tears? Was an anonymous veteran being bullied? Allow me to take this. Ho Ping hastily approached, having deduced the matter from the secretary's words. Surely, some esteemed veteran had fallen victim to unscrupulous officials or others. They had no choice but to resort to old connections from their days of battle. Such incidents could escalate or de-escalate, depending on how one handled them. He was nearly drenched in sweat. Hello, I am Ho Ping, the secretary of the municipal committee of Dashishi. He bent slightly, cautiously connecting the call. On the other end, an irate voice erupted. My old squad leader is about to have his weapon confiscated by your police in Lin Xian. That was issued to him long ago. I want this resolved in 10 minutes. Otherwise, prepare for the consequences. The call ended abruptly with a loud click. Ho Ping quickly turned to his secretary. Hurry, call the Lin Xian County Police Bureau. Find out who responded today. They are there to arrest for illegal possession of firearms. Tell them to leave that matter and return immediately. He was now in a state of frantic perspiration. Understood, understood, the secretary replied hastily. Never mind, you call the county bureau. I will reach out to the municipal bureau, Ho Ping declared. Instantly, the entire Dashishi buzzed with activity. The heads of the municipal and county bureaus were alerted. Upon investigation, it became clear that the incident was linked to Lin Xian. This village, known for its excessive discretion, harbored a heroic veteran. Old man, if you insist on this course of action, we shall have to take matters into our own hands, Zhang Yueqiao remarked impatiently. Nearby, the victim continued to wail. Liu Ruyan furrowed her brows at the scene. She had now confirmed that Li Dakong was undoubtedly connected to human traffickers. Viewers in the live stream focused their attention on the elderly man. Who could he possibly call for assistance? After all, he was a veteran. Perhaps he had former comrades who had found success. If he truly has affluent acquaintances, would he still be here in this impoverished village? Someone questioned. Impoverished? Did you not see how he earned 300,000 in just one afternoon? Then does that mean he doesn't have to repay the loan? Those shady platforms can take a hike. Zhang Yueqiao glared at Lin Gua, who sat with his eyes closed, exhibiting a dismissive demeanor. Frustration welled within him. Just as he was about to speak, his phone vibrated simultaneously with those of his three teammates. Zhang Yueqiao felt a sense of foreboding. Liu Ruyan also noticed this development. And a thought struck her. Could the old man's call have triggered this response? Was he truly that formidable? Director Li? Zhang Yueqiao glanced at the caller ID. Momentarily taken aback. As soon as he connected the call, a voice boomed through the receiver. Zhang Yueqiao, get back here at once. Hurry up and assemble the team. The municipal bureau is calling me directly. Although he hadn't activated the speakerphone, the volume on the other end was overwhelming, prompting Zhang to instinctively tilt his head away. The other three team members were similarly affected by their phones. A chill crept into Zhang's heart. Who exactly had this elderly gentleman contacted? He turned to the elder, bowing repeatedly, expressing his apologies. Tears nearly welled in his eyes. It seemed that every visit to this place brought nothing but trouble. Lin Gua snorted derisively. You can't take this, boy. These people intend to demolish our Lin family village. We are merely defending our home. He gestured toward Lin Huang. Zhang Yueqiao felt a sense of helplessness. It was obvious that this individual was armed and dangerous. If you must take me, I will accompany you, Lin Gua added. Zhang Yueqiao, resigned, could only nod. After all, the director had already called for them to return immediately. Li Dakong stared in bewilderment at the unfolding scene. The pain in his hand momentarily forgotten. Who was this old man, wielding such authority? A foreboding sensation washed over him. Officer, this incident is a misunderstanding. I actually inflicted this injury upon myself, he exclaimed, pleadingly. Take me with you. I feel as though I am losing too much blood. Li Dakong hastily turned to Zhang Yueqiao. Zhang, contemplating a reason to depart, seized upon Li's words. Quickly, follow me. Assist this gentleman to the hospital. The other three officers hurriedly rushed forward to lend their support. Upon witnessing Li Dakong's departure, Liu Xian glanced at Lin Xian before hastily following. The 38 thugs also scrambled to flee. The two human traffickers, restrained by the villagers of Lin family village, felt despair wash over them. They too wished to call out to Li Dakong for assistance, but dared not risk exposing their connection to him. With trepidation, they surveyed the villagers, uncertain of the fate that awaited them. Lin Xian cast a glance at Lin Huang, patting him on the shoulder. "You've worked hard. Go over there and fetch 2 million. He pointed towards a nearby box. "But, esteemed ancestor, serving Lin family village is my duty." Lin Huang replied sheepishly, scratching his head. "The rules are as such. Do not shy away from your responsibility," Lin Xian insisted, warning that Lin Huang might still face imprisonment. It all depended on whether Li Dakong chose to pursue the matter, especially since the act of violence had occurred in front of a live audience. Very well, Lin Huang conceded reluctantly, returning to the box to retrieve 2 large bundles of cash, each containing hundreds of stacks, with each stack amounting to 10,000 yuan. "The brave defenders of Lin family village shall each receive 500,000, Lin Xian declared. Although the benefits promised by the life and death contract would only be realized upon death, Lin Xian did not share this perspective. Each individual who drew a death contract had already resolved to make a sacrifice. Although we cannot provide a separate reward for the first fragrance and lineage, we can certainly ensure that the monetary compensation is adequate. This, esteemed ancestor, we feel unworthy of such generosity." The crowd hastily expressed their sentiments. "There is no need for further words." Lin Xian extended his hand, and the people stepped forward in turn to receive their financial rewards. Lin Xian turned his gaze towards Liu Ruyan, instructing her, "Please handle these 2 human traffickers. After all, they are the hosts of the national Taiwan, and their previous abduction must have had significant repercussions." Liu Ruyan replied, "I believe it would be prudent to conduct an investigation at a higher level, as I suspect they are connected to that individual." "Agreed. What shall you do next?" Liu Ruyan inquired. Lin Xian directed his attention towards the ancestral hall and proclaimed, "Let us cast the sacred cup and summon the divine to descend." Chapter 38. The rules of the contest: casting the Holy Grail, invoking the divine. Liu Ruyan was captivated by Lin Xian's words. Which deity was invited to Linjia village? She knew that the coastal region typically honored Mazu, while Fujian invited the Holy King. In the southern Min area revered the master of pure water. Who would the humble Linjia village summon? Generally speaking, most deities are recorded in history. For instance, the Holy King of Kaizhong from Fujian was a minister during the Tang dynasty, the son of Qinzheng, and the first governor of Zhangzhou. Could it be the ancestor of the Lin dynasty? Indeed, the Lin dynasty had a brief historical existence, situated between the southern and northern dynasties in the Sui and Tangs, with a reign lasting nearly a century. Due to its lack of being a unified dynasty, Liu Ruyan did not possess extensive knowledge of it. Lin Xian slightly raised his chin, mentioning the founding ancestor of the Lin family, the great emperor of 5 blessings, followed by several divine heirs. "So many?" Liu Ruyan exclaimed in surprise. "Higi," Lin Xian chuckled. "When Linxia village was established, it was the main lineage of the Lin family along with some loyal ministers from various regions, uniting to evade the turmoil of war. For this reason, the ancestor granted the surname Lin, leading to many customs here. You will gradually come to know." As Lin Xian spoke, he said, "Come, let us first go to the front ancestral hall to cast the Holy Grail, and then I will take you to the rear hall to see the earthly forms of these deities." Earthly forms. Liu Ruyan immediately recalled the bizarre figures she had seen in the previous province, neither human nor ghostly, resembling cheap inflatable dolls of wandering deities. Surely Linxia village would not be akin to that place. Netizens shared the same sentiment as Liu Ruyan. "Oh no, the psychological shadow from my visit to Sichuan was profound. Those towering wandering deities looked like poorly made dolls from a small factory. Linjia village cannot be the same, can it? Surprisingly, it might be possible. Nowadays, authentic representations are rare. Typically, affluent coastal regions possess the means to create decent wandering deities, while this impoverished mountain village likely has nothing of quality. It feels more like a gathering of laughing puppets." The 3 from Lingua walked home, intending to cherish these weapons anew. These were the pride of Lingua. Suddenly, the grandson's phone rang. He stared at the phone in astonishment. "Grandpa, your old comrade is calling back." Oh, Lingua felt a surge of emotion. His old comrade had enjoyed wealth and prestige in the capital, while he pursued a return to his roots. Arriving back at Linjia village, he thought their connection was lost forever, yet this event had transpired. "Give it to me," he said, taking the phone from his grandson. "Hello, old class leader, it's me." An aged voice came through the line. Unable to contain himself, Lingua wept openly, extending a hand like a withered tree to wipe away his tears. Oh, Xiaolu, old class leader. After all these years, have you been hiding in this mountain village? I understand your disinterest in fame, but at least give us something to hold on to. One TU? Back then, only 6 of us survived from Class 7. And we have you in to see you every year. Tears of murky despair flowed continuously from Lin Guo's eyes. Were Mao Dan and the others all right? I thought I was all alone. Liu Jiangwo began to sob. The guard beside him, unable to bear the sight, remained silent. Lin Guo pressed his hand to his chest. Grandfather, I am fine. Lin Guo took a deep breath. Old squad leader, wait for me. I shall seek you out tomorrow. Liu Jiangwo resolved. Pondering that this might be their final meeting. Be cautious on your journey. After uttering this farewell, Lin Guo ended the call. In the capital, Liu Jiangwo stared at the disconnected phone, his mind swirling with thoughts. Old squad leader. In Lin Xian village, Liu Jiangwo closed his eyes, contemplating the connection between Lin Xian village and the Lin family of the capital. The martial arts families of the capital, the Ji family in the military, the Shang family in commerce, and the Lin family in politics, all shrouded in mystery and discretion. Perhaps I am overthinking it. There are countless Lin Xian villages across the land, one nestled in the mountains and another in the capital. Your reputation has surpassed 200,000 points. You have received the reward, the power of 10,000 June. Standing before the ancestral hall, a voice resonated in Lin Xian's mind, and he suddenly felt a surge of primordial energy within him. The power of 10,000 June. Lin Xian pondered, what purpose does it serve? It cannot be used to enrich Lin Xian village. It would be better to provide him with investment strategies. Nevertheless, it is better than nothing. At that moment, an excited voice crackled through Liu Ruyan's earpiece. Ruyan, I have contacted Dr. Huang Mingjian. He is on his way to Lin Xian village. The competition of medical skills is a grand spectacle, and many in the live stream are drawn to this event. Find an opportunity to discuss the process of the medical contest with Lin Xian. The excitement in Director Zhang's voice was palpable. The program had reached unprecedented heights of popularity. As long as Lin Xian remained steadfast, the viewership would increase by tens of thousands daily. Understood. Liu Ruyan nodded. Genuinely curious about Lin Xian's medical prowess and whether it could rival that of Dr. Huang, a seasoned chief physician from a top-tier hospital. After all, he was not young. While Lin Xian was merely 18. Secretary Lin, Liu Ruyan suddenly turned to Lin Xian. What is it? Are we starting now? She inquired. Well, we should wait for about 10 minutes. Most villagers have gone home to change clothes, as some elders rushed out earlier. Some even wore mismatched shoes and socks. I need to discuss something with you regarding Dr. Huang Mingjian. Oh, he is coming? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, nearly forgetting about this matter. The first batch of vehicles ordered for the village was also arriving soon, and the loan he took out last semester was nearing its repayment deadline. If he failed to repay it, those creditors would likely come knocking soon. Everything seemed to be converging at once. Lin Xian rubbed his temples. He had reviewed Dr. Huang's situation, which was generating considerable interest. It could bring significant benefits to Lin Xian village and promote the legacy of Lin family traditional medicine. In times past, the Lin family sought refuge in the mountains as their ancestors feared retribution from succeeding dynasties, leading them to embrace a life of seclusion, only to emerge during times of war. Subsequently, most returned to the tranquility of the mountains. However, there was a faction that could no longer endure the enduring solitude of rural life and aspired to carve out a new destiny in the modern era, only to be expelled from their ancestral homelands. Now, Lin Xian's perspective has undergone a subtle transformation. He recognizes that if cultural heritage is perpetually shrouded in isolation, it risks severance with the passage of time. Thus, a situation has arisen wherein both prestige and wealth have been achieved. There exists no eternal dynasty or honor, only the ancient lineage and its legacy. With preparations underway, I wish to discuss the specifics of the medical competition with you. What do you think? Liu Ruyan, intrigued, inquired how such a contest would be conducted. Would it involve finding 2 patients? Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. Lin Xian pondered for a moment and replied, Indeed, we must seek patients to diagnose, utilizing the principles of Chinese medicine. I suggest that the production team serve as judges to ensure fairness in the assessment. He continued, of course, should he wish to further contest in acupuncture and bone-setting techniques. I would not object. Lin Xian felt a strong sense of confidence. He would not be intimidated, not even by the renowned Huang Mingjian, let alone the illustrious Huang Lao. Yet, Lin Xian's thoughts drifted to certain matters. The Lin family chronicle recounts that Lin Xian, an ancestor of the Lin clan, descended from the mountains during the reign of the Emperor Taiji to wander and ultimately saved a man of the Huang surname. Recognizing his innate talent for medicine and imparting some of the Lin family's medical knowledge. Both bear the surname Huang? Could there be a connection? Lin Xian mused. Though he presumed it to be a matter of little consequence, and he had no intention of seeking favor with the illustrious Huang family. In terms of lineage, the other party might even refer to him as their ancestral master. Chapter 39. The Mad Donkey. Damn it. This kid has no intention of repaying the money. In Su province, the buzzcut man slammed his hand on the table. You're trying to scare me to death. Hauge rubbed his bald head, cursing as he spoke. Boss, this kid not only refuses to repay the loan but has an exceedingly arrogant attitude. He even left a message saying he is at odds with evil and has reported our platform. If he has the guts, let him come at me. What? Hauge's eyes widened in disbelief as he stood up from the sofa, rolling up his sleeves. I've been in this business for decades, and I've never encountered such a type. On the computer screen, Lin Xian displayed a radiant smile, with his message below stating that the black online loan had violated some laws and that he would not repay the money, claiming to uphold justice and such. Hauge was so furious that he felt smoke coming out of his nostrils. Mad donkey, call him over. Hauge's eyes glared. Furious at the audacity of this insolent individual, the buzzcut man hurriedly made a phone call. Soon, a somewhat slender figure entered through the door, wearing an old green jacket. With slightly curly, yellowing hair, sharp brows, and elongated eyes, resembling a donkey's face. Hauge, you called for me? The mad donkey approached, with a fierce glare. Hauge pulled him in front of the computer. Look at this. Get some people to handle him. I want my money back immediately. Do you understand? The mad donkey glanced at the youthful face on the screen, somewhat surprised that this pretty boy was worth his effort. Don't underestimate him. Their whole family likely protects him. Bring a couple more people along. Hauge patted the mad donkey's shoulder. The mad donkey was his favorite enforcer. Lean yet incredibly ruthless, with blood on his hands. Don't worry, boss. If this kid falls into my hands, he'll suffer terribly, the mad donkey boasted, bending his knees slightly. Haha, I trust you completely. Let us get going. I'll provide you with the location, Hauge said, his face beaming with confidence in the mad donkey's efficiency. On the patient's side, let me gather some participants, Liu Ruyan suggested. With so many people in the live stream, if we offer free consultations, the sign-ups will surely be endless. Sure, Lin Xian nodded. Dear audience friends, we are now recruiting volunteers for the medical skills competition segment. You can leave your contact information and case reports in the background. This consultation is entirely free, with travel expenses covered. And you can also experience the local customs of Lin family village. It would be best to have some difficult cases. I can also consider offering free treatment. Lin Xian suddenly added. The viewers in the live stream became excited. A traditional Chinese medicine competition. It feels like watching martial arts masters duel. Travel expenses covered? Isn't that like a free trip? Too bad I'm not sick. By the way, does crab algae count? Can it be cured? My friend asked me to check. What kind of crab is crab algae? Is it a sea crab? Large socks. Let's refrain from further inquiries on that matter. My grandfather suffers from alien hand syndrome. Is this condition treatable? In the countryside, a girl clutched a half-broken phone screen, typing a few words. She glanced back at her grandfather, who was bound tightly with one hand while the other struggled to split firewood. Alien hand syndrome, as its name suggests, is a condition where one's hand acts independently, often becoming aggressive towards oneself or others. Even in slumber, this hand may climb up to grasp one's throat. The girl pondered for a moment before sending a message backstage. As everyone gathered, Lin Xian surveyed the scene. Behind him stood 20 elderly villagers, the most senior members of Lin family village. They were to form two lines at the sides. Behind them stood the men, women, and children of Lin family village, with men at the forefront and the elderly, women, and children flanking them. 100-meter-long red carpet extended from the ancestral hall to the village entrance. Lin Xian stood at the very front of the red carpet, gazing at the highest ancestral statue within the hall, representing the first generation of ancestors. To conduct the sacrificial rites and invoke the deities, one must first seek the ancestors' consent. If the ancestors agree, the ceremony may proceed. At that moment, Lin Zhang approached, carrying a sandalwood box. This was the sacred chalice. Lin Xian pointed to the crescent-shaped wooden chalice within the box. If both flat surfaces faced upward, it signified full positivity, also known as the smiling cup, indicating that the ancestors smiled in silence. If both surfaces faced downward, it represented negativity, suggesting that the ancestors disapproved of the proceedings. If one surface was up and the other down, it indicated the sacred chalice, symbolizing that all matters were favorable and the ancestors consented. Oh, what if they do not agree? Liu Ruyan suddenly inquired. Such a grand ceremony, determined by the casting of the sacred chalice, could easily yield a negative outcome. If they disagree, Lin Xian and Lin Xian exchanged glances and chuckled softly. A good woman fears a persistent suitor if they disagree. One could cast the chalice multiple times until it yields a favorable result. Surely, the ancestors would not wish to witness a joyless celebration during the new year, would they? They would ultimately consent. Liu Ruyan's lips twitched in surprise, so that is how it works. All right, it is about to commence. Lin Xian's expression turned grave. Lin Xian reverently placed the sandalwood box into Lin Xian's hands, before returning to the front of the line, maintaining a distance of 5 steps from him. From Lin Xian's perspective, the men of Lin family village were nearly all standing on the red carpet. In the first row, alongside Lin Xian stood Lin Gua, a man in his 60s. In the middle were the middle-aged men of the Lin family, followed by the youth, and lastly, a few children. Even the most playful kids sensed the unusual atmosphere around them and attempted to stand tall like adults. Their ancestors were watching. They must not bring shame upon themselves. All were clad in traditional Tang attire, their expressions solemn. Liu Ruyan observed this scene. Her heart stirred. Is this what it means to inherit a legacy? Those elders standing at the forefront, after a century has passed, will find their place within the ancestral hall of Lin Xian village. The individuals behind them step forward, with the once children now occupying the positions once held by their forebears. The youth of today may not comprehend the significance of this ritual until they too stand in the same place. The old and young of Lin Xian, our venerable ancestor. The villagers of Lin Xian nearly echoed this call in unison. Liu Ruyan gazed in astonishment at Lin Xian, who stood at the very front. Our venerable ancestor. Is he truly the highest in lineage? The patriarch of all? This is utterly astonishing. An 18-year-old youth stands before the entire village. It is akin to standing at the pinnacle of a pyramid. Yet, how could Liu Ruyan understand that Lin Xian's position differs from the apex of a power structure? It embodies the weight of a legacy. At that moment, Lin Xian, holding the sandalwood, turned to face the ancestors and knelt. With a resounding call, all those upon the red carpet simultaneously sank to their knees. They bowed deeply, beseeching the ancestors to grant them the cup. Chapter 40. The Holy Grail. From the perspective captured by the lens, the crowd simultaneously knelt down, an awe-inspiring spectacle that is beyond imagination. If I were standing in the front row, I can hardly fathom the exhilaration I would feel. It somewhat resembles the northern tradition of bowing in reverence during the New Year celebrations, does it not? Not to mention, I always have to stand at the back when I bow, a pitiful status in the hierarchy. Had I been in Lin Xian's position, I would likely ascend to the heavens in sheer elation. Isn't this an outdated custom? In this new era of Huaxia, is there still someone bowing down? What do you know? This is a legacy handed down from our ancestors, a testament to our cultural heritage. Indeed, what has sustained the essence of Huaxia for millennia are these ingrained traditions of familial and national legacy. Of the 4 ancient civilizations, why does only Huaxia remain? It is simply due to an unbroken lineage of inheritance, imbued with the spirit of sacrifice for the homeland and the poignant tales of camaraderie in arms. Grant us the cup, revered ancestors. The villagers of Lin Xian village shouted in unison. It was not until 3 resounding bows were completed that Lin Xian finally rose, followed suit by the villagers behind him. He turned around, and Lin Xian stepped forward at the opportune moment, presenting a sandalwood box before Lin Xian. Lin Xian then lifted 2 holy grails. Let us cast the holy grails. Ancestors, bless us, Lin Xian declared, gently tossing them toward the heavens. Almost every gaze was fixed upon the 2 grails, brimming with anticipation. Although there would be opportunities for subsequent throws if the first was not successful, nothing could compare to the exhilaration of an immediate triumph. The grails spun gracefully in the air before landing on the ground. The crowd eagerly bowed their heads. One dark, one light. Oh, Lin Xian's spirits soared as he exclaimed, his face radiating excitement. The first throw resulted in a holy grail, a rare occurrence indeed. The villagers of Lin Xian leaped with joy, their cheers nearly lifting the roof off. Liu Ruyan, too, was swept up in the moment, unable to suppress a smile. Let us head to the back hall and inquire before the divine heirs, Lin Xian said, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he looked at Liu Ruyan. Lin Xian, gather the items that the heirs fancy, he instructed. Liu Ruyan was taken aback, pondering what these heirs might enjoy. Do these deities have preferences? Seemingly sensing her confusion, Lin Xian chuckled. Indeed, each heir possesses their own tastes. It is quite normal. Much preparation has been made to cater to their likings. For instance, Liu Ruyan could not help but ask. For instance, there is an heir who enjoys smoking fine tobacco, and another who delights in extravagant attire. Come. You will see for yourself. Lin Xian replied with a mysterious smile. Liu Ruyan's curiosity was piqued, and so was that of the online spectators. What? Even deities enjoy smoking? Incredible! This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Wow, isn't that quite similar to what we have back in Hujian? In our area. We simply present a platter of offerings. I wonder how the Lin family village will do it, lest they tarnish the reputation of our esteemed heir. Honestly, do they even have the means to burn such offerings? Behind the ancestral hall lies a hidden paradise, where a long corridor leads to the inner sanctum. Although the inner hall appears less grand than the ancestral hall, it boasts an array of red doors. Lin Xian stands before these doors, behind which are the earthly manifestations of the wandering deities. Liu Ruyan gazes at the lacquered red doors, her heart shadowed by thoughts of the grotesque figures from Sichuan province. The viewers in the live stream share similar sentiments. Will it provoke laughter like in Sichuan? Haha. It feels as though we in Guangnan have invested significantly in our ancestral halls, with each figure meticulously prepared at considerable expense. We in Fujian are no different. It seems this small village is akin to a poorly crafted imitation from Sichuan. Lin Xian steps forward. Wang Hong, noticing the camera, hurriedly points the lens at the doors. Creak. As Lin Xian pushes the doors open, sunlight floods into the inner sanctum. The golden heart-protecting mirror directly reflects dazzling rays of light. The brightness nearly stings Liu Ruyan's eyes. Once adjusted, she finally beholds the true form of the deity before her. Her beautiful eyes widen slightly. The figure stands 3 meters tall, adorned in a yellow 5-clawed dragon robe, crowned with an imperial diadem, draped with beaded curtains, and featuring a dragon with a curled tail on its shoulders. The gilded heart-protecting mirror on its chest is nearly the size of a human head. The face is that of a vividly lifelike, imposing middle-aged man, its contours accentuated by the sunlight filtering through the doorway. The statue exudes an aura of sanctity and solemnity, much like the several other deities surrounding it. Beside the main deity are 5 additional figures of the heirs. In disbelief, Liu Ruyan murmurs, "Is this real gold?" She cannot help but inquire, captivated by the striking heart-protecting mirror. Lin Xian nods affirmatively. Indeed, what do you expect? This is their ancestor and deity. It must be crafted from genuine materials, certainly gold. Liu Ruyan, astonished, exclaims, "Surely this mirror alone must cost a fortune." A voice calls from outside. Here come the grand offerings and garments. This announcement heralds the arrival of the cherished items for the deities and heirs. Chapter 41. Is one huazi enough? Oh. The huazi garments are here. The jubilant cheers from outside echoed into the inner shrine. Liu Ruyan turned her head in surprise. 8 individuals approached the back shrine, each carrying boxes adorned with bright red satin ribbons. Gazing at the enormous boxes, Liu Ruyan was momentarily taken aback. What could possibly be inside? Huazi? What kind of huazi? Liu Ruyan, who did not smoke, was unfamiliar with the huazi mentioned by Lin Xian and the villagers of Lin Xian village. However, she could comprehend the significance of garments. Though these celestial beings seemed already adorned with splendid attire, what more clothing could they possibly require? Liu Ruyan looked towards Lin Xian, inquiring, "What is this huazi?" You don't know? Lin Xian regarded Liu Ruyan with a peculiar expression, then it dawned on him. Ah, you don't smoke. Indeed. Huazi, which refers to Zhonghua cigarettes. Lin Xian gestured towards the boxes. That is what lies within. Young Master Zhang enjoys smoking huazi. Oh, I understand now. Upon hearing the brand, Liu Ruyan realized it was Zhonghua cigarettes. Who wouldn't he know of them? It is indeed the highest courtesy among men to present huazi. However, the idea that these deities favored such items ignited a profound curiosity within Liu Ruyan. Old ancestor, the villagers of Lin Xian village exclaimed with beaming smiles towards Lin Xian. Place the items there, Lin Xian indicated to the side. Let us first discern the will of the Wufu emperor. After speaking, he turned, holding the twin holy chalices. With reverence, he knelt before the Wufu emperor, the ancestral deity of the Lin family. Rising, he cast the holy chalice into the air. One yin, one yang. The holy chalice. Oh. The villagers of Lin Xian cheered in unison. Both deities had successfully cast the holy chalice on their first attempt, indicating a bountiful year ahead. Lin Xian's face was also adorned with a smile. Analyzing the odds scientifically, the probability of the holy chalice was indeed the highest. Yet Lin Xian firmly believed it was the will of their ancestors. Next came the young masters. Lin Xian led Liu Ruyan to the presence of several youthful deities. The first was Zhang Daxizi, the eldest son of Zhang Yuanbo, the manifested Wufu emperor. This is Zhang Daxizi. Lin Xian extended his hand to introduce him to Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan raised her gaze to the deity, who donned a golden dragon robe, a jeweled crown upon his head, a red dot adorning his forehead, and a smile that radiated warmth and joy. "Oh, what does he enjoy?" Liu Ruyan inquired. Turning to Lin Xian. Earlier, Lin Xian had mentioned that these deities possess their unique quirks. "I recall he enjoys smoking huazi, right?" "Indeed, we always offer huazi. And he smokes quite a bit." "That is correct. The ancestor of Lin Xian village also mentioned huazi, so he must have prepared some. Haha, in this remote countryside. I suppose a whole carton would suffice. Come on, at least he has 1,000,000 to reward the warriors. Why belittle him? If they truly had wealth. Why does every household still reside in humble courtyard houses? Why must they buy mortgaged cars?" Lin Xian pointed to the box behind him. Young Master Zhang had a peculiar hobby and a guiding principle. His passion was for cigarettes. Lin Feng quickly stepped forward and retrieved a pack of huazi from his pocket. Handing it to Lin Xian, Liu Ruyan gazed at the cigarette box in Lin Xian's hand. It was broad and exquisitely crafted. As Lin Xian tore open the packaging, he extracted a slender huazi. "Huh? How does one smoke this?" she inquired, glancing up at the statue. "You simply place it in your mouth and smoke." Lin Xian nonchalantly lifted a nearby ladder with one hand, appearing to wield it effortlessly despite its weighty appearance. As for the principle, it was that young Master Zhang was a devoted brother. Whenever his younger brother, second young Master Zhang, wished to venture out, he would accompany him without hesitation. Liu Ruyan was about to extend her hand to assist when she witnessed this scene. Is this ladder truly of good quality, given how effortlessly he handles it? She pondered, not perceiving Lin Xian as particularly strong, for he seemed rather slender. Despite having committed numerous offenses, Liu Ruyan believed them to be the work of high intelligence. Observing the pack of huazi Lin Xian had produced, netizens found themselves amused. "I thought he would offer just one stick, but it's a whole pack. How hilarious." "A whole pack? Is this how we treat young Master Zhang? Thank goodness for such a splendid statue. Honestly, this is absurd. Someone should donate and buy him 2 sticks of huazi." Lin Xian lit the cigarette and placed it between young Master Zhang's lips. "Will he truly smoke this? Surely it will extinguish soon," Liu Ruyan remarked in astonishment. Although she had never smoked, she understood that smoking required inhalation and maintaining the ember. "Of course it will," Lin Xian replied, stepping down from the ladder and moving it aside. The cigarette's end sparked to life but showed no sign of continuing to burn. As though it were on the brink of extinguishing, an awkward atmosphere enveloped the air. "Will it go out?" Liu Ruyan felt a twinge of embarrassment for Lin Xian. Had this been during her university days, her cheeks would have flushed a deep crimson. "Ha ha ha, this is truly amusing. It looks just like that. Quickly take it down. Or we might as well toss the Holy Grail again to see if the young master is willing." The silence was palpable, and Liu Ruyan likely felt a sense of embarrassment on Lin Xian's behalf. Is this superstition taken to such extremes? How foolish. How could a statue possibly smoke? Lin Xian cast a glance at young Master Zhang, then at the nearby window, concluding that young Master Zhang, being of refined demeanor, likely refrained from opening it. With that, Lin Xian approached the wooden window, unfastening the latch to prepare for its opening. Liu Ruyan's lips twitched. Refined demeanor? Is this a legacy or mere religious belief? Placing it there should suffice. There is no need for such embellishments about refinement and not smoking with the window closed. He is quite stubborn. I have never encountered someone so obstinate. Indeed, it was merely a gesture of trivial significance. Once it was set forth, that should have sufficed, yet it required igniting. How absurd. A mere shell, how could it possibly indulge in smoking? Ha ha ha, what a peculiar sect. It reminds me of a certain religious community that believed their deity would protect them from venomous snakes, yet both successive leaders met their demise by serpent bites. Truly remarkable. To think that such a thing would engage in smoking. Lin Xian, lost in his own thoughts, opened the window. A gentle breeze wafted in. He turned to gaze at Zhang Deshizi's countenance. Look, it has indeed begun, Lin Xian remarked. Liu Ruyan, filled with exasperation, turned to observe Zhang Deshizi's face. But upon witnessing the state of the cigarette, her eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 42. The oversized huazi is this truly happening? Liu Ruyan gasped. As the cigarette ignited, the burning tip nearly flickered out. However, once Lin Xian opened the window, the glowing ember began to flicker erratically, and the burning became steady, gradually extending towards the filter, with ash accumulating. To the discerning eye, it was evident. This was indeed smoking. Most astonishingly, Zhang Shizi could exhale smoke. And it was the most sophisticated manner of smoking imaginable. The cigarette perched at the right corner of his mouth, while smoke billowed from the left. Amidst the swirling smoke, Zhang Shixi, with a smile, exhaled gracefully. A gentle breeze stirred the beads adorning his head and the tips of his hair, imbuing him with an air of modern charm. Despite his authoritative demeanor, this was utterly unbelievable. Liu Ruyan, once a staunch materialist, now found herself questioning the existence of deities upon witnessing the divine figure smoking after the window was opened. How else could one explain such a phenomenon? The online viewers were equally astounded. Goodness, he is genuinely smoking. Has a deity descended to Earth? Incredible, he smokes better than I do. I still can't manage to smoke while exhaling. How could a mere shell accomplish this? Is there a person hidden inside? Otherwise, how is this possible? Could it truly be a god incarnate? Let us not be superstitious. That is impossible. But how do we explain the smoking? He wasn't even smoking before. Yet after the window was opened, he truly began. Liu Ruyan glanced at Lin Xian. Her curiosity piqued. What is happening here? Could it be that there really is a touch of class, that the divine resides just above us? Lin Xian chuckled softly, explaining, this is actually the wisdom of our ancestors. When these deities manifest, they are often adorned in such a way that they appear hollow. Coupled with the unique structure of the head, the wind causes the shixi to smoke, creating the illusion of inhaling and exhaling. Ah, I see now, Liu Ruyan exclaimed, her expression one of admiration. The viewers in the live stream were equally enlightened. I had no idea there was such an explanation. I thought it was some sort of divine phenomenon. What a surprise. The wisdom of the ancients sometimes surpasses our wildest imaginations. The cigarette was soon consumed, the ash scattering with the wind. Lin Xian removed the butt and placed it in the nearby ashtray. Let us see if Shixi has had enough, he said with a smile, raising the Holy Grail. Wait, has he had enough? Is there even such a thing? Liu Ruyan was taken aback. Can one really have not smoked enough? Of course, Lin Xian replied nonchalantly. Just as we consider whether we have eaten or played enough, so too do the Shixi. With that, Lin Xian casually tossed the Holy Grail. The two grails fell to the ground, producing a resonant sound. The weeping chalice signifies the discontent of the divine. It seems I have yet to draw enough. Although Liu Ruyan understands that this is a matter of probability, she is nonetheless influenced by Lin Xian's earlier smoking incident, leading her to believe that the divine indeed exists. The culmination of science is theology. Lin Xian gazes at the chalice on the ground, a smile curling at the corners of his lips, as if he had anticipated this outcome. He produces the extravagant gifts he had prepared. With a grand gesture, Lin Xian indicates that ordinary offerings will not suffice to satisfy the prince's palate. What you have prepared? Liu Ruyan's attention is piqued. Very well. Two sturdy men from the Lin family village swiftly unveil a large chest. The first layer reveals a striking red box, measuring an impressive 2 meters in length, adorned with red satin and gold leaf. Is it filled with cigarettes? Liu Ruyan marvels at the sight. How many packs could such a long container possibly hold? Indeed. Lin Xian nods in affirmation, for this is a meticulously curated gift. In the past, they had to present cigarettes to Prince Zhang one by one, tossing the chalice each time to determine if he had drawn enough. This year, Lin Xian resolved to provide the prince with an ample supply all at once. The online spectators observed the lengthy box with astonishment. This is rather generous. Surely, it could contain at least 100 or 80 boxes. However, it still seems somewhat lacking. Lin Xian gestures for the two men to bring forth the prepared offering. They lift the box from the chest, one on each side, and present it before Lin Xian with expressions of eager anticipation. They may have an inkling of its contents, yet they have never seen anything like this superlative offering, leaving them equally curious. As Lin Xian unties the satin from the box and lifts the lid, Liu Ruyan peers inside with intrigue. The camera zooms in. To her astonishment, the box does not contain individual cigarettes or packs. Instead, it holds a singular, colossal cigarette, measuring a full 1 to 2 meters in length and 30 centimeters in diameter. It features a white body and a yellow filter, complete with the iconic characters for Zhonghua, a perfect replica of the esteemed brand. Behold, the superlative cigarette, Lin Xian exclaims, lifting the immense item, which requires both hands to hold aloft. How is this even possible? Liu Ruyan cannot help but inquire. Surely, it cannot be a mere model? It was custom-made from a cigarette factory. Lin Xian replies, revealing that it cost him a significant sum. This monumental cigarette set him back 50,000 yuan. The online viewers are equally stunned by this extraordinary creation. Is there such a thing? A cigarette of this magnitude? Incredible. Smoking this must be exhilarating. Surely, if someone were to smoke it, they would be gone in an instant. Liu Ruyan muses, examining the cigarette with curiosity. But how does one even smoke this? Lin Xian surveys his surroundings and notices a gigantic ashtray nearby. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively places the cigarette into the ashtray. Such a large ashtray could hardly be used directly by the young master. After inserting it, Lin Xian stood before the ashtray, wrapping his arms around it, and lifted it with ease. He approached Zhang Shizi and gently set it down before him. Liu Ruyan stared, dumbfounded, at the 1-meter-wide ashtray, perplexed by how a seemingly frail Lin Xian could possess such strength. Or perhaps, she contemplated, it was not as heavy as it appeared. What would it be like to light such a large cigarette? She realized she had never witnessed such an event. Let us all step outside, Lin Xian said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. If we light it here, everyone in the room will be overwhelmed. This was the young master Huaguang. Lin Xian continued, as he gazed upon the figure clad in a black dragon robe with 3 eyes, introducing him further to Liu Ruyan. The young master was quite youthful, and his tastes leaned towards the delights cherished by children. Chapter 43. The Lin family in the capital. In the bustling capital, whispers of excitement filled the air. Have you heard? A prominent figure has recently taken residence here. 2 nurses murmured, casting glances at the busy doctors nearby. It is a universal truth that curiosity thrives in every heart. Oh, that's rather typical. In this city, a mere gesture from a group of elderly gentlemen can point to a significant personage. By the way, the last notable figure had the surname Ji. What about this one? I believe it might be Lin. Shoo, we mustn't speak too much of it. Bring it forth, Lin Xian instructed, gazing at the box before him. As the crimson cloth of the second layer was lifted, 2 individuals retrieved its contents. A cacophony of sounds ensued upon their touch. Such enormous QQ candies. Liu Ruyan's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight before her. This confectionery is not merely a child's delight, but a treat relished by adults as well. The bag of QQ candies stretched a full meter in length and width, overflowing with the sugary delights contained within. Hee, it was custom-made by a snack factory, supersized QQ candies. All in one go, Lin Xian declared with a beaming smile, one hand casually resting behind his back. Wow, impressive. Liu Ruyan applauded enthusiastically. There was no doubt that the esteemed heir would be thoroughly pleased with such an extravagant treat. This is young Master Zhao, who has a penchant for splendid attire. Lin Xian indicated, gesturing towards the figure adorned in a black and gold dragon robe, featuring dual dragons upon his shoulders. The 2 individuals unveiled a red satin-wrapped item from the box. As the satin was unwrapped, a resplendent golden cloak emerged, glimmering with an aura of opulence. Weighing 10 pounds and crafted from thousands of golden scales, Lin Xian fetched a ladder and draped the garment over young Master Zhao. Lastly, there was young Master Zhang, who was invariably present at such lively gatherings. The more vibrant the occasion, the more satisfied he appeared. Lin Xian turned to him, young master. This event will be live-streamed by the national platform, with hundreds of thousands tuning in. Surely, you must partake in this revelry. Liu Ruyan smiled, reflecting on how each young master's unique preferences endowed them with emotions akin to those of ordinary beings, rather than the aloofness of deities. She couldn't help but express her admiration. These young masters' tastes are quite relatable, bridging the gap between them and the populace. Lin Xian wholeheartedly agreed. Come now, let us see if these young masters are in accord. Descending from the ladder, Lin Xian raised the chalice high. He then cast it 5 times, each time landing upon the chalice itself. Witnessing this, Lin Xian felt an immense satisfaction. It seemed the offerings he prepared were well received by the young masters. He approached the ashtray, igniting a cigarette. All right, Lin Yu, keep an eye on things here, Lin Xian instructed. Sure thing, Lin Yu replied, scratching his head. Being a habitual smoker, it was likely that the elder ancestor had considered this aspect when deciding to leave him behind. With such a thick cigarette, the young master could smoke half while letting the wind carry the other half. Just inhaling the aroma was sufficient for him. When does your divine activity commence? Liu Ruyan inquired with a face full of curiosity. Well, it was about a year ago, Lin Xian replied. In truth, it often takes a considerable amount of time. But I still have school, so I tried to condense everything and completed it within a day or 2. Oh, I see. That means it was quite swift. Liu Ruyan remarked, counting the days on her fingers. The day after tomorrow should suffice. Is there anything else to attend to today? She asked. None. We need to make some preparations, Lin Xian contemplated. The celebration is a grand affair that requires substantial financial resources as well as manpower, all of which need to be organized. All right, I'll make some arrangements for the medical competition, Liu Ruyan stated. Dr. Huang is already en route and should arrive by tomorrow. I will do my utmost to ensure the program is ready and that the patients reach Lin Xian village by tomorrow. That would be splendid. Guests are always welcome. And once they arrive, they can partake in the festivities at Lin Xian village, Lin Xian responded. Then I must extend my gratitude to you on behalf of the competitors and Dr. Huang Mingjian. Damn it. Does it really take this long to drive there? What a remote place. I swear, if I catch that guy, he'll pay dearly. The mad donkey glanced at the navigation system mounted beside the driver's seat. 15 hours of driving. And that's without any stops, he muttered, casting a glance at Lin Xian's picture on his phone before slapping the device twice. Brother donkey, I heard this fellow has taken quite a bit from our boss along with his family. With just the 6 of us, doesn't that seem a bit perilous? As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp knife was pressed against his neck. The driver swallowed hard. Shut your mouth, or I'll end you. Can't you use some brains? Why not track that kid down, kidnap him, and pressure his family for money? The mad donkey raised his chin defiantly. Huh, brother donkey, you're truly clever. Impressive, the driver exclaimed, one hand gripping the steering wheel as he praised. The mad donkey finally sheathed his knife. Listen up. That's likely a village. Once we enter, if we can't find him, we'll assess the situation and inquire. If located, seize him when no one is watching. Understood? The mad donkey addressed the group in the vehicle. Rest assured, brother donkey, we're on it. They had been following him in this line of work for several years and were well aware of the ins and outs. Humph, by then. We'll take that kid and his family's money too, saving us a lot of hassle, the mad donkey scoffed. Boss Hao has already told me. This kid, with his family, has swindled quite a bit from Boss Hao. How audacious. But boldness comes with a price. In the capital city, within the intensive care unit, an elderly man lay on a pristine white bed, while a man dressed in an administrative jacket stood beside him. Father, Lin Jianjun whispered softly. The elderly man lying on the hospital bed slowly opened his eyes. Jianjun, help me sit up. Lin Jianjun hurriedly approached and assisted his father in rising. Father, do you feel any better? One grows old, and I am well aware of my own body. My time is limited, Lin Xianming replied with a calm smile. Having witnessed countless farewells and partings throughout his life, he had come to terms with the inevitability of death. Father, please do not speak like that. You are destined to live a long life, Lin Jianjun urged. At this point, I have but one wish, Lin Xianming seemed to recall something. His eyes shimmering with earnest longing. It was the yearning of a Huaxiao person to return to their roots. Have you brought what I asked for? Yes, I have. Lin Jianjun replied as he retrieved a sandalwood box. Open it and take out its contents. Curiosity welled within Lin Jianjun. He was unaware of what could occupy his father's thoughts so intensely even in his frail state. The sandalwood box was opened, revealing a vibrant yellow scroll within. Chapter 44. Is the Golden Triangle interested in our technology? Lin Jianjun gazed at the bright yellow scroll, reminiscent of a sacred edict. If it were merely a relic, it would not cause such concern for the elder. Although the Lin family does not wield absolute power in the political arena, it remains one of the foremost prominent families. What treasures are beyond their reach? Thus, the true value must lie within the contents of this scroll. Open it and read, Lin Xianming instructed with his eyes closed. Lin Jianjun unfurled the scroll, and indeed, inscriptions adorned its surface. My brother Lin Xianming, the Lin family has lived in seclusion for a millennium, detached from the tides of time. Now, in this unprecedented era of transformation, with the emergence of new Huaxia and the abolition of the imperial system, you, my astute brother, understand change and the new order. Therefore, in the name of the 20th generation patriarch of the Lin family, I command you to bring a branch of the Lin family into the fold. However, as our clan has secluded itself for 1,000 years, most members hold conservative views. Hence, under the pretense of expulsion, regardless of success or failure, when the current patriarch embraces modernity, you may return to acknowledge your roots. Your brother Lin shall remain. Upon finishing the reading, Lin Jianjun's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated such a clandestine family secret. The lineage of the Lin family traced back to his father, but the roots beyond that point were obscured. His father had never mentioned it. To his surprise, the Lin family possessed a legacy spanning a millennium. However, it appeared that the main lineage had retreated deep into the mountains. As one ages, the desire to return to one's roots and be laid to rest among ancestors grows stronger, Lin Xianming remarked. Having been expelled from the family, he had since achieved success. How could he not seek to return to his roots? Yet, he pondered what the village was like now. Did it still adhere to ancient customs? Locked in isolation? Investigate the current state of Lin family village. If it remains detached from society, a veritable paradise, we shall not disrupt their lives. If it has integrated into modern society, return and inform me. Hope glimmered in Lin Xianming's eyes. Understood, father. I shall take my leave. Upon exiting the hospital room, Lin Jianjun wore an inscrutable expression. The notion of acknowledging one's roots, if it were an ordinary individual, would merely result in some impoverished relatives. However, for the Lin family, every move was under the scrutiny of countless eyes in the capital. Let us hope nothing untoward occurs. Ancestor. Someone is calling you via video. In Lin Xian's room, Lin Zhang observed the pop-up on Lin Xian's laptop screen. Lin Xian, having just finished in the restroom, quickly cleaned himself and rushed out. Once the call was connected, the other end appeared shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, 2 rows of pristine teeth emerged. By the heavens! Lin Zhang clutched his chest, nearly succumbing to a heart attack. Uganda, do not jest. Turn on the lights. Lin Xian replied with an air of exasperation. Laughter echoed from the other end, and when the lights illuminated, Lin Zhang discovered the caller was a black man. However, Lin Zhang was not surprised, after all. The elder had business dealings in that region. Not only in the Black State but also in the East Central, their gas canisters and steel pipes had been sold there. This individual was likely a business associate of the elder. In another room, Liu Ruyan quickly sat up upon hearing the video call. After donning her headphones, she cautiously bit her finger. Every time Lin Xian received a phone call, it often contained explosive news. Much like the previous incident involving the sale of 601 grams. Foreigners' cross-border dealings. What could it be this time? A flicker of worry crossed Liu Ruyan's face as she had yet to find any substantial evidence of Lin Xian's criminal activities. The other party had not participated in any wrongdoing, and the content of their phone conversations bore no faults. Grandfather, the training methods you imparted to me are remarkably effective. Look, Uganda is walking outside the barracks with a phone in hand. He spoke in a clumsy rendition of the Chinese language. Lin Zhang looked on in astonishment at the place, which resembled a military camp. The individual entered a camouflage tent where several soldiers were gathered around a table. Upon seeing him, they immediately stood and saluted Uganda with utmost respect. This grandfather? Do foreigners salute like this too? Lin Zhang was left dumbfounded. Wasn't the foreign military typically chaotic? Especially these individuals from Black State, who were often perceived as lazy and unruly, yet here they were, so orderly. A mysterious smile crept across Lin Xian's face. Lin Zhang recalled the words spoken by the African man earlier. His face a mix of shock as he gazed at grandfather. Is this you? Lin Xian nodded. No wonder, Lin Zhang realized. It was evident that the chaos had been remedied through traditional Chinese medicine. Previously, he had doubted that martial arts experts could discern their opponent's schools merely by their actions. But now he understood. These individuals exuded a distinct aura reminiscent of herbal medicine. Yet, why did this foreigner address Lin Xian as grandfather? This thought left Lin Zhang feeling somewhat uncomfortable. I had previously informed them that I was the grandfather in the village. A grandfather embodies a person of great virtue and respect, hence their address, Lin Xian explained with a shrug. So that was it. Lin Zhang understood. It was akin to being a patriarch, and these foreigners were simply unable to distinguish the nuances. Grandfather, look at these blankets. Uganda pointed his phone at the soldiers' bedding. Arranged in a standard upper and lower bunk configuration, within an 8-man barack. The blankets were a deep green, appearing square and neatly stacked like tofu blocks. Well done. Continue this way. The most important aspect of a team is discipline, Lin Xian expressed his satisfaction. Now, speak to grandfather, Uganda instructed. As 8 broad-lipped African soldiers saluted Lin Xian once more. Grandfather. Lin Xian smiled and nodded, contemplating the potential to develop various ventures, such as having foreigners wish you a happy birthday or call you father. However, they were likely preoccupied with battles and had no time for such matters. The exchange reached Liu Ruyan's ears, leaving her stunned. A team? Could it be a military unit? Was Lin Xian conversing with the military officials from Black State? In the control center, the officers hurriedly recorded the conversations. These are indeed soft evidences. If they could be linked with other pieces of evidence, they might be able to pin down Lin Xian. Master, what shall we do next? Uganda inquired impatiently, feeling perplexed. Ever since Lin Xian had imparted to them his training methods, their army's combat efficacy had exhibited exponential growth. Their opponents were utterly defenseless against them. Why are you all asking me? What about what I taught you previously? Chuan Xiaobai remarked with feigned displeasure. Oh, I see now, Uganda exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Lin Xian's enigmatic words left those eavesdropping on his conversation in a state of anxious confusion. they began to doubt whether Lin Xian was aware of their surveillance, for he never divulged any substantial information during their exchanges. After hanging up, Lin Xian suddenly glanced down at a text message on his phone, and his expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Master, someone is offering 20 million to buy our sugar production technology. This number seems to be from the Golden Triangle region." Chapter 45. A threat? From the Golden Triangle? Lin Xian furrowed his brow. Fully aware of the notorious activities that transpired in the Golden Triangle, the largest drug trafficking hub in Southeast Asia, rife with chaos. Could it be that our sales have soared to such heights that we have drawn their attention? Lin Xian was astonished in his understanding. That region represented the most significant base, while their operations were merely a small-scale business, circulating along the border provinces and in southern Vietnam. Good heavens! Our sales are increasing by 20% a day. Lin Xian felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that their elder had indeed taken a hands-off approach, providing guidance and then largely stepping back. This included the sale of cultural relics to foreigners. Once the elder had imparted his knowledge, he scarcely paid any heed. Having selected 5 recent graduates and 5 individuals who had previously worked abroad to handle this venture, they were consistently raking in substantial profits. "Oh, no wonder, we must have encroached upon their business," Lin Xian mused while stroking his chin. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. Had they not infringed upon the Golden Triangle's business, the other party likely would not have sought them out for their expertise. Are foreigners truly so naive as to rely on others' technology for such matters? Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, the civilization of Huaxia has been unbroken for thousands of years, while those foreigners are essentially barbarians. "Is there more?" Lin Xian inquired. Lin Jiang's expression turned peculiar. "Yes, there is news from Yun province as well. They wish to purchase from us. They even inquired about our personnel, asking whether we operate independently or as a group, giving us an ultimatum: either sell our technology outright or join forces with them, warning us to consider the implications should we refuse." A threat? Such arrogance! They dare to contemplate the consequences? Lin Xian chuckled in disbelief. It was evident that their burgeoning success had begun to unsettle their competitors. These individuals had grown anxious, even contemplating the purchase of their technology or enticing them to join criminal syndicates. Was Lin Xian the sort to engage in criminal activities? "Damn it! Let us expose their whereabouts, and I'll explain the situation to the authorities," Lin Xian scoffed. "Elder, do you intend to collaborate with the police to ensnare them?" Lin Xian cautiously probed, having discerned Lin Xian's intentions. "Naturally, after all, they have encroached upon our business. Without that gang, our operations in Yun province would undoubtedly flourish," Lin Xian declared. "Perhaps we could even elevate our prices." A smile graced Lin Xian's face. Elevate the prices? Elder, it's already 600 per gram. Can we raise it further?" Lin Xian expressed astonishment. Selling their rock candy at 600 per gram had already left him trembling. After all, ordinary rock candy typically retails for 6 yuan per pound. Now they were selling at 600. Remarkably, there was a steady stream of buyers, although most would not return for a second purchase. Nevertheless, new customers continually emerged. Initially, Lin Xian had been apprehensive, fearing someone might report them for fraud. But he soon realized such worries were entirely unfounded. No one had reported them at all. Thus, Lin Xian felt a considerable sense of relief. "Hee. You underestimate the purchasing power of those individuals," Lin Xian scoffed. "Once I collaborate with the police to eliminate these people, I will raise the price to 800. With a sweeping gesture, Lin Xian declared his intent to cleanse Yun province of all competitors, restoring a clear sky to the region. In another room, Liu Ruyan listened in astonishment. Had Lin Xian's business truly reached such heights? Was it so lucrative that even the Golden Triangle sought to acquire his expertise? Were there also individuals from Yun province interested in purchasing? Some even resorted to threatening Lin Xian, insisting he come to Yun province? Indeed, a major drug lord. Liu Ruyan felt a chill. Lin Xian was even contemplating a black-on-black scheme, seeking police assistance to eradicate his rivals in Yun province. A rather naive thought. In the background, Zhao Guan listened to Lin Xian's words, his lips twitching. This young man, claiming to restore a blue sky to Yun province? From what the village chief Lin Zhang had said, it was evident that Lin Xian's operations in Yun province had likely grown to a significant scale. Otherwise, the drug lords along the border would not resort to threats against him. Perhaps the current overcast in Yun province was indeed a consequence of Lin Xian's actions. However, there have been no reports of new drugs emerging from that region. Zhao Guan furrowed his brow. He picked up his phone and glanced at his contacts. Director Lin of Yun Province Public Security Bureau. After some contemplation, Zhao Guan decided to inform Director Lin of this intelligence, urging him to monitor the situation in the province, particularly for any new drugs. If they could uncover relevant clues, it might facilitate their efforts to apprehend Lin Xian. Hello? Director Lin. This is Zhao Guan, he said with a smile once the call connected. Oh, Director Zhao. It has been some time since our last meeting at D-School. What brings you to call? Well, we have been investigating a suspect who inadvertently revealed information about a drug trafficking gang in Yun Province. I wanted to inquire if there have been any new drugs circulating in your area recently. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Indeed. We have captured several individual users, and from them, we've learned about this new drug. Each person who mentioned it displayed a grotesque expression, repeatedly praising its qualities, indicating they are deeply ensnared. However, we have yet to find any pertinent leads. It appears to be sold through physical outlets. And we are intensifying inspections at customs and checkpoints, but have yet to uncover any clues. I understand. After some pleasantries, Zhao Guan ended the call. Taking a deep breath, it was evident from Director Lin's words the severe threat posed by Lin Xian's narcotics. Physical distribution, he pondered, likely implicated individuals from Linjia village. Continued surveillance might yield valuable information. Ruyan, you have done remarkably well. The program has received an excellent response. It can be said that you not only accomplished the tasks assigned from above, but also propelled the show's development. Zhang Yi's laughter resonated from the phone. Indeed. I have selected the 4 guests for the program, and they shall arrive at Linjia village tomorrow, along with Dr. Huang. Please review the information I have sent you regarding these 4 individuals. Keep up the good work, but do remain vigilant about personal safety. After ending the call, Liu Ruyan gazed at the documents in her hands. The descriptions of the patient's alien hand syndrome, facial paralysis, left her astounded. It was as if an assortment of perplexing ailments had gathered together. Dr. Huang, being a physician at a prominent hospital, may have encountered numerous cases, yet Lin Xian. I hope he does not react with indignation after a loss. Liu Ruyan felt a sense of helplessness. Lin Xian is the esteemed elder of Linjia village. It would be quite embarrassing to lose face in front of the villagers. Chapter 46. The unwelcome Huang Mingjin at the village entrance. Lin Xian and Liu Ruyan stood side by side, while the curious villagers of Linjia village gazed at the approaching minibus of the production crew. Surely, it must be the man who boasted of disciplining the venerable ancestor. Indeed, such arrogance without a hint of modesty. How audacious to claim he could teach the venerable ancestor a lesson. The ancestor's mastery of traditional Chinese medicine is unparalleled. However, caution is prudent. It is said that this individual holds the esteemed position of chief physician at a top-tier hospital. The villagers of Linjia exchanged murmurs. Yet their confidence in Lin Xian remained unshaken. Well, Secretary Lin, do you feel confident? Liu Ruyan inquired before the camera, eliciting Lin Xian's assured response. The title of the world's best is not merely a boast. I await that individual who claims he can teach me a lesson. Prepared to extend courtesy before engaging in conflict. Liu Ruyan gave a thumbs up. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter at Lin Xian's audacity. Claiming to be the best in the world? Now that S-bolt, he should be pondering the consequences of defeat instead. What if he loses? Many young people today can't handle defeat gracefully. Laughter filled the comments as they remarked on his reckless bravado. I've seen arrogance, but this takes the cake. Claiming supremacy in traditional Chinese medicine, an art that relies on experience and wisdom, is simply outrageous. He is bound to be slapped with reality soon. Go, Dr. Huang. Show him the truth. The majority of the comments rallied in support of Huang Mingjin. After all, he was a doctor at a prestigious hospital. While Lin Xian was merely an 18-year-old university student from a remote village, likely lacking in practical medical expertise despite his skills in acupuncture and bone setting. The minibus of the production crew came to a halt, and the coordinator exchanged greetings with Liu Ruyan. Soon after, for patients and their accompanying family members descended from the vehicle. Lin Xian's gaze fixed upon the vehicle door as a portly man, clad in a white coat, leisurely emerged. Is this Huang Mingjin? Lin Xian's initial impression was far from favorable. It wasn't solely due to the man's audacious claims on the internet, but rather the fact that traditional Chinese medicine practitioners typically embody self-discipline and physical fitness. Most possess balanced physiques and a healthy complexion. It is rare to encounter someone like Huang Mingjin, who resembled a bloated figure with an overly oily visage. With his hands clasped behind him, Huang Mingjin approached Liu Ruyan, striding with an air he presumed to be dignified, his eyes betraying a fleeting glimmer of lust as he beheld her beauty, far surpassing that of the women at his hospital. How delightful it would be to have the chance to indulge in her charms. He fancied that once he gained notoriety, all attractive women would gravitate toward him. With a self-satisfied demeanor, Huang Mingjian extended his hand, greeting her. "Miss Liu, a pleasure to meet you." Liu Ruyan gazed at the portly physician, her discomfort palpable from the earlier gaze he had cast upon her, a stark contrast to the ever-polite Lin Xian. Nevertheless, out of courtesy, she extended her hand and engaged in a brief handshake. Embracing her role as the host, she introduced the doctor. "This is Dr. Huang Mingjian." Turning her gaze towards Lin Xian, she continued, "This one needs no introduction. Judging by his youthful arrogance, I can discern he is the audacious young lad." Huang Mingjian remarked bluntly. Aware of the camera's presence and the live broadcast, he naturally opted for the most attention-grabbing remark. "Are you seeking death?" Lin Feng, standing in the background, erupted with indignation upon hearing this, mirrored by the discontented expressions of other villagers from Lin family village. Lin Xian turned to glare at Lin Feng. "Enough. Are you going to retaliate against a dog that bites you?" He then turned back, smiling. "In this world, strength speaks louder than empty theatrics. I hope you possess such strength." Huang Mingjian's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Lin Xian refraining from retaliating with insults. He had assumed that Lin Xian, being young, would immediately respond with fury, and that the villagers would join in, thus amplifying his visibility and garnering support. To his surprise, Lin Xian remained composed. "Allow me to outline the competition rules," Liu Ruyan interjected, noting the tense atmosphere. "Behind me, there are 4 patients." She gestured to the 8 individuals standing uncertainly beside her. "During the journey here with Dr. Huang, the staff recorded the entire process, so you need not worry about any collusion between the patients and Dr. Huang," she added. Casting a glance at Lin Xian, he nodded in acknowledgement. "The rules of the competition are straightforward. Each contestant will diagnose the patients using the 4 traditional methods of observation: inquiry and examination. The winner will be determined by the comprehensiveness and accuracy of their diagnoses. The second round will involve acupuncture to alleviate the patient's conditions." Liu Ruyan indicated towards a young woman appearing to be in her 20s and an elderly man whose arm was bound. "Even I can discern their ailments. One suffers from facial paralysis while the other has a condition of hemiplegia. However, the first round requires 2 participants, as it is not merely about identifying the illness but also articulating its etiology and duration, all of which will influence the scoring. Are there any objections from either of you?" Liu Ruyan inquired. Huang Mingjian, having worked in a top-tier hospital for many years, had encountered a plethora of complex cases and naturally had no objections. Moreover, he had proposed the acupuncture segment, an area in which he excelled. Given this dynamic, he felt confident about prevailing in the competition. Lin Xian also shook his head. A cursory glance had provided him with a fair understanding of the 4 individuals' conditions, though he recognized the necessity of pulse diagnosis and further examination. "Let us compete in the central square. Lin Zhang, fetch my medical tools." Lin Xian directed towards Lin Zhang. Meanwhile, 2 groups of individuals hastened towards Linjia village. One vehicle, a mystical chariot, was crammed with the likes of the mad donkey and others. Another, an elegant Alford, carried an elderly gentleman and a young lad seated in the rear. Although Huang Tian had his eyes shut, the tremor in his tightly clasped hands betrayed the turmoil within his heart. The long-awaited day had finally arrived. He had located the benefactor of the Huang family, the very source of Huang's medical prowess. Upon meeting the descendant of the Lin family, it would not be an exaggeration for him to exclaim, "Master Ancestor." Chapter 47. The Contest at the Central Square. The villagers of Linjia village gathered together, observing the 4 patients and their family members seated at the center. "What is wrong with that man's hand? Why does it keep twitching?" "I have no idea. Perhaps it's a problem with his hand. Maybe it's a case of hyperactivity. I've never seen it before, nor do I know if the old ancestor can cure it. It's likely that the old ancestor can diagnose it, but curing it is another matter. These individuals have accumulated years of complex ailments." Liu Ruyan did not allow the patients to introduce themselves, for if not for the purpose of treatment, they would not have come here, and most wish to keep their names concealed. "Are the 2 of you ready?" Liu Ruyan inquired, glancing at Lin Xian and Huang Mingjian. "Let us begin." Huang Mingjian waved his hand. Lin Xian nodded, his gaze assessing the 4 individuals, and he had nearly reached a conclusion in his mind. The one with facial paralysis was afflicted by malevolent winds, while the case of the unusual hand was secondary. However, the conditions of these 2 individuals were not life-threatening, whereas the last 2. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Their conditions appeared rather severe. Then, let us start with this young lady. Who shall go first? After making a diagnosis, please write it down on paper. Liu Ruyan turned her attention to the young woman with facial paralysis, retrieving the prepared paper and pen, insisting on writing in standard script. As it is said that doctors' handwriting is always elaborate, Liu Ruyan made a light-hearted joke, fearing Huang Mingjian's handwriting would be legible only to himself. Haha, don't worry. Young lady, Huang Mingjian chuckled. Well, since you claim to be the best in the world, you shall go first. Huang Mingjian looked at Lin Xian, a sly smile gracing his features. Although both would diagnose together, the information gleaned would be similar. It ultimately depended on individual analysis. However, Huang Mingjian could gauge Lin Xian's writing capacity from the details he penned. The more comprehensive the written result, the higher the score. Lin Xian shot Huang Mingjian a glance, seemingly aware of his intentions, and approached the young female student, extending his hand. She complied. Lin Xian placed his fingers on her wrist. Facial paralysis, caused by the ingress of malevolent winds at night, an inability to form a proper release, susceptible to cold. This ailment had been festering for 3 years. After making the diagnosis, Lin Xian inscribed his findings on the paper. All done, he announced, handing the paper to Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan looked utterly astonished. Is that it? How could you finish so quickly? Huang Mingjian chuckled. Impatient little rascal. Is that all you've observed? I assume you merely noted the facial paralysis. Initially, when this boy treated a villager's facial paralysis using a python needle, I thought he possessed some skill, but now it appears otherwise. Viewers in the live stream were equally bewildered that Lin Xian had concluded so quickly. Has he simply given up? Is that all he wrote? Isn't it supposed to involve observation, inquiry, and pulse-taking? What could he possibly discern from that? What does the paper say? I suggest there's no need for competition. Lin Xian is undoubtedly at a disadvantage. It was evident that the previous treatment for facial paralysis was merely a stroke of luck, and now they were left utterly astonished. It felt as though the words facial paralysis were emblazoned on the paper. Huang Jiaming, with his belly protruding, approached the young woman and inquired, "What is your name?" He instinctively asked, as it is customary for doctors to inquire during consultations. Her name is Huang Mingjie. The woman accompanying her, presumably her mother, promptly responded. They had already learned that this individual was a chief physician at a top-tier hospital, where consultations typically cost 50 yuan, yet here he was offering free advice. Extend your hand, Huang Jiaming instructed as he sat down, placing his hand on the young woman's wrist, which rested on the table. He furrowed his brow. Huang Mingjie exchanged a glance with her mother, both reflecting a sense of helplessness in their eyes. They were unperturbed by the jovial demeanor of Western medicine but felt apprehensive about the solemnity of traditional Chinese medicine. The physician's immediate frown was disconcerting. They had already spent a considerable amount seeking treatment for this ailment. This visit was approached with a sense of trial, hoping for a potential cure. However, the current situation seemed rather grim. Facial paralysis, and it has persisted for quite some time, perhaps 1 or 2 years. There are indications of spleen deficiency, leading to unformed stools. I will prescribe. Huang Jiaming began, intending to suggest some traditional Chinese medicine, but quickly realized they were not in a hospital. He chuckled awkwardly, apologies, professional reflex. With that, he leaned over the table and began writing fervently. Once he completed his notes, Huang Jiaming confidently handed the paper to Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan examined the 2 diagnostic reports in her hands before retrieving Huang Mengru's test results. The hospital report clearly stated a diagnosis of neurogenic facial paralysis, noting that the patient's condition had persisted for 3 years, having manifested overnight after a night's sleep. As you can see, the hospital's report and the 2 contestants' diagnostic reports, Liu Ruyan observed with surprise, placing both reports in front of the camera. To her astonishment, Lin Xian's diagnosis proved even more precise than Huang Jiaming's. Remarkable. Lin Xian's diagnostic report is incredibly accurate. Is it a fluke? Huang Doctor's report is quite similar. Lin Xian's findings mirrored Huang Jiaming's, albeit with a slight temporal discrepancy. A significant difference, indeed. Lin Xian accurately noted the timing, stating it occurred at night. Who on earth suddenly develops facial paralysis during the day? Exactly. Huang Doctor's diagnostic report is still commendable. Liu Ruyan dismissed the speculation, flipping over both diagnostic reports before placing the hospital report in the center. In the first round of their inaugural competition, Lin Xian emerged victorious, achieving a perfect score. His diagnosis aligned precisely with the hospital's, even offering greater detail. There was no doubt he had triumphed. Huang Jiaming frowned as he observed this outcome. He had unexpectedly lost a round, which seemed to contain an element of luck. He was genuinely displeased. Meanwhile, the mother and daughter were taken aback by Lin Xian's diagnosis. It was crucial to note that the timeline on the hospital's diagnostic report was provided by them. The doctor could not have discerned it. Yet, Lin Xian articulated it with such accuracy. One may be inexperienced, but one must acknowledge it and not be obstinate, Lin Xian scoffed. Huang Mingjian was instantly infuriated, his face alternating between crimson and pallid. Lin Xian turned to Huang Mengru. Was the bed you slept on that night by the window? And wasn't the window not securely closed that night, leading you to awaken not only with facial paralysis, but also with a fever? Huang Mengru was taken aback. The impact of the facial paralysis had been quite profound for her. She remembered precisely when it had occurred. My daughter's bed is indeed by the window. She had a fever of 39 degrees the following day. Huang Mengru's mother exclaimed first. Huang Mengru quickly regained her composure, nodding fervently, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Astonished at how accurately Lin Xian had deduced this, Liu Ruyan gazed at Lin Xian in disbelief, wondering how he could possibly know such details. Was he a fortune teller? Chapter 48, Cancer? Indeed. Lin Xian clapped his hands. A crack in the window allowed a sinister breeze to enter, which is how many cases of facial paralysis occur. As he spoke, Lin Xian reached into the pocket of Lin Feng, who was watching nearby, and retrieved a lighter. Under the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Lin Xian ignited the lighter and then extended his palm, gently fanning the flame. The breeze was soft, and the flame flickered delicately. Behold, this is the malevolent wind, identical to the breeze that flows in through an open window while one sleeps. When this sinister wind invades the body, it leads to facial paralysis. Compounded by cold and stagnation, such a malevolent wind is the most likely cause of illness, and many bodies have been brought low by it. Do you accept this? Lin Xian turned to Huang Mingjian, whose face turned pale. The reactions of Huang Mengru and her mother had already validated Lin Xian's assertions. If he were to stubbornly deny it now, he would only become a source of ridicule. Fine, it's just one person. There are still 3 more. Don't get too smug, you brat. Huang Mingjian scoffed. Liu Ruyan felt inexplicably worse about this Dr. Huang. At his age, he still spoke like a child. The second individual was an elderly gentleman suffering from alien hand syndrome. The diagnostic reports provided by both were nearly identical. The third case was no different. Huang Mingjian's countenance darkened as only one person remained. If he failed to turn the tide now, it would mean he had lost the first round. This time, he sat down and conducted a thorough diagnosis, employing all methods of observation, inquiry, and examination. Ultimately, Dr. Huang's report indicated gastritis, leading to secondary gastric pain. Meanwhile, Lin Xian observed the individual, taking noticeably longer this time. Does it hurt here? Lin Xian pressed on the man's upper abdomen. Yes, Yang Ming replied, frowning, stating that this area had been aching for some time. The hospital had diagnosed it as gastritis, a condition common among the young. Stick out your tongue. Lin Xian glanced at Yang Ming's tongue. This is not a gastric issue. It resembles a pancreatic condition, accompanied by liver problems. Lin Xian extended his hand and palpated Yang Ming's abdomen, discovering a lump. His brow furrowed deeply. How old are you? 24. Yang Ming was taken aback. So young. It shouldn't be. Lin Xian's words nearly terrified Yang Ming and his father. How could a doctor say such a thing? Are you trying to frighten the patient? Do you have no medical ethics? Huang Mingjian could not help but interject, thinking this young man was merely putting on a show. It was obviously a typical case of gastritis. It was clear that his skills were lacking. Simultaneously, he felt an inner delight, as an opportunity had arisen. Lin Xian wrote down 3 characters on a piece of paper, adding the suggestion for further screening. He then handed his diagnostic report to Liu Ruyan. Upon seeing the report Lin Xian presented, her pupils dilated. Pancreatic cancer? Although she was not a doctor, she was not unfamiliar with the term. The king of cancers. Could this young man accept such news? Would he be able to handle it? She felt a twinge of conflict. Well, Liu, what are we waiting for? Shouldn't you announce the results? Huang Mingjin urged as he observed the scene. Liu Ruyan, feeling a sense of helplessness, turned over the paper revealing the hospital's diagnosis, chronic gastritis, a condition that many young people are prone to. Dr. Huang's assessment mirrored the hospital's diagnosis almost verbatim. Huang Mingjin beamed with satisfaction. He had encountered numerous cases of gastritis during his time at the hospital. With this, the first round ended in a tie. As for the second round involving acupuncture, he felt confident. Suddenly, Dr. Huang noticed Lin Xian's diagnosis. What? Pancreatic cancer. Before Dr. Huang could scrutinize the details, Yang Ming exclaimed in shock. His father stared wide-eyed at the line of text. How could you curse my son like this? The doctor said it was gastritis. Yang Ming's father yelled furiously, asserting that if his child hadn't still felt discomfort after taking medication, they wouldn't have come at all. The essence of a physician lies in their ethics. It was plainly gastritis, and Huang Mingjian could hardly contain his delight at Lin Xian's muddled diagnosis. Netizens were equally astonished by Lin Xian's assessment. What? Pancreatic cancer? Isn't that the king of cancers? Incredible, turning a gastritis case into a terminal illness. Isn't that outrageous? Lin Xian, however, was not particularly surprised. Anyone confronted with such a result would find it difficult to accept. Haven't you been on gastric medication for half a month? Although there's slight relief, the pain persists? Lin Xian's words left both men momentarily speechless, as it was indeed true. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sought medical attention. Going back to the hospital for a re-examination would incur costs. But here, travel expenses and examinations were free. Let's check it out, Lin Xian suggested. The father and son exchanged glances. Such matters could not be taken lightly. If there's no illness, we won't let this go. The father glared, leaving a parting remark before turning to Liu Ruyan. We're leaving now, travel expenses. A dedicated vehicle will take you back, Liu Ruyan quickly responded, having anticipated this scenario, ensuring that the bus remained in place. All right. With that, the two hastily departed the scene. After all, who could remain composed upon receiving a cancer diagnosis? What does this round count as? Huang Mingjin inquired, looking towards Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan pondered for a moment. Given the two individuals' diagnosis results, it was clearly insufficient. It would be deemed a tie. The first round favored Lin Xian for aligning closely with the hospital's diagnosis, while this round favored Huang Mingjian. The next stage would be the second round, employing acupuncture to treat their ailments. Upon hearing this, Huang Mingru and the elder beside her displayed expressions of anticipation, as did the family members nearby. They had all suffered from their respective ailments for many years. At the village entrance, the Alpha vehicle came to a gradual stop. Before it had fully halted, the rear doors swung open. Huang Tian eagerly leapt out of the car. Despite his advancing age, his physique remained robust. Grandpa, be careful. Huang Shini quickly followed behind. In Lin Xian village, the ancestors of the Lin family, Huang Tian gazed at the distant Lin family ancestral hall and spoke tremulously. He had been watching the live broadcast for some time and was convinced that this was indeed the Lin family of yore, the great benefactors of the Huang family. At last, he could fulfill the wishes of his forebears. Let us proceed directly, Huang Tian declared, for he knew that a medical competition was underway in the central square of Huangjia village. How could the descendant of the Huang family's revered teacher lack in medical prowess? No mere chief physician from a tertiary hospital could possibly rival such skill. Traditional Chinese medicine is indeed a discipline that demands years of accumulation. However, the Lin family boasts a lineage spanning thousands of years. It was said that this physician was invoking my name, though Huang Tian himself was indifferent to this matter. He could not overlook the audacity of someone using his name to challenge the descendant of his family's benefactor. Chapter 49, The 13 Needles of the Ghost Gate Brother. Have you not yet found any news regarding Dr. Huang? Ji Guomao inquired anxiously, casting a worried glance at his elder brother, Ji Guoping. The old patriarch still lay in the hospital, and it was not just their family's elder. It had come to light that the patriarch of the Lin family had also been admitted, albeit with less severe circumstances. With the elder's life hanging by a thread and his significant birthday approaching, if he remained absent by that day, calamities might ensue. I will make a call, Ji Guoping replied, his brow furrowed. The Huang family had long since retreated from public life, leaving only their granddaughter to face the world. He had already dispatched individuals to seek her out. What? No leads? Upon receiving the call, Ji Guoping's face darkened with fury. Both he and his younger brother were military men, and their tempers were as fierce as necessary to maintain order among their subordinates. No leads? Is that person deliberately avoiding us to stay out of trouble? Ji Guomao's face mirrored his brother's anger. How could the old man still be hiding from them at such a critical time, leaving their people empty-handed? Do they know where he has gone? Ji Guoping pressed, his expression grave. We are already coordinating with local authorities to investigate, and we will have news soon, came the reply. We must act swiftly. It is imperative we locate him today, Ji Guoping declared resolutely. As he ended the call, Ji Guomao quickly interjected, Brother, why not allow me to go personally to invite him? Just as Liu Bei visited the cottage of Zhuge Liang thrice. We could extend a formal request to coax Elder Huang out of retirement. This would demonstrate our sincerity and provide them with a sense of reassurance. Ji Guoping pondered this for a moment. I had not considered that, he conceded. You are indeed correct. Depart at once and follow their route. I will inform you once I have further news. No sooner had he spoken than the phone rang again. Ji Guoping answered promptly. What? Lin family village in Daxian? Their SA lead. He turned to Ji Guomao. Understood. I shall go immediately. With that, he pivoted and left in haste. Time was of the essence. They needed to act swiftly. On the highway, a large vehicle sped along. Inside, Ji Ping, with his dyed yellow hair, sat in the passenger seat, yawning. How long until we arrive? Young master, we are nearly there. Zhao Hongyi, with rainbow-colored hair at the wheel, responded. He too was a well-known scion of the capital, though he paled in comparison to Ji Ping's elite status. Humph, what do you know? It is precisely in remote areas that one finds treasures. What is that saying? A golden phoenix amidst the grass, Ji Ping mused, recalling the elusive eight-serpent glazed ball. A covetous smile spreading across his face. Seeing the expression on Ji Ping's face, Zhao Hongyi immediately grasped the implication and chuckled knowingly. It was clear that Ji Ping had heard rumors of beautiful women in the village. The affluent ladies of the city were often weary of the mundane. A taste of the exotic was a welcome diversion. Ah, acupuncture is an area in which I excel. While I cannot promise immediate relief, I can certainly alleviate the symptoms significantly, Huang Mingjian remarked with a cheerful smile, hands clasped behind his back. The first round of competition ended in a draw, which felt almost like a loss to Huang Mingjian. Therefore, he was determined to secure victory in the second round. After all, what would become of his reputation? What of his position as deputy director? Liu Ruyan, observing Huang Mingjian's confidence, couldn't help but smirk internally. The initial diagnosis had resulted in a stalemate, revealing that Huang Mingjian was not as formidable as anticipated. However, the viewers in the live stream held a different opinion. They believed that Lin Xian had benefited from a stroke of luck in the first competition. Dr. Huang must teach him a lesson. If Dr. Huang can significantly alleviate the symptoms of facial paralysis in one session, that is quite impressive. This is a case of 3 years of enduring facial paralysis. Yet in the previous instance, when the Lin family faced facial paralysis, did Lin Xian not resolve it in a single session? That was due to emotional distress causing temporary facial paralysis, which is certainly easier to treat. Dr. Huang is now tasked with treating a patient who has suffered for 3 years. Indeed, the complexity is incomparable. If he truly could cure facial paralysis, the number of patients seeking his expertise would surely overwhelm the hospital's threshold. Huang Mingjian glanced at Huang Mingru, knowing full well that he could not cure her facial paralysis. Huang Mingru exhibited classic symptoms of post-facial paralysis: drooping eyebrows, crooked mouth, asymmetrical smile, inability to close her eyes, pronounced nasolabial folds. This represents a global medical challenge, with no singular technique having proven effective thus far. As for his claim of significant relief, that too is misleading. His intention is merely to employ acupuncture to stimulate Huang Mingru's face, providing her with a fleeting restoration. Winning this competition would bring him both fame and fortune. The rest could be addressed later. So, which of you two shall go first? Liu Ruyan inquired, gazing at Huang Mingjian and Lin Xian. I shall go first, Huang Mingjian boldly declared, patting his chest. There is no other choice. Such a stimulating approach can only be utilized once. After he employs it, Lin Xian will be unable to resort to this shortcut again. For Lin Xian to achieve victory, he must entirely cure this individual's facial paralysis. But how could that be feasible? Not even the esteemed elder Huang, who conducted the initial lectures, could accomplish such a feat, grandfather. Can you remedy her condition? In the crowd, Huang Xinyi looked up at Huang Tian. The surrounding villagers were engrossed in the contest between Lin Xian and Huang Mingjian, oblivious to the two of them. Huang Tian stroked his beard, contemplating Huang Mingru. This young lady has been afflicted by malevolent winds for an extended period, rendering her facial paralysis particularly challenging to treat. To achieve a cure, it would likely require 3 to 5 years of continuous acupuncture, and even then, using fire needles. However, there exists a method in the world that can provide a one-time cure. Huang Tian's eyes flickered. This technique is documented in the Lin family's medical texts. It is an esoteric medical practice. Although it did not originate from the Lin family, the Lin dynasty had indeed gathered various unique treasures of knowledge. What? Huang Xingyi expressed surprise. Having studied medical texts since childhood, she had never encountered such a technique. The 13 ghostly needles. Huang Tian slowly uttered 5 words. The 13 needles of the ghost gate? Wasn't that art long lost to time? Huang Xingyi gazed at the elder in astonishment. The 13 needles of the Ghost Gate, a rumored taboo acupuncture technique of Taoism, is said to have the power to snatch souls from the hands of Yama. However, each application exacts a toll on one's moral virtue and lifespan, accruing myriad karmic repercussions. Thus, it has indeed vanished from the world. He chuckled, the heritage of Huaxia, although it has weathered the storms of war and the suppression of certain dynasties, is still preserved by some through generations. Huang Tian continued with a smile. Yet this individual boldly claims to significantly alleviate ailments with but a single acupuncture session. He turned his gaze towards Huang Mingjian, his eyes glimmering with skepticism. He had not discerned any profound medical skill in this person. Chapter 50. Something fishy. Just bluster. Huang Xingyi regarded the portly, bespectacled doctor with a sense of distaste. He appeared rather sleazy, and one could easily discern his unsavory nature. Huang Tian spoke slowly, suggesting that perhaps this man possessed some hidden talent. Observing Lin Xian's lack of dissent, Liu Ruyan turned to Huang Mingjian. Dr. Huang, you may begin. Haha, very well, Huang Mingjian replied. Extracting his acupuncture kit and placing it on the table, casting a cheerful glance at the expectant Huang Mingru. Have you undergone acupuncture before? He inquired. Yes. Huang Mingru's mother interjected. We have tried every method to treat her ailment, but alas, nothing has worked. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Any parent faced with such circumstances would feel profound sorrow for their child. All right, it may hurt a bit, so bear with it, Huang Mingjian said. Retrieving a needle and an alcohol lamp from his medical kit, Huang Mingru nodded, unafraid of the pain. She had endured not only acupuncture but also bloodletting, agonizing pain that she had withstood. Acupuncture, at worst, would only bring about a sensation of soreness and heaviness with minimal discomfort. Lin Xian's gaze was fixed intently on Huang Tian. Could a single acupuncture session truly alleviate facial paralysis? He found it hard to believe that Huang Tian possessed such medical prowess, as evidenced by his earlier diagnosis. What was this man really up to? Lin Xian furrowed his brow in concern. In the crowd, Huang Tian nodded slightly, acknowledging that using heated needles to dispel cold and evil was a fundamental practice that he executed quite well. Huang Xingyi scoffed. Who doesn't know that? The old man feels the need to explain. Once Huang Mingjian had sterilized the needle, he gently supported Huang Mingru's face, instructing her to endure. She remained still, emitting a soft sound of affirmation. Seizing the moment while she was distracted, Huang Mingjian deftly inserted the needle into the cibi point, just below the pupils, at the concavity of the infraorbital foramen. Hiss! Huang Mingru's body jolted. She realized that Huang Mingjian's technique was indeed more painful than that of the previous elderly practitioners. Not only was it painful, but there was also a burning sensation. However, a glimmer of hope arose within her. She feared pain far less than ineffectiveness. Lin Xian's brows knitted in confusion. Why did this needle elude his understanding? Regardless of the treatment method, the first needle should not have been placed here. Huang Tian and Huang Xingyi shared similar expressions of bewilderment. Could it be that this man truly had some expertise? From the profound perspective of traditional Chinese medicine, Huang Tian and Huang Xingyi did not dwell on their doubts, merely pondering whether Huang Mingjian possessed a unique approach. Only Huang Mingjian himself was aware that he had no distinctive technique. These needles were solely intended to stimulate Huang Mingru's facial muscles, making her appearance seem more normal for a brief moment. However, in a few minutes, her condition would revert, perhaps even slightly worse than before. Did that matter? Not in the slightest. After the acupuncture treatment, Huang Mingru appeared significantly improved, ensuring his victory. As for returning to her original state, that would be Lin Xian's issue. Perfectly timed with Lin Xian's acupuncture session, he could easily shift the blame onto Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian was young and inexperienced, and any mishap would seem entirely plausible, raising no suspicions. Even if Lin Xian realized the scheme after Huang Mingru's condition worsened and attempted to expose him in front of the audience, there would still be some who would believe him, unless Lin Xian managed to discern the truth immediately after the treatment, which was highly unlikely, as this technique was meticulously crafted to instill confidence in his medical expertise. Moreover, if the situation became more severe, how could he continue to practice medicine if his patients were not recovering? How would he earn a living? Who would pay his mortgage? Who would fuel his BMW? Who would cover his child's milk powder expenses? Furthermore, framing this incident on Lin Xian would only serve to amplify his fame and fortune. It was a masterstroke. Huang Mingjian wore a smile, seemingly envisioning the day he would bask in fame and success, having ascended to the position of deputy director, surrounded by luxury cars, opulent homes, and beautiful women. As he inserted each needle into Huang Mengru's face, the young girl had already been pricked with 6 slender silver needles, causing her body to tremble from the pain. However, the prospect of potential healing compelled Huang Mengru to endure. Her mother, witnessing the scene, could not suppress her emotions, covering her mouth in distress for her daughter's suffering. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's brow furrowed deeper. Although he had never witnessed Huang Mingjian's methods, his understanding of acupuncture points allowed him to discern some aspects of the technique, though he still lacked a complete understanding. After a brief respite due to discomfort in his back, Huang Mingjian began to remove the needles from Huang Mengru's face. "Let's see if there's any improvement," he said with a smile. "Daughter, let me see," Huang Mengru's mother urged, closely examining her daughter's face. Tears welled in her eyes as she realized her daughter had indeed improved significantly. I feel so much better," Huang Mengru exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Previously, her speech had been unclear, but now she could articulate her words effortlessly. She tried several expressions, all of which she could manage successfully. "Mom, I really feel much better," she cried, embracing her mother with tears of joy. Liu Ruyan looked on, astonished. Had she misjudged him? Had she judged by appearances? This man truly possessed skill. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement. "Wow, amazing! Dr. Huang can even cure facial paralysis. He outshines that young man by a mile. Incredible! One needle, and he's done. Absolutely remarkable. Ha ha ha. I knew it. The last competition was merely a stroke of luck for that fellow. Had it not been for his fortunate guess, Dr. Huang would have secured victory effortlessly. And now, is he not the victor? That young man might as well save his breath and concede defeat. What is the point of this charade? Just admit defeat already." Lin Xian furrowed his brow. Suddenly, his expression darkened. He had been unable to grasp the crux of the matter until he noticed Huang Mengru's considerably improved demeanor. In that instant, realization dawned upon him. No wonder that scoundrel employed the technique. It involved a needle inserted at an acupoint that stimulates the facial muscles. So, this is where the key lies. By forcibly stimulating the muscles, it heightens their sensitivity, allowing for greater control over facial expressions. However, this would ultimately lead to increased rigidity in the muscles. Wait a moment. Something is amiss, Lin Xian exclaimed suddenly. Chapter 51. Wang Lao's certification. Something's fishy. Lin Xian's voice interjected at an inopportune moment. The mother and daughter, overwhelmed with joy, turned in astonishment to gaze at Lin Xian. Something's fishy? Was he alluding to her face? Liu Ruyan looked at Lin Xian in confusion. What could possibly be amiss? The needles were administered by Dr. Huang himself, and indeed, her complexion had improved significantly. TSK, Tisk, unable to compete, and now resorting to tricks, is it? What deceit could there be? Were they astounded to see someone recover from facial paralysis? Ha ha ha, I anticipated that Lin Xian would concede outright, but I never expected him to utter such words. Claiming something is amiss. How amusing, what could be wrong? The mother and daughter were simply reveling in their happiness, and the child's face had clearly improved. Wang Mingjian felt a jolt of alarm upon hearing Lin Xian's words. Could this lad have discerned something? He pondered anxiously. Yet, outwardly, he glared at Lin Xian with an expression of fury. What are you saying? Are you questioning my medical skills? If you can't win, just admit defeat. Wang Mingjian's words were also a provocation. If Lin Xian truly conceded, everything would unravel, and he was counting on Lin Xian's unwillingness to surrender, hence his deliberate taunt. Huang Mingjian was growing increasingly anxious. Lin Xian, hurry and treat her. A delay might expose everything. Doctor, please clarify what you mean by something being fishy. Hasn't my face improved significantly? Huang Mengru gazed at Lin Xian with tear-filled eyes. She could feel her speech becoming more coherent, though her face still felt somewhat uncomfortable. Lin Xian turned to Huang Mingjian. Aren't you eager for me to administer acupuncture to her promptly? At this, Huang Mingjian's expression stiffened, and once he regained his composure, he snorted, Humph, I only wish to win honorably. He adopted a demeanor of righteous integrity, which momentarily astonished Liu Ruyan. The viewers in the live stream were taken aback by Huang Mingjian's demeanor. 666666. Dr. Huang is so righteous. Winning honorably. Look, this is the true essence of a healer. Unlike certain individuals who claim something is amiss. Truly, the patient has finally found hope, and Lin Xian is here making sarcastic remarks. Among the crowd, Huang Tian furrowed his brow as he observed the scene unfold. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and a look of indignation crossed his face. This gluttonous fool is truly bringing disgrace to our traditional medicine, to our Huang family. Huh? Grandfather, what is it? Huang Xingyi, unable to discern Huang Mingjian's tactics, felt something was off but did not pursue that line of thought. He has not cured the girl's ailment. He merely stimulated the muscles in her face with silver needles, creating an illusion of significant improvement. It will only worsen afterward, Huang Tian stated with a stern expression. It had been years since he encountered anything that infuriated him so much. I sensed something was amiss. This quack is a charlatan. Huang Xingyi, upon realizing the situation, ground her teeth in anger, glaring at the seemingly virtuous doctor. Will you treat her or not? If not, just concede. As time passed, Huang Mingjian grew increasingly disheartened. If Lin Xian did not receive prompt treatment, the truth would inevitably be revealed. His reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Contemplating this, Huang Mingjian suddenly felt a pang of regret. Who could have anticipated that this young man would see through his ruse? He had not genuinely improved her condition. He merely stimulated her facial muscles through acupuncture to create a fade of recovery. Lin Xian's startling revelations indicated that this method would only provide temporary relief, and when I stepped in to administer treatment, her face would revert to its original state, perhaps even deteriorate further. At that point, he could easily shift the blame onto me. Huang Mingjian's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. He had not expected Lin Xian not only to uncover his deceit, but also to articulate his innermost thoughts. You are talking nonsense. You slander me, Huang Mingjian shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Xian. Beside them, Huang Mingru wore a look of disbelief, tears brimming in her eyes as she instinctively touched her face. Is my face not improving? The agony of hope blossoming only to be snuffed out was unbearable. Liu Ruyan gazed at Huang Mingjian in shock. His reaction indicated that Lin Xian was likely not lying. Moreover, there was no need for Lin Xian to fabricate such claims, as he stated that the side effects would manifest in mere minutes. If it were indeed a fabrication, it would be too easily debunked. The viewers in the live stream erupted in a frenzy. Is this true? Is there really a hidden agenda? Surely not. Lin Xian is just slandering him. How can you believe that? It must be true. Lin Xian said her true condition would reveal itself in minutes. If it were false, wouldn't that be self-defeating? Indeed. Whether it's true or not will soon be evident. Lin Xian cast a cold smile at Huang Mingjian. The truth or falsehood would soon become clear, after all. Dr. Huang had traveled a great distance to teach me. Surely he would not squander these 5 minutes. Huang Mingjian's face oscillated between red and white, momentarily at a loss for how to respond, left only to observe. Huang Mingru and her mother were already in tears. For the two of them, these fleeting moments felt longer than an eternity. Soon, Huang Mingru felt a sudden stiffness in her facial muscles, her mouth twitching uncontrollably, her eyes becoming uneven, one larger than the other, worse than before Huang Mingjian had even attempted treatment. Daughter, what has happened to you? Huang Mingru's mother cried out, cradling her daughter's face in despair. The sight of her daughter's suffering pierced her heart. Liu Ruyan, witnessing this scene, realized that Lin Xian's words were not mere fabrications. They were indeed true. Huang Mingjian had resorted to such underhanded tactics merely to win a medical competition. Anger surged within her. She had previously only heard of doctors prescribing starch pills for profit, yet now Huang Mingjian had stooped even lower, to triumph in a medical contest. He employed such despicable methods. The viewers in the live stream were also thrown into uproar. My goodness, it is indeed true. This person's visage appears to be markedly worse than before. How repulsive. This doctor, I can't believe I once placed my trust in him. A quack. Previously, I encountered such a physician when seeking treatment, who prescribed me starchy pills that yielded no improvement after a week. This is even more appalling than a mere quack, exacerbating the patient's condition. Lin Xian gazed at Huang Mingjian's face, marred by disgust, and asked if he had anything further to say. Huang Mingjian's mind was clouded with rage. Yet he understood that if he were to concede, not only would he forfeit any hope of fame and fortune, but his future employment at the hospital would also be in jeopardy. It is not a matter of worsening. It is merely a temporary rebound following treatment, with continued care. Healing is assured. What do you, a mere youth, know about this? This insight was gleaned from the lectures of the esteemed Elder Huang. Were he present, he would undoubtedly discern the truth. At this juncture, Huang Mingjian could only stubbornly cling to his position, invoking the name of Elder Huang. Chapter 52. I cannot. Yet my ancestor certainly can, upon hearing Huang Jiaming passionately invoke the name of the esteemed Elder Huang. Liu Ruyan's face momentarily reflected a flicker of doubt. She was well aware of Elder Huang's reputation. In front of the multitude in the live stream, it was unlikely that Huang Jianming would dare to misrepresent Elder Huang's name. Could it truly be, as Huang Jianming asserted, merely a temporary situation? The viewers in the live stream shared Liu Ruyan's sentiments. Elder Huang, if the information originated from him, it would indeed be plausible. After all, Elder Huang was a revered master of traditional Chinese medicine. Perhaps insights gleaned from his lectures could genuinely hold merit. Was Lin Xian merely engaging in obfuscation, reluctant to concede his inferiority to Dr. Huang? As Huang Jianming observed the crowd seemingly swayed by his assertions, a wave of relief washed over him. He was taking a gamble, having no choice but to present this narrative, hoping that Elder Huang might not be watching the live stream. Nor would he seek retribution. He could navigate this obstacle first. Suddenly, a frail yet authoritative voice resonated from the crowd. What I perceive is that you are a disgrace to the medical community. Lin Xian, taken aback, turned in surprise toward the source of the voice. Emerging from the throng was an elderly man, exuding an ethereal presence, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful young woman. This is Elder Huang. Liu Ruyan gazed in astonishment at the venerable figure stepping forth from the crowd. She had encountered him before and recognized him instantly. Yet, what could possibly bring Elder Huang here? Huang Jianming stood aghast, having used Elder Huang as a shield. He was acutely aware of the elder's appearance. Why was the venerable man present? He was left speechless. You disgraceful charlatan, utilizing dubious methods to harm patients here. How dare you use my name as a shield? Huang Tian was seething with indignation, his brows and beard trembling with fury. Traditional Chinese medicine was already in decline, and now such a disgraceful figure was within the hospital, potentially endangering countless patients. At this juncture, the situation had become abundantly clear. Liu Ruyan's expression hardened. This contest of medical skill was lost on you. And now you ought to contemplate how to rectify this matter. The young girl had already suffered enough, and Huang Jianming's actions had only compounded her distress. As despair enveloped Huang Mingru, her last flicker of hope extinguished, she lamented, "Must I pay compensation?" Huang Jianming gritted his teeth. Acutely aware that his reputation was on the verge of ruin, his immediate concern was avoiding imprisonment. If the patient were to press charges, he could very well face incarceration. Compensation? Who cares for your filthy money? Huang Mingru's mother lunged forward, her daughter's suffering already immense, and now she endured further torment from this despicable doctor. What madness is this, you lunatic? Isn't compensation enough? Huang Jianming's face bore the marks of her assault. Compensation? What of my daughter's face? Huang Mingru's mother, with reddened eyes, was entangled in a fierce struggle with Huang Mingjian. Liu Ruyan, witnessing the scene, hurriedly stepped forward to separate the two. My poor daughter. Huang Mingru's mother stood aside, her face a portrait of despair. Her wailing was so heart-wrenching that it moved all who heard it to tears. The viewers in the live stream felt a pang of sorrow at this display. Alas, a single grave illness can shatter the lives of ordinary people, or even destroy a whole family. That wretched doctor, who exacerbated the already dire situation for a family already struggling. I wonder if there is still hope for a cure? It seems unlikely. The after effects of facial paralysis are a global challenge, difficult to treat. Liu Ruyan bit her lower lip, observing the scene, and glanced at Lin Xian and Huang Tian. Can this girl's ailment be cured? Huang Mingru's mother seemed to grasp something profound. As she knelt before Huang Tian, this must be the esteemed Huang Lao. Doctor, old sir, I implore you, save my daughter. She's only in her 3rd year of high school. She cannot possibly endure this for the rest of her life. Huang Mingru's mother, tears and snot streaming down her face, clung to Huang Tian's leg. Huang Tian sighed at the sight. I can indeed provide treatment, but it requires a gradual approach through acupuncture to expel the cold toxicity from her body, he spoke softly. By the time she is fully cured, she may well be in her 20s or 30s. Moreover, there are numerous precautions to observe. She must avoid cold drafts and refrain from consuming cold and damp foods. Conventional methods make it exceedingly challenging to achieve a cure. Huang Mingru's mother gazed at Huang Tian with a face full of anguish, aware that the elderly gentleman would not deceive her. Is there truly no other way? She lamented. Her daughter, in the prime of her youth, had her life irrevocably altered by facial paralysis. The once bright and cheerful girl seemed to have vanished. Mom, it's all right. I can manage like this. It doesn't affect me. Huang Mingru rushed to comfort her mother, wiping away her tears and assisting her to her feet. She had grown accustomed to the strange looks from others and had reconciled with her speech difficulties and the entirety of her condition. After all, she was still alive, albeit at the cost of losing the joyful life she once knew under the sun. More than 2 years ago, just months after the incident, she had nearly adjusted to her new reality. How much worse could it be now than it was then? Perhaps there is still a way, Huang Tian suddenly remarked. At his words, both Liu Ruyan and Huang Mingru looked up sharply, their gazes fixed upon this esteemed figure in traditional Chinese medicine. He was undoubtedly one of the most capable practitioners alive today. If he claimed there was a solution, it must hold promise. What is the method, old sir? Please, share it with us, Huang Mingru's mother implored, her face alight with hope. As long as it could restore her daughter's health, she would be willing to do anything. Huang Tian slowly turned his gaze towards Lin Xian, an enigmatic expression flickering in his eyes. I cannot achieve it, but my revered ancestor should. No, without a doubt, can accomplish it. Chapter 53. Is the ancestor of Huang Tian the Grandmaster? Grandmaster? Liu Ruyan gazed in astonishment at the elderly Huang Tian. The term Grandmaster, as used by someone of his age, could only refer to someone over a century old, or perhaps long deceased. Was the old man jesting? Huang Mingru and her mother were momentarily at a loss, while Huang Tian's reference to a mentor might be plausible, considering that seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners often emphasize a balanced life and can live to 100 or more. The title of Grandmaster typically requires a generational gap of at least 3. If he were indeed alive, he would need to be at least 150 or 60. Could that even be conceivable? After all, the oldest verified person on record was of a certain age. Surely, this Grandmaster could not still be among the living. People are inherently drawn to gossip. And even Huang Mingjian, who was feeling despondent, found his attention captured by this spectacle. Surely, Huang Tian's Grandmaster had passed long ago. The viewers in the live stream shared similar sentiments. At his age, was the old man still inclined to jest? Hadn't his Grandmaster already departed this world? How could he still be alive? If so, could he still move? He would have to be well over 100. Huang Laoyu did not appear to be someone who disrespects his elders. The urgency in his demeanor seemed to contradict the notion of jest. Was he truly joking? Perhaps they should summon this old man. Yet, given his advanced age, could he even make an appearance? Liu Ruyan gazed helplessly at Huang Tian. Old man, your Grandmaster is still alive? Huang Tian remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Xian. Lin Xian furrowed his brow. Why was this old man staring at him? Suddenly, he realized something. The old man also bore the surname Huang. His own ancestor, who had imparted medical knowledge to him, shared the same surname, and records indicated that the Huang family possessed remarkable talent. Given the old man's unwavering gaze, could he be a descendant of that Huang family from long ago? In the next moment, Huang Laoya's actions left everyone wide-eyed. Huang Tian regarded Lin Xian, his heart brimming with emotion. Generations had sought to repay a drop of kindness with a fountain of gratitude over centuries, and he had finally found him. Slowly, he knelt, arms outstretched, forehead touching the ground. As the 8th-generation heir of the Huang family, Huang Tian represented both his ancestors and descendants, kneeling in gratitude to the Grandmaster for the skills bestowed upon him. 3 bows and 9 kowtows, the utmost expression of reverence in our culture. Without the initial impartation of medical knowledge, the Huang family's legacy and honor spanning centuries would not exist. Indeed, had it not been for Lin Xian's ancestors, the Huang family might have perished amidst the chaos of war. Such profound gratitude warranted his homage. Grandpa, Huang Xingyi was the first to react, her expression one of shock as she looked at Huang Tian. Come here, kneel. Huang Tian cast a stern glance at his granddaughter. The longer a family lineage persists, the more they value such traditions. Upon hearing this, Huang Xingyi also knelt beside Huang Tian, bowing in respect. Lin Xian's expression was grave, showing no signs of evasion as he stood tall, embodying the ancestral spirit of the Lin family, deserving of Huang Tian's reverence. Were it not for the haste of the moment, Huang Tian might have required a more elaborate ceremonial display. Thus, it is evident that men are not devoid of a sense of ritual. After performing 3 prostrations and 9 bows, Huang Tian and Huang Xingyi finally rose from the ground. Whereupon Huang Tian once more paid his respects to Lin Xian. Huang Tian pays homage to the revered ancestor. Huang Xingyi pays homage to the revered ancestor. Huang Xingyi followed suit in bowing, yet a hint of defiance lingered on her face, for she believed Lin Xian was merely basking in the glow of lineage. If it came to medical expertise, Huang Xingyi was confident she could surpass Lin Xian. Suddenly, the realization struck her. Her grandfather had just mentioned that although he was powerless, the revered ancestor possessed the means. Could Lin Xian truly wield the Ghost Gate 13 needles? Unthinkable. The disbelief was palpable on Huang Xingyi's visage. Meanwhile, Liu Ruyan was utterly astonished, witnessing Huang Tian and Huang Xingyi kneel before Lin Xian. It was noteworthy that one of them was a contemporary titan of traditional Chinese medicine, a paragon of the highest standards in the field, while the other was the young prodigy celebrated as the holy maiden of traditional Chinese medicine. The sight of these two venerating Lin Xian and referring to him as the revered ancestor was surreal. Lin Xian was indeed the esteemed ancestor Huang Tian spoke of. Liu Ruyan felt dizzy. The situation was simply too fantastical. Huang Mingjian was left dumbfounded by this scene as well. Just moments ago, he had boasted about Huang Lao's name and even claimed to have been fortunate enough to attend Huang Lao's lectures. Yet now, he witnessed the highly respected Huang Lao kneeling before Lin Xian, addressing him as the revered ancestor. Being a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine himself, Huang Mingjin understood the significance of the title revered ancestor, which is typically reserved for those of vastly superior lineage. If the roles were reversed, with Lin Xian and Huang Tian switching places, it would seem more plausible. However, it was Huang Tian, nearing a century in age, who knelt. The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished by the spectacle. What on earth am I witnessing? Huang Lao has knelt before this young man. Incredible. This is utterly surreal. Huang Lao just called this young man the revered ancestor. One might mistakenly believe Huang Lao is the elder of the Lin family. Isn't that the revered ancestor? How has he become the elder ancestor? It's practically the same. My heavens, does this not imply that Lin Xian is, in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, an elder to Huang Lao? According to Huang Lao, the medical knowledge passed down through the Huang family originally came from the Lin family. How extraordinary is this Lin family village? No wonder they boast of being an ancient village for a millennium. I thought it was mere bluster, but it appears to be true. If Huang Tian's words are to be believed, can Lin Xian truly treat this girl's facial paralysis? The lingering effects of facial paralysis are a global medical conundrum. Can Lin Xian genuinely provide a cure? This is not the fleeting facial paralysis experienced by Lin Dahu in the past. Once the rites were completed, Huang Tian finally rose. Revered ancestor, my Huang family has been searching for your trace for generations, and we have finally found you, Huang Tian expressed with a tone of deep sentiment. Lin Xian held a profound admiration in his heart, although the virtue of gratitude and repaying kindness is a traditional value. It is indeed rare to find a family like the Huang family that has dedicated generations to seeking out their benefactors. Please, call me Lin Xian, Mr. Huang. If my ancestors were to know of your family's actions from the underworld, they would surely smile, Lin Xian remarked. One must not disrupt the hierarchy. Huang Tian replied with a shake of his head. Well then, let us dispense with pleasantries. If you two have no pressing matters, you may stay in Lin family village for a while. But first, let us examine the ailment of this young lady, Lin Xian said, turning his gaze towards Huang Mingru. Huang Mingru and her mother wore expressions of both hope and concern. Lin Xian was exceedingly young. Could he truly cure the after-effects of her facial paralysis? Will you be employing the 13 ghostly needles? Huang Tian inquired with a serious expression, for earlier he had suggested that the ancestor could heal, merely to gauge Lin Xian's capabilities. Lin Xian did not appear to be one who spoke boastfully, so his earlier assertion of being the best in the world must have stemmed from genuine confidence. Alas, it seems I have no other choice, Lin Xian sighed. The 13 ghostly needles are widely recognized for their prowess in snatching souls from the grasp of the King of Hell. However, they are also exceptionally effective in treating mental and neurological disorders. Chapter 54. I shall employ the 13 ghostly needles. All causes and effects are entrusted to me. In ancient times, most people attributed neurological and psychological ailments to malevolent spirits or the wandering of the soul. The 13 ghostly needles were believed to treat these afflictions. The term ghost in the name is derived from this belief. Remarkable indeed, Huang Tian mused, that Lin Xian, at such a tender age, possesses such profound skills. He is truly worthy of being a descendant of the Lin family. Liu Ruyan, though somewhat bewildered, discerned that the 13 ghostly needles must be extraordinarily powerful. Yet she pondered why Lin Xian appeared so despondent. What is this 13 ghostly needles? Is there some apprehension? Seeing Lin Xian's sighs, Liu Ruyan cautiously inquired. Huang Mingru exchanged glances with her mother. Could it be that exorbitant medical fees were required? Doctor, money is not an issue. My father and I will find a way. If you can truly heal, we would be willing to exhaust our resources for the medical expenses, Huang Mingru's mother said, tears welling in her eyes. A portion of the viewers in the live stream became indignant upon witnessing this scene. How pitiable they are, yet he bemoans the matter of finances. Such a lack of medical ethics. Wasn't it said that treatment would be free? And now the topic of money arises? You can casually dispense large sums of money to reward the brave, yet when it comes to treating someone, money suddenly becomes an issue? Is it not reasonable to charge for medical services? Why the scorn? If you truly sympathize, why not contribute? Damn it. The production team assured that all expenses would be covered, and now we can't even mention it? Are you part of the production's hired commenters or merely Lin Xian's distant descendant? The issue is not merely about medical fees. Huang Tian interjected on Lin Xian's behalf. The 13 ghostly needles come at a cost to one's vitality and moral virtue, and they inevitably attract karmic repercussions. As a scion of a traditional Chinese medicine family, Huang Tian was well-versed in the doctrines of yin and yang. It is widely acknowledged that the use of the 13 ghostly needles indeed diminishes one's moral standing. Most individuals who have employed this technique do not survive beyond 50 years, suffering from persistent ailments, thus the art has largely fallen into disuse. Huang Tian stated. Huang Mingru and her mother gasped in unison. With Huang Tian's assertion, there must be truth to it. If such a significant price were to be paid, they would truly feel reluctant to ask Lin Xian for assistance. Liu Ruyan, her face a mask of confusion, wondered if this were indeed the case. As an educated individual, she had always been skeptical of such matters, much like when Lin Xian had offered the prince a smoke. Is it true? Does it genuinely affect one's vitality and moral standing? Can a doctor still believe in such things? It seems there might be some truth to it. Such claims, if uttered by a charlatan, I would dismiss, but from the mouth of Elder Huang, it must surely hold weight. Indeed, Elder Huang is an authority. Having lived nearly a century, he has seen much. It would be unwise to proceed lightly. This is not merely a matter of finances. Lin Xian is still so young. Speaking of which, if it truly does affect one's vitality and moral virtue, then Lin Xian must have committed numerous transgressions. Congratulations on your discovery of the crux of the matter. Liu Ruyan turned her gaze to Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded, acknowledging that the issue was not merely about medical expenses. It was indeed a matter of great concern. A fleeting shadow of despair crossed the faces of Huang Mingru and her mother. After a long struggle, they had finally glimpsed hope, only to find it extinguished once more. The depth of their despair deepened, for the two individuals before them epitomized the pinnacle of traditional Chinese medicine, and if they were at a loss, who else could possibly cure their daughter's ailment? The elderly gentleman and the girl, who had remained silent for some time, fixed their gaze upon Lin Xian and Huang Tian, their expressions reflecting a shared sense of sympathy. They feared that even the grandfather's rare condition had no remedy. It's all right, Dr. Lin, Dr. Huang, Sister Liu. I truly appreciate your efforts. It's fine if I don't receive treatment. Huang Mingru managed to force a smile. She did not wish to burden strangers with her plight. After all, coming here had yielded significant insight. At the very least, they now understood that her illness was beyond cure, which meant her parents would no longer need to spend money on her condition. A silver lining, indeed. Huang Mingru's mother covered her mouth, her heart aching at the sight of her daughter. Since the onset of her facial paralysis, Huang had never displayed anger or grievance in front of them. The mother knew her daughter had endured countless glances and whispers in solitude. Liu Ruyan also felt a profound sorrow. The girl, with her delicate features and beauty, deserved a life filled with joy, education, love, marriage, and children, yet this affliction had stolen everything from her. The online community, witnessing this poignant scene, was filled with emotion. Is there truly no hope? This girl looks so pitiful. Such a sensible girl, it breaks my heart. Could we start a fundraiser? I'd be willing to contribute 100 yuan. What good is 100 yuan? It's utterly tragic. Perhaps Lin Xian could treat her. After all, he might not have long to live. But isn't he involved in illegal activities? What if he gets caught and faces dire consequences? Perhaps he should act now to accrue some karmic merit. Lin Xian pondered for a moment, contemplating the possibility of treatment. He recalled the concepts of lifespan and karmic virtue, the intricate web of cause and effect. Huang Mingru and her mother looked at Lin Xian, a flicker of hope igniting within them once more, albeit tempered by the anticipation of disappointment. Liu Ruyan and Huang Tian also turned their gaze toward Lin Xian, wondering what solution he might propose. However, Lin Xian stepped forward, cautioning, "Grandfather, please don't overexert yourself. A gentleman does not place himself beneath a precarious wall." "Indeed, grandfather." The other villagers from Lin family village echoed, though they empathized with the young girl. Their priority remained the elder's well-being. After all, Lin Xian was the last of his line, with no future heirs. The thought of him suffering a grave consequence from karmic retribution was unsettling. But is there a way to transfer karmic burdens? Huang Tian inquired tentatively, although he had not heard of such a method. The Lin family had preserved their traditions for millennia. Perhaps a solution existed. The look on Lin Xian's face suggested as much. Lin Xian smiled, a hint of defiance in his demeanor. Who said I intended to retreat? I shall confront this head-on. His expression shifted, embodying both authority and confidence. Come. Follow me to the Lin family courtyard, and let us retrieve the two most precious artifacts from within. Today, I shall employ the 13 ghostly needles. Let us see how the myriad causes and effects can contend with my being. Chapter 55. An audience with His Majesty. All causes and effects converge upon me. Lin Xian's words astonished everyone present. The people of Huaxia tend to shy away from such topics, yet Lin Xian boldly proclaimed them. Lin Zhang looked at Lin Xian helplessly, wishing to caution his ancestor against such ominous predictions, but since Lin Xian had spoken, it was evident he had his own plans. Huang Tian and Huang Xingyi gazed at Lin Xian, perplexed by the audacity behind his declaration. Liu Ruyan, in a state of shock, regarded Lin Xian. Had she uttered such words, they would carry little weight, for she herself did not subscribe to such beliefs. However, for Lin Xian, the Lin family village was steeped in numerous customs and taboos. He had previously warned that employing the 13 needles of the Ghost Gate would result in a loss of vitality and moral standing. Yet now he spoke of confronting fate head-on. Such boldness from Lin Xian was indeed remarkable. Huang Mingjin sneered, for as a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, he had heard of this dubious technique. Given its lineage, there must be some truth to it, yet here was Lin Xian, striving to be a hero. Huang Mingjin could easily discern Lin Xian's intentions. Youthful arrogance had led him to seek glory in front of an audience. But when calamity struck, what would he do then? Huang Mingjin harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Lin Xian. His attempt to garner attention had failed, and now he was pushing Lin Xian into an abyss of despair. Thus, he secretly hoped for Lin Xian's downfall. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were relishing the unfolding drama. How impressive! All causes and effects converge upon me. Indeed. This had the flavor of an ancestral proclamation. Not only did it echo the words of an ancestor, but it also bore the essence of a sect's patriarch. Speaking of which, did Lin Xian possess some sort of artifact that granted him such arrogance? Did he dare to confront fate itself? Was he invoking the spirit of his forebear? One might wonder if he believed himself to be a Taoist priest. Regardless, if he could cure the ailing girl, that would suffice. Indeed, if he succeeded, Lin Xian's transgressions might be somewhat forgiven. Forgiven? Are you suggesting that instead of execution, he would merely receive a lighter sentence? In truth, had Lin Xian truly committed a crime? It felt more like a misunderstanding, akin to the previous incident involving the trafficking of cultural relics. Who could say? Let us observe. Lin Xian strode ahead, flanked by the villagers of Lin family village and the patients participating in the program. Accompanied by Huang Tian and the others as they made their way to the Lin family courtyard, they awaited by the entrance of the Lin family estate. Lin Xian, Lin Zhang, and two robust young men entered the courtyard. Ancestor, what shall we do? Lin Zhang asked. Concern etched across his face as they moved out of the camera's view and away from the scrutiny of the villagers. He had some knowledge of the treasures housed within the Lin family courtyard. Yet he was unaware of which could aid Lin Xian in performing the 13 needles of the Ghost Gate without incurring its consequences. There exists but one type of person who is unafraid of the repercussions of fate. Lin Xian smiled broadly. Lin Zhang was somewhat bewildered. What type of person? Why did he find it difficult to grasp his ancestor's words? You seem to have forgotten the lineage of our ancestors. Lin Xian perhaps discerned the confusion in Lin Zhang's expression. Turning to Lin Zhang, he spoke, and for a brief moment, Lin Zhang was taken aback, his pace slowing. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck him. Ancestor, you intend to? Indeed, Lin Xian nodded. A surge of excitement coursed through Lin Zhang. After so many years, perhaps the villagers of Linjia had nearly forgotten the illustrious past of their forebears. How could the sovereign of a dynasty fear the so-called retribution of karma? The mere thought of possibly witnessing the grandeur of his ancestors ignited a thrill within him. He had never anticipated that the ancestor would employ such a method. Halt. You two shall accompany me inside, Lin Xian instructed Lin Zhang. Nodding in agreement, Lin Zhang observed Lin Xian entering the Chamber of Treasures, his elderly heart racing fervently. Outside the Lin family courtyard, Huang Mingru and her mother held hands, seeking solace in each other's warmth to calm their anxious and excited hearts. They were unaware of Lin Xian's plan, nor did they know if the legendary Ghost Gate 13 needles could truly cure her ailment. All they could do was hope for a brighter future amidst their unease. Huang Mingjin sneered as he watched Lin Xian's departing figure, merely a charlatan. Let us see how he fares in due course. Old Master Huang, Liu Ruyan said, turning her gaze to Huang Tian. You. Haha, young lady, I remember you. Huang Tian chuckled, stroking his beard as he regarded Liu Ruyan. You once interviewed me. To think the esteemed Old Master Huang still remembers, Liu Ruyan smiled, her heart uplifted by his recognition. This made matters considerably easier, for she was filled with countless questions. For instance, why was Huang Tian present here? And what connection existed between the Huang and Lin families? Old Master Huang, may I pose a few inquiries? Liu Ruyan ventured cautiously. The old man's stature was immensely elevated. Although no one in the Huang family engaged in commerce, politics, or the military, countless prominent figures had once been treated by him, owing him profound debts of gratitude. Thus, if he chose not to speak, she had no means to press him. Ask away, Huang Tian replied, his spirits buoyant. For today he had fulfilled the ancestral wishes of the Huang family across generations. Is there a connection between the Huang and Lin families? Liu Ruyan directly inquired, seeking to unravel her most pressing confusion, for understanding this would illuminate everything else. Indeed, the Huang family's medical expertise is derived from the Lin family, Huang Tian affirmed. In ancient times, when the Huang family faced adversity, it was the Lin family's ancestors who provided healing and imparted their medical knowledge. Without that benevolence, the subsequent glory of the Huang family would not have come to pass. Now it makes sense, Liu Ruyan realized, comprehending the immense gratitude that warranted Huang Tian's profound reverence towards Lin Xian. Do you know what method Lin Xian intends to employ to confront fate? Liu Ruyan posed her second question. Huang Tian's face displayed a look of perplexity. I am not entirely certain about this either. Perhaps the Lin family possesses some method to pass down their legacy, though that remains unknown. Let us wait and see. Very well. Liu Ruyan replied with a sense of resignation. At the entrance, the crowd had been waiting for quite some time without a sign of Lin Xian. The online viewers in the live stream began to harbor doubts. Could it be that he made a grand show and then fled? One wondered. Indeed, it is quite possible. The young man was brimming with bravado earlier, but may now be regretting his bold claims. If he truly did run away after such posturing, it would be quite exhilarating. However, one cannot escape the temple if one is the monk. If he truly vanished, it would be quite embarrassing. At the entrance of the collectibles hall, the wooden door creaked open. Lin Xian stared in astonishment at the figure that appeared behind the door. In the next moment, he fell to his knees, prostrating himself before Lin Xian. Lin Xian, the 15th descendant of the Lin dynasty's chancellor, pays homage to your majesty. Chapter 56, The Majesty of Kings. Kneeling before him, Lin Zhang's body trembled with excitement. Rise, came Lin Xian's voice, imbued with a certain authority that was inexplicably moving. This tone nearly brought tears to Lin Zhang's eyes. He lifted his head, stood up, and fixed his gaze upon Lin Xian. At that moment, Lin Xian was adorned in a resplendent golden robe, intricately embroidered with 5-clawed dragons. The robe, a brilliant yellow, was woven with golden and silver threads that formed ethereal cloud patterns, each strand a testament to the labor of countless artisans. A single misstep could spell disaster for 9 generations. 9 majestic 5-clawed dragons coiled upon the robe, their fierce eyes glaring defiantly, while their claws held aloft the northern dipper. The dragons on his shoulders leaped like fire, their whiskers billowing as if breaking free from silk. At his waist, a dragon surveyed the seas, its powerful claws resembling hooks. Crowned with a pearl cap and adorned with 12 jade tassels that swayed gently, he stood poised in black deer leather boots. In this moment, Lin Xian radiated imperial majesty. Of course, the Lin Xian of the past lacked such presence. He was merely the ancestral figure of Lin family village. However, his reputation had now reached a zenith, rewarded with the aura and fortune befitting a king. Thus, Lin Xian conceived the audacious notion of defying all karmic retributions. After all, how could one who bore the fortune of a sovereign, donned in royal regalia and seated upon a throne, fear the so-called consequences of karma? If karma existed, let it be met by my imperial sword. Lin Xian glanced behind Lin Xian to see 2 young men from Lin family village. Their faces flushed with excitement as they bore the magnificent yellow throne. They too were overwhelmed with emotion. The true treasures of Lin family village lay not in ceramic jars, but in these 2 artifacts, the ancestral throne and robe. They had not anticipated that their revered ancestor would unveil these relics. With such items, what fear could they have of retribution? Come, Lin Xian said, grasping the imperial sword at his waist and stepping forward with purpose toward the entrance. Lin Xian hurried to keep pace. recalling that his earlier words had invoked the legacy of their ancestors, the chancellors of the Lin dynasty. Today, he was fortunate enough to witness the spirit of their forebears once more. At this moment, Lin Xian had no concerns about karmic consequences. Even if Lin Xian sought to lead Lin family village to a renaissance of their former glory, he was ready to follow, risking life and limb. At the entrance, Liu Ruyan, perplexed by Lin Xian's actions, caught sight of an imposing figure approaching from a distance. She stood there, awestruck, as Lin Xian drew closer. Lin Xian? She uttered uncertainly, taken aback by the dramatic transformation of Lin Xian. What did his new attire signify? A cosplay? Was that robe genuine? While it might have seemed questionable in another context, this was Lin family village. Given their previous display of numerous antiques, it was entirely possible that this robe was authentic. Furthermore, the villagers behind him appeared to be carrying the throne. Liu Ruyan could never have anticipated that Lin Xian's solution would be this. Moreover, Lin Xian truly bore the regal attire with remarkable poise. As she observed him, Liu Ruyan felt an overwhelming urge to kneel. Perhaps noticing her expression, Wang Heng quickly directed the camera towards the Lin family courtyard. The previously animated discussion about whether Lin Xian had fled fell abruptly silent. Soon, the screen was filled with astonished exclamations. What on earth am I witnessing? A dragon robe. A dragon throne. Is this real? It seemed implausible. Surely it must be a prop. If such items truly existed, wouldn't Lin Xian village prosper? After all, the village was home to numerous antiques. It was indeed conceivable that they were genuine. How could one not be awed? Adorned in royal garments, what retribution could he possibly fear? Returning to the matter at hand, the sheer majesty emanating from him was palpable, compelling me to almost bow before the screen. How had I never noticed his commanding presence before? He truly wore that dragon robe with dignity. How impressive it was to make such an entrance. I felt envious. Were I to don such attire, I would gladly reside in a villa and drive a luxury car. Was I making a wish here? My mother queried why I was kneeling to watch the live stream. Huang Tian gazed in astonishment at the gradually emerging Lin Xian. They possessed a treasured portrait of Emperor Qianlong. The painting was astonishingly lifelike. The aura radiating from the figure in the portrait mirrored that of Lin Xian before him. In fact, Lin Xian exuded a youthful vigor and brilliance that Qianlong lacked. He resembled a young emperor with countless military achievements. It was utterly remarkable. Huang Tian could not help but reflect on the fact that, although he was aware of Lin Xian village's historical significance, the present age seemed incongruous with Lin Xian's imperial demeanor. No wonder Lin Xian claimed to possess a method to defy karmic consequences. With such attire, what karmic repercussions could he possibly face? The fortune he bore was sufficient for him to wield the Ghost Gate 13 needles without incurring any retribution. The daze surprises were indeed overwhelming. Huang Tian stroked his beard, a broad smile illuminating his face. Huang Mingjian looked at Lin Xian in bewilderment, questioning whether the young man had lost his mind by engaging in cosplay, while he too sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from Lin Xian that made his knees feel weak. He did not dwell on it further, let alone consider the authenticity of the garments he wore. After all, that was a dragon robe. How much would it truly be worth? Following a brief moment of astonishment, the people of Lin Xian village displayed expressions of exhilaration, their faces flushed with excitement. They had never anticipated that their revered ancestor would produce such items. The legacy imprinted in their bloodlines was now unveiled. They were indeed the descendants of those who once formed a dynasty. Lin Xian's attire invigorated them, rekindling memories of past glories. They beheld Lin Xian, adorned in a resplendent yellow robe, as he strode forth from the Lin family courtyard with measured steps. The silhouettes of his illustrious ancestors seemed to merge with Lin Xian himself. As he crossed the threshold of the Lin family estate, every villager, regardless of age or gender, knelt in unison upon the ground. All bowed their heads, their expressions fervent and exhilarated. No one had organized them. An instinctive call from their very blood compelled them to raise their voices together, proclaiming, "Long live our emperor! Long live our emperor!" for countless ages. Chapter 57. The needles touch long live our emperor. Hail to the ancestors of the Lin clan. The villagers of Lin family village fell to their knees in unison, their voices echoing with fervor and excitement. The figure of Lin Xian, adorned in a dragon robe, strode forth with an imperial majesty that radiated in every direction. He emerged slowly from the junction of shadow and light, the interplay of illumination casting sharp angles upon his distinctly chiseled visage. The lines of age had transformed into the elegance of a dragon's whiskers, his countenance fully embodying the likeness of a sovereign. Huang Tian could hardly contain his astonishment. The dragon's visage before him surpassed even the portraits of the Qianlong emperor that adorned his home. After all, the Qing was a dynasty of foreign origin, while the blood coursing through Lin Xian's veins was undoubtedly that of the Han. The villagers of Lin family village surged like waves, their enthusiasm palpable. To the informed, it was clear they were mere villagers. To the unknowing, it would seem as though the emperor were convening an audience. One could almost sense that. Should Lin Xian rally them with a mere gesture, these villagers would follow him into the fray without a hint of trepidation. The splendor of the dragon robe was so striking that even I found myself tempted to follow suit. The texture of that robe felt authentic, raising questions of its immense value. Could there be a scheme to procure it? It promised a lifetime of opulence. Yet, had they forgotten the fate of those who trafficked in human lives? If this were indeed genuine? No, even if it were a mere imitation. The villagers' reaction suggested that should they be caught in theft, the consequences would be dire. Lin Xian surveyed the villagers of Lin family village, the dragon robe enhancing his presence. Flanked by the descendants of the Lin family, his gaze seemed to transcend the ages, recalling the grandeur of the ancient dynasty. Rise, he commanded with a sweeping motion of his hand. The villagers hastily got to their feet, their faces flushed with reverence and admiration, their eyes reflecting the awe inspired by Lin Xian's resemblance to the ancestral portraits preserved in the village. Huang Mengru and her mother looked on in astonishment, exchanging glances that conveyed their mutual bewilderment. Was this truly Lin Xian's strategy? While they recognized the undeniable authority he now exuded, their primary concern lingered. Could Lin Xian heal while ensuring his own safety? Lin Xian did not proceed further, but fixed his gaze upon Huang Mengru and her mother, one hand resting behind him. With another grand gesture, he signaled to the villagers carrying the dragon chair, who promptly set it down. He then swept his sleeves and took his seat upon the throne. What could this mean? Liu Ruyan watched in bewilderment. From the perspective of the scene, Lin Xian sat regally upon the dragon chair, flanked by the villagers of Lin family village, creating an image reminiscent of an emperor receiving his ministers. One could not help but feel as though they were witnessing a historical drama unfold. The atmosphere was charged, akin to awaiting a royal audience. But truly, could this approach succeed? Surely it could. After all, the emperor was the son of heaven, cloaked in royal robes. Would he fear the repercussions of fate? My only curiosity remains. Can Lin Xian truly restore the afflicted? It should be feasible, given the considerable commotion. If it fails to yield results, it would indeed be a source of ridicule. The online community harbors a skeptical attitude towards Lin Xian's ability to remedy facial paralysis. After all, a cursory search reveals that the sequelae of facial paralysis represent a global challenge. Even the venerable elder Huang is at a loss. Although he reverently refers to Lin Xian as a master, the netizens are well aware that this is merely due to Lin Xian basking in the glory of his ancestors. Lin Xian is, after all, rather youthful. He glanced at Huang Mengru and her mother, beckoning them forward. Huang Mengru appeared momentarily bewildered, unsure of Lin Xian's intention. As he signaled for her to approach, standing behind the dragon throne, Lin Feng had a moment of clarity. Perhaps it was the awakening of his bloodline. He cleared his throat and, in a voice reminiscent of a duck's quack, called out, ahem, summoned the patient Huang Mengru and her mother into the hall. You too. Assist them in bringing over the chairs and tables. Lin Feng gestured with an exaggerated flourish, nearly causing some villagers from Lin family village to stifle their laughter. Xia Feng, I recall your ancestor served as a royal guard. How have you transformed into a eunuch? Linda, who couldn't help but remark. This elicited a wave of laughter from the crowd. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and retorted, Scram. I'll have the old ancestor discipline you. Upon mention of the venerable ancestor, the crowd quickly sobered, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Two villagers stepped forward to assist Huang Mengru and her mother in moving the chairs and tables. The duo appeared somewhat flustered by the unfolding scene. Hurry over. The ancestor is here to treat you, Lin Feng urged, leading Huang Mengru and her mother to the front of Lin Xian's dragon throne. Huang Mengru kept her head bowed, too timid to meet Lin Xian's gaze. The aura emanating from him was overwhelmingly potent, and the moment felt strikingly authentic, akin to an audience with an emperor. As Lin Xian donned the dragon robe, the number of viewers in the live stream surged, with villagers from Lin family village kneeling in reverence. Clips of the event were swiftly edited and disseminated online. Shocking. A certain ancient village boasts a local emperor, not only adorned in a dragon robe but seated upon a dragon throne. All the women in the village are his consorts. In broad daylight, someone is donning royal garments and performing such acts before a crowd. Within the live stream, there arose a chorus of disbelief. Wait, is this a medical consultation or a royal audience? This seems rather pretentious, doesn't it? The person is a patient. Is it proper for you to sit there while they approach you? When you visit a hospital, do you not find the doctor seated while you approach them? Liu Ruyan stepped to the side, unable to contain her curiosity. Is this truly how you intend to conduct your consultations? Indeed, Lin Xian responded solemnly, nodding. Clad in imperial robes, I command fortune. Seated upon this throne, I am the embodiment of destiny. With this dual enhancement, let the karmic forces contend with the fortune that surrounds me. Lin Xian smirked disdainfully. It is crucial to understand that the Emperor's fortune ensures success in all endeavors and places no restraints upon one. This is also the foundation upon which Lin Xian wields the 13 needles of the Ghost Gate. Liu Ruyan could not help but gasp at the scene before her. The adage clothes make the man ring true. With a mere change of attire, Lin Xian's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. Surely, this was the essence of a true emperor. Please, take a seat. Lin Xian gestured towards Huang Mingru. He extended his hand, revealing an acupuncture kit from the table, disclosing the silver needles within. His fingers, slender and delicate, made the needles appear even more exquisite. Liu Ruyan swallowed hard at this sight, while the viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement. Dr. Lin's acupuncture skills must be exceptional. Speaking of skills, it seems quite promising. Hey, can we postpone the live stream for a couple of days? I just did my nails. Your Majesty, I am your long-lost consort. I'm crying. Huang Mingru sat nervously in the chair before Lin Xian. He held a silver needle in one hand, while the other grasped her chin firmly. Huang Mingru instinctively attempted to resist. Do not move. Lin Xian commanded with a serious expression. Cowed by his authoritative presence, Huang Mingru ceased her struggle, shutting her eyes and resigning herself to fate. Liu Ruyan observed Lin Xian's profile, although she recognized this was a medical procedure. The combination of his attire and appearance exuded an air reminiscent of a tyrannical emperor smitten with her. She was not alone in this sentiment. The online audience mirrored her thoughts. Wow, this feels like a historical drama. Indeed, it's like watching a period piece. The domineering emperor falling for the emotionless girl. 666666666. I feel the same. If I had known, I would have sought treatment too. I'm drooling. You are simply a glutton, not an emotionless girl. Huang Tian and Huang Xingyi wore serious expressions as they watched Lin Xian, intrigued by the legendary 13 ghost needles. They were eager to observe closely. Lin Xian, with silver needles in hand and a glint of determination in his eyes, spoke softly. The madness of 100 evils begets this ailment. The needles must find their 13 points. Each needle shall first seek the ghost palace, then the ghost's message, with precision from head to toe. For males from the left. For females from the right, one needle shall pause at the midpoint of the ghost palace. With that, Lin Xian thrust the silver needle directly towards Huang Mingru's acupoint. Chapter 58, Cursing as a Cure? How much longer until arrival? Inside the army green jeep, Ji Gumao slowly opened his eyes. Report to the commander. Approximately 20 minutes. The driver replied. After such an extended drive, others might have slumped in their seats, yet the driver remained upright. Ji Guimao nodded thoughtfully, gazing out the window. Having confirmed that the esteemed Elder Huang had indeed gone to Linjia village, Elder Huang epitomized the pinnacle of traditional Chinese medicine in the country. He was, quite frankly, the last beacon of hope. If Elder Huang could not provide a solution, a glimmer of determination flashed in Ji Guimao's eyes. It was impossible. There had to be a way. Although the Ji family appeared to be in disarray, their lineage was beginning to wane. He and his elder brother had yet to ascend further in the military hierarchy. Among the third generation, his and his brother's sons were commendable, with one already a lieutenant colonel at a young age. However, the son from the third branch was a source of embarrassment for the Ji family. Sporting a gaudy hairstyle and associating with Lin Xian from the Lin family to form some so-called three young masters of the capital. Now was the time for the elder to make his presence felt, if they could endure a few more years. With either he or his elder brother taking a significant step forward, it would grant the third generation of the Ji family 30 years of growth opportunity. What on earth? Is this truly such a treasure? Ji Ping sat in the passenger seat, dumbfounded by the dragon robe adorning Lin Xian. Huh? Ji Xiao? What is it? Zhao Hongyi, driving, turned to inquire. The imperial robe, and even a dragon throne. Judging by the craftsmanship, it does not appear to be a counterfeit. Ji Ping's eyes gleamed with avarice. Who could resist the allure of a dragon robe and throne? Is it real? Zhao Hongyi's expression turned to one of shock. He had initially thought Ji Ping sought a wild phoenix in the village, never anticipating the presence of genuine treasures. Of course it's real. Damn it. Do you doubt my judgment? Ji Ping replied, somewhat irked. His family possessed a considerable collection of artifacts, and he was well-versed in antiques. If it truly is a dragon robe and throne, a complete set, even from the late Qing dynasty, would be worth a substantial sum. Zhao Hongyi made a gesture indicating a significant amount. At a minimum, this set could fetch 50 at the very least, Ji Ping said, wiping the corners of his mouth with a hint of greed. Incredible. Zhao Hongyi could not help but exclaim, 50. Although the Zhao family is a 100 billion conglomerate, our cash flow does not exceed 5 billion. Who would have thought there would be such a delightful surprise? Ji Ping chuckled. Originally, he had only intended to acquire that 1/8 serpent glass ball, but it seemed he had stumbled upon a pair of remarkable items. I hope the villagers are wise enough to recognize their opportunity. Ji Ping sneered. With Ji Xiao in action, do you think they would dare to refuse? Zhao Hongyi's face bore an expression of disdain. He was acutely aware of the Ji family's power. If the villagers were truly uncooperative, they could easily be erased from the map by tomorrow. How much longer until we arrive? Ji Ping inquired, unable to suppress his anticipation. He chuckled, 40 minutes should suffice. I shall hasten my pace and aim for half an hour. He too felt a surge of excitement. The thought of donning the dragon robe and sitting upon the dragon throne filled him with exhilaration. Safety must come first. Reckless driving could bring tears to loved ones. In a swift motion, Lin Xian's silver needle pierced Huang Mingru's philtrum like a bolt of lightning, the slender needle piercing upwards, its tip emerging through the flesh. With her eyes closed, Huang Mingru was oblivious to the unfolding events, only feeling a tingling sensation on her upper lip. Liu Ruyan winced at the sight. The needle had indeed penetrated Huang Mingru's lip. Did it not hurt? Viewers in the live stream were equally astonished by Lin Xian's boldness. Wow, that was so quick. Aren't you afraid of making a mistake? Did it really pierce so effortlessly? Doesn't it hurt? This is nothing. Many people nowadays are getting lip piercings and they leak water when they drink. Acupuncture doesn't hurt at all. Go try it yourself, someone retorted. My expressionless face healed in an instant. By the way, can this really cure her? Who knows? Huang Tian observed Lin Xian's technique with admiration. It was swift, precise, and ruthless. This single needle demonstrated at least 50 years of mastery. How had he honed such skills? Lin Xian's needle struck the Renjiang acupoint with exact precision. Neither too deep nor too shallow, and the angle was impeccable. Any deviation would have resulted in a vastly different outcome. Huang Xingyi watched intently with this needle. She could discern the disparity between her abilities and Lin Xian's, though she was revered as the saintess of traditional Chinese medicine. Witnessing Lin Xian's deftness made her feel as though she were a mere mayfly gazing at the heavens. I have encountered many prodigies, yet they all regard me as the genius. This singular thought consumed Huang Xingyi's mind. She pondered how Lin Xian had achieved such mastery. Could it truly be a matter of unparalleled talent? Grandfather, if you were aware of acupuncture techniques, could you execute such a needle? Huang Xingyi turned to Huang Tian. Unable to contain her curiosity, Huang Tian shook his head. In my younger days, perhaps. Although it is said that the older one grows, the more exquisite their medical skills become. For acupuncture, the pinnacle is at 73. Surpassing that age often leads to a decline in capability. Their conversation was captured clearly by Liu Ruyan and the nearby camera. Viewers in the live stream gasped in disbelief. Is this for real? 50 years of skill in a single needle? Are you exaggerating? Come on, does Huang Lao really need to boast at his age? Impressive, the saint of traditional Chinese medicine. In this era of spiritual revival, prodigies are emerging in every field. I shall no longer remain modest. Is your task now to uninstall the Tomato Novel app? Could it truly heal her? Would that not warrant a Nobel Prize in medicine? If acupuncture were to be awarded, I wonder how many elderly practitioners would be recognized. As discussions unfolded among the viewers, Lin Xian continued to deftly administer more needles, each insertion sending shivers down the spines of those watching. Especially the second and third needles, piercing through the fingernails, resembled the 10 most dreadful tortures. The malevolent spirit penetrated 3 parts, the devil invaded 2 parts, and the heart, the path. A total of 13 needles were thrust forth, with the 12th and 13th piercing through the tongue. The 13th tongue, amidst the others, was a true marvel of the master's techniques. The rampant evil spirit vanished without a trace as Lin Xian murmured, taking a deep breath before withdrawing his hand. Upon closer inspection, one could observe Lin Xian's hand trembling incessantly, revealing the immense concentration and energy required for these 13 needles. You have the cold evil infiltrating your body. Now you may unleash your wrath. Lin Xian inhaled deeply and stated. What? Huang Mingru was momentarily taken aback. Although her tongue was pierced by needles, Her speech remained somewhat intact yet slightly slurred. The 13 ghostly needles, the final step. Demanded that you articulate which demon or ghost has brought harm upon you. Express it fervently, indicating how the illness first manifested. In simpler terms, you are afflicted by cold evil. Now, curse the cold evil, and in 15 minutes, your ailment shall improve significantly. Lin Xian spoke earnestly. Upon hearing that her ailment could be alleviated, Huang Mengru became exhilarated. Though Lin Xian's words seemed a tad implausible, she grasped at this hope like a drowning person clutching at a final lifeline. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Is there really such a notion? Grandfather, is this for real? Huang Xingyi stared incredulously at Huang Tian. Huang Tian appeared contemplative, as if he recalled such a saying. However, the online audience remained skeptical. 66,666. How can everything be tied to feudal superstition? Initially, the acupuncture seemed promising for treatment, but now, how absurd. Haha, this is hilarious. If cursing could truly drive away illness, would anyone in the world still be sick? Indeed, acupuncture has its scientific basis, but to claim that cursing can cure ailments, it's quite embarrassing. The culture of traditional Chinese medicine is undoubtedly profound, yet relying on insults to heal? Let us not tarnish its reputation. I assert that if cursing can indeed remedy the sequelae of facial paralysis, I would personally invest 3 million to help promote Lin Xian village as traditional Chinese medicine, showcasing to the world the concept of cursing as a cure. Suddenly, a barrage of comments flooded the screen. Many were astonished to discover that one commenter was none other than Zhang Jinqiang, a provincial expert in neurology from a prestigious hospital. It is known that this hospital is immensely profitable and stands as the largest in the entire Eastern Hemisphere. Only the most esteemed could serve as provincial experts here. Far beyond the capabilities of Huang Mingjin, it was evident that Dr. Zhang was mocking Lin Xian's absurd combination of cursing and acupuncture as a cure. 6,666. Dr. Zhang specializes in overcoming conditions like facial paralysis. Haha, it serves him right. Who would believe in such nonsense as cursing to heal in front of so many people? This could be edited and turned into an embarrassment on an international scale. How would others perceive our traditional Chinese medicine? Within the confines of the office, Zhang Jinqiang scoffed and shook his head. As a practitioner of Western medicine, he held a dismissive view of traditional Chinese medicine, believing modern medicine to be the ultimate solution. The speed of machines was remarkable. A simple scan could yield results promptly. If one were to rely on traditional methods, countless patients would face delays in their treatment. Moreover, the after effects of facial paralysis are recognized as a global conundrum. Even he could not assert with certainty a full recovery, at best offering some alleviation. Yet this young man dared to believe that a single acupuncture session could yield miraculous results, akin to achieving healing through mere verbal rebuke. Should he truly succeed? As the younger generation might jest, he would stand on his head while washing his hair. And 3 million? Even if, by some stretch of the imagination, a cure was attained, did this young man truly believe he could demand such a sum from him? He was a provincial expert at the first affiliated hospital. After all, anyone who encountered him would refer to him as Teacher Zhang. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, observing from the background, took keen notice of the unfolding scene. Naturally, he hoped for the involvement of more esteemed individuals to criticize Lin Xian. He promptly conveyed this matter to Liu Ruyan. Ruyan, inform Lin Xian of this situation and inquire about his perspective. Zhang Yi exclaimed, his excitement palpable. This was the response one would expect from a seasoned director. Listening to the words through her earpiece, Liu Ruyan felt a surge of curiosity. Was this truly the case? Did insults have any efficacy? Your Majesty, she playfully called out. Lin Xian looked at Liu Ruyan, equally engaged. Pray, enlighten me, my dear minister. Is it true that insults can cure ailments? Indeed, it is true, Lin Xian affirmed. Nodding. The wisdom left by our ancestors is rooted in sound principles. Just now, the provincial expert in facial nerve disorders, Teacher Zhang from the first affiliated hospital, overheard your remarks. He believes you are disparaging traditional Chinese medicine and stated that if healing through insults were indeed feasible, he would gladly invest 3 million to promote the practice in Linjiakan. Liu Ruyan's revelation thrust both Zhang Jinqiang and Lin Xian into a contentious spotlight, positioning them in direct opposition to one another. Lin Xian, taken aback, candidly remarked, 3 million? Is that meant to be a joke? The first affiliated hospital is quite prosperous. A provincial expert can only offer 3 million? Liu Ruyan's lips twitched. Was 3 million truly insufficient? Nevertheless, Lin Xian's words were undeniably provocative. Ah, Xiaofeng. Please retrieve one of those stacks of cards I have tucked beneath my bed. Lin Xian instructed, glancing at Lin Feng. He then turned to the camera. So, Dr. Zhang, I have 30 million in my account as a baseline. Should a cure not be achieved, I shall contribute this 30 million towards enhancing your hospital's equipment. If you succeed in curing me, you shall receive 30 million from me. Of course, I shall not keep a single cent. I will use it to assist patients in need. Lin Xian's statement brilliantly countered Zhang Jianxiang's bravado while simultaneously elevating his own reputation. Pledging 30 million with a philanthropic intent. How admirable! One could almost hear the crowd exclaiming. But what was this stack of cards? Were these funds truly legitimate? Regardless, one thing was clear. The boss exuded remarkable generosity. Zhang Jianxiang's face turned pale upon hearing the words of Liu Ruyan and Lin Xian. However, he was no coward. 30 million, though he possessed that sum, he certainly could not part with it without thorough consideration. Still, he harbored doubts about Lin Xian's ability to truly heal. With a cold sneer, Zhang Jianxiang resolved to regard Lin Xian's offer as a grand gesture of 30 million. The hospital would undoubtedly take notice. He promptly replied, very well. A man of honor must stand by his word. Upon learning this, Liu Ruyan swiftly turned to Lin Xian and announced, Dr. Zhang has agreed. With a smirk, Lin Xian settled himself on the throne, awaiting the events to unfold in 15 minutes. Meanwhile, everyone watched as Huang Mengru unleashed a torrent of curses. At the village entrance, a black jeep came to a slow halt. Chapter 59. I cannot, but he can. Ji Guomao descended from the jeep, casting a fleeting glance at the archway of Lin Xian village and the ancestral hall behind it. Within the hall, several villagers were engaged in labor. Ji Guomao, however, was devoid of any inclination to appreciate the pastoral scenery. His sole focus was on locating Huang Tian and presenting him before the elder. He strode directly towards the villagers, with the driver and bodyguard promptly trailing behind. Although the domestic environment was relatively secure, ensuring Ji Guomao's safety was their paramount duty. Good sir, good sir. Ji Guomao approached an elderly man who was directing the transportation of goods. The elder, though advanced in years, appeared remarkably spry. Ah? Ling Guo turned his head, gazing blankly at the middle-aged man before him. The man seemed somewhat familiar, yet Lin Guo could not place him immediately. Is there something you need? Who are you looking for? He inquired. It seemed peculiar that so many outsiders had arrived in their Lin Xian village today. Elder, have you seen an old man accompanied by a remarkably beautiful young girl? I am searching for them. Ji Guomao addressed the elder. Oh, I recall seeing them. If you follow this road inward, you'll find them amidst a gathering. Lin Guo gestured towards the path behind the ancestral hall. As Ji Guomao proceeded, he soon spotted two figures, an elderly man who exuded an ethereal aura and a young girl who was strikingly beautiful, rivaling the starlets of their village. A smile spread across Ji Guomao's face. Please, elder, remain here. Thank you. Haha, you are most welcome, the elder replied. After bidding farewell, Ji Guomao hastened along the road, and indeed, it was too long before he came upon a crowd amassed together. What is going on? Ji Guomao furrowed his brow, uncertain of Huang Tian's purpose here. Was he perhaps attending to a patient? As he pushed through the throng, Ji Guomao's attention was drawn to a figure at the forefront. A dragon robe? A dragon throne? He stared in astonishment at the young man adorned in a dragon robe and crowned with a diadem. It was evident that some young people took pleasure in donning eccentric attire, yet such exquisite imperial garb was a rarity. No wonder the villagers were gathered in curiosity. However, the atmosphere was peculiar. All eyes were fixated on a girl in the crowd, her face marred by needles, who was vociferously berating others, spouting a series of bizarre remarks. Ji Guomao discerned that the young woman's facial expressions were abnormal, with drool escaping her lips as she cursed. It appeared she was suffering from facial paralysis. Despite her condition, she continued to lash out. Could it be that Elder Huang was administering acupuncture? Ji Guomao scanned the crowd once more, and his gaze fell upon the ethereal Huang Tian, accompanied by the renowned young girl who had inherited his legacy. Approaching the duo, Ji Guomao navigated through the throng to stand beside Huang Tian. Elder Huang. Huang Tian turned, his brow furrowing upon recognizing Ji Guomao. The second son of the Ji family? Ji Guomao smiled awkwardly. It was quite natural for him to recognize them, as he had previously treated their grandmother and helped her regain her health. In this world, only the elders dared to address him as the second son of the Ji family. What brings you here? Is there an issue with your grandfather's health? Huang Tian's brow furrowed slightly, for it was evident that Ji Guomao had come here to investigate him, while others might fear the prominent families of the capital. Huang Tian felt no trepidation. Among the three great families, which elder had not owed him a favor? Who could guarantee that they would not have a patient in need? It was disheartening that these individuals were tracking him. Ji Guomao, perceptive as ever, recognized Huang Tian's displeasure and quickly lowered his tone. Old sir, we find ourselves in a difficult position. The elderly gentleman at home is gravely ill and currently in the intensive care unit. Despite having engaged the finest Western physicians in the country, there has been no remedy. They claim it is due to the decline of bodily functions. We are aware that your expertise in traditional Chinese medicine is unparalleled, which is why we resorted to this course of action. A decline in bodily functions? If memory serves. Isn't the old gentleman nearing 90? Huang Tian was not a miserly person, and he understood that such matters could not be evaded. Indeed, he is about to celebrate his 90th birthday, yet he can no longer open his eyes or speak. Ji Guomao hastily replied, You ought to accompany me without delay. My father may not have much time left. Ji Guomao urged, anxious about the old gentleman's condition in the hospital. What is the rush? Is a moment's wait so intolerable? Huang Tian retorted sharply, for it was Ji Guomao's lack of courtesy that had initiated this exchange, and now he was being pressured. Aware of his own shortcomings, Ji Guomao refrained from further protest. 73, 84, and yet the king of hell does not claim them, and now. The old gentleman is nearly 90, Huang Tian asserted. Though his words were harsh, they were grounded in truth, a reality Ji Guomao understood all too well. However, he had not come to hear Huang Tian's commentary. Moreover, the old gentleman bore several hidden injuries, and the Western doctors had indicated that the decline in bodily functions was, in truth, a manifestation of an imbalance of yin and yang, with one foot already in the realm of the dead, awaiting his encounter with the king of hell. Huang Tian shook his head. This ailment, I cannot remedy. A decline in bodily functions is the most insurmountable of challenges, if it were a terminal illness. I might have some means to sustain him. We are aware that you possess no solutions. Otherwise, we would not have sought you out, Ji Guomao replied anxiously. Lin Xian, observing the unfolding scene, noted Ji Guomao's demeanor and then glanced at the two individuals accompanying him. Why does he bring attendants? Is he some notable figure seeking out Huang Lao for treatment? If you are unable, how can it be that you are the esteemed master of traditional Chinese medicine? To declare your inability is akin to sentencing the old gentleman to death. You must come with me to see him. Ji Guomao could scarcely contain his urgency. Were it not for the impropriety, he would have wished to take Huang Tian by force. The old gentleman's life is at stake. But one must not speak so lightly. My inability does not imply that others share the same fate. Huang Tian stroked his beard and said, You find yourself at a loss, yet others possess the means? Who is it? Which master remains incognito? Ji Guomao gazed at Huang Tian in astonishment. Huang Tian was already the most formidable master in contemporary Huaxia. It was hard to believe that if he could not resolve an issue, someone else could. That should not be the case. If it were true, the Ji family would certainly have some inkling of it. However, Huang Tian was not one to jest about such matters. He pointed towards Lin Xian, who sat majestically upon the dragon throne. Him? Ji Guomao blinked in disbelief at Lin Xian, who indeed exuded a certain aura, but was far too youthful. Even if he had learned traditional Chinese medicine from the cradle, it was implausible that he could tackle problems that even Huang Tian could not resolve. Did you see that girl? Huang Tian was aware that Ji Guomao might harbor doubts. Ji Guomao nodded. Huang Tian asserted that this young man must possess some extraordinary qualities. For at his age, he would not joke about such matters. This youth must have something unique to offer. The girl suffers from sequelae of facial paralysis, a conundrum that modern medicine cannot address. Even I, Huang Tian, would require years to remedy it. Yet this young man is poised to heal her with acupuncture techniques. Huang Tian spoke slowly. The method employed is the 13 ghost needles. You need not concern yourself with the specifics. Merely understand that this technique can snatch a life from the grasp of the king of hell. As Huang Tian's words settled, Ji Guomao quickly grasped the crux of his statement. To snatch a life from the king of hell. Just moments ago, Huang Tian had mentioned that their patriarch was already half a step into the realm of the dead, awaiting the king of hell's audience. According to Huang Tian, it seemed that only this young man could cure the patriarch's ailment. Is this truly the case? Ji Guomao looked at Huang Tian with grave seriousness. Would I, an old man, deceive you? Huang Tian replied. Thank you, but I still hope the patriarch can accompany us. Ji Guomao remained unconvinced. That is acceptable. But the prerequisite is that you must coax him out of seclusion. Huang Tian gestured towards Lin Xian. With the 13 ghost needles, Lin Xian would likely be able to heal the Ji family patriarch's affliction, which would grant Lin Xian and Lin village significant support. At the very least, they would not have to fight desperately in the face of issues similar to the previous demolition crisis. This could be seen as a small repayment for the kindness shown years ago. Very well, I shall make every effort. Although Ji Guomao claimed it was merely an attempt, he harbored a strong sense of confidence. This young man was different from Huang Tian. Huang Tian was entangled in a vast web of connections and had reached an age where he sought nothing, but this youth was different, young and presumably easier to manage. Director Gu, it seems this matter has even drawn your attention. Zhang Jinxiang smiled as he regarded the elderly director. Gu Tianming pointed at Zhang Jinxiang, and you too. At your age, still squabbling with youngsters online. This issue has escalated significantly and garnered considerable attention. You must consider the consequences. Gu Tianming arrived here solely for this matter. Although it has been less than 10 minutes since the incident occurred, it has already reached his ears, and the fervor surrounding it is overwhelming. If Zhang Jinxiang truly faces defeat, it amounts to 30 million. What if, under pressure, Zhang Jinxiang feels compelled to pay up? How will we extricate him from this predicament? Director, you are overly concerned. This young man is treating the sequelae of facial paralysis. Furthermore, he claims he can cure it within 15 minutes. Observe. Zhang Jinxiang brought over his phone and pointed at the girl on the screen who was hurling insults. Oh, the sequelae of facial paralysis? Gu Tianming gazed at the screen in astonishment. Curing through acupuncture and insults? Indeed, this is precisely why I dared to accept the challenge. 30 million, if I recall correctly. The hospital recently planned to acquire a batch of new equipment. We could certainly collaborate on this. Zhang Jinxiang said with a knowing expression. Gu Tianming's worries dissipated, and he smiled as he gestured toward Zhang Jinxiang, saying, you, as ever, are remarkably astute. Now I can rest easy. Hiki, director, since we are on this topic, why don't we see how this 30 million will be transferred? Zhang Jinxiang indicated the sofa. Very well, let me see. Gu Tianming, in high spirits, was eager to discover what kind of absurdity led someone to believe they could treat facial paralysis with acupuncture and insults. It was simply a flight of fancy. Chapter 60. Arrival at Lin Xian Village. Young Master Ji, we have arrived. Up ahead is Lin Xian Village. Hey, that ancestral hall looks quite impressive, Zhao Hongyi remarked, pointing towards the hall and the village's entrance archway. A look of relief washed over his face. After a long journey, they had finally reached their destination. Despite the luxury of the vehicle, the prolonged drive had taken its toll, leaving his back aching and legs numb. Oh, Ji Ping promptly opened his eyes, excitement illuminating his features as he gazed at the village ahead. At last, they had arrived. He hoped that the young man would possess the discernment to facilitate a smooth acquisition of the antiques, including the dragon robe and dragon chair, justifying the effort of this trip. As for the live broadcast, although somewhat bothersome, it was of little consequence. Once they arrived, he could have that young woman turn it off. The Guotai side would surely show respect to the Ji family. The vehicle came to a halt with a creak at the village entrance, not far from the ancestral hall. Zhao Hongyi hesitated to venture further, mindful that navigating this mountain village was already a challenge. The two men stepped out of the car with an air of arrogance. Just as they did, a middle-aged man approached them, his expression wary. What are you doing? You can't park in front of the ancestral hall, he stated, eyeing them suspiciously. They bore a striking resemblance to the ruffians from the town, and he wondered if they were there to steal something. Yet, their vehicle, a luxury model, belied this assumption. A big G, he recalled, the same type his ancestor had chosen when selecting a car, its sturdy and boxy form quite impressive. Zhao Hongyi chuckled derisively at the man's demeanor. You can't park here? Do you even know what kind of car this is? What an unobservant villager. With a vehicle like this, how dare you say we can't park? This car alone could purchase your entire village. I know, it's a big G, Lin Xian replied, frowning. But it still can't be parked in front of our ancestral hall. Besides, it's just a broken-down car. I have one too. With that, Zhao Hongyi's laughter erupted, incredulous at the man's audacity. You claim to have one. Do you have any idea how much this car costs? 3 million. Can you afford that? You have one indeed. Lin Xian regarded him with disdain, realizing that he was likely just a newly wealthy second generation, wandering around here. Enough, regardless of where you come from. Parking is not allowed here, he waved dismissively. Zhao Hongyi, amused, found the villager's stubbornness laughable. Come on, don't stir up trouble, Ji Ping interjected, looking at Zhao Hongyi. All right, since young Master Ji has spoken, I'll move the car, Zhao Hongyi retorted, turning back to the vehicle. Are you planning to enter the village? Lin Xian asked Ji Ping, who, despite his somewhat unrefined appearance, was certainly more agreeable than Zhao Hongyi. Hiki, let's approach your village's secretary for a business proposition. He is unlikely to refuse, Ji Ping remarked. Engaging in business? Lin Xian expressed surprise, indicating that this matter should be taken seriously. The old ancestor has indeed conducted numerous transactions. These two individuals appear to be quite affluent. They might genuinely be involved in commerce. Perhaps you should wait a moment? I could inquire with the village secretary, Lin Xian suggested. Isn't your village secretary preoccupied? Why don't I accompany you directly? Ji Ping chuckled. Despite his dyed yellow hair, Lin Xian sensed that this man was quite approachable. Very well, he nodded in agreement. When Zhao Hongyi parked the vehicle outside the village, Lin Xian turned to the two and said, "Follow me. I shall proceed now." Ji Guamao was just preparing to discuss the trip to the capital with Lin Xian when he was abruptly halted by Huang Tian. Having waited this long, what is a mere moment more? Huang Tian stated. Treating this young girl requires only a quarter of an hour. Seeing the situation, Ji Guamao had no choice but to relent. All eyes were fixed on the incessantly cursing girl. Lin Feng stood behind Lin Xian, holding a bank card in his hand. The funds within were those Lin Xian had set aside for a wager against Zhang Jianxiang. Can this truly work? Liu Ruyan looked at Huang Mingru, who was fervently cursing. With a complex expression, Huang Mingru, already possessing a deadpan demeanor, was now compelled to speak continuously, saliva pooling at the corners of her mouth, even dampening her collar. The profanities were unending. Were it not for the live broadcast from Guotai, it would likely have been suspended long ago. Why do I feel like this is a ruse? Is this what marketing accounts refer to as cursing as a remedy? It's laughable. Are they truly treating this young girl as a plaything? Just look at the saliva flowing. Let us not delay her treatment. Perhaps consider if the 30 million can indeed be procured. Honestly, still pretending? Do they genuinely believe that mere cursing can remedy the after effects of facial paralysis? The onlookers were abuzz with speculation. 30 million, indeed. The first affiliated hospital would undoubtedly acquire additional equipment. Lin Xian closed his eyes to meditate, seated in the dragon chair, which was exceedingly spacious. Even if one were to reach for the armrests, it required an uncomfortable posture. The backrest was hardly a consideration. Sitting in this dragon chair felt like being utterly alone. Without support. When the time arrived, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Damn you, cold evil. Foolish cold evil, huh? Huang Mingru turned in astonishment upon hearing Lin Xian's words. As the moment arrived, Lin Xian beckoned. All attention was drawn towards him. This was the moment to witness a miracle. The villagers of Lin Xian were unwavering in their belief in the old ancestor's medical skills. Meanwhile, the online audience was eager to see if Lin Xian would indeed produce the 30 million. As for curing this girl, well, if the after effects of facial paralysis were so easily remedied, it would hardly be deemed a global conundrum. With a chuckle, Director Gu mused on how that young man would eventually descend from the stage, already contemplating what equipment to procure for the hospital. Zhang Jianxiang grinned at the screen, where Lin Xian continued to feign mystery. Even at such a juncture, he maintained an air of composure that few could possess. Perhaps some additional hospital beds would suffice. Gu Tianming had already devised a plan for the 30 million. The hospital was indeed in need of more inpatient beds, and he and Zhang Jianxiang were negotiating a modest remuneration. 30 million could be spent rather swiftly. Zhang Jianxiang instantly grasped Director Gu's intentions, and a smile spread across his face. Who would have thought that a barrage of comments could be so lucrative? This was certainly an unexpected delight. As for Lin Xian curing the patient, that seemed implausible. Had they not noticed that the woman still bore a frozen expression? With saliva flowing unabated? Liu Ruyan observed Huang Mingru's facial condition and was taken aback. Had Lin Xian not already lost? Huang Mingru, visibly anxious, edged closer to Lin Xian, hesitant to wipe the drool from her mouth, fearing that any movement might jeopardize the treatment's success. Lin Xian seemed to sense Huang Mingru's tension and smiled reassuringly. Do not be afraid, it's merely the removal of a needle. Once it is out, your ailment will be resolved. The reason Huang Mingru still appeared expressionless was that the facial needles were stabilizing the muscles of her visage. Liu Ruyan felt a sense of helplessness. These needles were Lin Xian's final veil of modesty. Once they were removed, what would Lin Xian have left to say? He might as well ponder how to manage the 30 million. Even if the illicit profits from Lin Xian's actions were substantial, 30 million could still inflict severe repercussions. It was remarkable that this young man maintained his pretense, unfazed and unflustered. One could only imagine the turmoil within. 30 million. Surely, he wouldn't he consider defaulting on the debt? It seemed plausible. 30 million would prompt even the most notorious drug lords to shed tears. And yet, the elder Huang continued to support him. Traditional Chinese medicine, indeed. Perhaps the elder Huang, in his advancing years, had misjudged the situation or was perhaps repaying a debt of gratitude. The online commentators speculated. Huang Xingyi gazed at Huang Mingru in astonishment. As someone also regarded as a prodigy, she could discern that the cold dampness within Huang Mingru had nearly vanished. Was the Ghost Gate 13 needles truly so formidable? Yet, why did her face still retain that expressionless demeanor? She glanced at her grandfather, finding Huang Tian intently observing Huang Mingru. Huang Xingyi suppressed her own confusion. Lin Xian extended his hand, methodically extracting the silver needles from Huang Mingru's face, beginning with the one located at the philtrum. After removing the needle, he examined it closely. The one silver needle had transformed into a deep blue, even exhibiting signs of darkening and indication of severe cold toxicity. Lin Xian sighed in astonishment. Liu Ruyan stared at the needle in shock, bewildered by its altered hue. Was there truly a basis for such claims? With deft movements, Lin Xian continued, swiftly extracting the remaining 12 needles. All the silver needles had nearly transformed into a deep, dark blue hue. Huang Mingru's mother gazed at her daughter with an expression of palpable anxiety. Huang Mingru gently touched her own face, still contorted in an unsettling manner. Yet, within her heart, a flicker of hope emerged as she sensed that some of the previously uncontrollable muscles on her face had ceased their involuntary spasms. An overwhelming joy surged within her. Everyone present was fixated on her. Try to move a little, relax, do not be tense, Lin Xian advised. If you are too anxious, facial spasms may occur. Huang Mingru nodded vigorously. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to form a smile. It is worth noting that for one afflicted with facial paralysis, the mere act of smiling is a luxury. With a focused effort, Huang Mingru commanded her facial muscles, and in the next moment, a flower that had withered for 3 years blossomed quietly. Chapter 61. I want the treasures of the Lin family village under the gaze of all. A radiant smile blossomed on Huang Mingru's face. The girl, who had not smiled for 3 years, once again unveiled a smile that belonged to her youthful age. Liu Ruyan, covering her mouth, wore an expression of disbelief. It is essential to note that the foremost criterion for a person with facial paralysis to return to normalcy is the ability to smile. In the eyes of ordinary individuals, a smile appears entirely normal. Yet for those afflicted with facial paralysis, it is a luxury, as their expressions are often distorted, one side reflecting sorrow while the other is rigid. Smiling is an arduous task, and even when accomplished, it can appear more grotesque than tears. However, at this moment, Huang Mingru revealed a complete smile. Huang Mingru's mother, witnessing this familiar yet unfamiliar smile, was overcome with tears. Daughter, Mom, I'm better. Woo-woo. The two embraced, weeping in each other's arms. The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished by this scene. The barrage of comments momentarily ceased. What? She really recovered? Cursing actually cured her? Even from such a dire condition as facial paralysis. Incredible! Did you see those needles just now? They looked like they were pulling out cold toxins. This is the first time I've seen acupuncture result in such a manner. Could this indeed be cold toxin? Did they truly cure her with acupuncture and cursing? What kind of logic is this? The profundity of traditional Chinese medicine is truly admirable. I am genuinely impressed. Incredible! From now on, I will seek traditional Chinese medicine for my ailments, rather than spending exorbitant amounts on Western medicine and countless medications that fail to heal. By the way, where's Dr. Zhang? 30 million. Dr. Zhang Jianxiang, you owe 30 million. You lost. Dr. Zhang Jianxiang, speak up. Inside the hospital, Zhang Jianxiang and Gu Tianming wore dark expressions. Yet beneath their frowns lay an undeniable astonishment. They were the most aware of the true significance of Lin Xian's ability to cure such a patient. After all, it was a case of post-facial paralysis. 3 years of facial paralysis. Just look at how distorted her face had become. And yet, 15 minutes of acupuncture had restored her. This could almost be deemed a solution to a global issue, a groundbreaking achievement. If this were accomplished by a foreigner, they would undoubtedly secure the next Nobel Prize in medicine. Weren't you the one who said he couldn't cure her? Gu Tianming glared at Zhang Jianxiang with a grim countenance. Zhang Jianxiang wore an expression of helplessness, cursing inwardly, wondering how he could have known this person could genuinely treat facial paralysis. This was a global dilemma. Not only did he not know, but Zhang Jianxiang was convinced that even Gu Tianming was unaware. Yet he dared not speak this aloud, after all. One's superior holds considerable power. Well, Director Gu, I too did not anticipate this outcome. Zhang Jianxiang managed a wry smile. All right, stop making excuses. Now you need to consider how to address this public opinion issue. Gu Tianming waved his hand dismissively. Zhang Jianxiang gritted his teeth. aware that the barrage of comments was demanding a prompt response. He did not need to step outside to know how chaotic it had become. Not responding, dragging it out. I truly do not believe this fellow can compel me to part with that 30 million. Zhang Jianxiang lifted his gaze to Gu Tianming. 30 million was beyond his means. If he were to truly produce such a sum, it would indeed spell trouble. As a doctor, where could he possibly procure 30 million? Dragging it out? Gu Tianming furrowed his brow as he regarded Zhang Jianxiang. Yes, just drag it out. This fellow cannot do anything to me. As for the fleeting hype of the internet, it is merely a passing breeze, dissipating once the moment has passed. No matter how formidable Lin Xian's medical skills may be, he remains merely a villager. Whereas I am a provincial expert at a first-class hospital, what could he possibly do to me? That is indeed a valid point. Yet this matter must be handled with utmost care. Gu Tianming fixed his gaze upon Zhang Jianxiang, stating, I will also provide you with some cover. He and Zhang Jianxiang have considerable mutual interests. Should Zhang Jianxiang encounter any trouble, he would not escape unscathed. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Director, Zhang Jianxiang hurriedly expressed. Humph. Very well, you should contemplate the potential changes this situation may bring. Gu Tianming waved his hand and turned to leave the office. Bah. Once Gu Tianming had departed, Zhang Jianxiang spat on the ground in disdain. That old scoundrel is no saint. He puts on a good show here, yet it is all for his own benefit. Dr. Zhang, speak up. Indeed, are you now hiding like a turtle? How audacious you were when showing off. Truly, one must eventually repay their debts. Observing the barrage of comments flitting across his phone screen, Zhang Jianxiang gritted his teeth. As a doctor, how could he possibly summon 30 million? Regardless, it is beyond my means. Upon uttering this, the comments erupted in mockery. Oh, now you recognize it as unattainable? Where was that bravado before? Truly laughable. It seems they are confident that Lin Xian cannot do anything to him. 30 million may be out of reach, but 300,000 would suffice. Lin Village. The villagers of Lin Village beamed as they beheld the healed Huang Mengru. Our esteemed ancestor is remarkable. One can only surmise that even the imperial physicians of yore could not rival a fraction of our ancestor's prowess. Speaking of which, how has our ancestor changed so much after attending school? This proves that our ancestor truly applied himself during his university years. Huang Tian's face reflected a sense of wonder as he could not help but exclaim, astonishing, truly astonishing. Such youthful talent coupled with exceptional medical skills. Upon seeing Lin Xian, the term genius became vividly tangible. Huang Xingyi had initially been skeptical on her way here, doubting that this individual could claim the title of the greatest traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Yet, after witnessing this scene, she was convinced, setting aside all else, that acupuncture alone would be the pinnacle of her lifetime. Other medical skills could be attributed to the lineage of Lin family medicine, giving Lin Xian an advantage. But acupuncture is devoid of such embellishments. The speed, precision, and force of the needles are all tangible truths. Although Ji Gumao lacked knowledge in medicine, he discerned from Huang Tian's words and reactions that this young man is likely a rare medical prodigy. Both individuals were taken to the capital, significantly increasing the old man's chances of survival. Ji Guo devised a plan in his mind. Lin Xian glanced at Liu Ruyan, inquiring about Dr. Zhang. How is he supposed to pay that 30 million? Should I use the village's public account or something? He recalled the man's words. If one dares to exploit him for attention, one must be prepared for the backlash. Liu Ruyan adjusted her earpiece, stating, Dr. Zhang mentioned. He cannot possibly come up with such a sum. Indeed, as a physician, he truly lacks the means. If he were to manage it, that would pose a significant problem. Liu Ruyan grasped the implication of this statement. The man was simply capitalizing on Lin Xian's inability to act. After all, it was merely a casual remark made online. How much can he produce? Whatever he can muster is acceptable. Lin Xian was not one to let this slide easily. Zhang Jianxiang observed Lin Xian's infuriating demeanor on the screen, his teeth grinding in frustration, wishing to confront Lin Xian directly. What are they discussing? Ji Guo, anxious to escort Huang Tian and the young man to the capital, promptly inquired. It seems to be a doctor from the first affiliated hospital who doubts Lin Xian's ability to cure the illness and has challenged him online, now reneging on the wager. Huang Tian shook his head, admitting his unfamiliarity with the young man's matters. The first affiliated hospital? Ji Guo turned to the nearby security officer, instructing him to call the hospital's director to address this issue. This could serve as a token of appreciation for Lin Xian. Understood. Huang Mingru wiped away her mother's tears, then she and her mother knelt before Lin Xian, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. Thank you, ancestor. Perhaps overwhelmed with emotion, Huang Mingru's mother inadvertently uttered the title bestowed upon Lin Xian by the villagers. Lin Xian smiled gently, responding to the term ancestor that there was no need for thanks, and beckoned them to step back, signaling to the elderly gentleman and his granddaughter waiting nearby. The old man's condition, known as alien hand syndrome, aligns with facial paralysis, a condition that could be described in ancient terms as being possessed. Tian Miao Miao felt elated witnessing Huang Mengru's facial paralysis being cured. If such an affliction could be remedied, surely her grandfather's alien hand syndrome could be as well. Upon seeing Lin Xian gesture towards them, Tian Miao Miao eagerly pulled her grandfather forward. Alien hand syndrome, is it? Lin Xian addressed the old man, who nodded with a look of trepidation. Liu Ruyan shifted her gaze to the old gentleman, having never encountered alien hand syndrome before. Thankfully, she had prepared adequately and quickly explained. Alien hand syndrome manifests as one hand acting independently, sometimes even inflicting harm upon oneself, a globally recognized conundrum. The audience was captivated by the old man's restrained arm. Is this for real? Such a disease exists? It appears to be genuine. I searched, and indeed, alien hand syndrome is real. Incredible. Can this illness be treated? Lin Xian gazed at the old man's bound hand and extended his own, intending to free it. That, releasing it might provoke an attack. Tian Miao Miao hastily interjected. It's of no concern, Lin Xian replied with a dismissive gesture. Observing this, Tian Miao Miao withdrew her hand. As soon as the ropes were untied, the hand lunged uncontrollably towards Lin Xian's face. He seized it firmly, exerting absolute strength to restrain the arm. Even in his grasp, the hand continued to thrash violently, exhibiting a force that belied its elderly owner. Remarkable strength, Lin Xian couldn't help but exclaim. I dare say, few could manage to hold it. Liu Ruyan watched in trepidation, the hand appearing almost possessed. She shuddered at the thought that without binding, even sleep would be restless. Is this ailment truly curable? The viewers, witnessing the incessant struggle, were left in disbelief. Is this a real condition? Incredible! Wouldn't T1 end up choking themselves in their sleep? If they VE cured facial paralysis, surely this condition can be treated as well. Master, shall I assist in holding it? Lin Feng inquired, stepping forward. Lin Xian shook his head. He deftly extracted a silver needle from his acupuncture kit and deftly inserted it into the old man's shoulder blade. Instantly, the thrashing arm stilled. Lin Xian proceeded to administer a series of 13 needles into the old man's body. All done. We shall wait patiently now, he said. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Administering the ghost gate's 13 needles placed a considerable strain on him. Huang Tian and Ji Guomao approached Lin Xian. Master, this individual has matters to discuss with you, Huang Tian announced. Lin Xian's gaze flickered. Huang Tian refrained from revealing the stranger's identity before the live audience, indicating that this individual was indeed extraordinary. Please, come with me, Lin Xian instructed, then turned to Liu Ruyan. Give me 15 minutes. After that, the old man's arm should be well. Very well, Liu Ruyan responded, uncertain of the man accompanying Huang Tian, yet sensing an air of authority that suggested a military affiliation. Just as the trio entered the Lin family courtyard, Lin Xiao arrived with Ji Ping. Oh, village chief. Where's the old master? Lin Xiao inquired. The old master has matters to attend to. It may take a while, Lin Zhang replied, casting a glance at the two multicolored-haired individuals behind Lin Xiao. What are these two here for? What business do you seek with the old master? It's not me seeking him, but these two claim to have a business proposition for the old master. Lin Xiao pointed at the duo. Business? Lin Zhang looked at them in astonishment. Ah, you must be the village chief, Ji Ping remarked, turning to Lin Zhang. Since you're here, I need not seek your village secretary. Meanwhile, Liu Ruyan, listening in through her earpiece, was utterly bewildered. Shut down the live stream? Why? Zhang Yimou felt a sense of helplessness. These two young individuals were not of ordinary origin, and he was under considerable pressure. The influence from the National Taiwan office was palpable. There was no choice but to shut it down. He could not afford to offend such powerful figures. Although Zhang Yimou was reluctant to terminate the live broadcast, he was aware that significant events were likely to unfold. Unfortunately, he could not risk antagonizing those involved. Liu Ruyan discerned the underlying implications in Zhang Yimou's words. Was Zhao Ting also powerless? Indeed, he was. Zhao Guoan wore an expression of resignation, acknowledging that the other party's backing was formidable. The deeper one was entrenched within the system, the less power one had over such matters. Unless someone was willing to challenge the status quo, Liu Ruyan perceived the unspoken sentiments between the two men. She, merely a female host, declared, I shall bear the responsibility. Let us continue the broadcast. Zhang Yimou remained silent, tacitly consenting to her decision. He had fulfilled his duty by advising Liu Ruyan to cease the broadcast. Yet her refusal left him with no recourse. Indeed, in business, I wish to purchase antiques from your Lin family village, Ji Ping remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guowen's brow furrowed slightly. It was evident that allowing Liu Ruyan to continue the broadcast bore its advantages. Engaging in the trade of antiques. While they could not influence this individual, they could certainly sway Lin Xian. Antiques? You can simply purchase them online, Lin Zhang retorted, his expression relaxing. Since it was a business transaction, Lin family village would naturally welcome it. However, I cannot find your 8-snake glazed ball or the imperial dragon throne online. Chapter 62. Ancestor. This is dire. I demand your 8-treasure glazed ball and the dragon throne robe. Ji Ping's tone was remarkably indifferent, with a hint of disdain evident in his eyes. It was merely a small Lin family village, and the live stream had already concluded. He felt at liberty to manipulate the situation as he pleased. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan's expression shifted dramatically. This individual had set his sights on the treasures of Lin family village, which were indeed astonishingly extraordinary. This young man was evidently a scion of some affluent lineage. No wonder he could manage to close the live stream. The online audience erupted in a flurry of reactions. Goodness, he has made his move. I knew someone would covet the treasures of Lin family village. Is he a third-generation official or a second-generation wealthy heir? Lin family village is in for a calamity, having attracted the attention of such individuals. It seems those treasures may be in jeopardy. Lin family village is akin to a succulent morsel, enticing to all who behold it. Engaging in the trade of antiques? Do these individuals fear the law? Perhaps the law is crafted by their kind. Lin family village is doomed. What did you say? Lin Zhang's countenance darkened instantly. Trading antiques was indeed illegal. And those artifacts were the cherished heirlooms of Lin family village. There was no way they could be sold to others. Lin Zhao's expression also soured as he cast a menacing glare at the two, having initially believed they intended to conduct business amicably, only to realize they had invited wolves into their fold. This person was audaciously plotting against the family heirlooms of Lin family village. What? Are you unable to comprehend? I demand your 8-snake glazed ball and the dragon throne robe from Lin family village. This card contains 30 million, my personal savings, Ji Ping asserted, pinching a bank card between his fingers. 30 million to purchase your antiques. Consider yourselves fortunate to even receive that. Were it not for the peculiar circumstances, you would not see a dime of that sum. A smirk graced Ji Ping's face. Under normal circumstances, he would have dispatched someone to seize the antiques without hesitation, rather than personally coming to negotiate with money in hand. Liu Ruyan's brow twitched. 30 million might not even be sufficient to purchase a single leg of the dragon throne. This person was insufferably arrogant. The online viewers were equally astounded. Who is this individual? Is he not excessively brazen? 30 million to acquire the treasures of Lin family village? Such arrogance is beyond ordinary. Considering the antiques Lin family village previously showcased, not a single piece would be valued at merely 30 million. Impressive. He is likely a third-generation official, as no second-generation wealthy heir possesses such audacity. Get out of Lin family village. Lin Zhang, unable to contain his outrage, pointed towards the village's exit, demanding the departure of this impudent youth. You dare tell me to leave? Do you have any idea who I am? Ji Ping's expression darkened as he fixed a steely gaze on Lin Zhang. I care not who you are. Lin family village is not a place for you to wreak havoc. Lin Zhang remained unperturbed by the youth's words. Hey, old man. Do you even realize who you're speaking to? With a single phone call, I could obliterate your entire village. Zhao Hongyi, with his neck craned defiantly, addressed Lin Zhang. This old fool possesses no sense of awareness at all. Although Lin Zhang was filled with anger, he was acutely aware that the two individuals before him possessed considerable influence. After all, it was unlikely they could casually produce 30 million. Should we seek out the ancestral patriarch? Lin Xiao ventured to suggest. Lin Zhang furrowed his brow tightly. What do you mean by calling him an ancestral patriarch? It would be futile to summon anyone today. An ancestral patriarch? If you can bring someone to halt my advance, I shall kneel and address you as my elder. Ji Ping scoffed derisively. Do not even mention that Lin Xian. Even if you were to summon the county magistrate or the mayor, I, Ji Ping, would remain unimpressed. I shall grant you 10 minutes to pack the imperial robes and the 8 serpent glass orbs. Otherwise, you can expect your village to vanish. Ji Ping waved his hand dismissively, akin to shooing away flies. This brazen display incited a wave of disdain from Liu Ruyan. The viewers in the live stream were equally incensed. How audacious these individuals are. While I am not particularly fond of Lin family village compared to these third-generation bullies, the people of Lin family village seem far more agreeable. At least they possess genuine skill, unlike these tyrants who exploit their power. This is intolerable. Who will put this person in their place? Is there any difference between this and outright robbery? Alas, although I share the sentiment, it seems there is little hope for Lin family village. They may have no choice but to surrender their treasures. Is this truly Huaxia? Such precious artifacts being seized so brazenly? Isn't this being broadcast live? Is no one coming to intervene? Smuggling antiques, perhaps? Who would dare intervene? The moment one looks at these two, it's clear they wield considerable influence. The annihilation of an entire village could easily reach the higher echelons of power. Given their status, it's a miracle they only demanded 3 items from Lin family village, rather than everything. Lin Xian took a deep breath. You all remain here and refrain from acting impulsively. I will seek the ancestral patriarch. Very well. The villagers of Lin family village, those seething with anger, recognized the formidable nature of the individuals before them. If a confrontation were to occur, it could spell significant trouble for their village. Ji Ping, with a cold laugh, disregarded their sentiments. He had already issued his final ultimatum to Lin family village. When the time was up, he would promptly inform the mayor to address the situation concerning Lin family village. In the capital, at the Ji family residence, Lin Xian inquired. Are you referring to General Ji? Lin Xian fixated on Ji Guomao before him. Indeed, Ji Guomao nodded. Lin Xian understood. General Ji was one of the founders of the new Huaxia, renowned for his illustrious military achievements, and was once a high-ranking official in the country. For both personal and logical reasons, Lin Xian found no grounds to decline Ji Guomao's request. If you cure the elder, you will become a benefactor to the Ji family, who shall forever be grateful for your kindness, Ji Guomao stated gravely. He offered no other promises. Yet the implication of his words carried more weight than any pledge in the world. Lin Xian stroked his chin. Recognizing that Lin family village had revealed many valuable items and indeed required a formidable ally, Ji Guomao was evidently a suitable candidate. It seemed fortune had smiled upon him at just the right moment. Ancestral patriarch. Something is amiss. Just as Lin Xian was about to agree, a commotion erupted outside. In a rush, Lin Zhang burst in, his aged face marred by anger, breath coming in quick gasps. Whether from fury or exertion remained unclear. Ji Guomao felt a twinge of displeasure at being interrupted during a serious discussion. However, given the urgency of Lin Zhang's arrival, it was evident that something of great importance was afoot. What is it? Speak slowly, he urged. Old ancestor, Lin Zhang exclaimed. 2 individuals have arrived outside. Evidently of considerable stature, bearing 30 million and seeking to purchase the 8 serpent glazed ball and the imperial dragon throne from our Lin family village. Chapter 63. Ancestors above. Grandfather, 2 individuals have arrived from outside, seemingly of considerable stature, brandishing 30 million in an attempt to acquire our Lin village's coveted 8 serpent glass ball and the imperial dragon throne. Lin Zhang's voice quivered with indignation. Such treasures were the heirlooms of Lin village, utterly irreplaceable. Moreover, the audacity of offering 30 million was a blatant affront, a humiliation. What? Lin Xian's countenance darkened with fury, his regal aura emanating forth. The palpable pressure radiating from him astonished Ji Guomao, who stood nearby. This young man, where did he acquire such commanding presence? Ji Guomao marveled inwardly. This lad appeared to be a mere student, yet his demeanor resembled that of venerable elders in their youth. Listening to the villager's words, he realized the dragon robe adorning the youth was indeed authentic. Upon closer inspection, he had sensed the exquisite craftsmanship of the robe, confirming its legitimacy. The throne was equally impressive. 30 million. One could not merely purchase the imperial robe and throne. Even the crown upon this youth's head was beyond that sum. This was sheer humiliation. It was no surprise that such invaluable treasures would attract the attention of opportunists, particularly those notorious young scions. Ji Guomao's thoughts drifted to the 3rd scion of his own family. Every encounter with him incited a desire to administer a sound thrashing. Truly disappointing. Yet, this predicament presented an opportunity to extend a favor. Ji Guomao's heart brimmed with joy. A timely chance had presented itself. Should he assist Lin village in resolving this matter, it would serve as leverage for future favors, a means to reciprocate. Though the life of the elder was worth far more than the village, the currency of favor was never to be underestimated. Since they sought his aid, it underscored the gravity of their predicament. Comrade Lin, those 2 individuals are likely scions from the capital. Allow me to handle this matter. Ji Guomao proposed to Lin Xian. Huang Tian furrowed his brow slightly. He understood Ji Guomao's intent to leverage this incident to repay Lin Xian's kindness. However, as a mediator, he felt it inappropriate to voice his thoughts. "Let us step outside and assess the situation," Lin Xian replied solemnly, fully aware of Ji Guomao's intentions. He planned to reserve this favor for a moment when it would be truly needed, much like a nuclear weapon. If unused, it remained a potent asset. Any aristocratic family in the capital would recognize that he had rescued Ji Guomao's elder. No one would dare risk antagonizing Lin village under such circumstances. Thus, Lin Xian was reluctant to squander this favor on a trivial issue. Ji Guomao glanced at Lin Xian in surprise, not expecting such a refusal. The youth exhibited a surprising depth of character. Ji Guomao had presumed Lin Xian's ascension to village leader was merely due to lineage. Clearly, he had underestimated him. What did those two individuals look like? Lin Xian inquired as they walked along. Two individuals with vividly colored hair approached, one sporting bright yellow locks, Lin Xian remarked. The urgency of their arrival took a toll on his body, causing him to gasp for breath with each word. Yellow hair? A chill ran down Ji Guomao's spine as he recalled the last family video, during which Ji Ping had dyed his hair yellow. Could it possibly be that young scoundrel? If it truly were him, not only would he fail to secure this favor, but he would also owe Lin Xian a significant debt of gratitude. After all, he was pleading for assistance in treating the elder's ailment. Now, it seemed that his family had the audacity to bully Lin Xian. How could he expect help with the treatment? Ji Guomao's forehead throbbed with tension. It couldn't be that young man. There were countless individuals with yellow hair in the world. He reassured himself inwardly. If it were indeed him, by heavens, he would ensure that the boy's legs were broken. The 5 individuals made their way toward the Lin family's courtyard. Why hasn't your esteemed ancestor emerged yet? What is this? Choosing to be an ancient tortoise instead. Zhao Hongyi sneered at the villagers of Lin family village. Having been spoiled since childhood, he showed no restraint, even in the presence of the furious villagers. What did you say? Some of the men from Lin family village turned crimson with rage upon hearing the insult directed at their ancestor. And what of it? Ji Ping interjected, arms crossed defiantly. He had initially intended to keep things low-key, but the villagers seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. It was bound to escalate to the mayor's office. Since they were already causing a stir, he thought it best to be audacious. After all, his subordinates had stepped forward to speak, and as the leader, he could not afford to remain silent, lest he lose face in the capital. Thus, Ji Ping spoke up, casting a haughty glance at the villagers, firmly believing they would not dare retaliate. It is indeed you I am scolding, and what of your revered ancestor? Ji Ping glanced at the time, noting there were still 20 minutes left. If the 8-serpent glazed ball and the dragon robe and throne were not prepared in that time, Lin family village could expect to vanish. Ji Ping expressed his impatience with a dismissive tone. Zhao Hongyi beamed with satisfaction at the scene. His initial uncertainty faded as he observed the villagers glaring at them. With Ji Ping backing him, he could not afford to lose face. A group of timid turtles led by a cowardly tortoise, was it? Hurry up and bring forth the treasures. Don't waste time. Liu Ruyan sighed deeply. She found the arrogance of the two intolerable, yet felt powerless against them, which was the most frustrating aspect. The online community echoed her sentiments. Is anyone going to confront them? Who dares? These two clearly belonged to wealthy families. If they were truly confronted, one would face dire consequences. The treasures of Lin family village. If they truly surrender their treasures this time, it seems Lin family village shall know no peace in the future. Indeed, if that were to happen, Lin family village would become a target, ripe for the taking. Today, 5 cities would be seized, and tomorrow, 10 lands would follow. The sight of the two individuals immediately provoked a reaction among the impetuous men of Lin Xian village. Damn it, I can't hold back any longer. To hell with this. Lin Huang thrust himself out from the crowd, wielding a long stick. Zhao Hongyi and Ji Ping exchanged alarmed glances, pondering the intentions of this rebellious man. Before they could voice their thoughts, Lin Huang suddenly knelt on the ground. The two were taken aback, staring at Lin Huang in astonishment. Kneel and beg for mercy? Even if you bow before me, I shall not spare you. Hand over what you owe, and this matter shall be settled. Ji Ping laughed, having anticipated a fierce confrontation, only to be met with submission. However, Lin Huang disregarded him and bowed towards the ancestral hall. O ancestors of the Lin family, today someone has insulted our forebears, and I find it unbearable. Should calamity befall Lin Xian village because of this, I, Lin Huang, shall pay with my life. His declaration seemed to trigger a chain reaction. One by one, the men of Lin Xian village rose to their feet and knelt before the ancestral hall. Their forefathers had been insulted, and they no longer cared about the consequences. They were prepared to fight to the death, just as they had done during past upheavals. They refused to believe that in the new China, anyone would dare to challenge them. O ancestors of the Lin family! 8 or 9 men knelt and bowed their heads in reverence. They then stood up alongside Lin Huang, armed with sticks, glaring fiercely at Zhao Hongyi and Ji Ping. The imposing scene left Zhao Hongyi and Ji Ping visibly shaken. In the eyes of the Chinese, threats of violence may often be empty. But this act of kneeling before their ancestors signified genuine intent to fight. What do you intend to do? Dare you make a move? Damn it. I'll call the mayor right now, Ji Ping shouted, pointing at the men of Lin Xian village. Zhao Hongyi echoed his sentiment, pointing at the villagers. You better think carefully about the consequences. Don't act impulsively. Though he attempted to sound assertive, the trembling of his finger betrayed his fear. The sheer ferocity of the men from Lin Xian village was daunting. They approached, bowing and invoking their ancestors, with eyes ablaze, ready to fight. Liu Ruyan watched in disbelief, astonished by the resolute spirit of the villagers. She had not anticipated their unwavering determination. The online community, however, expressed solidarity with the villagers, as people tend to sympathize with the underdog. Impressive. These are true men. Indeed, their fierce resolve was palpable. As Lin Huang tightened his grip on the stick, he charged towards Zhao Hongyi and Ji Ping. Damn it, let us get them, he bellowed. The men from Lin Xian village surged forward. Catching Zhao Hongyi and Ji Ping off guard, they could hardly believe that these rough men were truly charging at them. Their legs weakened, rendering them incapable of fleeing. What are you doing? You dare to strike me? The Ji family will not let you off, Ji Ping shouted. How dare you lay a hand on us? The Zhao and Ji families will not spare you. To hell with your Ji family, Lin Huang bellowed, charging directly at Ji Ping and delivering a forceful kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Young master, Zhao Hongyi exclaimed in shock. Just then, a stick came crashing down on his arm. Ah, he cried out in pain. Both he and Ji Ping were accustomed to a life of luxury and had never endured such brutality. Surrounded by a throng, fists and feet rained down upon them like a torrential downpour. Just as Lin Xian and his companions emerged, they were met with this chaotic scene. Lin Zhang's expression shifted dramatically. He recognized the significance of the two individuals being attacked and could not fathom why the villagers would resort to such violence. What are you doing? Stop at once, he urged, aware that if they truly harmed someone, the consequences would be dire. Ji Gumao shook his head at the sight, realizing that the assailants were merely reckless third-generation rich kids. They had ventured out without bodyguards, exuding an air of arrogance, mistakenly believing that everyone would cower before them. Regardless of their connections or background, they should have taken precautions. Now, having put themselves in peril, they were paying the price. Stop. The ancestors are here. The village chief has arrived. Some among the crowd, still possessing a semblance of reason, began to disperse upon seeing Lin Zhang and Lin Xian. They revealed the battered forms of Ji Ping and Zhao Hongyi, who looked like swollen caricatures of themselves. Ji Guomao scrutinized them, attempting to discern which family these foolish third-generation signs belonged to. Of course, he also wanted to confirm if the blonde-haired individual mentioned by the elder was indeed the child of the third family. Ji Guomao focused on the conspicuously blonde young man, whose face was a grotesque sight, swollen beyond recognition. Even his father would be taken aback. Liu Ruyan felt a wave of satisfaction at the scene. Yet her expression soon turned grave. If these two were truly beaten to a pulp, Lin Xian village would undoubtedly face retribution. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were reveling in the spectacle. This is exhilarating. Ha ha ha, it was worth my time waiting in the stream. Look at them, so arrogant. Going out without bodyguards or backup, they practically asked for it. By the time they're done, their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. The people of Lin Xian village were indeed formidable, living up to their reputation as a notorious gang. You bastards. You think you can get away with this? Ji Ping's voice trembled, blood and tears mingling as he struggled to articulate his rage against these unruly villagers. They had dared to lay their hands on him. Upon hearing that voice, Ji Guomao's expression instantly changed dramatically. The more he looked at this person, the more familiar they appeared. Now, upon hearing the voice, he immediately confirmed that it was indeed Ji Ping. So it was this rascal. Just moments ago, he was pondering whose third-generation offspring was so foolish, only to discover it was his own. I am going to unleash havoc upon you. Damn it, I don't even share the Ji surname. Ji Ping cursed vehemently as he reached for his phone. Ji Ping, you little rascal. Who are you calling old man? Ji Guomao bellowed, his face flushed with rage. Lin Xian glanced at Ji Guomao in surprise. Was this a coincidence? An acquaintance? Secretary Lin, allow me to handle this matter. My apologies, Ji Guomao turned to Lin Xian. his mind already berating Ji Ping and his elder brother thoroughly. This little brat has turned out like this. How could a parent allow their child to behave in such a manner? Who the hell dares to call my name? Ji Ping, already incensed, turned around upon hearing someone shout his name. You dare to scold me again? Ji Guomao rushed over, unfastening his belt as he approached. Ji Ping turned his gaze and nearly lost his composure in fright. Uncle. Chapter 64. Kneel and address the ancestor. Uncle. When Ji Ping laid eyes on Ji Guomao, his spirit nearly fled in terror. Among the 3 male descendants of the Ji family, he held the deepest fear for this particular uncle. There was no reason for this. Ji Guomao was a general of peacekeeping forces, having indirectly claimed countless lives. His military accomplishments were undeniably commendable. He was exceptionally strict with the younger generation, and the 3rd generation would often avoid his presence. Ji Ping could not fathom why his uncle would appear here in this mountain village. Did his uncle have an interest in some treasure here? Lost in thought, Ji Guomao dashed before Ji Ping, his belt already drawn and gripped firmly in hand. Uncle, here, take it. All those antiques are yours. I was wrong. Ji Ping hastily pleaded for mercy, his words spilling forth with clarity. Yet, he dared to mention antiques. With a swift motion, Ji Guomao's belt, known as the 7 Wolves, descended upon Ji Ping's back. Crack! The iron buckle struck with force. Instantly, Ji Ping let out a yelp of pain. Ji Guomao continued to wield the belt relentlessly, as though he were spinning atop, showing no signs of stopping. Uncle, I was wrong. Ji Ping cried as he rolled on the ground in agony. Zhao Hongyi stood nearby, stunned. He recognized Ji Guomao from a previous fortunate encounter with elders. He could hardly believe that he was now witnessing him here. Why was he present? Zhao Hongyi could not comprehend the reason behind Ji Guomao's actions, nor could he understand why he was beating Ji Ping. Liu Ruyan, witnessing this scene, was equally bewildered. Who was this man, and why was Ji Ping calling him uncle? Was this truly a family member? Yet, why was he mercilessly thrashing Ji Ping? The viewers in the live stream shared similar sentiments. What? This man's uncle is his backing, yet he is being beaten? They were flabbergasted. My support is hitting me. How amusing. A clown indeed. He had been pretending, but now he was being struck. It was utterly confusing. How could his backing turn against him? Laughter erupted. This once arrogant fellow, who had been rallying others, was now being spun like a top by them. However, Ji Guomao did not continue the punishment indefinitely. Observing Ji Ping's desperate pleas for mercy, he eventually withdrew the belt. Ji Ping, now in tears, found his once expensive attire in tatters. Uncle, why do you strike me? I have not insulted you. I was cursing that beast, and yet I also mentioned the ancestor. At those words, Ji Guomao's eyes widened, and he raised the belt once more. Ah! Ji Ping cried out in despair. Ji Guomao seized Ji Ping by the arm and dragged him before Lin Xian. Kneel, he commanded Ji Ping, knowing full well that offending Lin Xian would extinguish the last hope of the elder. This boy, did he not think things were chaotic enough? Did he dare to speak further? Lin Xian looked down upon Ji Ping, recognizing him as the one who had devised their plan to attack the 8 serpent-glazed ball. With today's events, the other prominent families contemplating seizing the treasures of Lin Xian village ought to reconsider their intentions, Lin Xian mused inwardly. Kneel. Ji Ping stared in disbelief at his uncle. Uncle, why should I kneel to this brat? On what grounds? His face was rife with indignation. Though this young man donned a dragon robe and exuded an air of arrogance, he was ultimately just a village chief. Who was Ji Ping? A scion of the Ji family in the capital. Kneel. Ji Guomao raised the belt in his hand. Ah, I kneel. I kneel. Ji Ping hastily complied. One who understands the times is a true talent. Uncle's belt was not to be trifled with. Ancestor, he just called you a turtle's grandchild. Lin Huang furiously pointed at Ji Ping. Their village placed immense importance on etiquette and was particularly sensitive to such insults. Lin Xian's gaze shifted. He looked down at Ji Ping, who glared defiantly at him. So what if I called him that? Ji Ping retorted, defiantly lifting his chin. In response, Ji Guomao swiftly brought down the belt. Ji Ping instinctively raised his hands to shield himself, but was struck nonetheless, wincing in pain. Mr. Ji, you are aware that my medical skills are a legacy of the Lin family, and such esteemed families prioritize lineage and respect. Lin Xian spoke softly to Ji Guomao. Ji Guomao's mouth opened slightly. He understood this point. Since Lin Xian had spoken, he now faced a choice: address the ancestor. Ji Guomao kicked Ji Ping, a gesture laced with personal animosity. Were it not for this brat, he might have already negotiated his trip to the capital with Lin Xian, avoiding this convoluted situation. Address him as ancestor? Ji Ping looked at Ji Guomao in shock. Uncle, Have you lost your mind? If I call him ancestor, shouldn't you do the same? He exclaimed in astonishment. Had his uncle been bewitched by this boy? He remembered that his uncle was not one to sway so easily. Why was he so favorably inclined toward this lad? Liu Ruyan's gaze flitted between Ji Ping, Ji Guomao, and Lin Xian, finding the unfolding events utterly surreal. Why did Ji Ping's backing support Lin Xian so fervently? Could Lin Xian be some hidden powerhouse? The Ji family in the capital, Liu Ruyan recalled that there indeed was a Lin family, a colossal entity. If the Lin family truly possessed such backing, those involved in the initial demolition would not have had to fight so desperately. The viewers in the live stream were equally befuddled. What a spectacle! This twist, what on earth is happening? Why is this young man's backing so supportive of Lin Xian? Kneeling and calling him ancestor? Isn't that quite extraordinary? Isn't he Ji Ping's uncle? Forcing this young man to address him as ancestor would mean lowering his own standing. Indeed. It seemed that everyone from Lin Xian village had to call Lin Xian ancestor. Even the venerable elder Huang was included. Goodness, it does appear so. They all refer to Lin Xian as ancestor. However, it was not entirely certain. This young man seemed too proud to comply. I think so too. Ji Ping held his head high, defiantly proclaiming, "Strike me, kill me, yet I shall not utter a word." Such was his steadfast spirit. He was, after all, a scion of the Ji family, the grandson of the esteemed elder Ji. How could he possibly address another as ancestor? Should I tell my grandfather that I must refer to someone else as ancestor? Just wait for your punishment. Ji Ping glared at Ji Guomao with gritted teeth. He too possessed his own principles. Elder, how dare you even mention the elder? Upon hearing these words, Ji Guomao's anger intensified. Do you comprehend the elder's current condition? He lies in a specialized ward, teetering between life and death. In a fit of rage, he struck Ji Ping with his belt. This boy still had the audacity to call someone else ancestor. As he lashed out, Ji Guomao bellowed in frustration. The elder is counting on your medical skills for salvation. Hurry. Call for aid. Chapter 65. Shout if you must. Uncle, what do you mean? Ji Ping gazed at his uncle in disbelief. The old man was the pillar of the Ji family. Not long ago, he had been in robust health. How could he now be in such a precarious state? Was he truly expected to rely on this person for salvation? Kneel. Shout. Ji Guomao barked at Ji Ping. The color drained from Ji Ping's face as he realized the gravity of his uncle's words. Indeed, there had been no news of the old man lately. And even when he briefly met his father, the tension was palpable. It seemed the old man was genuinely in trouble. Ji Guomao mentioned someone who could heal the old man's ailment. Ji Ping's gaze flickered between the elderly man and the young woman. Perhaps this young person truly held the key. With that thought, Ji Ping gritted his teeth and bowed his head, forcing out the words old ancestor through clenched teeth. Speak louder. Ji Guomao's eyes widened. Was there no sincerity in his plea for assistance? Old ancestor. Ji Ping squeezed his eyes shut, his face flushed crimson. He had truly laid his pride bare today. The old man was of paramount importance to the Ji family, a fact even a wayward scion like Ji Ping understood. Moreover, Ji Ping held a deep affection for the old man, despite their strained relationship. For the sake of the old man, he was willing to swallow his pride and endure this humiliation. Liu Ruyan watched in astonishment. She never expected him to genuinely call Lin Xian old ancestor. She noted that nearly all outsiders who visited Lin family village ended up addressing Lin Xian in the same manner. Huang Tian had done so. And now this young man as well. Viewers online were equally astonished. He really did it. Impressive. I've searched about the Ji family in the capital, and it's remarkable. Many high-ranking military officials are connected to the Ji family, and even they call Lin Xian old ancestor. I doubt anyone will dare to covet the treasures of Lin family village now. Indeed, the Ji family has suffered setbacks. Yet I wonder why Lin family village has such backing? Didn't you hear what was just said? The Ji family's mainstay is gravely ill, and they are waiting for help. No wonder there is such a layer of complexity. The elder of the Ji family is seriously unwell. If Lin Xian can restore him to health, Lin family village will be secure. It was true. Lin Xian was among the most respected figures in Huaxia, which explained the middle-aged man's unwavering support. Lin Xian nodded, acknowledging the situation. Do you wish to possess the treasures of Lin family village? He inquired. Ji Guomao's eyes flickered. There was still resentment in his heart. However, he realized that if Ji Ping were to seize those treasures, it would set a dangerous precedent. All who coveted the treasures of Lin family village would rush forth, placing the village in dire jeopardy. Ji Ping clenched his teeth, the sound echoing. I apologize. I was blinded by greed and should not have entertained thoughts of taking Lin family village's treasures. Today, he had met his match. Yet as long as Lin Xian could heal the old man, he would accept his fate. The matter has been settled. and Lin Xian understood the importance of knowing when to walk away. Thus, he did not make things difficult for Ji Ping. This surprised Ji Ping, who cast a bewildered glance at Lin Xian. If he were in Lin Xian's position, he would have ensured that anyone who dared to provoke him would face dire consequences. Yet Lin Xian had so easily chosen to let him go. Mr. Lin, regarding the earlier incident, Ji Guomao looked toward Lin Xian, uncertain of his current thoughts or what leverage he sought. Allow me to save the old master, Lin Xian stated, directing his gaze at Ji Guomao. Upon hearing this, Ji Ping's face brightened with delight. As long as Lin Xian was willing to save his grandfather, all his previous actions would not have been in vain. Ji Guomao was aware that Lin Xian undoubtedly had conditions of his own, hence his expression remained unaltered. However, we need the old master to come here. Lin Xian insisted. Bring my grandfather here? Are you insane? If my grandfather could come, would my uncle have to come here to seek your help? Ji Ping exclaimed, his face a mixture of confusion and anger. The old master was currently in a state of uncertainty, lying in the ICU. How could he possibly come? Is this person toying with us? Smack. Ji Ping's words had barely left his lips when Ji Guomao slapped him on the head. Lin Xian's gaze shifted slightly. It seemed Ji Guomao was also harboring dissatisfaction. Otherwise, he would have interrupted Ji Ping the moment he uttered his first word, rather than waiting until he finished speaking to intervene. Nonetheless, Lin Xian remained resolute in his stance. Although the old master lay in the ICU, the Ji family's influence could surely arrange for a private helicopter to transport him while sustaining his vital signs. However, if he were to go, the uncertainties would multiply. After all, the capital was not his stronghold. He had no allies there, and it was the enemy's base of operations. Additionally, if the opposing party were to deploy a helicopter with great fanfare, it would only serve to elevate the status of the Lin family village. The prominent families in the capital would undoubtedly hear of it, and anyone with even a modicum of power would be aware of this development. Every action Lin Xian took was a calculated consideration for the Lin family village. Mr. Lin, my father is currently confined to a hospital bed and unable to move, Ji Guomao said solemnly, observing Lin Xian. However, he had an inkling of Lin Xian's intentions. Given the Ji family's resources, they should be able to mobilize a helicopter equipped with a professional medical team. Lin Xian chose not to elaborate further. He withdrew his gaze and turned to the patient suffering from the unusual hand condition. In the final minute, your ailment will be resolved. Lin Xian's eyes were deep and mysterious. The elderly man nodded hesitantly, initially believing Lin Xian had come to soothe his anxiety, and he murmured a grateful thank you. However, Ji Guomao understood that Lin Xian was giving them a signal, an additional minute for contemplation. Should they acquiesce, the old master's condition would improve. After that minute, they would have to leave it to fate. Uncle, this fellow is too arrogant. We should ignore him. Damn it. Is there truly no better doctor in the world than him? Ji Ping glared at Lin Xian, who was turning to leave, muttering under his breath. With the influence of the Ji family, he could hardly believe that there wasn't a single doctor in the world who could rival that young man. Silence. Ji Guomao reprimanded Ji Ping with a sharp tone. Instantly, Ji Ping shrank back, feeling a deep-seated fear of his second uncle. Ji Guomao took a deep breath. As a soldier, he possessed an abundance of decisive courage. Brother, I have located old Master Huang, Ji Guomao announced as he retrieved his phone to call Ji Guoping. You found him? Are you on your way? Ji Guoping's voice was laced with urgency. I will arrange for someone to meet you immediately. The old master's vital signs are deteriorating rapidly. Despite having the finest team and doctors, his life hangs by a thread, like sand slipping through fingers. I found him, but there are some complications. I informed old Master Huang of the old master's condition, and he admitted he could do nothing. However, he recommended someone, and I have found that individual as well. Ji Guoping's breath quickened with Ji Guomao's words. Well done. What is the situation now? What are the demands from that person? He sensed that there must be some conditions requiring his or the Ji family's cooperation. Otherwise, his brother wouldn't have called. The request is for the old master to come here. He will not come to us, Ji Guomao stated solemnly. Ji Guoping's breath hitched for a moment. Very well, I will arrange for a helicopter and a medical team to bring the old master over. I have matters to attend to here, so I leave him in your hands. Understood. The two brothers swiftly reached a consensus. By the way, the third brother's son is here as well. I gave him a good thrashing. Did he provoke the person recommended by old Master Huang? Indeed, the beating was well-deserved. Ji Guomao set down his phone, his gaze shifting to Lin Xian. A minute passed quickly as Lin Xian removed the needles from the old master's body. Why didn't the old master curse? Liu Ruyan suddenly recalled that when Huang Mingru treated patients, she often combined cursing with her healing. However, Lin Xian had not prompted the old master to curse during his treatment for the peculiar condition of alternating hand usage. That young girl was afflicted by cold evil, which requires a person's yang energy. When cursing, the voice draws in breath, allowing the righteous energy to flow in. Yet, this condition is not caused by cold evil. Hence cursing is unnecessary, Lin Xian explained. Oh, I see now, Liu Ruyan said, enlightened. Traditional Chinese medicine indeed encompasses theories of yin and yang, of hot and cold. Am I cured? After the needles were removed, Tian Zhongren initially feared that his hand might uncontrollably harm himself or others. However, after observing it for a while, he found that it remained still, and he could now control it effectively. Grandfather? Are you better? Tian Miao looked at Tian Zhongren with excitement, tears glistening in her eyes. Her grandfather had suffered from this ailment for many years, and now, at last, he had been healed. Tian Zhongren nodded incessantly. Ah, Grandpa is well now, he said, extending his hand cautiously towards his granddaughter's face. Tian Miao suddenly gasped, her heart racing as she watched her grandfather's hand approach. This very hand had once struck her when his condition first manifested. Instinctively, she wanted to recoil, yet recalling that her grandfather had recovered, she resolutely stifled the urge to retreat. Tian Zhongren was equally apprehensive. As the aged hand tenderly caressed her youthful, though not delicate, face, tears streamed down both their cheeks. My child, you have suffered all these years. Tian Zhongren wept profusely, reflecting on how Tian Miao had shouldered the burdens of the household through myriad trials. Grandpa, as long as you are well, that's enough, she sobbed, overwhelmed by the culmination of years of perseverance finally yielding clarity amidst the fog. Thank you. Tian Zhongren grasped Tian Miao's hand and turned, kneeling on the ground. Were it not for Lin Xian, they might have searched the world for renowned physicians and still found no cure for his ailment, let alone one that was free of charge. Lin Xian was like a rebirth for them. Oh, you're too kind. Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively, feigning indifference. Lin Zhong stepped forward, ready to assist the two. Please accept this small token of our gratitude, Tian Miao implored, kneeling with a bank card clutched in her hands. Take it. I've said that medical care is free. Young, elder, ancestor, Tian Zhongren faltered in his address, feeling that calling him young man was inappropriate. After a moment's thought, he decided it was best to refer to him in a manner befitting those from Lin Xian village. After all, even the nonagenarians referred to him as ancestor, so he felt no shame in doing the same. Please take it. Otherwise, we shall feel uneasy, Tian Zhongren insisted. The production team has stated that medical care is free. Return it, Lin Xian replied, turning away. Ji Gumao looked at Lin Xian and said, Mr. Lin, we will honor your request. Very well. When can I expect your arrival? I need to prepare, Lin Xian responded. Within 12 hours, Ji Guomao estimated, calculating the time needed. It would take approximately half a day to travel by helicopter from the capital to their location. Meanwhile, the crazy donkey was still en route. Damn it, it's so far. Had I known, I would have taken the train. He cursed at the driver beside him. Brother donkey, we can't take the train. We're illegal immigrants. To hell with it. Can you drive any faster? Crazy donkey snapped. My back is killing me. A subordinate beside him managed a grimace that was more painful than a frown. Brother donkey, we're already going 150. This damn vehicle will lose control if we push it harder. The highway is still free. A bunch of novice drivers, damn it. They change lanes without signaling. The most foolish are those who signal left when changing to the right. Thank goodness my driving skills are good. Otherwise, we'd be in trouble. I don't care. Drive it to 180. By 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, I want to see the archway of Lin Xian village. The furious man cursed vehemently. All right, brother donkey, I'll do my best. I will, the young man replied with an awkward smile. Given the current road conditions, not to mention reaching 180, even 150 could only be achieved after overtaking a slow-moving vehicle. This lad, how could he possess such fortune? Zhang Jinxiang felt a chill run through him as he observed the scene on the screen where Ji Ping knelt, calling out to his ancestors. The Ji family, after all, was a premier aristocratic lineage in the capital. He had the privilege of accompanying a group of provincial experts to examine the health of that esteemed elder and was well aware of the Ji family's substantial influence. This young man wouldn't dare to wield that favor against me, would he? Zhang Jinxiang pondered uneasily. Surely not. Suddenly, the office door was thrust open with force, and Gu Taiming entered, his expression dark and foreboding. The director will be coming soon. Prepare yourself. You can choose either the position or the money, he announced. What? Zhang Jinxiang's legs buckled, and he slumped into his office chair, a wave of dread washing over him. This young man had truly leveraged connections to target him. Was it necessary to use such a favor against him? Zhang Jinxiang felt on the verge of tears. "Director, you must save me. Director," he implored, grasping at what felt like his last lifeline. Gu Timing scoffed coldly. "What can I do to save you? You must understand that this predicament is of your own making. Now, consider carefully whether you desire the money or the position." Chapter 66. Regret too late. Zhang Jinxiang's complexion turned ashen. Money or position. His finances could not withstand scrutiny. The position he held was his golden goose. If he lost it, what would become of his family? What about the mortgage on his spacious apartment? What would he do about the expenses of his car? Just as Zhang Jinxiang was about to speak, a group of individuals clad in police uniforms entered the office. The disciplinary inspection team? A chill ran down his spine, and his words caught in his throat. Could it be that they had come to arrest him? Gu Tianming felt a surge of anxiety as well. His own foundation was not entirely clean. He had indeed committed wrongdoings. He was not one to fear the knock of righteousness. Yet here he was, guilty of misdeeds. A disciplinary officer glanced at him with an arrest warrant. "It's me." Zhang Jinxiang's voice quivered, a hint of despair creeping in. How could the arrest warrant have already been issued? Had Lin Xian really used his connections against him? Was it worth it? Did he deserve such a fate? Zhang Jinxiang's thoughts were consumed with vitriol directed at Lin Xian. As a mere pawn. Did Lin Xian truly need to exert such influence against him? Gu Tianming, witnessing this scene, felt a wave of dread wash over him. He could only hope that Zhang Jinxiang would refrain from implicating him. The disciplinary officers, though intimidating in appearance, should not be there for him. But just as he thought this, one of the officers turned to face him. "Gu Tianming." Is it Gu Tianming?" The officer furrowed his brow. "Yes, it is I." Gu Tianming's heart raced, lodged in his throat. "Come with us." Why? The only thought that flashed through Gu Tianming's mind were those three words. When had the disciplinary committee set their sights on him? Could it be because of Zhang Jinxiang's situation? After all, it was Zhang Jinxiang who had been bickering with him online. What did this have to do with him? 12 hours later, it was already evening. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Indeed, all the necessary medical equipment and lighting will be brought over. Is there anything else you require? Needles? Medicine? Feel free to mention it in advance so we can prepare accordingly. Ji Guomao regarded Lin Xian seriously. For this matter pertained to the life of the elder and the future of the Ji family. There was no room for carelessness. No need. Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively, indicating the remaining silver needles in the acupuncture kit. The 13 ghost needles, they are not reused. However, I cannot guarantee a 100% cure. As Lin Xian concluded his statement, Ji Guomao and Ji Ping both raised their heads to look at him. Ji Ping opened his mouth, eager to speak, but Ji Guomao raised a hand, silencing him immediately. Indeed, nothing is absolute. All we ask is for Secretary Lin to do his utmost, Ji Guomao said. Recommended by Huang Tian, Lin Xian is our last hope for the elder. They were not deities. After all, one could not claim a certainty of healing. Indeed, I have just received news that the doctor who bet online with Mr. Lin regarding the possibility of a cure has been apprehended due to corruption issues, along with the protective umbrella behind him, added Ji Guahao. This serves as a modest gift from him to Lin Xian. Zhang Jinxiang likely never anticipated that he was merely perceived as a trivial gift in the eyes of others. Of no significance for Lin Xian to leverage that favor against him. What a relief it is. Such unscrupulous doctors have undoubtedly harmed countless individuals, Lin Xian chuckled. He did not dwell on this matter, for his intention was merely to capitalize on the attention and buzz surrounding the incident. Zhang Jinxiang was nothing more than a tool for him to garner prestige. "Hey, ancestor, this fellow is attempting to flee. We have captured him," exclaimed two men, gripping the flush-faced Huang Mingjian. He had originally planned to slip away unnoticed, but to his dismay, he was discovered by the people of Lin family village. Ji Guahao cast a glance at Huang Mingjian, stating, "Leave him to me." Lin Xian did not refuse. For the actions this man had taken, stimulating Huang Mingru's muscles with needles, rendered him an individual devoid of medical ethics, making Ji Guahao the most suitable person to handle the situation. Consequently, regardless of who might be involved behind the scenes, the knowledge that the Ji family was overseeing this matter would deter any interference. What awaited Huang Mingjian was a fate of imprisonment. Ji Mingjian would not leverage this incident as a gesture of gratitude towards Lin Xian for saving the elder. That would be quite undignified. Upon hearing this, Huang Mingjian's face went pale. Damn it. Had I known, I wouldn't have attempted to run. Now that I'm in the hands of the police, I might have been able to find connections to mitigate the situation, he lamented. However, with the involvement of those from the capital, who could possibly come to his aid? Even the individuals behind him would hesitate to interfere. It was over. Everything was lost. And Huang Mingjin felt a wave of despair wash over him. He bitterly regretted his earlier impulsiveness in sending that barrage of comments. Now, he found himself in this dire predicament. Yet, it was too late for regrets. Huang Mingjin was swiftly escorted to the vehicle by the guards behind Ji Guihao. Help! The Mountain King has descended. Suddenly, a child's startled cry echoed from a distance. Lin Xian and the others turned in astonishment towards the source of the sound. 3 or 4 children, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old, rushed towards Lin Xian in a flurry. One of them hid directly behind him. Ancestor! There is a Mountain King, right next to the Xiaohu family's courtyard. One exclaimed. Yes, yes, Ancestor. The little black pig raised by the Xiaohu family was killed by the Mountain King. Another child chimed in. A Mountain King? Liu Ruyan asked, looking at the 3 children with curiosity. What is a Mountain King? Wild boar, Lin Xian replied solemnly. Lin family village is situated near the mountains, and animals often venture down, including snakes and boars. If it weren't winter, even black bears might emerge. However, wild boars are the most common. Wild boars? Liu Ruyan repeated, absorbing the information. 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers. Wild boars rank first, which is why our village refers to them as the Mountain King. Lin Xian explained. Liu Ruyan nodded in understanding. Let us go and fetch the tools, Lin Xian suggested. The rest of you, come with me to take a look. The villagers of Lin Xian village were accustomed to the occasional appearance of wild boars in the mountains, hence no one was particularly surprised or concerned for Lin Xian's safety. Generally speaking, these wild boars would flee at the sight of humans and posed no threat, unless a young one was provoked. However, during this season, the adults in the village typically refrained from hunting. Lin Xian led the way, flanked by Liu Ruyan and Wang Hong, while Ji Guimao pondered for a moment before joining them. He had not brought a firearm on this outing, but observing the villagers' nonchalant demeanor, he felt assured that there would be no significant issues. Chapter 67, The Mountain King. Old Ancestor, it's over here, Xiaohu pointed towards his home, his face contorted with rage. Their beloved dog, Xiaohei, had been gored by the Mountain King, its belly pierced through, blood gushing profusely. The sight filled him with profound sorrow. Those detestable wild boars. Lin Xian nodded thoughtfully. Generally, wild boars would flee upon encountering humans, posing little danger. As they turned a corner, they were met with a gruesome scene. Blood pooled on the ground, and there lay the lifeless black dog. A clear puncture wound from a boar's tusk visible on its abdomen. The bloody tableau made Liu Ruyan squint, though she quickly acclimated. It was her first encounter with the notion of wild boars descending upon a village, igniting her intense curiosity. The viewers in the live stream echoed her sentiment. Are wild boars really roaming down from the mountains? Is it true? Does that mean there's pork to be had? Indeed, it's true. In mountainous regions, such animals abound. However, wild boar meat tends to have a strong gamey flavor, quite unpalatable compared to domesticated pigs, which are castrated early on to prevent that taste. Moreover, wild boars can be quite dangerous. There was a case in our village where a man was gored to death by 1. A pig, 2 bears, and 3 tigers are no trivial matter. Is that so brutal? Aren't pigs supposed to be clumsy and somewhat endearing? Actually, pigs can be quite ferocious. They're omnivorous and consume anything, growing to a significant size. Domesticated pigs are often slaughtered before reaching their full growth. Lin Xian, leading the group, remained adorned in his dragon robe, prompting a pang of sympathy in Ji Ping. Damn it, that precious garment is going to be soiled. Isn't he worried about wear and dirt? Any slight damage could diminish its value significantly. Indeed, the principle of the bicycle applies universally. If you neglect to pedal, someone else will. Did the Mountain King descend on its own? You didn't venture to the back mountain, did you? Lin Xian inquired, glancing down at the 3 children. Given the season, the crops were not yet ripe. It was unusual for wild boars to descend at this time. Though wild boars do not hibernate in winter, they significantly reduce their activity, typically nesting to keep warm. How could it possibly come down? Xiaohu paused, momentarily at a loss for words. Having forgotten the rehearsed story, the child beside him, sensing an opportunity, exclaimed, Yes, old ancestor. We were just playing marbles in the village when the Mountain King came down. It didn't seem so big or fierce. It had 2 eyes on its backside, so it must be a female. Liu Ruyan's lips twitched at the absurdity of the reasoning that having 2 eyes on its rear indicated it was female. What sort of logic was that? The words of the child amused the netizens. Goodness, does a sow have 2 eyes on its rear? And what of the boar? Does it possess 2D or legs? Laughter erupted. Lin Xian cast a dubious glance at Lin Mo, sensing an ephemeral glimmer in the boy's eyes as he spoke. Could he be lying? You rascal. Should you dare deceive me, I shall hang you from the rafters, Lin Xian warned. Concerned that these 3 boys might venture into the mountains and disturb the lair of the Mountain King. If they were to meddle with the younglings of that creature, the consequences would be dire. Lin Mo offered an awkward smile. Grandfather, how could I ever deceive you? The other 2 children exchanged glances and hastily nodded in agreement. Indeed. Grandfather, we would never lie to you. Hee. Children are usually honest, chimed in Lin Xian, who found increasing joy in the presence of the youngsters. Being around them seemed to rejuvenate his very spirit. Ah, that is not necessarily the case, Lin Xian countered, drawing from his own childhood experiences. Aware that children can indeed be deceitful. Moreover, the repercussions of their fibs can be quite severe. Liu Ruyan wholeheartedly concurred. Recalling a time when a bakery owner was tormented by a child's falsehood. A film had depicted a little girl accusing someone of misconduct in a non-existent basement. The netizens resonated with this sentiment. Goodness, every child I've encountered is capable of lying. After spinning their tales, they look at you with such smugness, it infuriates me. My child, too, often spins tales before the grandparents and revels in it afterward. Is that so? My child never lies. Hee, you merely have not noticed. Children are the greatest liars. There was a study where, during nap time, stickers were placed on children's faces, and when asked how they got hurt, most of them fabricated stories. The nature of humanity is inherently flawed. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, the 3 children felt a pang of guilt. Lin Xian regarded the trio. Unperturbed by their potential deceit, they were merely wild boars, after all. Even when wild boars had previously invaded the village, a group of strong men armed with weapons had easily driven them away. Now, Lin Xian possessed immense strength. Not only could he confront boars, but even bears would be no match for him. As they rounded a corner, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. What is that delightful scent? Lin Xian exclaimed. Bewildered, for at this hour, no one should be cooking. The 3 children, upon catching the fragrance, wore expressions of guilt, reminiscent of roasted piglet. Lin Xian, with a lifetime of experience, remarked, in all my years, I have encountered many flavors, yet this one resembles that of roasted piglet. Especially the kind cooked over an open fire. That is the most delectable, sizzling with oil and infused with the essence of firewood. One bite brings pure satisfaction. Suddenly, Lin Xian realized something. Roasted piglet? Lin Xian's expression darkened as he cast a disapproving glance at the 3 children. You 3 haven't ventured up the mountain to raid a wild boar's den, have you? And roasted someone's child? His countenance was grim as he regarded the trio. Wild boars, monkeys, and bears, these creatures held grudges like no other. If Peichi had truly been roasted, his entire family would surely descend the mountain seeking retribution. Lin Xian also glowered at the children. Under the weight of their scrutiny, the trio felt the pressure. It was Xiao Mo who blurted out. We just went up to see. We found a piglet and brought it back to roast. But we hadn't even had a chance to eat it when Xiao He started barking and got gored by that Mountain King. With Lin Xian and Lin Xiang's gazes upon them, Lin, who could no longer bear the tension and reluctantly implicated his companions. The 3 children, with nothing better to do, had indeed gone up the mountain to dig for wild boars. Now, their parents had come looking for them, though it remained uncertain whether it was their father or mother who had arrived. Nevertheless, the pressing question was, where was that Mountain King? Having taken only a few steps, Lin Xian quickly discerned the answer. It was right in front of him. As he rounded a corner, a wild boar, slightly larger than an average domestic pig and with bloodshot eyes, charged at him with alarming speed. Grandfather, be careful. Quickly, get out of the way. Lin Xian exclaimed from behind. The boar's speed was astonishing, and it was closing in too swiftly. Lin Xian was nearly face-to-face with the beast. The men armed with weapons had yet to return, and although this wild boar appeared to be a sow and not particularly large, it still weighed about 300 pounds. Lacking tusks, its sheer bulk made it formidable, and it could easily trample anyone in its path. Liu Ruyan felt her heart leap into her throat, while Ji Guahao was gripped with anxiety. Although he had little understanding of Lin Xian's medical skills, he recalled Huang Tian's words. He could not treat the old man. But Lin Xian could. What would happen if harm befell this lad? Who would care for the old man's ailment? Instinctively, Ji Guahao reached for his waist, only to remember that he hadn't brought a firearm on this outing. His guards had gone off to deal with Huang Mingjian's matters. Regret washed over him. Had he known, he would have taken a gun. Yet, it was too late for second thoughts. They could only watch helplessly as Lin Xian stood mere inches away from the charging boar, its massive form reeking of raw flesh, seeming poised to send him flying with its impact. Chapter 68. The boar encounter. Lin Xian was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the wild boar. At such proximity, fleeing was futile. The boar's speed far surpassed that of a human. Moreover, the narrow path left no room for escape, with Liu Ruyan and the others behind him. If he evaded, they would surely face dire consequences. Lin Xian had no intention of retreating. Instead, he stepped forward, actively lunging toward the wild boar. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Lin Xian collided directly with the creature. "Grandfather, get out of the way," Lin Xian exclaimed, his voice laced with panic as tears welled in his eyes. A direct hit from the boar would likely spell disaster for Lin Xian. Despite his efforts to move forward, his frail age rendered him powerless to intervene. The three children gasped in horror, with Lin Hu bursting into tears. They could hardly fathom the potential outcome. If their grandfather were to perish due to their deceit, they would carry that regret for a lifetime. In fact, should Lin Xian meet his end, the trio would likely feel compelled to atone with their own lives. Liu Ruyan covered her mouth in disbelief. Surely, Lin Xian could not meet his demise here. The scene unfolded with alarming rapidity. Yet, contrary to expectations, Lin Xian did not fly backward. Instead, he grasped the boar's head, holding it firmly. The once rampaging creature came to an abrupt halt, as if frozen in place. Remarkably, Lin Xian's footing remained steadfast. He did not budge an inch. All present were left in stunned silence. In the next moment, Lin Xian bellowed up. Astonishingly, the massive boar, weighing at least 300 pounds, was lifted effortlessly by Lin Xian. "Roll," he commanded, casting the boar aside with remarkable strength. With a resounding thud, the hefty creature crashed to the ground, fracturing the cobblestones beneath it, a testament to its considerable weight. "This, grandfather." Lin Xian stood dumbfounded, at a loss for words. The sheer enormity of the boar had been halted by Lin Xian. Such a feat was utterly incredible. When had his grandfather's strength become so formidable? He had managed to intercept a charging boar. Although it was a sow, it still weighed over 300 pounds, charging with considerable momentum. Lin Xian had not even flinched. Liu Ruyan's brow furrowed in disbelief. She had anticipated dire consequences for Lin Xian, yet the tables had turned, and the peril now lay with the boar. How could this be? How could his strength be so immense? Was such power even conceivable for a human? Perhaps even the world champion weightlifter would struggle to halt a charging boar. Even if they could, it was improbable that they would remain unyielding against such force. This defied all logic. Ji Guomao felt a weight lift from his heart as he gazed at Lin Xian with awe and admiration. Initially, he had regarded Lin Xian as merely a physician with a commendation from the heavens, perhaps skilled in his craft, yet somewhat arrogant. However, it was now evident that Lin Xian possessed every right to that arrogance. As a soldier, Ji Guomao recognized the significance of Lin Xian's recent actions. The wild boar weighed approximately 300 pounds and charged with tremendous force, akin to a motorcycle hurtling toward a target. It would likely break at least 2 ribs of an average person. Even the elite soldiers of their army would struggle to halt such a beast. Yet, Lin Xian stood his ground, unwavering, and hurled the wild boar aside with effortless strength. This astonishing display suggested that Lin Xian's might reached upwards of 1,000 pounds. While one might not proclaim him capable of lifting a cauldron, it was certainly evident that he could easily surpass the world's weightlifting champions. As the viewers in the live stream began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, they inundated the chat with exclamations of disbelief. What was unfolding before their eyes? Could this individual truly stop a wild boar? Unbelievable. This creature appeared to weigh 200 to 300 pounds, and yet he managed to halt its charge. Was this person even human? Enough of this. I'm discarding my protein powder, dismantling my equipment, canceling my personal training sessions, and forsaking the gym entirely. How could I ever compete with an 18-year-old like this? Such strength cannot be cultivated in a gym. It is evidently innate. Here I am, struggling to bench press 120 kilograms, and I cannot even stop that wild boar. My friend, do not say that you cannot halt it, even with a bench press of 120 kilograms. Even a weightlifting champion would likely be left gasping for air attempting to stop such a beast. Some viewers promptly edited this astonishing scene and shared it online. Shocking. In broad daylight, someone dared to confront a wild boar. A university student made a mother boar soar through the air. The modern-day Xiangyu? The elder of Lin family village astonishingly halted a rampaging wild boar. Some even tagged the weightlifting champion, Zhang Shijun, saying, "Look here, military god, can you replicate this feat? If you cannot lift such a heavy object, then you are outdone by an 18-year-old college student." Zhang Shijun, a frequent internet surfer, quickly noticed the tags and rushed over to investigate. Without even opening the video, he replied, "Outdone by a college student? Who are you looking down upon? Let me see what this is about." He dismissed the matter, assuming it was merely a jest among viewers. After all, how much could a mere college student lift? Even with talent, lifting 100 kilograms is already considered exceptional, and that is contingent upon both natural ability and hard work. When he finally opened the video, he was greeted by the sight of a wild boar charging directly at a person who did not appear particularly robust. Was he not going to evade it? This was disastrous. Zhang Shijun widened his eyes, expecting a weightlifting video, but what he witnessed was a gruesome spectacle. The wild boar appeared to weigh over 100 kilograms, and its speed suggested that even he would be in grave danger if struck, let alone this seemingly frail college student. However, in the next moment, Zhang Shijun was left in utter disbelief. The student did not shy away. Instead, he stepped forward and collided with the wild boar. Even more astonishingly, he managed to embrace the beast. Impossible, Zhang Shijun exclaimed in shock. This individual actually succeeded in grasping the charging wild boar, and he remained utterly still. In the next moment, Zhang Shijun's eyes widened even further as he witnessed not only the man halting the wild boar, but also effortlessly tossing it aside. Good heavens! Zhang Shijun was utterly astonished. Was this strength truly attainable by a mere mortal? To hurl such a hefty beast away? He might as well have collided headfirst with the weightlifting champion. Surely, this must be a fabrication, a digital manipulation? He could not help but exclaim, "Ha! The military god must feel inadequate in comparison." Indeed, not only did the military god feel outclassed, but even if one were to swap physiques, even Ultraman would have to raise a red flag. The military god is indeed real. This is a live broadcast from the national platform. So many witnesses are present. How could it possibly be a hoax? TSK, what a pity this person isn't competing in the Olympics. With such strength, they could undoubtedly dominate in weightlifting, shot put, and javelin. It would truly be a loss for the nation not to showcase this talent, netizens commented. Zhang Shijun shared the same sentiment. As an athlete himself, he understood the value of this spectacle. If this individual were to participate in the Olympics, they would certainly secure the world championship in all three events, potentially even shattering world records. With this thought in mind, Zhang Shijun hurried towards the coach's office to discuss this matter with his coach and see if he could advocate for this remarkable talent. This person was indeed an extraordinary weightlifting prodigy, and it would be a grave misfortune not to have them join the national team. Lin Xian, how on earth did you accomplish that? Liu Ruyan could not help but inquire. Lin Xian brushed off the dust from his hands and, catching a whiff of the unpleasant odor, nonchalantly replied, "Just hug it and throw it. That's all there is to it." Liu Ruyan's lips twitched in disbelief, and the netizens found amusement in his response. Inspired by Lin Xian's casual assertion, many felt emboldened to attempt the seemingly impossible. 6,666. Give it a try, and you might just meet your demise. Under normal circumstances, anyone else would have been thoroughly overwhelmed. Lin Zhang hurried over to Lin Xian's side. "Old ancestor, are you all right?" He scanned Lin Xian for any visible injuries but found none. "Ah, I'm fine," Lin Xian waved dismissively, turning his gaze toward the wild boar on the ground, which lay groaning, seemingly unable to rise. As Lin Xian pondered how to deal with the situation, another wild boar let out a fierce roar from a distance. This one appeared significantly larger than the one sprawled on the ground. A pair? Lin Xian was taken aback. The entire Peppa family had indeed arrived. However, it was understandable, given that their offspring had been devoured. This particular boar looked to weigh around 600 or 700 pounds. Clearly a male. Upon spotting his fallen mate, the male boar's eyes instantly turned red with rage as he charged forward, lifting the downed boar. The two wild boars locked eyes, filled with hatred and resentment. They then pivoted and charged directly toward Lin Xian. In the distance, 5 or 6 men armed with clubs noticed the two boars rushing towards the crowd. At the forefront stood the old ancestor, his yellow robe unmistakably visible. "Old ancestor, quick! Someone help the old ancestor!" The man at the forefront suddenly changed his expression. The ancestral figure is the very foundation of their Lin family village, and nothing must happen to him. The others, witnessing this scene, also turned pale with fear. One by one, they rushed towards their elder. "Elder, we are here to assist you." Upon seeing two wild boars charging simultaneously, The men of Lin family village hurried to Lin Xian's side, realizing too late that they had merely watched as the boar barreled toward him, filled with regret. Fortunately, the elder possessed great strength and was able to subdue the creature. Otherwise, they would have carried that regret for a lifetime. Lin Xian raised his hand, indicating that they need not come closer. The path was already narrow, and with so many gathered together, they would only create chaos. Thus, it was better for him to confront the two wild boars alone. "Ah, elder, are you sure you can manage?" One villager could not help but exclaim. While the elder was indeed powerful, there were two adversaries. Although they lacked his strength, they could still assist him in dealing with the wild boars. Surely, they could not allow the elder to face them alone. "No need, I can handle this myself," Lin Xian reiterated. Seeing the elder's determination, the others exchanged glances, understanding that he would not embark on a reckless endeavor. Ji Guahao looked at Lin Xian with curiosity, contemplating what method he would employ to confront the two wild boars. As the two boars charged toward him, Lin Xian stood out conspicuously in his attire, having previously hurled the sow away, which had drawn considerable ire. Thus, the wild boars were headed straight for him. Observing their furious approach, Lin Xian casually placed his hands behind his back. "What is the elder doing?" Lin Zhang, perplexed, gazed at Lin Xian, bewildered by his unusual stance as the boars approached with alarming speed. It was perilous. Liu Ruyan stared in astonishment at this scene. What was Lin Xian trying to accomplish? Was he courting death? Was he posturing in the face of danger? Indeed, the royal garb combined with his hands behind his back presented an impressive sight. It looked striking. Yet I wonder how he intends to deal with these two boars? The onlookers speculated among themselves. Chapter 69, The Color of Overlord, How to Cope. Lin Xian stood with his hands clasped behind him, his dragon robe fluttering in the mild winter breeze. The aura emanating from him gradually coalesced. The two rewards bestowed by the system, Imperial Fortune and Imperial Presence, were not mere embellishments. They harbored additional profound utilities. The Imperial Presence was forged amidst mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, embodying the might of an emperor backed by a flourishing empire. As the two wild boars drew nearer, Lin Xian remained unperturbed, causing Lin Zhang to tremble with trepidation. "Grandfather," he began, but the words caught in his throat as he beheld Lin Xian's imposing silhouette. The intensity of Lin Xian's aura grew stronger, instilling a sense of dread in Lin Zhang. What could his grandfather be contemplating? In the distance, the villagers of the Lin family, armed with sticks, watched in horror as Lin Xian faced the two wild boars alone. Their eyes reddened with indignation. How could they allow their elder to stand alone at the forefront? Lin Hu's father bellowed, urging them to hasten towards Lin Xian. Liu Ruyan fixed her gaze on Lin Xian, unwilling to believe that he would simply await his fate. The wild boars were now within 10 meters of him. A mere sprint for such feral creatures. At last, Lin Xian made his move, stepping forward with a commanding declaration. "Roll." The word erupted from his lips, resonating with the force of thunder, reminiscent of a tiger's roar or a dragon's chant. This utterance was not merely infused with imperial presence but also imbued with a unique vocal technique. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes the interconnection of healing and martial prowess, advocating for breath control and self-cultivation. This special vocalization naturally echoed the sounds of a tiger's roar and a dragon's song. Those standing behind Lin Xian were taken aback by the sheer power of the word roll, shivering at the magnitude of the sound, instinctively covering their ears. The onlookers gaped at Lin Xian, incredulous. Was he truly cursing the boars? It was one thing to scold a patient, but now he dared to berate wild beasts. Did he really believe they could comprehend his words? The viewers in the live stream were momentarily stunned by Lin Xian's command. Had they heard correctly? This man was telling wild boars to roll? Had he lost his mind, believing that these creatures could understand human speech? Laughter erupted in the comments. Is he treating them like dogs, thinking they would be frightened into retreating? Some had anticipated a heroic display against the boars. Yet it seemed he had instead resorted to cursing them. Unbelievable. Look at our second elder brother. Just as the audience was left in a mix of laughter and disbelief at Lin Xian's audacity, the two wild boars abruptly skidded to a halt, their front legs digging into the ground, scratching an imprint into the earth. Their bodies, propelled by inertia, nearly toppled forward, stopping just over a meter away from Lin Xian. The once ferocious glint in their crimson eyes was now replaced by sheer terror, as if they had encountered something unfathomably dreadful. Everyone could clearly see that the four hind legs of the two wild boars were trembling incessantly. Moreover, the sow had a yellowish liquid oozing between her legs, accompanied by a foul-smelling substance. Astonishingly, these two wild boars were so frightened by Lin Xian's thunderous shout that they lost control of themselves. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, the two boars let out a mournful cry and turned to flee towards the rear of the village. Lin Xian and the villagers of Lin Xian village were left dumbfounded. They were well aware of the boar's nature, known for their strong retaliatory instincts. If injured, they would undoubtedly fight back fiercely. Furthermore, one of the boars was not only injured, but had also lost its offspring to human hands. In such circumstances, to think that the two boars, a male and a female, could be scared away by a mere shout from Lin Xian was utterly unbelievable. Could it be that the old ancestor possessed such extraordinary abilities? In ancient times, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a supreme prince with immense prestige. Liu Ruyan rubbed her eyes in disbelief as she gazed at Lin Xian. A single shout sent the two wild boars scurrying away, leaving them in such a state of panic. What was this? An imposing presence? A killing intent? Liu Ruyan had always believed in the concept of presence, having encountered numerous prominent figures in her role as a female host. Each of these individuals exuded a certain aura, be it the daughter of a wealthy family, a lady of high society, or someone in a position of power. Yet Lin Xian, at his core, was merely a university student serving the village. Where could such an aura possibly come from, especially enough to frighten two wild beasts? Royal lineage? Could it be that he had awakened some ancestral royal blood? Liu Ruyan pondered inwardly, recalling Lin Xian's lineage that once boasted an emperor. Was it possible he had indeed awakened the regal pressure? Otherwise, how could he possess such commanding presence? When the audience witnessed the two wild boars fleeing in terror, a moment of silence enveloped the commentary. What did I just see? What on earth was that? A single shout sent the two wild boars scurrying away in a panic? Is this for real? Is this the legendary presence? Then why were we unaffected? The conqueror's haki. Incredible, it truly exists. He didn't target us, hence we were spared. Impressive, he should have pursued the title of Pirate King. Haha, Lin Xian village is a mountain village. He ought to be the king of mountain bandits. Remarkable. That voice was a true roar of a tiger and a dragon. Strong. I thought he would knock the two wild boars down, yet he merely shouted, and they fled. Is this what it means to be strong? Lin Hu's father and others stood agape, staring at the retreating boars, their weapons dropping to the ground as they failed to react. Did the old ancestor truly scare these wild boars away with a mere roar? Lin Hu's father, Lin Long, uttered in astonishment. The others, witnessing this scene, felt as though they were in a dream. Did those wild boars simply run away? Just moments ago, they had seen the boars charge towards the old ancestor, undeterred by the crowd behind him, which proved that the boars had indeed gone mad. In times past, when frenzied wild boars descended upon Lin family village, most would meet their demise. Only death could restore sanity to these beasts. However, on this occasion, the two wild boars were surprisingly frightened away by a single roar from the elder. Good heavens, has the elder awakened his bloodline? Ji Guahao marveled at the sight. Recognizing the young man's undeniable audacity, this promising talent, if placed within a prestigious family, would undoubtedly become a pillar of the next generation. Alas, he was merely the village secretary. It seemed that the Lin family had another formidable youth, yet he was not as remarkable as this one. Though they shared the surname Lin, their fates diverged. It was unfortunate that some were born into privilege while others would never reach such heights. Ji Guahao mused inwardly. The crowd hurriedly gathered around Lin Xian. Elder, are you unharmed? Lin Long inquired, eyeing Lin Xian with concern. I'm fine. Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively, then turned his gaze towards the three guilty children. But some of you are in trouble. The fathers of the three boys exchanged confused glances, then looked at their children. The news about the mountain bandit had been brought by these three. Observing their expressions, the fathers quickly deduced the truth. After all, they were parents and could tell that their sons had been up to no good. Remembering the mountain bandit's earlier antics, Lin Long asked sternly, You three went to the back mountain? Lin Zhang, aware of the situation, let out a cold snort. Humph. Those rascals went to the back mountain and roasted someone else's piglets. What? Lin Long exclaimed, fully aware of the consequences of such actions. No wonder the two mountain bandits had charged forth in front of so many people. Not only had these three mischief makers roasted piglets, but they had also lied, nearly putting the elder's life in jeopardy. Lin Zhang had previously asserted that children didn't lie, but reality had proven him wrong. With the elder almost facing danger due to their deceit, Lin Zhang was now filled with anger. The three fathers glared disapprovingly at their children, who huddled together, heads bowed, too afraid to speak. They understood the magnitude of their transgression. Their lies had nearly cost the elder his life. Had he truly perished? Not only would they suffer the consequences, but their families would also find it unbearable to live with such shame. Very well, you three little rascals. Lin Long pointed at them, his voice stern. Liu Ruyan, witnessing the scene unfold, felt a surge of anger towards the children for their lies, which nearly led to Lin Xian's demise. Had he not managed to scare off the wild boars, the outcome could have been dire. Before she could voice her thoughts, the three children suddenly knelt before Lin Xian. Elder, we have lied and nearly caused your death. Please punish us. Lin Mo, with his head lowered and tears welling in his eyes, spoke with a choked voice. He genuinely recognized his wrongdoing, never anticipating such grave repercussions. Contemplating the presence of numerous adults in the village, one would assume that no calamity could occur, yet, to everyone's astonishment, a wild boar, in a fit of frenzy, charged directly at the venerable elder, nearly resulting in a grave mishap. Liu Ruyan gazed incredulously at the three children. She had anticipated that upon being caught in their deceit, they would choose to evade responsibility. Contrary to her expectations, these youngsters willingly sought punishment. This was indeed a surprising turn of events. Even if you choose to remain silent, punishment must be administered. Lin Long regarded his kneeling children with an absence of tenderness, only feeling a mixture of relief and indignation. He was grateful that the elder emerged unscathed. Let us administer a light reprimand. Lin Xian waved his hand, deciding against severe measures during the festive season. No. Lin Mo clenched his fists. Just as Lin Zhang and Lin Long were about to voice their objections, they were interrupted by the audacity of Lin Mo. Their eyes widened in disbelief as he spoke up first, and they shared a silent consensus that the proposed punishment was far too lenient. Esteemed elder, let us face the trials of the mountain of blades and the sea of flames. Lin Mo insisted, gritting his teeth. The other two children exchanged glances with Lin Mo, a fleeting look of fear passing over their faces, soon replaced by a newfound determination. Yes, esteemed elder, let us endure the trials of the mountain of blades and the sea of flames. They echoed resolutely. Lin Zhang and Lin Long exchanged glances, their expressions shifting with concern. Lin Xian furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the trio. Liu Ruyan's expression shifted. What horrors could the mountain of blades and the sea of flames entail? It reminded her of the punishment meted out to Lin Dehu, who had faced the rolling blades. Surely, the proposed trials were equally severe. But was it truly appropriate to subject children to such harsh penalties? Esteemed elder, perhaps we should heed the children's wishes. Their transgressions are indeed grave, Lin Long suggested. Turning to Lin Xian. Indeed, esteemed elder, let us honor the children's desires, echoed the fathers of the other two children, each feeling a pang of guilt towards Lin Xian, recognizing the severity of their offspring's actions. Lin Zhang joined the chorus, urging, esteemed elder, let us proceed as they wish. One must bear the consequences of their actions. Lin Xian regarded the three parents, and then turned his gaze to the defiant trio, who were intently fixed upon him. Thus, as the divine spirit traverses the streets, with the coachman paving the way and the children bearing the incense burner, it is customary that you three, despite your youth, are granted the opportunity to participate, should you successfully navigate this trial. At Lin Xian's pronouncement, both the children and their parents were taken aback, astonished by this unexpected turn of fortune. They had not anticipated such an outcome, which seemed to turn their misfortune into a blessing. The selection of children traditionally fell to those of an elder generation, albeit with fewer trials than the daunting mountain of blades and the sea of flames. Now, the elder had unexpectedly granted them this honor. What say you? Lin Xian inquired, casting a glance at Lin Zhang. Lin Zhang nodded in agreement. Very well, esteemed ancestor. I have no objections. Then it is settled. Lin Xian turned to the three children. What about you? Are you willing? Absolutely. The faces of Lin Mo and the others were alight with excitement. They eagerly nodded. For this was an opportunity that was as precious as gold. They had originally anticipated waiting another decade to partake in such an event. Yet, fortune smiled upon them amidst adversity, granting them the chance to be chosen as disciples. Each cohort of disciples would be inscribed in the annals of history, while there would also be monetary rewards who would truly care for such trivialities. What they sought was the honor. The surrounding children gazed at this scene with expressions of envy. These three had unexpectedly turned misfortune into fortune, receiving such a remarkable opportunity. However, traversing through trials as perilous as mountains of knives and seas of fire was no small feat. It was uncertain whether the three would succeed in joining. Prepare yourselves. Let us commence immediately, Lin Xian instructed, noting that there were still 11 hours until the elder of the Ji family would arrive. We must resolve this matter first. Liu Ruyan had been holding back her curiosity for quite some time. She wished to uncover the nature of the affairs Lin Xian had alluded to. Chapter 70. The capital city. The Lin family in the heart of the capital. Lin Xianjun gazed at his several cousins, each one of whom could shake the very foundations of a province with a mere stamp of their foot. The three titans of the capital, the Ji family, the Lin family, and the business magnates of the Lin family have long wielded power. You have all seen this document. It represents the last flicker of hope from the old master. The Lin family in that mountain village remains our foundation. The old master's health has been deteriorating day by day. Just a few days ago, he was still able to speak and entrusted me with this matter. Now he can no longer eat. Lin Xianjun spoke solemnly. Brother, considering the old master can no longer eat, is it appropriate for us to discuss this matter? Lin Jiangwo looked at his elder brother in astonishment. Shouldn't our immediate priority be to cure the old master's illness? This matter is indeed intertwined with the old master's ailment, Lin Jianjun replied. The elder of the Ji family is also unwell. Although their affliction differs from ours, ultimately, it is a sign of aging. The Ji family's elder is in even graver condition. As I understand it, Ji Gumao, the second son of the Ji family's second generation, has already sought the assistance of Huang Tian. Meanwhile, the old master can only place his hope in traditional Chinese medicine. Lin Jianjun surveyed his siblings. The Lin family was prosperous, yet he was acutely aware that the unity among them was lacking. When the old master entrusted him with this responsibility, he intended for Lin Jianjun to share this with his brothers and sisters. Shouldn't we swiftly invite old master Huang before Ji Gumao finds him? Lin Wan, the third sister, interjected with a frown. The old master was of paramount importance to their family, despite their generation being far better off than the Ji family. The old master's existence was a treasure trove of resources and connections. I request that you refrain from interrupting while I speak, Lin Jianjun admonished. His brow furrowed as he regarded them. Lin Wan merely pouted but remained silent. Lin Jianjun's authority still prevailed, with the old master's passing. He had become the most influential voice in the Lin family. Ji Gumao has already located Huang Tian, but Huang Tian cannot save the elder of the Ji family. However, he has recommended someone, Lin Jianjun announced, lowering the projection screen behind him. He then presented a video clip. This is old master Huang jesting? If he cannot save them, how could this young man possibly succeed? Lin Jiangwo was captivated by the video, staring incredulously at the young man on the screen. No. This young man has cured patients with sequelae from facial paralysis and conditions like alien hand syndrome. Though you may be unfamiliar with these ailments, I assure you they pose global challenges. This young man's medical skills may well surpass those of Huang Tian, Lin Jianjun asserted. Brother, you can't mean to suggest that this lad is the individual from the Lin family village that the old master referred to? Lin Jiangwo looked at Lin Jianjun. Having grasped his implication, others also turned their gazes toward Lin Jianjun, intrigued by the possibility. Indeed, not only is this young man from that mountain village, but he also holds the highest standing among the current generation of the village. As the highest-ranking member of the Lin family, we ought to address him as the clan leader, or... Lin Jianjun glanced around, old ancestor. The moment those words escaped his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Each individual present occupied a position of great authority. Now, their elder brother was suddenly suggesting they refer to a mere child as old ancestor. Had he lost his senses? Brother, you cannot possibly be serious about acknowledging our ancestry, can you? Lin Jiangwo exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Lin Jianjun. The others turned their eyes towards him as well. This is the old gentleman's wish, and recognizing our lineage is only right. You must understand the strength of our clan, Lin Jianjun replied gravely. The more enduring a family is, the more it requires a greater number of members. Once prosperous, they can assist their relatives, thereby fortifying the entire clan and significantly enhancing its ability to withstand risks. I believe we should first address the matter concerning the old gentleman. Let us invite this young man over to aid him, Lin Jiangwo proposed. The others exchanged furtive glances. If the old gentleman were indeed to be saved by this young lad, they might truly have to consider the notion of recognizing their ancestry. However, it mattered little. They were merely villagers, and one could simply regard them as additional impoverished relatives. I have no objections, but I must make it clear that I will never address this person as old ancestor. Even if the old gentleman were to awaken, it would be impossible, Lin Wan stated. Nearby, the fourth sister Lin Du also nodded in agreement. This is a matter for another time, Lin Jianjun acknowledged, feeling some reluctance himself. After all, at his age, It was indeed a challenge to refer to an 18-year-old as old ancestor. As for inviting this individual, Ji Guomao personally went to make the request, only to find that the young man had demanded Ji's elder to arrive by helicopter. Lin Xian's expression turned peculiar. This young man was quite shrewd. He had the audacity to make such demands, knowing the Ji family required his assistance. Huh, what courage, Lin Jiangwo chuckled, amused by the discomfort of the Ji family, who often found themselves at odds with the Lin family. He relished the thought of Ji Guomao facing a setback. The esteemed elder of the Ji family, on the brink of death, had to travel by helicopter to receive treatment, and now this embarrassment was public knowledge. The Ji family had certainly lost face. Eldest brother, we cannot allow this young man to send our elder over as well, can we? Lin Jiangwo suddenly interjected. He was not keen on relinquishing their elder. Moreover, Lin Xian and they were considered family. It would be inappropriate to treat the matter in such a manner. Lin Jianjun shook his head. I will personally visit Linjia village to discuss this matter with him. He should not insist on such a thing. He contemplated that Lin Xian, being of the same lineage, would surely not permit them to transport their elder by helicopter in such a manner. It was simply too inconsiderate. If eldest brother goes personally, it would certainly grant that young man due respect. I trust he will not act as he did with the Ji family. When the three families convene again, there will be much to discuss, Lin Wan said with a smile. The individual lost by the Ji family shall not be forsaken by the Lin family. Indeed, this will surely become a source of amusement in due course. Lin Jiangwo chuckled softly. After all, the Ji family is a prominent clan, bested by a mere village party secretary. I shall set forth tomorrow to Linjia village. The elder's health cannot be postponed any longer, Lin Jianjun stated gravely. Although the elder is under the care of a professional medical team, his condition continues to deteriorate rapidly. Without intervention, it is likely he will not endure for more than half a year. This represents a significant blow to the Lin family as well. Chapter 71. The Perils of the Blade Mountain and the Fiery Sea. The phrase "the perils of the Blade Mountain and the Fiery Sea" evokes a sense of terror. Does it not? Is the Blade Mountain not the very bed of blades that Lin Dahu once rolled upon? Surely, these children are not expected to endure such trials as well. Is it truly appropriate to subject children to such harrowing experiences? It seems rather cruel. Yet, this is a customary practice for them, and considering that these children nearly caused Lin Xian's demise, punishment is warranted. However, is it just to impose such measures upon children? That would surely be a violation of the law. Indeed, which child does not tell tales? Which child is devoid of deceit? Upon seeing you, I finally comprehend the adage. When one suspects a child of wrongdoing, it is often the case that this child is the least problematic within their family. The child agreed. The parents agreed. The villagers of Linjia village agreed. The netizens, unacceptable. Liu Ruyan hastened to Lin Xian's side. Secretary Lin, what exactly are the perils of the Blade Mountain and the Fiery Sea? Is the Blade Mountain the same bed of blades Lin Dahu rolled upon earlier? She had witnessed Lin Dahu's ordeal firsthand. It is not something an ordinary person could easily endure. Lin Dahu, an adult, managed to conserve some strength. Yet after rolling across the Blade Mountain, he was left nearly lifeless. What would become of a child in such a scenario? Would they not be grievously harmed? No. Lin Xian shook his head. The Blade Mountain is not the same as the bed Lin Dahu rolled upon. Liu Ruyan was taken aback. It is not the bed of blades. You shall soon discover what it truly is. The crowd gathered around Lin Xian as they proceeded towards the center of the village. Liu Ruyan found Lin Xian's enigmatic demeanor somewhat vexing, yet she could do little but follow along. Ji Guomao and Ji Ping lagged behind, where two guards stood before them and saluted. Chief, the individuals have been arranged for departure. Ji Guomao nodded, suddenly struck by a thought. He retrieved his phone, opened his contacts, and scrolled to the very bottom, where he had saved a new contact just days prior. Hello, Director Zhao. Ji Guomao initiated the conversation, while the guards flanked him, vigilant and scanning their surroundings. When the chief speaks, one ought to assume the role of a deaf person. General Ji. Ji Guomao listened to the voice on the other end of the line, sensing an undertone of helplessness within it. How is the investigation progressing? His inquiry pertained, of course, to the involvement of domestic armed personnel, or what could now be referred to as the new regime. The latest military operations, supported by local individuals, had yielded significant results, effectively quelling regional insurrections. He had viewed the videos from the front lines. The combat tactics were emblematic of a 3-3 formation, with jungle warfare strategies that seemed somewhat familiar, an archetypal guerrilla warfare approach. They struck when the enemy was weary and disrupted their positions, capitalizing on their superiority in weaponry with unrelenting artillery support. In moments of respite, the soldiers could be seen lining up in neat formations, with blockhouses visible throughout the encampment. One might easily mistake them for soldiers of Huaxia, were it not for their differing skin tones. Zhao Guoan was at a loss for words. He could discern Ji Guomao's expression. Is there a challenge? Or perhaps a lack of evidence? Ji Guomao furrowed his brow, pondering the disjointed speech of this man, a grown man. And a director at that. Was he not aware that such hesitance is a grave faux pas? However, it seemed there was no evidence to substantiate any claims. Zhao Guoan felt a sense of helplessness. Lack of evidence is inconsequential. The higher-ups have made it clear that we are to issue a warning. The Eagle Nation has already protested this conduct, accusing us of allowing domestic personnel to interfere with their military, Ji Guomao asserted. Our family has always leaned towards the Third World. The region around Jin is also a target for our outreach. This area is rich in oil and minerals. If you cannot handle this matter, I shall proceed through military channels and have that individual apprehended. Ji Guomao held a deep admiration for this person, who had managed to transform indolent individuals into a well-trained force, significantly enhancing the combat effectiveness of what was once a disreputable armed faction into a regular army capable of unifying Jin. If this individual were placed within the military, he would undoubtedly bring about substantial improvements to any regiment. He has other offenses, but never mind. I shall forward his information to you for your perusal, he added. Zhao Guoan, reflecting on the situation, found himself at a loss as to how to explain to Ji Guomao that the elder savior was indeed the person he had been seeking. He decided to send the information directly, leaving Ji Guomao to grapple with it himself. Ji Guomao felt a twinge of annoyance towards Zhao Guoan, as a mature man. He ought to communicate more decisively rather than leaving matters unresolved. He promptly hung up the phone, his agitation exacerbated by Zhao Guoan's indecisiveness, especially given his pre-existing concerns regarding the elder's situation. As a military heavyweight, he felt no obligation to extend any courtesy to Zhao Guoan. Listening to the abrupt disconnection on the other end, Zhao Guoan rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat resigned. Yet, there was little he could do. The events surrounding Lin Xian were too surreal for any clear explanation. Let it be, he thought, envisioning the expression Ji Guomao might wear upon learning more, which lightened his spirits considerably. Ji Guomao opened the document sent by Zhao Guoan, and a familiar photograph came into view. What purpose did Zhao Guoan have in sending him a picture of Lin Xian? His pupils dilated slightly as a thought crossed his mind. Could this individual be the one they were searching for? With a trembling finger, Zhao Guoan scrolled down the screen. Lin Xian, male, Han, age 18, currently a freshman in the management department at Moda University. Suspected criminal activities, the largest drug lord currently operating in the mainland. With a new drug codename iSugar, known for its high purity and severe psychological harm. During interrogations of users, their faces contort in agony, and the addiction is potent. With widespread dissemination across the mainland. War crimes, military strategist behind Jin, military trainer, orchestrator of numerous conflicts, guilty of crimes against the nation. Trafficking in cultural relics suspected. Lin family village possesses over 1,000 various artifacts, with traces of sales on foreign networks, suspected of facilitating the outflow of significant cultural heritage. The crime of arms trafficking, evident in the eastern central battlefield and among the Gangjin army, originates from a villager in Lin Xian village, instigated by the village head, the venerable Lin Xian, to engage in sales. Charges of involuntary manslaughter indirectly leading to the death of a human trafficker, as well as offenses of assault and possession of controlled weapons, accumulate one after another. These transgressions are far more substantial than the resumes of most professionals. Ji Guomao's temples throbbed with tension. How could one individual commit such a multitude of crimes? He found it hard to fathom how these matters could be linked to the man clad in a dragon robe. However, the absence of evidence only confirmed the lack of criminal activity. Ji Guomao clenched his teeth. The old man's ailment still required this young man's intervention. It was imperative to ensure his safety first. If Zhao Guoan truly uncovered evidence of this young man's drug trafficking, Ji Guomao was well aware that in Huaxia, drug trafficking was utterly intolerable, a capital offense. This nation had once suffered grievously from drugs, and thus, no one was permitted to peddle such substances on its soil. What a promising talent this young man was. It baffled Ji Guomao that he had resorted to drug trafficking. This lad possessed medical skills and military prowess. Ji Guahao had initially intended to explore the possibility of recruiting him into the military for training. Yet now, with these developments, he felt a sense of resignation. First, he must resolve the old man's affairs. Ji Guahao shook his head in exasperation. The old man's situation was of utmost urgency. By now, various families in the capital should be aware of the old man's predicament, and many smaller families were beginning to waver in their loyalties. If the old man were to pass, the Ji family would face immense repercussions, with the Lin and Xian families leading the charge against them. Though the Lin family engaged in politics, the Ji family in the military, and the Xian family in commerce, all three families had their fingers in various pies, and the extent of their influence was merely a matter of degree. Just then, as Ji Guahao pondered, Ji Ping gasped in astonishment, staring at Ji Guahao's phone. A message from Lin Xian lay before them. "This young man is quite remarkable," Ji Ping exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. Despite his own hedonistic lifestyle, he had never engaged in criminal activities. He was not like the second-generation nouveau riche. He understood what actions were acceptable and which were not. Engaging in illegal activities was beyond their pale, even in frivolous pursuits with starlets. It was a matter of mutual consent, and they dared not approach respectable married women, knowing the trouble that would ensue if their spouses discovered the affair. Yet this young man, a mere village head, had committed such a plethora of offenses: drug trafficking, trafficking of cultural relics, war crimes, and even the crime of national extermination. Goodness! Compared to him, Ji Ping felt his own actions paled in comparison to those of a model citizen. How had this man managed to perpetrate so many illegal deeds, including the heinous crime of national extermination? Was this pretty boy truly capable of such ruthlessness? Yet, upon reflection, Ji Ping remembered how this young man had single-handedly restrained a wild boar. The earlier scene had left him utterly astounded. Fortunately, when the villagers of Lin Xian village assaulted him, this young man did not intervene. Otherwise, he would likely have lost his life by now. Just observing how that wild boar was cast aside by this lad, it is evident that if he were in the same position, he would have been effortlessly slain with a mere slap. For a moment, Ji Ping found himself somewhat admiring Lin Xian. After all, although he hailed from a prestigious family, he had never encountered a person bearing the weight of drug trafficking, war crimes, and arms dealing all at once. Moreover, this individual possessed such immense strength, able to recklessly charge like a wild boar. Not to mention, this person was of the same age as him, or even younger. That was truly impressive. Furthermore, Lin Xian had previously shown restraint and mercy towards him, which left this young master from the capital feeling a sense of respect. "Who told you to look?" Ji Guahao turned and kicked Ji Ping. Ji Ping bent at the waist from the impact, chuckling awkwardly as he said, "I thought I could glance at it casually. Heh. Get lost." "Keep this matter to yourself." Ji Guahao glared at Ji Ping. Ji Ping quickly nodded in understanding. He knew well that Lin Xian had not yet been apprehended, indicating a lack of evidence. However, should this information leak, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Lin Xian was currently vital to the treatment of the elder, and nothing could go awry. In Lin Xian village, the square was filled with villagers. Lin Xian, adorned in a dragon robe, decided not to change since he would be treating the elder of the Ji family later that evening. Not to mention, wearing it was quite comfortable. Ji Ping, hiding in the back, gazed enviously. That dragon robe was incredibly stylish, and he longed to wear one himself. However, such attire was not meant for just anyone. Liu Ruyan fixed her gaze on the opening in the crowd, as someone had already gone to prepare the necessary items. That must be the mountain of knives, sea of fire, and water immersion. Before long, Liu Ruyan saw 8 individuals carrying a massive water vat. The vat measured at least 2 meters in length and width, covered in green moss and filled with water that splashed out with their movement. Liu Ruyan shivered. In the depths of winter, amidst the mountains, this water appeared extraordinarily frigid. Could it be that the immersion involved tossing someone into that vat? Liu Ruyan stared, aghast, at the enormous water container. Being thrown in would surely lead to freezing. Soon after, 2 more individuals emerged, carrying what resembled a mountain of knives. Liu Ruyan observed this apparatus. It resembled a ladder, but instead of rungs, it was lined with blades. Though the mountain of knives appeared less intimidating than Lin Dahu's infamous knife bed, Liu Ruyan understood that the threat posed by this version was far greater. Lin Dahu's knife mountain rolled over, distributing force over a larger area and thus exerting less pressure. Conversely, this ladder-like knife mountain clearly required one to step upon the blades. And what of the sea of fire? Liu Ruyan's gaze shifted as 2 more individuals emerged, carrying a stack of basins filled with dark charcoal. In the inferno, This blazing sea, Liu Ruyan could almost envision the sight of the charred embers spread across the ground when ignited. To traverse this fiery abyss would mean walking over those embers. The mere thought of such a scene sent a shiver down Liu Ruyan's spine. Was this madness? And yet, it was the three children who eagerly requested it. Each wore a countenance of pride. Had these individuals lost their minds? Is honor truly of such paramount importance that they would risk their lives? She gazed at the three children standing before Lin Xian, each seemingly no older than 9 or 10 years. They stared at the mountain of blades and the fiery ocean, their faces betraying a hint of fear, yet predominantly exuding an air of fearless defiance. Liu Ruyan found it unimaginable that such a sentiment could reside within children. Thud. The 8 individuals carrying the large basin set it down with force, splashing water onto Liu Ruyan's face, which instantly felt icy. If a mere splash could be so chilling, how frigid would it be to submerge oneself entirely? If the water felt this way, what about the mountain of knives and the sea of flames? Liu Ruyan dared not contemplate it. The online community shared her sentiments. Each of these 3 trials appeared formidable. Was this not a gamble with life? Is this not tantamount to child abuse, one might wonder? Perhaps not, as it is a local custom, and can one truly intervene? Yet, this seemed excessive, after all. These were still children. How ironic that when they nearly caused harm to their village elders through deceit, they did not label it as childish folly. Lin Xian's gaze swept over the 3 children. Are you prepared? The children nodded solemnly. Though the mountain of knives, the sea of flames, and the water immersion seemed daunting. It was customary in Lin family village for individuals to face these trials annually to claim their rightful honor. Thus, for them, it was not a source of terror, but rather a badge of honor. We are ready. Great ancestor. Chapter 72, Water Immersion. Standing beside Lin Xian, Liu Ruyan gazed at the 3 children. Unable to suppress her astonishment, they hardly resembled the deceitful children from moments ago. Lin Xian then turned his attention to a group of 6 youths, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age. This year, several more acolytes had emerged. Understood. Everything is as per the wishes of our esteemed ancestor. The 6 proclaimed in unison. Lin Xian withdrew his gaze, making no immediate movement. Behind him, 2 individuals from Lin family village brought forth the dragon throne. Placing it behind him, Lin Xian seated himself upon the throne, his hands resting on its sides. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to an emperor reviewing his troops. This spectacle evoked a deep sense of envy in Ji Ping, who realized that his previous pursuits had been woefully trivial. Playing with celebrities or driving flashy cars paled in comparison to this exhilarating display. The aura of command was palpable, and these individuals were genuinely in awe, unlike his so-called friends, who merely feared the Ji family's influence. There was no sense of true loyalty among them. A man should aspire to such greatness. The first challenge, water immersion, ignite the incense. Lin Xian's voice rang clear, echoing in the ears of the assembly. Beside him, Lin Zhang dragged himself to the prepared wooden table, upon which lay a sandalwood box filled with fragrant ash. On stage, Lin Hu, Lin Imo, and Lin Ling stepped forward, approaching the 3 diving platforms arranged before the water tank. Indeed, they were to enter the water. Liu Ruyan mused internally, but what did the incense signify? Were they expected to remain submerged until the incense extinguished? Although the length of the incense appeared brief, it would likely take over 2 minutes to burn completely. The average person's capacity to hold their breath underwater typically maxed out at a minute to a minute and 20 seconds. The online viewers were equally astonished by this water immersion. Isn't this akin to dunking pigs? Are they truly jumping into the tank? Surely, they can't be submerged until the incense burns out. This is madness. The incense must take at least 3 minutes to extinguish. Wouldn't they drown after that duration? This is outright murder. Not necessarily. This is their custom, and with so many onlookers, how could they possibly drown? At worst, they might lose consciousness from lack of oxygen, but they would surely be rescued in time. Yet it is winter. Jumping in now would lead to colds. They are merely children. This is inhumane. The viewers debated fervently. Ji Guomao observed the scene. As a soldier, he recognized that even special forces undergo underwater breath-holding training. Although it appeared perilous, it was manageable and not as dire as one might assume. Water immersion. Lin Xian commanded with a sweeping gesture. The 3 children simultaneously leapt into the water. Splash. Chilly water erupted, and at that moment, the incense was ignited. Liu Ruyan gasped. They truly jumped in. The 3 children were instantly submerged in the tank, and a hush fell over the crowd, leaving only the sound of their collective breaths. In the dead of winter, these children found themselves immersed in water. Comrade Lin, what constitutes passing this challenge? Liu Ruyan inquired, echoing the sentiments of many onlookers. Must we truly wait until the incense burns out? Indeed, until it extinguishes. And then they must emerge by their own volition, Lin Xian replied. Ah, emerge by themselves? Liu Ruyan was taken aback. The water tank was 2 meters deep, and its sides were coated with thick moss. In such conditions, it was hard to imagine how even an adult could scale it, let alone a child who had been submerged for so long. Do not underestimate the drive for honor, Lin Xian murmured. His somewhat melodramatic statement momentarily hushed the crowd, only for it to erupt into a flurry of similar sentiments. What a foolish child, willing to drown for the sake of honor. Incredible. Even a child of such mettle can think of calling for help at home. Do not underestimate the bonds of our Lin village. Even in death, it is for a worthy cause, honor and conviction. Not even the children are willing to relinquish this. Enough already. Bubbles are beginning to rise in the water. Someone is likely to give in soon. Just wait. Someone will surface shortly. Not necessarily. Those who truly know how to hold their breath manage to take in air. And when they can no longer hold it, they release just a bit. Exactly. All eyes were fixed on the water tank. If one cannot hold their breath any longer, can they surface early and concede? Liu Ruyan suddenly asked. Her question drew peculiar gazes from the villagers around her, leaving her perplexed. They will not concede. Lin Xian softly stated. In Lin village, no one ever concedes during these competitions. It is a matter of dignity. Even children will not forsake their honor to surrender. In the water tank, the 3 children exchanged glances, their eyes wide with determination. They were all proficient swimmers, with bubbles occasionally surfacing from their noses. Their eyes sparkled with resolve, aware that they must endure for an extended period before they could emerge. Many children in Lin village undergo such training to compete for the position of incense bearer. However, they had only recently begun their training. This opportunity to participate in the competition was both a chance and a challenge. None of them wished to lose and felt they could not afford to. Either they would faint from holding their breath, or they would triumph. Although they did not vocalize their thoughts, they could read each other's determination in their eyes. There was no possibility of conceding and surfacing. Lin village has never known surrender, even if others might not think much of it due to their youth. They would not allow their status as children to dictate a choice of surrender. Chapter 73. The 2 who triumphed as seconds slipped away. All eyes were fixed upon the water tank. Liu Ruyan wore a mask of anxiety. Why had they not yet surfaced? Could it be that they had lost consciousness and sunk to the bottom? Lin, should we check? From the side, only the surface of the water was visible. A series of rising bubbles, yet there was no sign of struggle. In her heart, Liu Ruyan calculated that 1.5 minutes had already elapsed. This was the limit for many when holding their breath. Beyond this point, instinct for survival would compel most to surface. Yet, the 3 children remained submerged. Not a single one emerging. No need, Lin Xian replied, casting a glance at the tank. This incense stick was nearly 3 minutes in duration, even if they had fainted. He could rescue them in time. Liu Ruyan felt a sense of helplessness. Some customs ran deep in these parts, with villagers clinging to traditions even in the face of peril. She turned her gaze to the parents of the 3 children, their faces etched with concern. This brought her some comfort. It seemed the parents were indeed worried for their offspring, even if they dared not voice their anxieties due to Lin Xian's presence. Come on. Xiaomo, don't be afraid of drowning. Our ancestors will bring you back. Xiaohu, don't give up. Don't bring shame upon us. Even if you fail. That is all right. Just don't surrender. Xiaoling, cherish this opportunity. No matter what, don't come up. The 3 fathers shouted at the tank, almost resorting to frantic gestures. Liu Ruyan's mouth twitched in disbelief. It appeared that these fathers were even more impassioned than she had anticipated. 666,666. I thought these 3 fathers would be deeply worried for their children, but it seems that was unwarranted. Is this Lin Xian village? Truly remarkable. They seem unconcerned for their children's lives. Have they forgotten the status of the village's ancestors? Besides, with Huang Tian nearby, with these 2 present, not to mention enduring 3 minutes underwater, they could likely be saved even after 30. True enough, with these 2 around, fear of death seems unwarranted. But can these 3 children truly hold on without surfacing? The sensation of nearly drowning is undeniably distressing. Who could say? It felt unlikely. Lin Xian cast a glance at the incense, now nearly burnt down to its last remnants. Up to this point, not a single child had chosen to surrender. Liu Ruyan's expression shifted. She recalled a time at a water park when she had nearly drowned. The overwhelming despair of feeling helpless and alone was haunting. If it had terrified an adult like her for an extended period, how could these children endure? Yet, as each moment ticked by, even after the incense had extinguished, None of the children had voluntarily emerged. This scene left Liu Ruyan profoundly astonished. These children had persevered until the very end. Some of them might have even fainted underwater. Yet even so, they did not choose to concede. As the incense was about to extinguish, Lin Xian had already risen to his feet. 3 young men stood ready on the diving platform beside the water tank, prepared to plunge in and rescue anyone in need. At the very moment the incense flickered out, Lin Xian inhaled deeply and proclaimed, "The incense has burned out." His voice resonated throughout the square. All eyes were fixed upon the water's surface, which, once calm, suddenly erupted into tumult. 2 drenched heads broke through the water, shaking off droplets as they clung to the tank's edge, while the 2 men on the platform extended their hands to pull the children to safety. Another individual, upon glancing into the water, dove in without hesitation. On the viewing platform, Lin Mo and Lin, who trembled from the cold, their teeth chattering uncontrollably. Yet, their faces were alight with joy. They had surmounted the first challenge. And only 2 remained. If they succeeded, they would earn the right to bear incense. Lin Ling, still submerged in the tank, was also retrieved. Her father and another man from Lin family village hurried to press on her chest. After what felt like an eternity underwater, she coughed up water and gradually regained consciousness. Upon seeing her father, she burst into tears, exclaiming, "Father, I have failed. I could have held the incense this year." Her sobs were weak, and her small face was etched with despair. "Do not worry. You have not brought shame to Lin family village, nor to me, nor to yourself." Her father gazed proudly at his child. Regardless of whether Lin Ling emerged victorious, her perseverance was already a remarkable achievement. Liu Ruyan watched the scene with a hint of exasperation, surprised that the child wept not for her own failure, but for not being able to climb out of the water tank. However, she felt a deep sense of admiration. Such a sense of honor and belief was indeed rare. On a smaller scale, it represented the honor of Lin family village, and on a grander scale, it hinted at a collective spirit and national pride that would flourish in the future. Even when the capital of Huaxiao fell, the nation did not perish. It was the profound sense of honor shared by countless individuals that enabled them to endure, ultimately forcing the enemy to flee in disgrace. As they beheld the sun rising once more from the abyss of blood and fire, viewers in the live stream witnessed this moment unfold. Regardless of other considerations, it was evident that the children nurtured by Lin family village possessed a strong sense of familial honor. Was this not a form of indoctrination? How could such young children place such significance on honor, even risking their lives? Yet, could it truly be termed indoctrination? Without a sense of familial pride, how could one ever cultivate a sense of national pride? Such individuals would inevitably become people of deep emotion and loyalty in the future. Indeed, the earlier impressions of these children as mischievous were now contradicted by their evident integrity. Lin Ling's father wrapped her in a towel, encouraging her to return home and change clothes. Lin Ling, sniffling, nodded in agreement. She had lost and was eager to change clothes, hoping her 2 companions would succeed. Liu Ruyan observed the 2 children descending from the diving platform, their lips tinged with a deep shade of purple from the cold. Yet, their faces remained adorned with smiles. "Aren't they going to change their clothes?" Liu Ruyan inquired, her expression one of astonishment. Having emerged from the frigid water, which was already biting in its chill, the children were now damp and exposed to the wind, rendering them even colder. Surely, prolonged exposure would leave them susceptible to a cold. Indeed, why are they not changing their clothes? At the very least, a towel could be used to dry their heads and bodies. She lamented. It was a bitter winter, and emerging from the water without adequate protection seemed a tad excessive. They had already triumphed in the first round. Why not allow them a change of attire to prepare for the challenge of the third round? The online community buzzed with similar sentiments. Lin Xian chuckled upon hearing Liu Ruyan's concerns. Not changing their clothes is, in fact, a form of protection for them. What? Liu Ruyan was taken aback. Allowing them to freeze without changing is considered protection? Is this a form of sophistry? To her, it was evident that the children were simply cold. How could this be construed as safeguarding them? "You will understand shortly," Lin Xian replied, seemingly aware of the confusion lingering in Liu Ruyan's mind. He rose to his feet, casting his gaze towards the inky path illuminated by the charcoal fire. "Let the flames arise." Chapter 74, Zhaoyunyan Province, located at the southernmost tip of China, shares its borders with several neighboring countries. This region is notorious for being a hotspot for illicit substances. Despite the relentless efforts of numerous narcotics officers and border guards who have sacrificed their lives to establish a formidable barrier that keeps most of these substances at bay. However, no matter how vigilant the defenses, they cannot completely deter the nefarious individuals who covet this lucrative territory. These unscrupulous characters continually find ways to disseminate their highly profitable contraband. In Ban City, a man wearing a cap, appearing exceedingly frail, emerged from the shadows of a residential building. Zhao Yun rubbed his hands together, excitement glimmering on his pale face. Recently, he had sold blood for 600 yuan, and as soon as the money was in his possession, he hurriedly purchased a new type of rock candy known as ice sugar at the exorbitant price of 600 yuan per gram, which had garnered immense praise within his circles. Many were singing its praises, while others were inquiring about the source of this exquisite product, eager to express their gratitude to the one responsible for its creation. Zhao Yun had long been itching to try it, but his financial constraints had held him back. Now that he finally had some disposable income, he had eagerly waited to indulge in this experience. He was determined to discover the true nature of the much-acclaimed ice sugar. As he stepped out of the residential complex, Zhao Yun collided with a portly individual. The impact sent him sprawling to the ground, where he lay, lamenting his plight. Every bone in his body ached, as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at his very being. "Oh, I'm so sorry." The chubby boy, though appearing robust, bore the youthful visage and attire of a middle school student. He hadn't anticipated that such a slender figure would be sent flying upon collision. As he approached to assist Zhao Yun, the latter sprang to his feet. I'm fine, he stammered, nervously trembling before hastily making his exit. The chubby boy's eyes narrowed as he noticed the multitude of tiny puncture marks peeking from the edge of Zhao Yun's sleeves. Moreover, the frailty of his arms resembled that of a child, almost akin to skin stretched over bone. This individual, could he be a drug user? The boy quickly retrieved his smartwatch and dialed 110, a number held in high regard across the nation. There had been a report once of a thief who, upon discovering illicit substances during a burglary, had immediately called the police. Hello? Is this the police? I suspect there is someone using drugs here. His arms are covered in needle marks, and he is extremely thin. Yes, at Happiness Garden, Building 3. Please come quickly. In a hurried manner. Zhao Yun retrieved a package from the supermarket and returned to his dimly lit rented room, a small space he had painstakingly secured. After ensuring the doors and windows were shut, he flicked on the light. Under the faint illumination, he hastily opened the package, revealing a small plastic bag containing a white crystalline powder. Upon seeing the bag, Zhao Yun rubbed his hands together, his face alight with fervor, akin to a lecher beholding an unparalleled beauty. Rock candy, I am coming, he exclaimed. Carefully, he poured the powder onto the aluminum foil and then retrieved a lighter. Igniting it with utmost caution, Zhao Yun leaned in, and wisps of white smoke began to rise. Humph! He inhaled a couple of puffs, a look of rapture instantly adorning his features. The flavor was undeniably pure, imbued with a hint of sweetness. Suddenly, Zhao Yun sensed something amiss. Sweetness? Damn it. This flavor is wrong. He cast a bewildered glance at the smoking rock candy, cautiously sniffed it, and then his expression stiffened. Extending his hand, he extinguished the flame. For an addict, the sting of burning was negligible. Zhao Yun licked his hand, and his face contorted into a grimace. You horse. Did you send me genuine rock candy for 600? He cursed as he picked up his phone. He immediately reached out to the seller. You horse, refund me. What kind of rock candy is this? After all his efforts in acquiring that 600, he ended up with this nonsense? Lin Xian was seated before his computer, accustomed to the messages flooding in from these individuals. The little penguin icon in the bottom right corner of his screen flickered incessantly, switching between the notification and chat windows. Had he not muted the sounds, his computer would likely be in chaos now, coughs and beeps echoing. Yes, it's rock candy. Damn it. Who charges 600 for a gram of good rock candy? Lin family. I curse your ancestors. Refund me. No refund. You get what you pay for. I want rock candy, not this rubbish. Do you understand? This is rock candy, and that is what you sent. Damn it. Zhao Yun vented his frustrations, his mouth sore from the tirade. Yet he felt powerless against the seller. Damn it, you rat. You deceived me. Hey, we can't call it deception. It's just advertising, right? Those who fell for it, well, no one can blame anyone. Goodbye. Now what? Just accept it, or perhaps continue advertising to ensnare others. The more victims, the more likely the police would take notice. Zhao Yun stared at the messages on the screen, his mouth twitching in irritation. Before he could act, the front door was suddenly flung open with a resounding bang, and rushed a group of police officers. The leading officer wearing an expression of excitement as he surveyed the dimly lit room, the strange odor, the aluminum foil, syringes, and the frail figures. It was evident, a drug addict. Zhao Yun, is it? Wei Daling sat at the interrogation table, observing the addict before him. These addicts generally found it challenging to confess their crimes, as they were aware that even if apprehended, the repercussions were seldom severe. Yes, I used drugs. Wei Daling looked at the young man in bewilderment, wondering how he managed to confess so readily. Officer, among my contacts, there is an individual named Lin Xian. He is the one who sold it to me. Zhao Yun exclaimed hastily. The goods he sells are remarkably pure, and many people are eager to purchase them. Zhao Yun added, Officer, it is all this person's fault that I am in this predicament. Zhao Yun seethed with resentment. You must ensure they are apprehended. The stern-faced Great Lin gazed intently at Zhao Yun, stating that the consumption of such substances is your own issue. Focus on your rehabilitation. And we shall certainly capture the culprits without your concern. This young man has confessed rather swiftly, which intrigued Great Lin. However, it also bore a sense of familiarity, as it seemed that recently apprehended addicts in other provinces had similarly divulged information with alacrity. Chapter 75, Sea of Flames. In a moment of bewilderment, Liu Ruyan pondered Lin Xian's assertion that not changing the children's wet clothes was a means of safeguarding them. The villagers of Lin family village extinguished the charcoal embers upon the ground and then ignited them anew. The charcoal blazed a fierce red, distorting the surrounding air with its heat. It was evidently high-quality charcoal, emitting not a whiff of smoke. Liu Ruyan was immediately enveloped in a wave of warmth. How delightful! Lin Mo and Lin, whose faces brightened with a sense of relief. They had been on the brink of freezing to death, and now the charcoal provided a modicum of warmth, offering significant comfort. Gazing at the path paved by the charcoal, Liu Ruyan found herself astonished. This sea of flames. Was it necessary to traverse it? Her delicate features reflected her surprise, and she began to comprehend why Lin Xian had said that not drying off those individuals and providing them with dry clothing was an act of protection. If they truly had to walk across this inferno, their damp bodies and feet would indeed afford some degree of shielding. Yet, the peril remained. One misstep could easily result in scorched feet. Prepare yourselves, we shall traverse the sea of flames shortly. Lin Xian instructed Lin Mo and Lin Hu. The two nodded in unison and approached the fiery expanse, promptly shedding their damp shoes and socks. It was essential to walk barefoot across the flames, otherwise, the challenge would be too simplistic. As they drew nearer to the glowing embers, a sense of comfort enveloped them. The warmth of the charcoal dispelled much of the biting cold. However, Lin Mo and Lin Hu understood that this comfort was akin to a slow poison, steadily increasing the difficulty of crossing the sea of flames. It would be best to seize the moment while their bodies were still chilled and their feet retained the cold water, allowing them to traverse the inferno. The longer they delayed, the less protective the cold water would be, making their passage through the flames increasingly arduous. The viewers in the live stream, initially critical of Lin Xian's claim that it was to protect them, soon grasped the reality as they witnessed the sea of flames. Oh my, so that's how it is. Emerging from the water, drenched, makes crossing the flames significantly easier. Indeed, this approach would lessen the difficulty. Well, then you go ahead. Hiki, forget I said anything. ISNT that a bit of a shortcut? If it were me, I could probably make it through. There are customs like this in some places, making it quite manageable. If it were you, could you do it? I can't, but that doesn't prevent me from speaking my mind. Lin Xian was acutely aware that the longer they lingered, the more challenging it would become to traverse the sea of flames. Thus, without further ado, he waved his hand decisively. Begin. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo and Lin Hu sprang into action. The sea of flames stretched an impressive 20 meters, forged from countless embers. They needed to cross this fiery expanse in the shortest time possible. This was a game for the brave, facing the embers. They had to hasten their passage while their feet were still cool. The longer they hesitated, the more difficult their journey would become. As Lin Hu and Lin Mo tread upon the glowing embers, the coals erupt with sparks, some nearly landing upon Lin Xian and the others nearby. Ji Ping watches with a pang of concern, thinking, heavens, we cannot allow these sparks to fall upon the dragon robe. Yet, one cannot help but admire these young men. They dash through water and run across the burning coals without so much as a blink. Liu Ruyan observes Lin Mo and Lin Hu swiftly navigating the sea of flames, the coals beneath their feet glowing a fierce red. And she can almost hear the sizzle of smoke rising as they pass. It seems their souls are being roasted. However, it appears that the danger from the water is negligible. They merely need to conquer their internal fears, she softly remarks. Indeed, the more timid one is, the greater the need to endure the fire's trial. The quicker they pass, the lesser the harm they endure, Lin Xian replies. Furthermore, while the coals appear scorching, Their actual temperature is not excessively high. The layer of ash that accumulates on the surface serves as a protective barrier for their feet, which also has other benefits. Thus, the passage remains relatively uncomplicated. Lin Xian glances at the water immersion, finding it significantly easier in comparison. Viewers in the live stream immediately flood the screen with admiration. Such an explanation almost convinces me that I could do it too. One comments, though the temperature may not be high, it is still burning coals. Stepping upon them must be painful. Another retorts, indeed, it's easy to speak from a place of comfort. Come on, this person can withstand a pick. Do you think he fears the coals? Someone responds. Lin Mo and Lin, who only feel a searing heat beneath their feet. Gritting their teeth, they charge forward. A distance of 20 meters typically requires but a sprint. Yet now, it feels interminable. The heat from the coals and the burning sensation coursing through their bodies causing them to grimace in pain. Fortunately, aided by the protection of the embers and the moisture lingering from the water, they grit their teeth and surge forth to the end. Once they break through, the two immediately crouch down, cradling their feet and blowing on them to cool them. Their soles have turned a dark hue, coated in ash. Next comes the final challenge. Lin Xian announces, looking at them. Having successfully traversed the water and fire, they now face the last trial, the Mountain of Blades. The notion you mentioned earlier about the ash, are you implying that this thin layer of ash can shield their soles? Liu Ruyan gazes incredulously at Lin Xian. While the ash may provide some insulation, it certainly cannot guard against blades. The knives on the ladder appear razor-sharp. What use is this thin layer of ash? She continues. Indeed, otherwise, an ordinary person would have no protection while traversing. Having this layer of ash is already quite advantageous, Lin Xian states matter-of-factly. Liu Ruyan can only sigh in resignation. Lin Mo and Lin, who hastily rise from the ground, positioning themselves before the two ladders. Anxiety grips their faces. Among the three trials, Mountain of Blades, Sea of Flames, and Water Immersion, the most perilous and skill-testing is the daunting Mountain of Blades before them. If they can cross this mountain, they shall emerge as champions. Chapter 76, The Mountain of Blades. The Mountain of Blades, also known as the Ladder to Heaven, is a daunting structure composed of 40 sharp blades arranged in a zigzag pattern. Lin Mo and Lin, who must not only ascend this perilous path, but also descend from it. The dangers inherent in descending far exceed those encountered while climbing. Conquering the Mountain of Blades requires skill and mastery over one's body, unlike the challenges posed by water immersion and the Sea of Fire. Liu Ruyan's heart tightened at the thought. While both the water and fire trials are undeniably arduous, their potential harm is not immediately evident. In contrast, the Mountain of Blades promises instant and visceral consequences. One misstep could lead to a torrent of blood. The very thought of such injury is far more alarming than the previous trials. Is the layer of charcoal really effective? Liu Ruyan could not help but inquire. The thin layer of ash formed by the charcoal seemed flimsy, almost less sturdy than a plastic bag. Could it truly protect the delicate soles of the children from the blade's harm? Perhaps to some extent. Traversing the Mountain of Blades relies on a calm mind, body control, and technique, Lin Xian responded. As the village head and the esteemed elder of Lin Xian village, he was well aware of these truths. However, the peril was undeniably present. Liu Ruyan sighed, acknowledging that the dangers were far more than mere existence. One careless step could result in lacerated feet and torn flesh. The viewers in the live stream were left speechless by Lin Xian's nonchalant demeanor. 66666, the privileged merely seek amusement, don't they? Standing there, and scathe. Yet they dare to judge. Do they possess the same resolve? If they're so bold, they should try walking it themselves. Indeed, many among them would never dare to attempt such a feat, akin to a career guidance instructor who has never faced the job market themselves. Liu Ruyan, listening to the barrage of comments in her earpiece, wore a peculiar expression. Her curiosity piqued regarding Lin Xian's ability to traverse the Mountain of Blades. Noticing her gaze, Lin Xian turned his head. What is it? The comments here suggest you're merely speaking from a place of comfort, Liu Ruyan remarked, knowing full well that Lin Xian would not be bothered by such remarks. In fact, he might even welcome them as they would serve to enhance his notoriety. As expected, Lin Xian chuckled. Once they finish, I'll give it a try myself to quell any dissent. This statement ignited a fury among the trolls in the live stream. Lin Xian's words were a direct challenge to them, and they scoffed at his bravado. Still pretending? You just said it requires skill, not brute strength. What good is mere physical prowess? They retorted. If you're so capable, why not step up now? You'll surely find excuses soon enough. The Mountain of Blades is no easy task, and you look rather pampered. Pampered? Have you forgotten his true identity? Can someone truly coddled achieve such a feat? Lin Mo and Lin, who stood before the treacherous mountain of blades, fully warmed up and prepared. The preceding inferno had evaporated much of the moisture from their bodies, yet remnants still lingered. To prevent their limbs from becoming rigid, they needed to keep moving. Facing the mountain of blades with stiffened bodies would render any chance of success utterly impossible. Ascend the mountain. As Lin Mo and Lin who readied themselves, Lin Xian rose and waved his hand decisively. Their expressions shifted simultaneously, a fleeting shadow of concern crossing their youthful faces. After all, they were still quite young, and typically, the incense-bearers were significantly older than they. However, this momentary apprehension swiftly transformed into resolute determination. If they could ascend and then descend, they would earn the right to become incense-bearers, paving the way for offerings before the deities. This was a great honor, one that would undoubtedly fill their parents and grandparents with pride. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo and Lin Hu began to move. They focused on the first step of the mountain, deliberately refraining from hastily placing their feet upon it. Instead, they extended their hands first. Around them, all eyes were fixed on the two children, their parents wearing expressions of anxiety. After changing his clothes, the eliminated Lin Ling emerged to witness this scene, and his face instantly tightened with worry. The mountain of blades was the most daunting of the three trials. A moment's carelessness could lead to injury, and a single cut could cascade into a series of wounds, sealing the fate of failure. Thus, during the ascent and descent of the mountain, even the slightest misstep could spell disaster. Lin Xian observed Lin Mo and Lin Hu's condition, sensing that Lin Hu might struggle to succeed. He spoke softly. As the venerable elder of the Lin family village, intimately familiar with the trials of the Mountain of Blades and the trials of fire and water, just by observing their state and breathing, Lin Xian could discern who might conquer the mountain. Ah? Liu Ruyan exclaimed in surprise, taken aback that someone could predict failure before the trial had even commenced. In another context, Lin Xian might have received disapproving glares from the parents of the children. Lin Hu's breathing was somewhat erratic, and his physical coordination did not match Lin Mo's grace. Lin Xian noted, upon closer inspection, that Lin Hu was slightly heavier. Unlike Lin Mo, whose physique was well proportioned with long limbs, an advantage in navigating the mountain of blades. There is indeed a wealth of knowledge in this, Liu Ruyan mused. Realizing the truth in Lin Xian's observations, she looked over, noting that Lin Hu was indeed a bit heavier. If he continued without managing his physique, he might very well become a chubby youth during his adolescence. For a man, gaining weight at any time is manageable, but one must be particularly cautious during puberty. Otherwise, it could negatively impact one's ability to forge weapons. When one reflects on the adage that every inch gained translates to strength, it may be too late to consider weight loss. As it stood, Lin Hu's less-than-ideal physique had already placed him at a disadvantage. Lin Hu and Lin Mo firmly grasped the blade with their hands, preparing to ascend the perilous mountain of knives. To begin, they needed to identify the optimal points for exerting force, enabling them to subsequently place their feet upon the daunting surface. Both successfully located the most advantageous positions for their grip on the blade, their hands securely clasping it. Although separated by less than 3 meters, they exchanged no glances, each absorbed in their own resolve. This was the final challenge, the most arduous of all. Success hinged upon their ability to overcome this trial, demanding their utmost concentration. Once their hands were firmly positioned, they inhaled deeply, adjusting their stances, for the most treacherous phase lay ahead, lifting their feet. Despite the assistance of their hands in distributing the weight, a significant portion of their body mass remained concentrated upon their feet, rendering them susceptible to injury. An injury at this juncture would spell certain failure. Chapter 77. Failure. Profuse bleeding. Liu Ruyan held her breath, intently observing the feet of Lin Mo and Lin Hu. She understood that these next 2 steps were the most perilous. Successfully clinging to the mountain of blades would already signify half of their victory. Lin Mo and Lin Hu cautiously lifted their right feet, aligning them with the razor-sharp edges. The right leg was their strongest and most controlled, naturally the first to be placed. As their feet made contact, a sharp sting pierced through their soles, sending a chill through their hearts and heightening their anxiety. A moment's inattention could result in the blade slicing through their feet. Next came the left foot. Once this was placed, they would have achieved half of their goal. However, this step was equally treacherous, for once they ascended, their entire bodies would be suspended upon the mountain of blades. In perfect synchrony, both boys positioned their left feet atop the razor blades. The collective breath of the onlookers slowed, all eyes fixated on the 2 children. Though the villagers of Lin family village had witnessed such scenes before, this was the first time they had seen such young children tread upon the mountain of blades. Lin Xian, concealed beneath the sleeves of his dragon robe, exerted a slight force with his hand. He reassured himself that even if the children faltered and were cut by the blades, his presence would mitigate any severe injuries. Of course, minor wounds would not necessitate his intervention. There were villagers nearby equipped to handle emergencies and possess hemostatic powders. Typically, the injuries sustained from ascending the mountain of blades would consist of cuts and minimal bleeding. The Lin family's hemostatic powder was quite effective, capable of halting blood flow swiftly upon application. Lin Hu and Lin Mo continued their ascent, their bodies now dangling precariously from the mountain of blades. After a brief adjustment, they began to climb upward. They initiated movement with their hands, Lin Mo's right hand grasping a blade. His right foot followed suit, landing on the mountain. The two boys climbed 2 layers without incident. Yet, a noticeable disparity emerged. It was clear to all that Lin Hu's pace was somewhat slower than that of Lin Mo. Climbing the mountain of blades, much like traversing a sea of fire, required haste. Moving slowly through the flames would lead to greater burns on their souls. Similarly, a sluggish ascent on the mountain of blades could result in severe cuts, ultimately leading to failure. Lin Xian spoke up. Liu Ruyan nodded. Despite her recent introduction to the mountain of blades and sea of fire, she had discerned the underlying patterns. Before long, a gap of 2 steps had formed between Lin Mo and Lin Hu. Lin Hu became acutely aware of this and gritted his teeth. Being younger, he found that this momentary distraction hindered his focus on the perilous climb. Danger soon reared its head as his left hand pressed against the blade. He had yet to stabilize himself when his left foot involuntarily stepped forward. The moment he made contact, Lin Hu's expression changed dramatically, without a firm grip. The pressure on his foot intensified. In an instant, pain surged through him, and he let out a scream. Blood immediately began to flow along the edge of the blade, blooming like a flower in crimson. Lin Hu then tumbled down from the mountain of blades. One man, ever ready to respond to unforeseen circumstances, swiftly extended his hand, prepared to catch Lin Hu. Another individual opened a medicine gourd containing a powder resembling cement. By merely applying this powder to simple wounds, bleeding would cease promptly, and a scab would form. In the event of a laceration, it could even facilitate the rejoining of the skin on either side, leaving no scar. However, as Lin Hu fell, his ankle grazed against a mountain of blades. The sharp edges sliced through his ankle, causing crimson blood to spurt forth. The bright red liquid splattered across the face of a man from the Lin family village, leaving him in a state of shock, momentarily at a loss. This was the first time he had witnessed such a scene in many years. Typically, when someone falters on the mountain of blades, they would fall backward, sustaining nothing more than cuts on their palms and soles. Yet, he overlooked the fact that it was the first time for someone of this age to ascend the mountain of blades. Lin Hu, having received limited training and being still quite young, instinctively fell, with his hands and feet naturally grasping for support. Liu Ruyan's expression changed drastically. The color and volume of the blood were unmistakably indicative of arterial bleeding. Online observers erupted in disbelief. What is happening with this amount of blood? Has the artery in his ankle been severed? If it doesn't stop, he could perish in no time. In this remote area, even if it were a vein, assistance would likely arrive too late. See, I told you it was dangerous to let a child engage in such perilous activities. If he dies, Lin Xian would be a murderer. Indeed, the parents of these 2 children appeared unfazed until now, left dumbfounded. What are you afraid of? Don't you remember that Huang Tian and Lin Xian are here? They could probably snatch someone back from the clutches of the King of Hell. Exactly. But how does traditional Chinese medicine stop arterial bleeding? It seems only Western medicine could handle such a situation. Haha. What about the wounded in wars of the past? Huang Tian furrowed his brow slightly, stroking his beard as he contemplated whether to intervene or let his granddaughter take action. However, with Lin Xian present, it seemed unnecessary for them to step in. Lin Xingyi was already pondering the best method to staunch the bleeding, lacking medical instruments nearby. She knew that traditional Chinese medicine relies the least on tools. She had numerous techniques to stop the bleeding, but all would require a little time. Lin Hu's father's face shifted, glancing toward Lin Xian. Ancestor, he whispered urgently. Ji Guomao and Ji Ping watched Lin Xian closely, eager to see his response. Would it be acupuncture, gauze, herbal powder, or some other method? In the next moment, Lin Xian sprang into action, taking 2 steps forward as he dashed toward Lin Hu. Ancestor, your medical kit. Lin Zhang shouted from the side, noting that Lin Xian had come empty-handed. The 2 men waiting by the ladder possessed only the hemostatic powder. However, the hemostatic powders from Lin Xian village are utterly inadequate to stem the flow of such copious blood. In the event of an arterial rupture, it is likely that the instant the powder is applied, it would be swept away by the torrent of blood, rendering it ineffective. Thus, alternative measures are imperative. Lin Xian did not falter in his stride, declaring that the powder was unnecessary. Lin Xian was taken aback. Was the powder truly effective? Huang Tian gazed at the medicinal gourds held by the two men, questioning whether such powders could indeed be of any use. The force of the bleeding was overwhelming. It seemed implausible that the powder could adhere at all. Liu Ruyan shared a similar sentiment. Although she lacked medical expertise, she understood that, at such a severity of hemorrhage, applying any hemostatic powder would be futile and would only serve to delay the critical treatment. How, then, did Lin Xian intend to save him? Chapter 78. Acupoint pressing. This question lingered in the minds of all present. Lin Xian approached Lin Hu, his hands empty. Lin Hu gazed at his bleeding ankle in sheer terror. The area around his ankle, foot, and the ground beneath him had become saturated with blood. Oh, ancestor! I have lost so much blood. Am I going to die? Despite being under 10 years old, Lin Hu managed to remain conscious in such a harrowing moment. Tears welled in his eyes as he looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian spoke soothingly. It's all right. Wang Heng and Liu Ruyan hurried closer, with Liu Ruyan retrieving a medical kit and searching for bandages. Do you really not need the bandages? She inquired anxiously. No need, Lin Xian replied, extending his hand, fingers poised as if to perform acupoint pressing. Liu Ruyan stared in astonishment as Lin Xian pressed his fingers consecutively against Lin Hu's chest, femur, and calf. Is he performing acupoint pressing? Liu Ruyan thought, bewildered. Can he truly use acupoint pressing to stop the bleeding? Is this even possible? Isn't this something only found in novels? The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. Wait, is that the sunflower acupoint pressing technique? Are you serious? No way, stopping bleeding with acupoint pressing? Is this real? You're kidding, right? Wow, the bleeding has stopped. Look, it wasn't just the online audience that noticed the change in Lin Hu's foot. Liu Ruyan and the others also observed the transformation. After Lin Xian's series of presses, the once gushing blood had diminished significantly, akin to a faucet being turned down. Although it hadn't completely ceased, the flow was now much less severe. The current rate of bleeding could easily be managed with hemostatic powder. Liu Ruyan stared at Lin Xian in disbelief. How is this possible? Ji Ping was left dumbfounded. What is happening? This guy is as strong as Xiang Yu. And now he can perform acupoint pressing? Is the world going mad, or am I? His admiration for Lin Xian grew. He had once coveted Lin Xian's dragon robe, and later envied the villagers' reverence for him. Now, he yearned for the skill of acupoint pressing. Who wouldn't want such a remarkable ability? This skill far surpasses that of any minor celebrity. At family gatherings or meetings of the three great clans, displaying this technique would certainly impress everyone. Ji Guomao's eyes widened. He understood the implications of Lin Xian's skill all too well. In a military context, such a technique could prevent excessive blood loss from major wounds. He pondered how many lives could be saved in battle. In peacetime, they stood closest to the horrors of war, even participating in it. Each year, countless lives were lost due to warfare. And a significant number were not from fatal wounds, but from severe bleeding, with no time for rescue. In Ji Guomao's eyes flickered a glimmer of envy, swiftly followed by a pang of sorrow. How could this lad have fallen into such vices? Otherwise, he could have been a figure of great renown in the future. What a pity. Nevertheless, it remains imperative to master this boy's skill in acupressure. It is simply too vital. The viewers in the live stream were left astounded by the scene unfolding before them. Is there truly such a technique as acupressure? Could it be real? Is this lad perhaps a martial arts master? No wonder he possesses such immense strength. I suspect he has been practicing cultivation without us. Amazing. He truly knows acupressure. This boy is exceptional. Enough of this chatter. I'm heading to Lin family village to seek out the venerable Lin Xian. Do you think he would be willing to impart the secrets of acupressure to me? Not even the venerable one would likely share such knowledge. The value of this technique is simply too great. If mastered, it could secure a lifetime of comfort and abundance. Indeed, this technique for stopping bleeding is crucial, whether in the military or any other field. Is this the depth of knowledge possessed by Lin family village? That being said, with such remarkable medical skills, why would one resort to unlawful activities? Who can say? Human nature is insatiable. Lin Hu, witnessing the cessation of blood, could not help but smile. Venerable One, when did you acquire the skill of acupressure? How incredible! Is this the sunflower acupressure technique? With his recovery in sight, Lin Hu's youthful exuberance shone through. Lin Xian chuckled softly, ruffling the boy's hair. As a master of traditional Chinese medicine, it is only reasonable for him to possess such a skill. He uncorked his medicinal gourd and sprinkled the powder from within onto Lin Hu's wound. The boy grimaced in pain, gritting his teeth. Just bear with it. Once applied, it will heal. This medicine is indeed quite effective. With it, there is no need for a hospital visit. However, the initial bleeding had been so profuse that the powder could not adhere. Now that the bleeding has ceased, the medicine can take effect. Observing the wound rapidly clotting, Liu Ruyan was taken aback. Is this medicine truly that effective? It appears to be a treasured remedy passed down through the Lin family. Not to mention, the hemostatic properties of this medicine would be fiercely sought after by hospitals and military establishments, potentially even appropriated by the state, akin to Baidu medicine. All right. You may go now, Lin Xian instructed as he wrapped the gauze around the wound, offering a compliment for a job well done. Lin Hu grinned widely. Hee. I persevered until the end. After all, I didn't fall willingly. One may concede defeat, but never admit to defeat. Wow, Xiao Mo is coming down. Lin Hu suddenly noticed Lin Xian and Liu Ruyan simultaneously turned their gaze toward Lin, having nearly forgotten that another was traversing the treacherous mountain of blades. At this moment, Lin had already surpassed the pinnacle of the Blade Mountain and was beginning his descent. Descending is far more challenging than ascending. His pace had slowed considerably, having been influenced by Lin Hu, almost losing his balance and tumbling down. Fortunately, he managed to steady himself. This young man is undoubtedly capable, Lin Xian remarked. Lin possesses both the mindset and the skills. It is merely a matter of time before he succeeds. As anticipated, under the watchful eyes of Lin Xian and others, Lin, albeit slowly, descended steadily from the treacherous mountain of blades. Upon landing, the gravity etched on Lin Mo's face instantaneously transformed into sheer joy as he beamed with excitement at Lin Xian. To his astonishment, he had indeed triumphed. He was the sole child among the three to emerge victorious, having successfully traversed the perilous gauntlet of blades, flames, and water. He had earned the right to become a bearer of incense. Ancestor, I have succeeded. I am worthy of becoming the bearer of incense. Chapter 79. The merchant Shang Xinzi sat before her computer screen, surrounded by numerous individuals akin to herself in the expansive office. The screen displayed an array of vibrant stock information, a testament to her prowess as the most exceptional investment prodigy among the third generation of merchants. At the tender age of 24, freshly graduated from university, she was already maneuvering funds exceeding hundreds of millions. Let us inject an additional 5 million into this stock, Shang Xinzi declared, pointing at one highlighted in red. The operators nearby exchanged uncertain glances, aware that this particular stock had experienced a continuous rise for over 14 days. It was evident that it had reached a peak and was due for a correction. Investing now would be tantamount to folly. Miss. This stock has surged for quite some time, and with the recent scandal involving Hengshan Company, a substantial drop is imminent. Pouring funds into it now would be akin to throwing meat buns to dogs. There is no return, one of the operators cautioned. Shang Xinzi chuckled, unfazed by the warning. This is not yet the pinnacle. There remains ample potential for profit. The renowned ancient sage once proclaimed, "When others are fearful, I am greedy. When others are greedy, I am fearful." While everyone anticipated a downturn, she sensed otherwise, bolstered by sound judgment and intuition. The capital she invested would undoubtedly yield returns exceeding 20%. Miss. The chairwoman requests your presence. She is waiting for you in her office, a secretary clad in a professional skirt suit informed her. Shang Xinzi furrowed her brow, already suspecting the nature of her mother's summons. It was likely yet another discussion regarding the unimportant matter of marriage. Children from ordinary families face such pressures. But for women from elite families like hers, the expectation of political or familial alliances to ensure the prosperity and stability of the merchant lineage was even more pronounced. Yet, she had no desire for such arrangements. Understood, Shang Xinzi replied tersely, proceeding to the elevator, which soon whisked her to the office on the top floor of the building. Seated behind the desk was a voluptuous woman exuding intellect, who beamed upon Shang Xinzi's entrance. However, Shang Xinzi's expression remained sour. "What do you want?" she inquired, her displeasure evident. "Why the hostility, dear?" Shang Yin smiled, attempting to diffuse the tension. "Why should I not be hostile? You are perfectly aware of the reasons. Yet you feign ignorance." Shang Xinzi retorted without reservation. "If you summoned me for that same old discussion, I shall take my leave." Before Shang Yin could respond, Shang Xinzi was direct in her dismissal. "Child, understand that the benefits you enjoy often come with a price. Your remarkable access to the resources of the merchant family is not solely due to your talent, Xian remarked. In this world, there is no shortage of talented individuals. However, not all of them possess the substantial financial backing and the luxury of trial and error that you enjoy. Are there many gifted individuals? Shang Xinzi scoffed. Indeed. There are countless talented people, yet let me be candid with you. If I were to marry, it would be someone who shares my aspirations and possesses superior investment acumen, rather than marrying into the Lin or Ji families. Those merchants, even if they engage in political marriages, still seek suitable partners within these two families. In truth, the merchants tend to lean more towards the Lin family. Without commerce, there can be no stability in politics. Without politics, commerce cannot thrive. Shang Yin shook her head, asserting, while there may be individuals with greater investment talent than you, they certainly do not belong to the Lin or Ji families. I advise you to come to terms with your identity as a daughter of the Shang family. The third generation of the Lin family includes a certain Lin Xian, a handsome and highly educated young man who has already attained the rank of a bureau-level official. He is poised to become the leader of the Lin family in the future. Before Shang Yin could finish her thought, Shang Xinzi interrupted, silence. I have no desire to encounter Lin Xian, nor do I wish for my affection to be subject to the scrutiny of others. With that, Shang Xinzi strode out of the office, forcefully slamming the door behind her, as if to vent her inner frustrations. Witnessing this scene, Shang Yin sighed and shook her head. She too did not wish for her daughter to enter into such a political union. However, the rules of the game are what they are. Since Shang Xinzi, as a daughter of the Shang family, enjoys the privileges that come with it, she must also bear the corresponding responsibilities and obligations. One can only hope that her daughter will come to terms with this reality this year. Otherwise, she may have to exert familial pressure to compel her daughter to comply. Upon exiting the office, Shang Xinzi wore a gloomy expression. Those who crossed her path were wary of invoking her ire and hastily greeted her before retreating. Once back in her office, she closed the door firmly. Is this union truly so significant that it disregards my daughter's happiness? Shang Xinzi mused, reclining on the sofa with a furrowed brow. Moreover, having rejected her mother's earlier proposal, she anticipated a future filled with even more relentless pressure to marry, perhaps even coercion. What methods would her mother employ then, and how would she respond? Would she truly end up like her two elder sisters, spending her life with a complete stranger? This notion was intolerable to Shang Xinzi. Momentarily overwhelmed, she shook her head to dispel the thoughts and decided to divert her attention. She opened her phone and browsed Douyin for amusing short videos, hoping to relax while also keeping abreast of current events, which might offer insights into investment trends. Yet, the trending topics were all about Lin Xian and Lin Family Village. After glancing at the trending section, she frowned. There were also mentions of acupuncture, traditional Chinese medicine, and antiques, all seemingly related to this individual. Shang Xinzi was taken aback as she perused the trending topics in sequence. Quite intriguing, she murmured. This fellow possesses some prowess. She contemplated that this was far more captivating than any celebrity gossip. In her mind, she mused that these individuals bore the least filter when it came to stars. After all, to them, the rare encounter with a celebrity was hardly distinguishable from an ordinary person. Following the discussions within the trending topics, Shang Xinzi directly entered the live streaming room. Feeling exceedingly vexed, she found solace in watching these streams, viewing it as a means of escaping reality. Chapter 80, Investment Grandfather. I've successfully passed the challenges, Lin Mo exclaimed, beaming with joy as he addressed Lin Xian. To his astonishment, he had indeed navigated through the 3 trials unscathed and earned the qualification to carry the fragrant child. This was an unprecedented achievement in Lin Family Village. Impressive. Lin Xian generously praised him, giving Lin Mo a thumbs up. As a child, Lin Mo had triumphed over the 3 challenging hurdles, truly deserving of Lin Xian's commendation. Lin Mo glanced towards Lin Hu and Lin Ling, who were among the crowd, both of whom also raised their thumbs in approval, genuinely delighted for their companion's success. At that moment, their friendship was pure, untainted by any ulterior motives. Liu Ruyan regarded Lin Mo with admiration. This young boy had truly succeeded. Initially, she believed that all 3 children would falter at the trials, yet one had emerged victorious. Remarkable indeed. However, the focus would soon shift to Lin Xian, as she vividly recalled that he was to face the Mountain of Knives, a challenge undoubtedly rife with significance. Of course, should Lin Xian also confront the Sea of Fire or endure water immersion, the acclaim he garnered would surely multiply. One could only wonder why he placed such emphasis on this endeavor. Did he aspire to elevate Lin Family Village to national prominence? Or was there another motive behind his pursuit of fame? If he genuinely sought recognition, surely it would not be so arduous. One could easily admit to all transgressions and gain notoriety nationwide. The viewers in the live stream remembered Lin Xian's words well. Indeed, all three children have demonstrated remarkable prowess. Although only one managed to succeed, it is still an improvement over certain boastful individuals. They remarked, "I hope he doesn't make excuses to avoid the mountain of knives. I suggest he faces the mountain, the sea of fire, and the water immersion all at once." Agreed, another chimed in, given that he can pinpoint acupuncture points. Traversing the mountain of knives or plunging into the sea of fire should be a trivial matter. Perhaps this lad possesses skills akin to lightness kung fu or breath-holding techniques. Do you truly believe he is a martial arts master? Acupuncture merely indicates a familiarity with traditional Chinese medicine and an understanding of the human body's pressure points. The viewers debated. Before Liu Ruyan could bring up the matter to Lin Xian, he took the initiative, declaring, "Next, I shall traverse these challenges to silence the critics." A sardonic smile adorned his face. Liu Ruyan's lips twitched. He certainly knew how to provoke animosity. As expected, his audacious demeanor instantly flooded the live chat with fervent comments. Wow, how arrogant. Just like when he claimed to be the best in the world. Let us see if he can actually succeed. I remain skeptical that he can overcome them all. Indeed, the first challenge required breath control. The second was manageable. Anyone with damp sauce could likely succeed, but the third challenge relied heavily on skill, and many doubted his capability to prevail. That's right. The Mountain of Knives poses a significant test of skill. Without adequate technique, one could easily sustain injuries. As the patriarch of Lin family village, Lin Xian should not need to hone such skills, they concluded. Lin Xian was taken aback by Lin Xian's words. The revered ancestor intended to confront such formidable challenges as a mountain of blades, a sea of flames, and immersion in water? Yet, it was undeniable that the ancestor had never practiced for such feats. Would he truly proceed? Might there be peril involved? However, Lin Xian reflected that since entering university, the ancestor had indeed acquired a wealth of new knowledge and skills, surpassing his previous capabilities. It seemed that university truly offered an abundance of valuable learning. Rising to his feet, Lin Xian removed the dragon robe. Donning the robe required a series of intricate procedures, but disrobing was considerably simpler. This was, after all, the design philosophy behind the dragon robe. Seizing a throne is a challenge, yet maintaining it is even more demanding, while putting on the robe was arduous. Taking it off was a straightforward endeavor. Once the robe was neatly folded, Lin Xian placed it into Lin Zhang's hands. Beside them, Ji Ping could not help but glance at the dragon robe. However, after a mere fleeting look, his attention shifted back to Lin Xian, who piqued his curiosity far more. Ultimately, the robe itself bore little significance. It was the power it signified that captivated the imagination. Presently, the robe was merely a valuable object. And as a member of the Lin family, he was not lacking in wealth. Beneath the robe, Lin Xian wore a silk lining that appeared quite exquisite. Indeed, wealth was evident, and its origin seemed entirely legitimate, without any hint of impropriety. Liu Ruyan mused silently that had Lin Xian's funds been questionable, Zhao Guoan would have apprehended him long ago. Let us commence with the immersion, Lin Zhang suggested with a grin. Light a stick of incense. You may do so. Lin Zhang. Lin Xian smiled, seemingly struck by a thought, and added, Never mind. Let us light 2 sticks in succession to quell any dissent. Lin Zhang hesitated. A stick of incense would burn for 3 minutes, and 2 sticks would amount to 6 minutes, a duration ample enough to suffocate a person. Once submerged for a certain period, rescue became impossible. Nevertheless, if the ancestor dared to undertake this, there must be confidence behind it. Very well, Lin Zhang nodded in agreement. Liu Ruyan was astonished. 6 minutes was a length of time sufficient to be fatal for an ordinary person. Yet, the Guinness World Record for breath-holding exceeded 20 minutes. Lin Xian was no fool. His boldness suggested he possessed a method of his own. Soon, Lin Zhang prepared the incense and turned to Lin Xian. Ancestor, we are ready. Lin Xian nodded, opting not to position himself on the diving platform, but rather beside the water tank. Just as Liu Ruyan pondered this, Lin Xian slightly crouched and leaped to the tank's edge, landing with remarkable steadiness. Liu Ruyan was left in utter disbelief. To leap and land so securely, such agility and control over his body suggested that Lin Xian would undoubtedly triumph over the third trial, as mastery of the Mountain of Blades relied heavily on physical control. At the moment Lin Zhang ignited the incense, Lin Xian plunged into the icy water. The incense burned at a measured pace, and for those waiting, the 6 minutes passed swiftly. Liu Ruyan gazed intently at the surface of the water, which bore no bubbles. A testament to Lin Xian's genuine ability to hold his breath rather than relying on exhalation. This achievement held significantly greater value. The 6 minutes swiftly elapsed, and Lin Xian emerged from the water, splashing onto the ground. "Our esteemed ancestor is remarkable," exclaimed Lin Feng and others, unable to contain their admiration. Having experienced immersion themselves, they understood the profound implications of Lin Xian's feat upon completing the water challenge. Lin Xian did not pause. He immediately approached the path engulfed in flames. Without a hint of hesitation, he charged through the inferno, even making a return trip. As the revered elder of Lin family village, although he had never participated in this fiery trial before, he comprehended its principles thoroughly. The larger the strides, the swifter the pace, making it easier to traverse the sea of flames. Thus, Lin Xian, having traversed twice, felt the searing heat perhaps less acutely than the 3 children felt during their single passage. Next came the mountain of blades. Lin Xian ascended the knife hill with remarkable agility, his speed astonishing, as if he possessed an otherworldly lightness akin to the legendary skills of lightness in martial arts. Liu Ruyan was left in awe, while she had anticipated his success in scaling the knife hill after witnessing his leap into the water tank. She did not expect him to execute it with such finesse. Did he not fear the razor-sharp blades? In less than a minute, Lin Xian concluded his ascent and descent of the knife mountain. He brushed off his hands and stood beside the charcoal fire, gazing at Liu Ruyan and the cameras. "What do you think? Are you impressed?" he asked with a provocative smile. Liu Ruyan responded with a thumbs up. It is well known that critics rarely thrive in adverse conditions. "Incredible. He has truly turned the tables on his detractors," they exclaimed in unison. Indeed. It was astounding that he could run back and forth across the sea of flames and scale the knife mountain with such speed. As Lin Xian prepared to speak, a voice echoed in his mind, announcing the system's reward. "Your reputation has surpassed 400,000. The renown of Lin family village has grown, and you have acquired premier investment skills. Even the greatest investors would bow to your prowess. Your investments will always yield success, merely a matter of returns." Chapter 81. The investment acumen of Shangxinci Lin Xian was taken aback by the considerable disparity between this reward and the previous one. However, it was not entirely unexpected. Almost every reward acquired through reputation was seemingly unrelated. Yet this particular reward piqued Lin Xian's interest. The Lin family village possessed wealth, albeit only a fraction of it, as that segment of the population had established their own enterprises under his guidance. Nevertheless, the majority remained unable to attain the benchmark of affluence, with savings hovering around 500,000 yuan. Lin Xian's aspirations, however, were aimed at villages in Guangnan boasting millions, if not billions. Clearly, this premier investment technique was ideally suited for Lin Xian to realize his ambitions. It appeared he would need to add another task to his agenda, gathering capital for investment. Lin Xian stroked his chin thoughtfully as a chill breeze swept through, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Despite his robust constitution, he could not withstand the cold following the recent rain. "I should change into something warmer," Lin Xian remarked with a slight tremor in his voice. Shortly thereafter, he donned a set of casual attire while Lin Zhang held the dragon robe. "What is the status of the elder from the Ji family?" Lin Xian inquired. Turning to Ji Gumao, "He is already set out and is en route," Ji Gumao replied in a low tone, his heart fluttering with anticipation. This young man, Lin Xian, harbored numerous secrets, and perhaps he could indeed fulfill the promise made by Huang Tian and save the elder. Moreover, it would not merely be a conventional rescue. The doctor had mentioned that the elder was suffering from the effects of aging, with his bodily functions deteriorating, an almost irreversible condition. The only solution would be to rejuvenate the elder's physique. Although Ji Gumao lacked medical expertise, he understood that Lin Xian's approach to saving the elder, possibly through acupuncture, might genuinely restore some vitality to the elder's body. "Very well, Secretary Ji, what shall we do next?" Liu Ruyan stepped forward to inquire. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xian recognized that today's agenda was rather sparse. He had addressed the situation with Huang Mingjian, as well as the unexpected matters concerning Ji Ping and the 3 children. The next 10 hours, until the elder from the Ji family arrived, were initially unplanned. However, having just received the system's reward of premier investment techniques, Lin Xian surmised that it would be prudent to engage in some investment while he had the time. To ascertain the authenticity of this reward, he resolved to invest personally before proceeding further. With a sense of leisure, he decided to allocate several million to experiment. "Investment? You understand investment?" Liu Ruyan gazed at Lin Xian in disbelief. Ji Guomao glanced at the camera behind him and then at Liu Ruyan, realizing that the elder's condition, much like Ji Ping's, had likely been broadcast live. Yet it mattered little. As long as the elder could be saved, the loss of prestige for the Ji family was negligible. Should Lin Xian succeed in rescuing the elder during the live broadcast, the Ji family could reap tremendous benefits. Calculating in his mind, Ji Guomao recognized that nearly every prominent family in Huaxia was now aware of the elder's plight. If Lin Xian were to rescue the old gentleman in front of so many viewers in the live broadcast, everyone would witness the state of the elder. The contrast between a dying old man and a vigorous one is stark. Everyone understands that the Ji family still has at least 5 years of prime time left, provided that Lin Xian manages to bring the elder back and, as Ji Guomao hopes, prolong his lifespan by several years. It is a gamble worth taking, Ji Guomao mused. Even if the elder does not appear in the live stream, the day he passes will be impossible to conceal from everyone. It is better to take a chance here. Naturally, the beneficiaries would not only be the Ji family but also Lin Xian. Restoring the elder from facial paralysis and the condition of hand dysfunction might not bestow Lin Xian with significant fame, as these ailments are rather uncommon and seldom afflict the members of these prominent families. However, saving the elder would be an entirely different matter. This pertains to the deterioration of bodily functions. Aging is an inevitable part of life. Moreover, the patriarchs of these illustrious families are typically advanced in years. Consequently, Lin Xian would become highly sought after, a coveted figure among these esteemed clans. With the goodwill of the Ji family backing him, none would dare to coerce Lin Xian. He would have nothing to lose while gaining recognition among these powerful families. This young man is playing a shrewd game, Ji Guomao thought to himself. At such a tender age, he possesses such depth of character. No wonder he has committed numerous transgressions. Nevertheless, it remains uncertain whether Lin Xian is indeed responsible for those actions. Ji Guomao hopes fervently that he is not. He has already begun to contemplate how to win Lin Xian over, for this individual does not belong to any prominent family. He is merely the village secretary of Lin Xian village, holding immense potential for collaboration and investment. Yet, he wonders what Lin Xian truly desires. Does he genuinely aspire to remain a village secretary for life? However, all of this hinges upon the premise that Lin Xian is not guilty of any crime. In the office, Shang Xinxi gazed at the screen, astonished as Lin Xian uttered the words, "Let's invest." Investment is her area of expertise, and to witness someone live streaming about it is quite unexpected. Yet, this young man seems amateurish. One can only surmise that he has too much money to spare, likely wasting it all. Chapter 82. Investing 20 million. Shang Xinxi, despite her youth, had already garnered immense fame in the investment realm, boasting a remarkable success rate of nearly 90% in her ventures. Those acquainted with investment principles would understand the significance of such a success rate. Gazing at the youthful visage on the screen, she dismissed the notion of mere dabbling in investments. She shook her head, recognizing that the stock market was rife with individuals of such ilk, commonly referred to as leaks. Undoubtedly, the market's foundation relied heavily on these endlessly harvested leaks. Shang Xinxi paid little mind to them, viewing it as mere amusement. Offering her a chance to glimpse the perspectives of these leaks. How did they select their stocks? What strategies did they employ in their investments? Lin Xian retrieved his phone, recalling his own foray into investments. Upon turning 18, he had opened an account with an initial capital of 500,000. Naturally, Lin Xian possessed an illustrious investment background beyond that. Liu Ruyan, intrigued, leaned closer, while Wang Heng directed the camera towards Lin Xian's phone. "Do you have investment experience?" Liu Ruyan could not contain her curiosity. She was well aware of Lin Xian's affluent background. Moreover, his willingness to discuss investments in front of a live audience suggested that he was not merely toying with a couple of thousand. However, at 18, even if he possessed investment experience, it could hardly exceed a year. The villagers of Linjiakan observed Lin Xian with curiosity. They had never heard of their ancestor engaging in investments. What could this young man possibly know about investing? At over 30, having navigated the stock market for more than a decade, they would hesitate to claim expertise. After all, asking seemed futile. He was merely 18, newly eligible to open an account. How could he possess any substantial investment acumen? Indeed, the minimum requirement to open an account on the platform was 18 years of age. And as for experience, who dares to speak of it in the stock market? The online viewers buzzed with discussions. Lin Xian nodded at Liu Ruyan's inquiry. "Yes. I previously made an investment in a savings treasure, around 100 yuan, if I recall correctly." He remembered that impulsive investment, though the outcome was less than favorable. He had misjudged the situation, losing 20 yuan. A 20% loss implied that had he invested 1 million, he would have incurred a loss of 200,000. Liu Ruyan gazed at Lin Xian, speechless. She too had investments in her savings treasure, starting with a minimum of 50,000 and earning nearly 3,000. Lin Xian's modest investment of 100 had resulted in such significant losses. Logically, there should be a protective period for novices, during which investments would yield profits. What was going on with Lin Xian's experience? To lose such a substantial amount on a mere 100 yuan investment seemed exceedingly unfortunate. The villagers of Lin Xian exchanged glances filled with resignation, having never before heard of their ancestors' investment endeavors. Some younger villagers wore amused expressions, as their investment skills appeared superior to his. Their funds in the savings treasure had at least yielded some returns. Ji Ping regarded Lin Xian without mockery, instead feeling a sense of camaraderie. After all, he too had once invested and lost millions. Investment, with its inherent risks and rewards, was a commonplace occurrence, was it not? A man should possess the confidence akin to Lin Xian. Losing is merely a part of the game. It is of little consequence, just a trifling amount of money. It is not as though he cannot afford it. The viewers in the live stream were thoroughly amused by Lin Xian's remarks, bursting into laughter at the thought of investing 100 only to incur a loss of 20. What a staggering loss, 20%. Fortunately, this young man played it small. Otherwise, the fortune amassed through dubious means could have been entirely squandered. Who can argue with that? Nonetheless, this lad is quite remarkable, managing to refrain from increasing his investment by 20. If it were me, I would have certainly attempted to recover those losses. Shang Xinxi also found amusement in Lin Xian's words, recognizing that he was merely dabbling in the game. Losing 20 out of 100 is beyond the realm of mere novice. Such a person is ill-suited for stock trading, lacking both experience and luck, which is crucial in the stock market. In her 10 investments, 6 were almost guaranteed to yield profits, 3 had a high probability of success, and only 1 was a long shot. Thus, 40% of her investments relied on luck. As for Lin Xian, devoid of both fortune and skill, his continued foray into the stock market borders on madness. So, how much are you planning to invest this time? Liu Ruyan was unfazed, assuming Lin Xian was merely seeking attention and would not commit a significant sum. Perhaps I shall start with 20 million to test the waters, Lin Xian murmured. Liu Ruyan was taken aback, staring at Lin Xian in disbelief, almost convinced she had misheard him. Did he mean to say 2,000? 20 million? He had already lost so much on a mere 100 investment in relatively safe stocks. To now consider investing 20 million was unfathomable. If he truly went through with it, he might end up losing everything. The villagers of Lin Xian were equally astonished at Lin Xian. They were aware of their ancestors' wealth. Yet investing without the acumen was akin to throwing money into the abyss. Lin Xian contemplated advising Lin Xian, but he hesitated to speak further in the presence of the live audience. Perhaps their patriarch had his own reasoning. After all, Lin Xian had undergone substantial changes since attending university. He had acquired many new skills, and perhaps he had indeed developed an aptitude for investing. The outcomes of such endeavors were unpredictable, akin to a sudden epiphany. Ji Ping regarded Lin Xian with admiration. He possessed courage and insight. One failure had not deterred this young man. He was now poised to invest 20 million. Remarkable. Had it been Ji Ping, he would have been reluctant to continue after a setback. Ji Gumao scrutinized the young man. If Lin Xian was serious, it was no wonder he was entangled in questionable ventures. Knowing he lacked any investment talent, he was nonetheless willing to wager 20 million. What was this? 20 million? Having lost 20 out of a mere 100, he now planned to invest 20 million? Was he simply burning through money? One could only wonder if he had become addicted. The greatest folly lies in a lack of self-awareness. I wager he could lose at least 3 million or more from that sum. 3 million is merely a trifling sum. Should such a substantial amount be invested, it is likely to become ensnared, and if one could recoup 2 million, that would be fortunate indeed. Goodness, to lose so much money in a single week feels more akin to burning it 1 bill at a time. Liu Ruyan gazed at Lin Xian in astonishment. Are you serious? Aren't you afraid of incurring losses? Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively. Oh, it's impossible to lose money now. Having gained experience from my first venture, I have meticulously studied the stock market. This investment is merely a practical application of my newfound knowledge. I anticipate at least a 20% return. Impressive indeed, Ji Ping remarked, shaking his head in disbelief, which only served to infuriate Ji Guamao, who promptly delivered a swift slap to the lad. The villagers of Lin Xian village regarded their elder with beaming smiles, for it was evident that he had acquired valuable insights during his university years. Otherwise, he would not have dared to propose an investment of 20 million. It is well known that the elder is quite frugal, and he would never squander such a sum, were it to be wasted. He would prefer to allocate that 20 million towards the welfare of Lin Xian village. This only serves to affirm that the elder must have indeed learned the art of stock trading. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream chuckled. Such confidence! I too was once as self-assured when I first entered this realm. Indeed, this individual appears beyond redemption, possessing a gambling mentality. Even if he were to invest the entire 20 million and lose it, he would likely seek to invest even more. TSK. These funds would be better entrusted to me, deposited in a bank that would ensure a lifetime of financial security. Truly, it is evident that money should not come too easily. This individual clearly lacks appreciation for it. Shang Xinzi looked at Lin Xian in disbelief, initially finding him intriguing, but now perceiving him as nothing more than an online jester. What family has produced such a prodigal? A cash flow of 20 million. In practical terms, a company would need total assets exceeding $1 billion to effortlessly manage such liquidity, and he has carelessly cast it into the stock market. A bona fide spendthrift. Well, I wish you luck. Liu Ruyan could only respond, as Lin Xian was determined to invest this money. She felt it inappropriate to voice further objections. She struggled to comprehend Lin Xian's strategy. Surely this was not merely a gimmick? However, 20 million would suffice to garner substantial attention, so why waste it in the stock market? Lin Xian smiled, addressing the villagers and the camera. This is merely an opportunity for me to apply the investment knowledge I have recently acquired. For those interested, feel free to join me in this endeavor. Liu Ruyan shook her head. Only a fool would invest alongside you. Losing $20 on 100 is no small matter. What good stocks could possibly emerge from that? Ha ha ha. From where does his confidence stem? What kind of dimwit would follow this lad in investing? Let me be clear. If I were to blindly pick a stock at this moment, I would be unlikely to suffer such losses. Those wishing to lose money may follow suit. Surprisingly, this lad's live investment session has its merits. At the very least, he has helped us eliminate one option from thousands of stocks. Ha ha ha, shrimp and pig heart. Ji Guomao gazed at Lin Xian, harboring similar thoughts. With Lin Xian's level of investment acumen, he was likely inferior even to an amateur like himself. At the very least, he would not incur such substantial losses. This wastrel. Anyone who chose to invest alongside this lad would be an even greater fool. Lin Xian had no genuine intention of inviting others to invest. He merely spoke casually. These individuals could hardly take him seriously, except for the villagers of Lin Xian village. He understood that such statements would amplify discussions in the outside world. Of course, even if he succeeded this time, few would believe he could truly invest wisely in the future. They would merely attribute it to luck, which might invite even harsher criticism later. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd, proclaiming, I shall invest 5 million. Chapter 83. I, Ji Ping, shall also invest. Wait, I am investing 5 million. The voice carried a certain nonchalance. Everyone's expression turned to one of astonishment, including Lin Xian, who had not anticipated that anyone would follow his lead in investing. He had merely mentioned it in passing. Liu Ruyan's eyes twitched. Who possessed such audacity? Had they lost their senses? Investing 5 million alongside this individual? What folly! Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that the voice was eerily familiar. The viewers in the live stream were equally startled by the declaration. Who was this? A villager from Lin Xian village? Such boldness, indeed. Clearly a staunch admirer of Lin Xian. It must be so, otherwise, why would they choose to invest alongside him? That voice. It bore a striking resemblance to that unfortunate lad who had been beaten. Impossible. That boy had been assaulted by the villagers of Lin Xian. How could he possibly follow Lin Xian in investing? The villagers exchanged glances. Their ancestor had not permitted them to invest, and thus they would not. But who could this be? Ji Guomao felt a wave of incredulity wash over him upon hearing those words. Whose prodigal offspring was this? Following this lad in investment, had they gone mad? Did they have money to burn? However, in the next moment, Ji Guomao's body stiffened. That voice sounded somewhat familiar. Like his good-for-nothing nephew, albeit somewhat garbled as if he had been struck. Wait a moment. Struck? Ji Guomao abruptly turned to look at his nephew, Ji Ping, who was currently raising his hand with an expression that suggested a camaraderie of heroes, as if they had found their long-lost kin. Yet, to Ji Guomao's eyes, it appeared as though two wastrels had found each other. Even Ji Ping's companions looked on in shock. Had the eldest brother been struck senseless? This individual could lose 20 even on 100. If Ji Ping invested 5 million, he would likely see not even a ripple. Surely, it would all be lost. Zhao Hongyu was perplexed, convinced that the elder brother had lost his wits. What are you staring at? Bring out your pocket money and invest alongside me. Ji Ping turned to Zhao Hongyi. After some time, his speech had improved significantly. At least he no longer stuttered. Huh? Zhao Hongyi was taken aback. Not only was Ji Ping investing, but he was also asking him to follow suit. The little savings he had amassed were not easy to come by, given his extravagant lifestyle filled with luxury cars and celebrity pursuits. Is it that my words carry no weight? Ji Ping glared at Zhao Hongyi, displeased that he was not being afforded the respect he deserved in front of so many witnesses. Of course not. Zhao Hongyi quickly waved his hands. I will also contribute 2 million. 2 million. For million, you must have at least 4 million in savings. Ji Ping extended 4 fingers. Zhao Hongyi felt a pang of despair. Very well, very well. However, he couldn't afford to slight Ji Ping's dignity. He could only nod in reluctant agreement. Liu Ruyan gazed incredulously at the 2 individuals before her. Were these 2 prodigal sons out of their minds? Spending such a fortune, following Lin Xian to squander it all. The viewers in the live stream were equally perplexed by the mindset of these 2 debauched scions. Is this what it means to be from a prominent family? To throw away so much money without a flicker of an eye? Good heavens, the pocket money of others could sustain my entire life. These 2 spendthrifts. Destined to squander everything. No matter how vast their family fortune, it would surely be consumed by their reckless ways. Perhaps not. Their family wealth, even at 4 million, would likely take a lifetime to exhaust. Is this the disparity between individuals? I possess investment acumen. Why do these individuals not seek my guidance? I too am astonished. These 2 have tossed 9 million into the fray, a sum so substantial that it will undoubtedly ensnare them in a quagmire, all wasted. It pains me to witness. Shang Xinzi recognized these 2. After all, the Ji family and their Shang family were of similar stature, while the lad from the Zhao family was merely a partner of theirs, not quite on the same level. 2 spendthrifts, wastrels. And good-for-nothings, Shang Xinzi's lovely face was etched with frost. How could her mother even contemplate a union between her and such inept individuals? Such worthless beings, unworthy of her regard. Without their family, they were nothing, not even comparable to a single strand of her hair. Because of these 2, Shang Xinzi began to regard both them and Lin Xian with disdain. I shall observe what these 3 intend to invest in, she scoffed coldly. The villagers of Lin Xian village cast peculiar glances at the 2, wondering why they would follow the ancestral figure into an investment. Had they discerned the prowess of the ancestor? That seemed unlikely, for they had just been reprimanded. Lin Xian was equally bewildered. Had these 2 lost their senses? What were they thinking? Yet, having someone join the investment could be beneficial. Ji Gumao gritted his teeth. Were it not for Lin Xian's presence, he would have already kicked them away. After all, Ji Ping was responding to Lin Xian. If he truly acted out, it would surely undermine Lin Xian's standing. Suddenly, Ji Guimao pondered something. Could his nephew be presenting Lin Xian with a gift? 9 million as a token of gratitude seemed rather generous. Ji Guimao was puzzled. When did this lad become so astute? He was aware of such social niceties now. In the capital, Ji Ping had always taken advantage of the Ji family's influence, disregarding anyone's standing. Yet now he seemed to recognize the need to offer Lin Xian some benefits. I admire you. We seem to be cut from the same cloth. Even if this 5 million were to be entirely lost, I would still be willing. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Ji Ping proclaimed boldly, his face reflecting admiration for Lin Xian. Ji Gumao's expression darkened. Damn it, he knew this lad would never come to his senses. To even admire him, today's events truly exemplified the saying, birds of a feather flock together. These 2 were a pair, one a notorious dandy from the capital, the other a lawless village leader of Lin Xian. Lin Xian's lips twitched. He wondered who could possibly consider themselves his peer. Nonetheless, this young man was undeniably straightforward and charming, having invested 9 million simply out of admiration. Yet, Lin Xian couldn't fathom what aspect of himself this lad found admirable. Regardless, he reassured, rest assured. Your 5 million will not be in vain. Lin Xian chuckled lightly. Ji Ping waved his hand dismissively, stating that 5 million was inconsequential. Nothing could compare to his happiness. Earning money is undoubtedly a good thing. Yet today, Ji Xiao had made the acquaintance of a peer who was not only his age, but also remarkably more accomplished. That was more than enough. Lin Xian observed the colorful fluctuations of stocks on the investment software. Wang Heng quickly zoomed in on the screen, while Liu Ruyan cast a curious glance, fully aware that Lin Xian's investment strategy likely involved randomly selecting stocks that appeared to be trending. This is a common folly among inexperienced investors. However, in the next moment, a faint green hue appeared on Lin Xian's face. He had astonishingly chosen all the declining stocks for investment. Liu Ruyan looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. Even the most naive could see that these stocks held no promise of return. Had Lin Xian perhaps learned the term bottom fishing? Yet, bottom fishing does not imply seeking out stocks devoid of any investment value. The likelihood of losing everything by purchasing these stocks was exceedingly high. Moreover, given the unique circumstances in the domestic market, short selling was not permitted, rendering these enterprises virtually hopeless. Lin Feng, standing behind Lin Xian, was equally bewildered. Although he could not discern the specific stocks Lin Xian had selected, the pallor of green on Lin Xian's face was comparable to that of a ghost. As someone who also dabbled in stocks, Lin Feng understood the significance of that green hue. It signified impending bankruptcy. Elder ancestor, this is not the time for bottom fishing, Lin Feng exclaimed. The companies represented by that green were on the brink of collapse, with no glimmer of hope, and investing in them would likely result in total loss. Never mind, as the saying goes, if you do not accompany the setting sun, who will be there for the rising sun? Lin Xian waved his hand nonchalantly. These companies in decline are precisely in need of my companionship. Of course, to others, these might be considered sunset industries, but to Lin Xian, he perceived the investment returns tied to these sectors. Stocks shimmering with green, in Lin Xian's eyes, radiated golden glimmers of potential, akin to a beacon of fortune. He understood that these glowing stocks likely held investment value, and the size of their golden sheen was probably correlated with their prospective returns. Lin Feng looked at Lin Xian with exasperation. He had hoped that Lin Xian had suddenly gained insight, but it seemed that his ancestor was merely having a fleeting whim. He could only hope that a portion of this money could be recovered, or that Lin Xian might learn a lesson. Even suffering some losses would be worthwhile if it led to enlightenment. Lin Xian's words nearly made Liu Ruyan burst into laughter. If you do not accompany the setting sun, who will be there for the rising sun? Goodness, is this the essence of your learning summary? The online community was equally amused. This lad has truly grasped the essence. Are you Wangduyu? I thought Elbu was invincible, yet there is someone even braver. Who might this commander be? Ha ha ha. Investing in a sunset industry is undoubtedly the result of watching too many movies. Zhao Hongyi felt a chill in his heart. He had initially harbored some hope that perhaps after 7 days he could salvage something, but now it seems he is destined to lose everything. Alas, Jishao has truly lost his mind, and to make matters worse, he has dragged me into this mess. However, regret is of no use now. Lin Xian gazed upon the stock that shone the brightest, almost eclipsing the surrounding green light. Undoubtedly, investing in this stock could yield substantial returns. This one, Lin Xian declared. As he clicked on the stock, the green hue on his face deepened, resembling a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell. Once this investment proved successful, he would lead the villagers in making their own investments. Observing the green light, Zhao Hongyi fell into utter despair. It was over. His pocket money had vanished. Destined to go to waste, he would have to approach his father for more, inevitably facing a scolding. Chapter 84. The coal mining company of Shannan Shangxinxi gazed at the stock invested in by Lin Xian and promptly picked up a nearby laptop to conduct a search. The Shannan Coal Mining Company, situated in Shan Province, was initially projected to have coal reserves viable for 70 years. However, indications of depletion had recently emerged. A cold smile crept across Shangxinxi's lips. This young man had a knack for selection, targeting not only a sunset industry, but one that was undeniably on the brink of collapse. 20 million, no, with the additional 9 million from those two rascals, they could nearly acquire the entire company. These 3 young men had invested their funds and would undoubtedly find themselves ensnared in this venture, effectively rescuing the shareholders of the company. Should the enterprise experience a revival or even flourish, these 3 would be deemed the most astute bottom fishers. Alas, there are no certainties. A mining company without or has little hope of resurgence. These 3 would likely never recoup their investments. Upon discovering Lin Xian's investment in this company, netizens in the live streaming room promptly followed suit to investigate. Ha ha ha, a sunset industry, more like a coffin industry, there's no saving it. Nearly 30 million is truly money down the drain. Incredible, a coal company devoid of coal. This young man possesses the remarkable ability to locate the greenest among the verdant. What on earth is happening? How can a coal mining company be without coal? 666666, a coal mining company without mines. This leaves no hope for revival. It's on the brink of closure. Ha ha ha, as the sun sets, you accompany me while I turn and walk away with the money. The shareholders of that coal company will surely owe thanks to these 3 individuals. Young people from Linjia village who had some knowledge of stocks were left dumbfounded upon discovering this company. What? The elder is actually investing in this company? It's over. The elder's money is destined to be wasted. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of helplessness. The elder's investment acumen is beyond words. No, it shouldn't even be termed as such. Even a random child selecting stocks in the market would surely make a better choice than the elder's current investment. Zhao Hongyi also searched on his phone, and upon learning of the coal company's circumstances, all hope was extinguished. Brother, the money hasn't been invested yet. It's still not too late to withdraw. Look at this company's situation. It's about to go bankrupt. A coal mining company without coal. Zhao Hongyi earnestly implored Ji Ping. Upon hearing this, Ji Ping's eyes widened as he glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention before he sighed in relief. Damn it, are you trying to embarrass me? It's just 4 million. Why act as if it's a matter of life and death? Damn it. Do we care about the money? Even if it's thrown away, what does it matter? Ji Ping pointed at Lin Xian, saying, this person will be our brother in the future. 9 million. Having more such brothers is worth it. Despite Lin Xian having struck him, Ji Ping now harbors a profound admiration for Lin Xian, feeling as if they have encountered each other too late in life. He believes that Lin Xian ought to assume the role of leader within their small circle, for Lin Xian's abilities are undeniably exceptional, his strength and medical skills are remarkable. As for the shortcomings in investment, Ji Ping also yearns to demonstrate his capabilities to his family through financial success. But he resigns himself to the reality that if he cannot earn, then so be it. Zhao Hongyi finds himself in a state of helplessness. A sum of 20 million was directly invested by Lin Xian. Witnessing this substantial amount being committed, Liu Ruyan felt her heart bleed. It was evident to any discerning observer that this 20 million was a guaranteed loss. The villagers of Lin Xian village, upon seeing Lin Xian unhesitatingly invest the money, were largely indifferent, as it was the ancestral wealth, and even if lost, it would be a matter for their forefather. Are you two purchasing directly? Or shall I buy on your behalf? Lin Xian inquired, casting a glance at Ji Ping and Zhao Hongyi. He found amusement in the discomfort of the affluent youth beside him, who seemed to wish for death. If it were him, he would have likely resorted to drastic measures. Others, however, did not regard the 4 million with the gravity it deserved. Zhao Hongyi had initially hoped that Lin Xian might forget about them. To his surprise, Lin Xian took the initiative to address them. After a moment's contemplation, Ji Ping replied, provide me with your account number. And old Zhao, and I will transfer the funds to you for the purchase. This course of action was tantamount to casting away 9 million. The entire amount would be at Lin Xian's discretion. In terms of profit and loss, any losses will be ours, Ji Ping stated, deliberately omitting any mention of who would reap the rewards, as he believed there was little hope of profit. This declaration left Liu Ruyan astonished. Questioning whether this was the demeanor of a scion from a prominent family, casually discarding 5 million as if it were nothing. Zhao Hongyi exhibited a similar sentiment. Ji Ping turned to him, and although Zhao Hongyi was reluctant, he recognized the futility of voicing further objections. Indeed, take it. Any losses will be ours. And any gains, well, they shall also be yours. Zhao Hongyi conceded with an air of magnanimity. He had no intention of making a profit, and this assertion effectively quelled his own ambitions. Ji Ping gave a thumbs up, affirming that this was indeed his loyal subordinate, who did not bring him shame. Though he chose to remain silent thereafter, feeling that further words would seem forced. Very well, the risks and rewards of your funds will be your own responsibility. If you incur losses, you shall bear them. If you gain, it matters not, Lin Xian remarked, looking at Ji Ping, who nodded in agreement. It is of little consequence now. Although Ji Ping was not well versed in investment, he understood that the coal mine venture held little promise. The probability of earning from this 5 million was more absurd than the notion of Lin Xian being a long-lost ancestor of the Lin family from the capital. It was simply impossible. Zhao Hongyi shared this perspective. If money could indeed be made, he would readily follow Lin Xian in future endeavors. 4 million was merely a starting point, and he could always accumulate more. After a series of transactions, Lin Xian's account reflected the transfer of 9 million from the two, marking the beginning of another financial venture. One can easily envision an uptick in the stock price of this company. However, those with discernment recognize that this stock is beyond salvation. As a coal mining enterprise devoid of coal, its prospects are bleak. Moreover, for such a company, even the prospect of financial restructuring remains an unattainable dream. It is likely that these coal magnates and their shareholders, upon witnessing an influx of capital into the stock market, will seek to extract their profits and depart. Ultimately, what awaits Lin Xian is a significant financial loss. Shang Xinxi cast a glance at the situation. She had initially contemplated ways to secure a portion of this capital for herself. Yet, given the trajectory of this company, it would likely collapse within a mere week. She simply lacked the time to engage in such maneuvers. Consequently, she relinquished her ambitions and powered down her phone. Shaking her head, she found it disheartening. She had once thought there was something intriguing about this young scion of the Lin family, but now he seemed no different from those insufferable, spoiled heirs of wealth. 30 million was so recklessly invested, treating money with utter disregard. The likelihood of turning a profit was as slim as her marrying into the Lin or Ji families instead of this wild youth. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. Chapter 85, still waiting? Waiting to mine for gold? In the mountainous province renowned for its coal resources, numerous coal mining companies flourish, among which Yahweh Mining Company stands out. From its inception, the company was imbued with great expectations, as geological surveys indicated that the coal reserves could be exploited for at least 70 years. 70 years. This was undeniably a significant find. Subsequent yields did not disappoint. Thus, the stock price soared. However, recently, the output has been in steady decline, accompanied by increasing extraction difficulties. During a recent assessment of the coal reserves, it became evident that the previous evaluation had been erroneous. The current coal output was dismally low, with remaining reserves barely surpassing those of a small-scale mine. It was almost a death sentence for the company, with financial liquidation looming on the horizon. Yahweh, once vibrant and spirited, was now a shadow of his former self, his hair graying under the weight of worry. Who could have foreseen such a turn of events? At the shareholders' meeting, tension filled the air as shareholders wore furrowed brows. Mr. Yang, my suggestion is to proceed with the liquidation of the company's assets and declare bankruptcy, proposed a graying middle-aged man. His suggestion garnered the consensus of most attendees. I believe we should take a moment to reconsider, Yahweh interjected. Feeling that the situation could not possibly be as dire as it appeared. Reconsider? Mr. Yang, we have no coal left. It is not just another crisis. A coal mining company devoid of coal is a dire predicament, a shareholder remarked, glaring at Yahweh. How could a coal company operate without coal? Please, trust me once more. Let us delve deeper, Yahweh implored, recalling the initial assessments that had indicated substantial reserves. He was perplexed as to how the situation had deteriorated so dramatically. Mr. Yang, as previously stated, the last assessment was a mistake. This time, the coal seam has diminished to a mere thin layer that won't sustain operations for long. What do you expect to extract? Gold. A shareholder could not help but retort. This remark elicited grimaces from the other shareholders. Please grant me one more favor, Yahweh said, his expression stern. Noticing Yahweh's insistence, the shareholders stowed their mockery, realizing that their presence was a courtesy extended to him because of his association with Yangdong. Seeing Yangdong's unwavering resolve, they felt powerless to intervene. Very well, Mr. Yang, your reputation still holds weight. We shall grant you 1 week. If no progress is made by then, a vote for asset liquidation will be initiated, the gray-haired man stated. I believe we should allow only 6 days, another shareholder suggested. The others exchanged glances. Was a mere day truly worth disputing? Ah, you are unaware. A fool has invested nearly 30 million into our stocks, the shareholder chuckled. Has Wang Duiyu stepped into reality? The other shareholders were delighted. Given the company's circumstances, those concerned with the stock must surely be aware of the situation. It is no wonder that someone chose to invest, which explains their assertion of needing 6 days. Should that foolish individual realize their error on the 7th day and wish to withdraw, would it not render this substantial investment futile? This promising news has significantly uplifted the spirits of the other shareholders, potentially allowing them to recoup some losses. 6 days is quite generous, even for this predicament. And Yahweh is aware of this fact. Within those 6 days, perhaps they might even unearth some coal. The investment concluded, the afternoon passed without a live broadcast. Yet, all were cognizant that the true spectacle awaited in the evening. That night, the patriarch of the Ji family would arrive at the Lin family residence. Specifically in the guest room. Ji Gumao, Ji Ping, Zhao Hongyi, along with Liu Ruyan and others, gathered in the room. Do you wish to commence the live broadcast while Lin Xian tends to the elder? Liu Ruyan gazed at Ji Gumao in astonishment. Following the conclusion of the midday broadcast, Director Zhang had expressed his desire for Liu Ruyan to inquire whether the evening's medical intervention could be streamed live. After all, the treatment of the Ji family's elder was monumental news, drawing the attention of countless individuals, including significant figures. A live broadcast would undoubtedly attract tremendous viewership. Given that Liu Ruyan had already offended the Ji family, making this request would only serve to further antagonize them. After much internal conflict, Liu Ruyan was taken aback when Ji Guimao proactively suggested this idea. Ji Ping, astonished, looked at Ji Guimao and exclaimed, "Uncle, are you out of your mind? Everyone already knows about the elder's condition with such a broadcast." Unbeknownst to him, the events of the morning had already been streamed live, rendering his attempts at discretion ineffective. Ji Guimao's forehead twitched with irritation. This prodigal nephew was oblivious. The news of the elder's situation was already common knowledge. He glared at Ji Ping. "And you foolish boy, the world is already aware." Ji Ping, not truly dim-witted, quickly grasped the implications of Ji Guimao's words, his eyes widening as he turned to Liu Ruyan. "Were you broadcasting earlier? What are you doing, looking to trouble others?" Ji Guimao gave Ji Ping a sharp smack on the head, exasperated that his own foolish actions could become public knowledge. After receiving the blow from Ji Guimao, Ji Ping refrained from saying more, though he remained puzzled about his uncle's insistence on a live broadcast. Did this not expose the elder's condition in its entirety? Moreover, to speak frankly, should the rescue fail, I have no objections. If Lin Xian is willing, we may proceed with the live broadcast, Liu Ruyan stated. Ji Guimao mused to himself, that clever lad. Lin Xian would surely not decline. He was eager for the broadcast to commence. As Ji Guimao had surmised, upon hearing the exchange between Ji Guimao and Liu Ruyan, Lin Xian nodded in agreement, ready to broadcast the effort to save the Ji family elder. In doing so, all would come to recognize his medical prowess. Moreover, due to this personal connection, the specter of wrongful accusation is entirely dispelled, and others dare not take any action against him. What awaits him is an unending stream of goodwill. All prominent families are compelled to show him a measure of respect. After all, who can guarantee a lifetime free from illness? Cultivating a rapport with a masterful traditional Chinese medicine practitioner brings immeasurable benefits. Very well. Now we simply await the arrival of the elder. Ji Guimao remarked. Are you truly not going to prepare anything? There is no need. Once the elder arrives, I can attend to him on site, employing both acupuncture and medicinal remedies. Lin Xian replied. Huang Tian's expression shifted slightly. Medicinal remedies. In the case of the Ji family elder, the only thing that could save him would be that legendary elixir. The Great Restorative Pill? Ji Jian could not help but exclaim. The Great Restorative Pill, as legend has it, can sustain a life as long as there remains a breath, even bringing one back from the brink. Indeed, it is the Great Restorative Pill. Chapter 86. The Great Elixir. Upon the mention of the term Great Elixir, both Ji Guimao and Ji Ping simultaneously turned their gazes towards Lin Xian. The Great Elixir. Is that not a potion from tales of fiction? Does it truly exist in reality? Ji Ping could not help but exclaim, his admiration for Lin Xian growing immensely. The existence of such a potion made him contemplate acknowledging Lin Xian as an elder brother, though he still hesitated to express it. Silence. Ji Guimao glared at Ji Ping, frustration bubbling within him. Ji Ping forced a sheepish smile. Given the old man's health, I felt compelled to inquire further.